Chapter 1. The abduction case of the female celebrity begins. Good evening, dear viewers. The third episode of Sky Eye Operation is about to air. I am your host, Lynn Ainen. Under the cloak of night, a stylishly dressed and beautiful female host spoke directly to the live camera, captivating countless viewers in front of their computer screens. I believe after the first two episodes, you have come to understand that this is a groundbreaking crime investigation program. Unlike previous shows, our production team randomly selects unsuspecting passersby to challenge the program, simulating real-life situations. This is a crime prevention show. Its aim is to showcase the nation's advanced sky technology, facial recognition techniques, and investigative methods, serving as a warning to potential criminals and deterring crime. The first two episodes, filled with an array of investigative techniques and dazzling high-tech methods, left many viewers astounded, constantly reminding them, do not commit crimes. In modern society, even the slightest trace left behind cannot escape the grasp of the Skynet technology. As a result, following the broadcast of the two episodes, the national crime rate surprisingly decreased by 10%. Thus, the program was humorously dubbed by netizens as Mom, I'll never dare to commit a crime again. The first episode took place in the Capitol, where the first challenger was apprehended in less than an hour. The second episode was set in the Magic City, where the second challenger lasted for 2 hours. At this point, the female host, with a professional smile, continued, this time, we have moved our program to Sheep City, and we have also selected an unsuspecting passerby. All preparations have been completed. Now, everything will commence from the parking garage of this office building before me. Will this episode's challenger be able to last a whole day? Pausing momentarily, Lynn Ainen continued, you should know that our production team offers rewards. Anyone who can evade capture by our pursuit team for a full day will receive a prize of 100,000. 2 days will earn 200,000, and 3 days will yield 300,000, and so forth. The longer one can hold out, the greater the reward. Of course, I don't believe anyone can last that long, as we possess not only sky technology, but also exceptionally skilled investigators. As she spoke, the camera in the live studio shifted. The screen divided into 4 sections, each showcasing a shadowy figure, while the host's voice resonated. The first is Han Fei, a former criminal investigation team leader with 30 years of experience, boasting an impressive case-solving rate of 98, still the record holder to this day. At this moment, the first shadow was revealed, a middle-aged man with piercing eyes that seemed capable of seeing through anything. The second individual is equally remarkable. She is young, yet has become a leader in national criminal psychology. Meet Shin Manny. With this introduction, the second shadow emerged, revealing a charming young woman. As for the third, he is known as the human camera. No disguise escapes his keen sight. He holds an astonishing record of capturing 100 photos in 10 minutes and accurately identifying individuals across different locations. His name is Li Chun. With the conclusion of this introduction, the third shadow came into view, a young man wearing frameless glasses, his fingers poised thoughtfully on the frames. Lastly, we have our final participant, also from the criminal police team. While he may not excel in any one area, he is proficient in all car chases, investigations, combat, all at a remarkable level. To put it succinctly, if we were to assess comprehensive ability, he possesses the strongest overall qualities among these. For is our old friend, Chun Ku. As the final shadow illuminated, it revealed an unassuming man. Faced with our pursuit team and the officers supporting them, how long can our challenger endure? 1 hour? Perhaps a full day? Now, the case of the abducted female celebrity begins. With the host's final words, the live stream of Sky Eye Operation erupted with excitement. Many viewers, having watched the previous episodes, found this innovative program incredibly intriguing. As the broadcast commenced, hundreds of thousands flooded the live chat, exhilarated by such an impressive lineup, igniting fervor among the audience. I've been waiting for so long, it's finally on air. The lineup of the pursuit team is extraordinarily impressive. It seems the previous episodes were so successful that even the top-tier investigators want to make an appearance. Wow, with this lineup? I doubt anyone can last a day. I bet half an hour is pushing it. I wonder who the next unfortunate soul will be. I'm quite looking forward to the very least. They should last an hour for it to be worthwhile. In the live chat, a flurry of comments cascaded. Some marveled at the grandeur of the pursuit team, others speculated on the identity of a new challenger, while some were concerned about the female celebrity abduction case mentioned by the host. Did you hear? This time, it's a female celebrity abduction case. Could it be that the production team actually abducted a celebrity for this? Who knows? I wonder who it could be. As the barrage of speculation continued, the live stream shifted its focus. The host had vanished, replaced by a scene from an underground parking garage. The camera fixated on the elevator doors. Moments later, with a chime, the elevator doors opened, revealing a figure slowly emerging from the gap. Here they come. Chapter 1. The case of the kidnapped starlet begins. Good evening, dear viewers. The third episode of Heavenly Eye Operation is about to commence. The stylishly dressed host, Lynn Ainen, addressed the live camera as countless individuals gathered before their computer screens. I trust that after the first 2 episodes, you have come to understand that this is an entirely new genre of criminal investigation program. Unlike previous shows, we have devised a format that simulates real-life scenarios by randomly selecting unsuspecting passersby to face our challenges. This is a program dedicated to crime prevention, aimed at showcasing the nation's advanced surveillance technology, facial recognition systems, and investigative techniques, essentially sending a warning to potential criminals while deterring crime. Following the broadcast of the first 2 episodes, the dazzling array of investigative methods and cutting-edge technological innovations left many viewers in awe. The images presented in those episodes served as a constant reminder. Do not commit crimes. In today's society, any wrongdoing, even the faintest trace, cannot evade the watchful eye of the surveillance network. Consequently, after the airing of the first 2 episodes, the national crime rate astonishingly plummeted by 10%. Thus, the program has humorously been dubbed by netizens as, "Mom, I'm never committing crimes again." The first episode took place in the capital, where the initial challenger was apprehended in under an hour. The second episode was set in the metropolis, where the second challenger managed to endure for 2 hours. At this juncture, the host, adorned with a professional smile, continued. This time, our program is set in Yang City, and we have once again selected an unsuspecting passerby. All preparations have been made. Now, everything will commence from the parking garage of the building, right before me. Will our chosen challenger be able to withstand a day? Pausing momentarily, Lynn Ainen added, "It's worth noting that we do have rewards on offer, should one manage to evade capture for an entire day amidst our pursuit team. A prize of 100,000 awaits. 2 days would yield 200,000, 3 days 300,000, and so forth. The longer one persists, the greater the reward. However, I harbor doubts about anyone enduring for such an extended period, as we possess not only surveillance technology, but also exceptionally skilled investigators." As she spoke, the camera angle shifted, dividing the screen into 4 segments, each displaying a shadowy figure. The host's voice resonated. The first is Han Fei, a former head of criminal investigations with 30 years of experience and an astonishing case resolution rate of 98%, still a record holder. As the first figure was revealed, it was a middle-aged man with piercing eyes that seemed capable of seeing through everything. The second individual is no less impressive despite her youth. She has emerged as a luminary in the field of criminal psychology. Meet Shin Manny. With these words, the second shadow unveiled itself, revealing a charming young woman. As for the third, known as the human camera, no disguise escapes his keen eye, boasting an astonishing record of capturing 100 photographs in 10 minutes and accurately locating subjects in various places. This is Li Chun. As the third figure appeared, a young man wearing rimless glasses was seen, his fingers poised on the frames. Lastly, we have our final participant from the criminal police team. While he may not excel in any one area, his versatility is remarkable. But high-speed pursuits, investigations, or combat, he excels in all that. In terms of overall capability, he stands out among this quartet. He is our old friend, Chun Ke. As the final shadow illuminated the screen, it revealed an unassuming man. Faced with our investigative team and the officers supporting them, how long can our challenger endure? 1 hour? Or perhaps a day? Now, the case of the kidnapped starlet begins, with the host's concluding statement. The live broadcast of Heavenly Eye Operation erupted with excitement. Many viewers had followed the previous episodes and found this innovative format immensely engaging. As the broadcast commenced, hundreds of thousands flocked to the stream, and upon witnessing such a star-studded lineup, the audience buzzed with anticipation. "I've waited so long, it's finally starting." The investigative team's lineup is truly extravagant. It seems the first two episodes were such a hit that even these big names want a moment in the spotlight. Wow, with this lineup, I'd be surprised if anyone lasts a day. I'd estimate half an hour at best. Who will be the new unfortunate soul? Imkvita Kulios. At the very least, I hope they can last an hour that would make it worthwhile. The chat was alive with countless comments. Some marveled at the impressive investigative team, while others speculated about the identity of the new challenger. Meanwhile, many were intrigued by the mention of the kidnapped starlet. Did you hear? This time, it's a case involving a kidnapped actress. Could it be that the production team has truly abducted a star? Who knows? Who could it be? As the speculation continued to swirl in the comments, the broadcast shifted. The host had vanished, replaced by a scene from an underground parking garage. The camera focused intently on the elevator doors. Moments later, with a chime, the elevator opened, revealing a figure slowly emerging from within. Here they come. Chapter 2. The noises from the car, trunk ding. The doors of the elevator receded into the walls. A young man, clad in a somewhat wrinkled black suit with slightly disheveled hair, emerged from the elevator. As he walked, he retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep drag, exhaling a plume of smoke. At that moment, his face was etched with confusion and bewilderment. His name was Su Mo, a 24-year-old who had only come to know his true age upon glancing at the identification card he carried. After all, he was not of this world, but rather a traveler who had just crossed over into a parallel realm. He retained only the memories of his past life, completely unfamiliar with the recollections of this new body. The car key he possessed appeared genuine. Upon pressing the unlock button, the headlights of a nearby black Volkswagen flickered momentarily. Regardless of the circumstances, his priority was to satiate his hunger. With this thought in mind, Su Mo made his way towards the black Volkswagen. Meanwhile, a camera hidden in the corner followed his movements, broadcasting him live to a multitude of viewers. Is this the challenger? Someone mused. Apart from being handsome, he seems rather ordinary. It's already 9 p.m. He must be just another corporate drone. Given the opulence of the pursuit team, can someone like him last an hour? I doubt it. This episode will likely conclude in under an hour. How dull. As the barrage of comments faded, Su Mo remained oblivious to the fact that he was being broadcast live, with millions of viewers scrutinizing him. He halted beside his black Volkswagen, opened the door, and settled into the vehicle. After sitting in silence for a moment and finishing his cigarette, he prepared to start the car and head home. At that precise moment, bang, a collision echoed through the silent underground parking garage. What was that sound? Su Mo's hand, poised to start the engine, froze. The viewers in the live stream paused as well. He glanced around, finding nothing amiss, and was about to turn the key in the ignition once more when, just a few seconds later, bang, a louder, more vigorous noise erupted, seemingly emanating from his Volkswagen. The viewers heard it too. The concealed camera captured Su Mo's perplexed expression as he furrowed his brow and turned to glance at the back seat. The camera shifted to reveal an empty back seat, devoid of any occupant. What on earth was happening? Where was that sound coming from? Su Mo and Appo's bewilderment mirrored that of the viewers. Yet, unlike him, some of the audience, having received hints from the previous female host, quickly began to speculate in the chat. No way. The production team wouldn't go this far, would they? Don't tell me there's actually a kidnapped starlet in the trunk of this black Volkswagen. This is beyond thrilling. The first episode was about money laundering. The second involved hiding firearms. And now this third episode escalates to kidnapping a celebrity. Goodness gracious, what a twist. Which star could it be? Amidst the viewers' growing curiosity, bang, an even louder noise resonated from the trunk of the Volkswagen. At this point, even Su Mo, despite his usually calm demeanor, sensed that something was amiss. He was, after all, a person of keen observation. The first two odd sounds could be dismissed as mere coincidence, but three consecutive occurrences, especially as he approached the trunk after exiting the vehicle, ignited an unsettling premonition within him. The sounds did not resemble mere collisions. They resembled something alive, pounding against the trunk. What could be happening? Su Mo furrowed his brow, placing his hand on the trunk, acutely aware that it was empty. What could possibly account for such a disturbance? A cat, perhaps? Or some other small creature? He pondered as he slowly opened the trunk. At that very moment, the viewers in the live stream leaned in eagerly, desperate to discern the mystery concealed within the trunk. In the subterranean confines of a parking structure, the trunk of a sable Volkswagen was cautiously pried open, revealing a sliver of space. Within this fissure, a pair of exquisite eyes, wide with trepidation, darted about. The chiaroscuro of the dim lighting accentuated the stark contrast between the whites and the dark irises, creating a tableau of unsettling intensity. Experienced a visceral jolt, nearly crying out in alarm. The unexpected sight of eyes peering from the trunk's opening was enough to startle anyone. Gathering his composure, he fully opened the trunk, a wave of shock washing over him. Inside, a woman of fair complexion and delicate features was bound and gagged. An expletive escaped lips as he grappled with the surreal discovery. The woman was not only restrained, but her mouth was also sealed with black adhesive tape, a clear indication of dire circumstances. Without dwelling on the implications, instinctively reached for his mobile phone. His online audience, who were eagerly watching the unfolding events, were stunned by the revelation. The presenter's voice echoed through the live stream. Indeed, S' first impulse was to contact the authorities. However, just as his fingers hovered over the 110 digits on the virtual keypad, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed through the parking garage. Froze, his senses heightened. The situation was undeniable. A bound and gagged woman in his trunk. Being seen in this situation would be damning. With a swift motion, slammed the trunk shut. Reporting the incident could wait. A figure emerged, passing by and entering a Cadillac, which then sped out of the parking structure. The audience weighed in. As reached for his phone a second time, an alert flashed across the screen. A news bulletin reported the kidnapping of a renowned actress, with eyewitness accounts pointing to a black Volkswagen, license plate XXXX. The bulletin included the vehicle owner's information. Was thunderstruck. Could he truly be a wanted criminal? An unsettling sense of unreality washed over. How could he, of all people, be associated with such a crime? More pressing than the actress's plight was the matter of his own criminalization. What was he to do? Should he still contact the authorities, essentially turning himself in? Was in a state of bewilderment. He needed to understand the sequence of events. Perhaps he could seek answers from herself. However, the underground parking garage was hardly the place for such an interrogation. The thought of living as a fugitive was unbearable. Driven by a sense of urgency, started the car and prepared to relocate to a more secluded location where he could question. As the engine roared to life, a cold, mechanical voice reverberated in his ears. Event triggered. The cat and mouse game begins. Chapter 4. An either-or reward. The cat and mouse game commences. Suemo was momentarily stunned. Who was speaking? He turned his head, glancing to both sides, but there was no one around, save for the woman in the trunk of his car. However, her mouth was sealed with black duct tape, rendering her incapable of uttering sound. Could it be an auditory hallucination? Just as Suemo was about to drive on, the voice echoed once more. In this cat and mouse game, your choice is: Option 1, be the cat. Option 2, be the mouse. It wasn't a hallucination. Suemo finally discerned that the voice seemed to materialize out of thin air, directly into his mind. What was going on? Suemo's eyes widened in astonishment. It was an unprecedented experience, and he was equally perplexed and intrigued by the information conveyed by the voice. A cat and mouse game? To be the cat or the mouse? It seemed to be a game of choices. The series of events that had unfolded since he left work had kept Suemo's mind racing. Never in his 2 lives had he experienced such a stimulating situation. How should he choose? Suemo pondered. However, his contemplative countenance was interpreted differently by the viewers in the live stream. Why has this guy stopped? Is he frightened? Definitely. The poor guy is probably petrified. Suddenly becoming a wanted criminal would leave anyone dumbfounded. Haha. I love seeing these challengers' bewildered expressions when they see the news of their wanted status. It's hilarious. I hope this kid lasts a little longer, or the show will be too short to be interesting. Amidst the stream of comments, Suemo quickly made his decision. I choose to be the cat, he murmured inwardly. In the next instant, the voice resounded in his mind once more. You have chosen to be the cat. You have been granted an either-or reward. Rules for being the cat. In this cat and mouse game, each time you successfully outwit the pursuers, you will receive a corresponding reward. Outwitting the pursuers would yield rewards? What did that entail? Was Sumo expected to taunt the officers who came to apprehend him? Sumo felt a headache coming on. No sane person would do that. It was practically courting death. He had already become a wanted criminal for inexplicable reasons, and doing so would only exacerbate the consequences. He massaged his temples as the voice continued. Please select your initial reward. 1. A Colt M 1873 single-action army revolver with 5 additional magazines. 2. An enhancement of 2 points to your brain cell activity. The voice left Sumo in contemplation. He suddenly felt a sense of absurdity, as both reward options seemed unreal and incongruous with his life. Did this feel like a farce? Would choosing either option actually have an effect? Sumo wondered. If the rewards were genuine, the revolver would be far too conspicuous. Possessing it would be akin to holding a hot potato, as he was well aware of the strict gun control laws in the country. Being caught with a firearm would be a considerable and thorny issue, especially given his current status as a wanted criminal. The choice was simple. Sumo immediately selected the second option. I choose to enhance my brain cell activity by 2 points. He was testing the waters, probing to see if the reward was real. Almost as soon as he made his choice, Sumo felt a jolt in his brain, as if an electrocardiogram had flashed through his mind. His head became refreshingly cool and unusually comfortable, akin to applying a generous amount of menthol balm, but amplified countless times. In that state, he realized his eyesight had improved. His slightly nearsighted eyes now possessed unparalleled clarity. The world appeared sharper than ever before. This long-lost sense of clarity filled him with elation. His brain was also incredibly clear and active, leaving him feeling invigorated, as if he had an inexhaustible supply of energy. He had just finished work, and the day and oppose. Labor had left him mentally exhausted. Now, all traces of weariness had vanished, leaving him feeling exceptionally comfortable. Could it be that the either-or reward was genuine? Sumo was now overcome with excitement, and even his breathing became fervent. The thrill and stimulation made him temporarily forget about the female celebrity in the trunk of his car. This was a physical transformation. This meant that this cat-and-mouse game could enhance his physical abilities. It was a game he couldn't comprehend, a game of choices. Having pieced everything together, Sumo's hands trembled slightly on the steering wheel, partly due to the tension of being wanted, but mostly due to excitement. His exhilarated expression was naturally transmitted to the live stream through the hidden camera in the car. Everyone witnessed Sumo's excitement. What's up with this guy? Is he smiling? He can still smile and be so excited after being wanted. This brother is acting strangely. This challenger seems a bit different. Could there be something wrong with his head? The viewers were taken aback by Sumo's exuberant demeanor. Of course, if Sumo had chosen the Colt M 1873 single-action army revolver, their astonishment would have been replaced by utter shock, and the live stream, and perhaps even the production team, would have imploded. Simultaneously, many viewers noticed that the second channel of the Sky Eye Operation live stream was also buzzing with activity. The pursuers' operation had begun. Chapter 5. The capture operation begins. Operation Sky Eye Team 2. Esteemed members of the investigation team, you may commence your operation now. Here lies the personal information of the challenger. Within a room filled with cameras, several members of the investigation team, alongside their assistants and on-site staff, are present. At this moment, the production crew is transmitting Sumo's personal information to them. The projector in the room suddenly displays Sumo's details. Name, Sumo. Age, 24. Ethnicity, Han. Occupation, financial analyst. The information is extensive, even encompassing the name of Sumo's alma mater and his work history, indicating that the production team conducted a thorough investigation prior to the show's preparation. Overall, Sumo's background appears quite ordinary, bordering on mundane. Upon viewing Sumo's information, the investigators exhibit varied reactions. This Sumo seems rather unremarkable. Li Chun, known as the human camera, remarked, "Is this truly the caliber of challengers your production team has selected?" For him, participating in this show is partly about enhancing his notoriety, but more so about experiencing a thrill, a cat-and-mouse game, provided the mouse is sufficiently intriguing. Otherwise, the challenge loses its allure. Leaning back in his chair, Li Chun chuckled. Based on the information presented, I believe we could conclude today's show in less than a day, perhaps even within mere hours. At this point, Li Chan turned to the others, suggesting, "Shall we let up a bit?" His tone was bold, yet given his reputation, it was perceived as entirely reasonable. Let up. Upon hearing Li Chen's words, Shun Manny, a criminal psychology expert, cast a meaningful glance at him and replied with a smile. "I think there's no need to ease the pressure." "How so?" Li Shen Kidat. Shun Manny casually responded, "In our third episode, the first investigation team captured the challenger in 1 hour, while the second team took 2 hours. I believe pushing our limits would be far more engaging than easing up." Challenging the limits? Upon hearing this, Han Fei stroked his chin and mused, "Interesting. So, are we aiming to break the fastest capture record? Ideally, one that subsequent teams cannot surpass?" After speaking, he looked at Shun Manny, who nodded in agreement. "Indeed, that would make it more thrilling. Wouldn't you all agree?" "I wholeheartedly concur." Chun Ku, who had remained silent, expressed his intrigue. Li Chun contemplated this and found it more engaging, nodding in agreement. As for Han Fei, he raised a rhetorical question. "How long do you think it will take us to capture Su Mo?" "It should take no more than half an hour, perhaps even less," Shun Manny confidently asserted. The comments from the investigation team invigorated the viewers in the live stream. "Half an hour? That seems implausible. If they truly managed to capture Su Mo in half an hour, he must be exceedingly incompetent. I'm inclined to believe it's feasible. Sumo's personal information paints him as an utterly ordinary individual, lacking any distinctive traits. Compared to the impressive lineup of this investigation team, he is undoubtedly at a disadvantage." Another viewer remarked, "It's intriguing. If the investigation team is bold enough to make such claims, they must be prepared to showcase their skills. I am eager to see what talents this investigation team will exhibit, following the impressive tactics displayed by the teams in the previous episodes." Poor Su Mo remains blissfully unaware that he has been cast as the mouse in this game. Ha ha ha. When he gets captured, he will surely be bewildered. I can't wait to see the look of astonishment on Su Mo's face. As the viewers engaged in their banter, the staff in the room, having overheard Shun Manny and the others, smiled at the investigation team members, saying, "I wish you all the best in breaking the record." Of course, I must remind you of the rules. To ensure fairness, while you cannot watch Su Mo's live stream, you are permitted to employ various means, including reviewing surveillance footage from different locations, dispatching officers, and utilizing police vehicles in your pursuit of Su Mo. The members of the investigation team nodded. They were already familiar with these rules. The staff reiterated this point, primarily to inform new viewers at home. At this juncture, the staff prepared to exit the room. However, just then, they received news that Su Mo had discovered the hidden camera concealed within a public vehicle. The staff member expressed surprise, exclaiming, "What? You mean Su Mo has detected our camera hidden in the car?" Chapter 6. The unconventional Su Mo had discovered the hidden cameras set up by the production team. The words that slipped from the staff in Oppo's lips were overheard by the members of the investigation team present in the room. It seemed the target had noticed the concealed camera in the vehicle. Had any of the challengers from the previous episodes ever detected such hidden cameras? No, they had remained oblivious until they were caught, only realizing they were being broadcast live after the show concluded. It appeared that this group of challengers might differ from those in previous episodes. Several members of the investigation team began to converse. Li Chen remarked, "This is becoming quite interesting." Shun Manny chuckled, "What a pity we cannot watch the live feed. Otherwise, we could discern from his expressions whether Su Mo stumbled upon it by chance or genuinely discovered it." "Most likely by chance," Han Fei interjected. "After all, Sumo's background is rather unremarkable, the kind that would not stand out in a crowd." Such sentiments were not isolated. Nearly everyone believed that Su Mo had simply stumbled upon the production team's hidden camera through sheer luck. But was that truly the case? The perspective shifted back to a few moments prior in Tianhe CBD. With a surge in cerebral activity, Su Mo found his entire cortex in an unprecedented state of alertness. This change was abrupt. He soon realized he had transformed in some way, not in personality or emotion, but cognitively. One might even say there was a distinct enhancement in his thinking and perceptual abilities. Once he regained his composure, Su Mo was driving away from the underground parking garage when, Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a faint red glow beneath the vehicle and Oppo's LED display. Had it been in the past, such a subtle detail would have gone unnoticed by him. However, with the recent enhancement of his cognitive faculties, his ability to perceive details had markedly improved. He halted the car and leaned down to inspect the source of the faint red light. Simultaneously, in the live broadcast, Sumo and Oppo's face was magnified on screen. His eyes, now imbued with an intense focus, captured the audience and Oppo's attention. Why is he suddenly looking directly at the camera? Wait, has he discovered the hidden surveillance camera in the vehicle? Viewers exclaimed in disbelief. Just then, the screen went black, and Sumo vanished from view. Incredible. Sumo has indeed uncovered the hidden camera. This is the first time a challenger has noticed the production surveillance right away. How did he manage to do that? Surely, it must have been a lucky coincidence. As the audience speculated, the feed resumed, revealing Sumo's silhouette. This was another hidden camera, situated in the back seat of the car, capturing his actions. At that moment, Sumo held a small, concealed camera in his hand, evidently having disassembled it. The faint red glow had originated from the infrared night vision light, designed to emit infrared signals at night, which would reflect off objects and return to the camera for capture. Sumo furrowed his brow, his mind racing. Why was there a camera in his black Volkswagen? Could it be connected to his current status as a wanted individual? No, he quickly dismissed that notion. At that moment, he felt his cognitive abilities had evolved beyond their previous state. If the camera were linked to his being wanted, he would have been reported long ago, and the police would have arrived by now. More likely, this camera was connected to the kidnapped female celebrity in his trunk. The presence of the celebrity in his trunk and the hidden camera inside the vehicle suggested a more complex scenario than he initially believed. Sumo's mind buzzed with thoughts. Regardless, it was evident that this was connected to the bound female celebrity in his trunk. The most pressing task was to extract information from her. He needed a location, a safe place to question her without risk. Clearly, the current environment was unsuitable. With that realization, Sumo discarded the camera in his hand and began to survey the interior of the vehicle. If one camera existed, who could guarantee that there weren't and Oppo's a second or third? Soon, after a meticulous search, he spotted another hidden camera in the back seat. He leaned forward, reaching for the second camera. No way. He found a second camera as well. What on earth is happening with Sumo? Wasn't he supposed to be just an ordinary person? This was astonishingly unexpected. Sumo had indeed shattered the record for challengers who were left dumbfounded. As the live feed once again went dark, chaos erupted in the broadcast room. Haha, this must be the first time the production team has encountered such a situation. They've had their hidden cameras discovered. How can they continue the live stream now? The production team surely had a headache on their hands. Previously, they had easily captured challengers, but now this contestant seemed to be turning the tables. The audience reveled in their mischief. The first 2 episodes had seen the production team effortlessly apprehending challengers, making for an entertaining yet predictable experience. What do viewers cherish most? Variability. A program rife with unpredictability is what truly captivates its audience. This understanding was not lost on Song Ishua, the chief director of the show. Therefore, upon witnessing Sumo dismantling the cameras within the vehicle, she felt not frustration, but joy. As the chief director, her perspective diverged from that of the investigation team. The previous 2 challengers had concluded too swiftly, leaving much of the apprehension tactics unshown. Should this 3rd episode end just as quickly, while the intimidation factor of the investigation methods would remain potent? It would pose significant challenges for the production team. Thus, when she saw Sumo dismantling the hidden cameras, it was a delightful surprise. At last, they had found a challenger who appeared to possess some substance. With a smile, she instructed the studio staff to consult the Tiana Traffic Bureau about broadcasting via the traffic surveillance cameras. Understood, the staff responded immediately, without hesitation. After all, their program enjoyed robust support from the state, even being funded by national resources, allowing for seamless passage through all checkpoints. Chapter 7. Sumo's thoughts and speculations amidst the studio's decisions. Soon, the previously dark screen of the live broadcast began to stir with activity. The live feed resumed. But it was not the direct shot from before. Instead, it displayed a surveillance camera's view. The footage revealed Yangqing Avenue after 9 at night, bustling with vehicles. A black Volkswagen appeared in the frame, its license plate reading UEXXX. This was Sumo's car. Naturally, the viewers in the live chat were aware of this and could not help but marvel at the production team's methods. Such a grand endeavor. It seemed they had even enlisted the cooperation of the Traffic Bureau. It was evident that this program was officially sanctioned. Who would have thought that Sumo had compelled the production team to resort to traffic surveillance cameras? He certainly possessed something extraordinary. How long do you think Sumo can evade capture? I wager an hour. Though he discovered the hidden cameras, it was of no consequence. Capture was inevitable. I bet he will be the challenger who lasts the longest across these 3 episodes. Honestly, I believe Sumo merely stumbled upon the production team's cameras by sheer luck. Had it been the first episode's task force, he might have lasted an hour or 2, but for this episode, I see no hope. The task force has declared their intention to apprehend Sumo within half an hour. This will surely be entertaining. As the viewers in the live chat speculated about Sumo, the camera shifted back to the studio. The neon lights reflected off the car windows, casting fleeting glimmers across Sumo's face. First, the trunk revealed a bound female celebrity, followed by the hidden cameras within the vehicle. Sumo felt an inexplicable connection between these occurrences. He was the kidnapper. How could he possibly have installed cameras in his own car? Was he pursuing some thrilling and audacious game? A complete 360-degree recording? Ridiculous. He shook his head. Logically, if a kidnapper had indeed abducted Yang Jingxian, why would they stow her in the trunk of his car? Would it not be wiser to conceal her elsewhere? Furthermore, was it truly necessary to install so many hidden cameras inside the vehicle? After much contemplation, Sumo concluded that this scenario did not add up. Kidnappers would not engage in such risky behavior. His attire and the cash within the car indicated that he was not in dire need of a large sum of money. Sumo could not come to a definitive conclusion. The simplest course of action was to inquire with a bound female celebrity in the trunk. With this thought clarified, Sumo grasped the steering wheel and drove forward. Not long after, 2 police cars appeared at an intersection ahead, their red and blue lights flashing incessantly. As an officer in a traffic police uniform approached, Sumo's eyes narrowed involuntarily. Who was he most fearful of encountering? The answer was simple: law enforcement. After all, he had a bound female celebrity in his trunk. If they opened the trunk, Sumo would have no opportunity to explain the situation. Moreover, his information, including his license plate number, had been broadcast in the recent wanted news. With a warrant out for him, how could he possibly justify himself? It seemed that fate was playing a cruel joke on him. Sumo felt a slight tension in his nerves. He contemplated making a U-turn, but it was too late. The evening rush hour on Yangqing Avenue left no room for maneuvering his black Volkswagen, with numerous vehicles blocking his path. "Pull over," commanded the approaching officer, casting a glance at Sumo's license plate. This glance sent a jolt of fear through Sumo. Was he about to be discovered? Strangely, however, the officer merely glanced at his plate and approached the window, knocking on the glass. Sumo rolled down the window to see the officer holding something out, saying, "Blow into this. Are you checking for drunk driving?" Sumo asked, bemused. "Is that not obvious?" "Blow into it," the officer replied, eyeing him. Sumo chuckled nervously. "I haven an Oppos." He had a drink. He was intentionally uncooperative, focusing on the officer and Oppo's expression. The officer and Oppo's impatience grew. "Just blow. If you've been drinking, we'll know." The officer and Oppo's tone turned stern. "Hurry up. Don't waste my time, or I'll deduct points from your license." Sumo found this peculiar. If he had received news of the wanted alert, how could a police officer be unaware? Surely, upon seeing that news, the officer would recognize the license plate. Yet, the expression on the officer's face indicated a lack of knowledge. This was exceedingly strange, leaving Sumo baffled. "Will you blow or not?" the officer asked again. All right. Sumo finally complied and exhaled into the device. After a moment, the instrument indicated a normal reading, and the officer begrudgingly dismissed him with a few terse remarks. Sumo resumed driving, his mind racing with thoughts. Something was amiss. Under normal circumstances, Such a significant incident occurring within Sue Mo's area of work would surely have been communicated to the police regarding the license plate. This was not right. There were two possibilities. Either the officer genuinely had not received the wanted alert, or the alert itself was fabricated. After a surge of mental acuity, Sue Mo and Oppo's mind began to race. He glanced at the rearview mirror, fixating on the trunk. To unravel this mystery, he needed to question the bound female celebrity. At that moment, a sudden flash of a familiar, yet foreign memory surged through his mind. It pertained to his previous life. Sue Mo suddenly realized the address of his residence in this world. What a twist of fate. Chapter 8. Is he really going through with this? In a secluded corner of the underground parking garage of Garden Residences, a blind spot for surveillance cameras, sat in the car, smoking a cigarette. He surveyed his surroundings with meticulous patience, and only after confirming that no one was around did he extinguish the cigarette, open the car door, and proceed to the trunk. After a few steps, paused at the rear of the vehicle. He scanned the area once more. Still no one. Only then did he open the trunk. Muffled sounds emanated from within. The female celebrity, bound and gagged, was desperately trying to make noise, her forehead and delicate nose covered in beads of sweat. At that moment, the live broadcast feed abruptly shifted to a perspective from inside the trunk, offering viewers a limited view akin to what was experiencing. The host's voice provided context. We've equipped with a miniature camera. I knew it. Wait, the currently trending star? Wow, this is incredible. Isn't she at the peak of her career? Why is she playing a hostage? Who would object to becoming even more famous? This program is incredibly popular, and with its official connections, many celebrities are eager to participate. This performance is becoming increasingly captivating. For the live broadcast perspective, viewers could discern its voice. Spoke in a subdued tone. I will untie you and remove the tape from your mouth, but only if you agree to two conditions. His voice, though low, was steady and commanding, projecting an aura of composure. Viewers in the live broadcast were visibly taken aback by Oppo's demeanor. How is this guy maintaining such composure? I misjudged him. After these 3 episodes, I'm starting to think might be a dark horse. Indeed, compared to the previous 2 challengers, seems more formidable. Amidst the viewer's surprise, articulated his conditions. First, when I remove the tape, refrain from screaming. If I detect any sign of you doing so, I will immediately reapply the tape. Do you understand? The camera's view bobbed up and down, indicating agreement. Excellent. Second, after I untie you, avoid any sudden movements or attempts to escape. Otherwise, you may find yourself back in the trunk. I won't be responsible, and I'll abandon the car. If you're lucky, the police might find you within a day. If not, you could starve to death in there before they locate you. Do you understand? The camera view oscillated once more. Viewers were stunned. Wow, that an Oppo's a beautiful celebrity. How can say such harsh things? 6,666. Is he really going to go through with this? Amazing. This is the first time I've seen a challenger like this. He's impressive. Seeing nod, slowly began to peel off the black tape from her mouth. He could have ripped it off quickly, but he feared she would scream. The gradual removal was a precaution. Fortunately, the actress was compliant. She remained silent, even after the tape was completely removed. Good, glanced at, whose face was pale, her beautiful eyes filled with terror. He sensed a change within himself. Previously, would not have been able to remain so calm in such a situation. Now, he was able to maintain his composure and enter the appropriate mindset. Is this the effect of the 2-point increase in cellular activity? Found the state highly appealing, as it gave him a sense of control. He thought back to the cat and mouse game. If this is just a starter pack-like reward, what will the subsequent rewards be like? His heart began to race. If all the rewards are like this, then I'm more than willing to play a cat and mouse game with the approaching police. However, his immediate priority was to extract information from the celebrity. With that in mind, untied and secured her delicate right wrist with his right hand, ensuring he could easily restrain her if she acted erratically. Truly felt transformed. Feeling her wrist being gripped, experienced a slight ache. She thought to herself, this man is quite strong. She displayed an expression of extreme panic, half of which was acting, half of which was genuine, as demeanor was unsettling. The blend of truth and fiction made her performance incredibly natural. Come with me. "Don't make any noise or attempt to escape," whispered In's ear. Had no intention of screaming or running. She knew this was just a variety show. Her role was simply to portray a celebrity kidnapped by. So she nodded tremulously, then led back to his rented apartment. Why was he returning to his apartment? First, didn't see himself as a real kidnapper. Second, he viewed in the trunk as a ticking time bomb. Lingering outside would inevitably lead to trouble. However, he didn't plan to stay long. After questioning, intended to leave the apartment. Upon entering the apartment, locked the door. He gestured for her to sit on the sofa, and he sat down as well. He placed a lighter and cigarette pack on the coffee table, preparing to question. Suddenly, a fine strand of hair on the coffee table caught his attention. Narrowed his eyes and said to, "Come here," was puzzled. Approached her, almost touching his head to hers, and began to examine her hair. Viewers in the live broadcast were stunned. What is he doing? Is he really going through with this? Chapter 9. Terrifying observational skills, astonished production team in the studio. The production team was taken aback by Sue Mo and Oppo's sudden action. No one anticipated such a move from him. Several crew members immediately turned their gaze toward the chief director, Song Ishua. Just as she was about to speak, the live broadcast revealed Sue Mo in action. He plucked a hair from the head of the actress Yang Jingxian. Yang Jingxian winced, expressing discomfort. Sue Mo compared the hair he had plucked with another one on the table, and his expression shifted. It was not Yang Jingxian's hair. The thickness and texture of the two strands were entirely different. As his memories gradually returned, Sue Mo realized he had no girlfriend and had not had any female friends over recently, except for Yang Jingxian. This was precisely why he had chosen to compare her hair. The disparity between the two strands indicated that, besides Yang Jingxian, there had been another woman in his home. This revelation compelled Sue Mo to adopt a state of vigilance. An unknown woman had entered his abode. What could her purpose be? Sue Mo's mind raced, his hands continuing to search the room. The viewers in the live stream were bewildered by his actions. What is Sue Mo doing? I have no idea. It feels somewhat neurotic. Has he discovered something? What is Sue Mo up to? He is searching for traces left by the woman who had entered his room. Regrettably, aside from that single hair, there were no other clues. Just when Sue Mo believed he had found nothing, he suddenly sensed a familiar, faint red glow once more. Unbeknownst to him, as he concentrated, he discovered a hidden camera atop his LCD television. He then found another extremely concealed camera above the curtains in his bedroom, and even one within the bathroom mirror. In a span of 10 minutes, he uncovered 5 hidden cameras in his own home. Cameras upon cameras. What could this mean? Why were there so many cameras in his residence? Could it be that the person placing these cameras was a pervert, secretly observing him? Wait, monkey show. At that moment, a flash of insight struck Sue Mo's mind. The kidnapped Yang Jingxian, the camera inside the car, the wanted information on the news, the traffic police unaware of the wanted news, and the hidden cameras in his home. All these elements seemed interconnected, with the source being the kidnapped Yang Jingxian. Had she truly been abducted? If so, with so many cameras monitoring their actions and whereabouts, why had there been no word until now? Considering the 2 hypotheses he had encountered with the traffic police earlier, Sue Mo suddenly had a thought and turned his gaze toward Yang Jingxian. Meanwhile, the live stream had already exploded with excitement. My goodness, how did this guy uncover so many hidden cameras placed by the production team in his home? Is this Sue Mo truly just an ordinary worker? What extraordinary observational skills he possesses. I am in awe. Even if Sue Mo is ultimately apprehended by the investigative team, I would still deem him the strongest challenger. Has the investigative team not taken action yet? I feel like if they don't act soon, they won't fulfill their earlier claim of capturing Sue Mo within half an hour. Not only were the viewers in the live stream in an uproar, but the production team in the studio was equally stunned by Sue Mo's discovery. Chief Director Song Ishua immediately inquired of her staff, "When you installed the cameras in Sue Mo's home, was there a female colleague present?" "Yes, but we were all wearing dust-proof shoes and gloves, leaving no traces," a staff member replied. Song Ishua waved her hand. "No, you did leave a trace, just that one hair from the female colleague." Sue Mo discovered that hair and, upon comparing it with Yang Jingxian's, realized it was not hers. Thus, he immediately deduced that another person had entered his room. leading him to uncover the hidden cameras we had installed in secret. Hiss. Upon hearing Song Ishiue's words, several staff members gasped, their expressions reflecting shock. They exchanged glances, each seeing disbelief mirrored in the other's and Appo's eyes. It was that hair, often overlooked, that enabled Su-mo to glean such vast information. This individual is not merely observant. His cognitive abilities are also remarkable. Noticing the astonished expressions of her colleagues, Song Ishue felt a surge of excitement. Surprising, isn't it? Even we are astonished. And surely the audience is too. Su-mo is truly a treasure full of surprises. While the ratings of the previous episodes were already impressive, they lacked a sense of competition. A show devoid of contention is simply unexciting. Over time, our viewership would inevitably decline. I never expected this challenger to be so substantial. We truly made the right choice. At this point, she inquired, how many viewers are currently watching the live stream? My goodness. As soon as she finished speaking, a nearby staff member checked the online viewer count, and they were left dumbfounded. How many? Song Ishu asked again. The staff member stammered, oh, over 10 million. So many. Even Song Ishue was taken aback. She had anticipated an increase in viewership due to Su-mo's performance, but she never expected it to be this considerable. Just as she was processing her astonishment, the live stream from Yang Jingshuan's perspective captured Su-mo's voice. Take off your clothes for me. Chapter 10. I have no interest in you. Take off your clothes. In a live broadcast, Su-mo's words left most viewers dumbfounded. Su-mo was actually asking the popular actress Yang Jingxian to disrobe. This was utter madness. The entire broadcast erupted in chaotic uproar. I and Amp, Oppos, am flabbergasted. Su-mo has lost his mind. Does he even realize he and Amp, Oppos, as being broadcast live, uttering such a request? Would he dare say this if he knew he was on air? This is exhilarating. Yang Jingxian must regret joining this show, encountering a lunatic like Su-mo. As the viewers speculated, Yang Jingxian could scarcely believe her ears. Su-mo was demanding she undress. Heavens! At that moment, Yang Jingshuan's mind was a complete blank. She never imagined that a simple variety show appearance would lead to this predicament. Who exactly is this Su-mo? Is he truly a corporate slave? Yang Jingxian couldn't discern the typical timidity of a common office worker in Su-mo. Instead, she perceived an inscrutable mystique. I. She was utterly terrified, stuttering as she spoke, but Su-mo interrupted her before she could finish. Rest assured, I have no interest in you as a person. My interest lies solely in your attire. The viewers in the live broadcast were amused. Haha, this Su-mo is absolutely brilliant. I dare say, these are the most infuriating words Yang Jingxian has ever heard. Minimal harm, but maximum insult. Yang Jingxian thought, am I a beautiful and famous actress? Truly less appealing than my clothes? Song Ishue, the head director who had initially been startled by Su-mo's words, now had a glint in her eyes, as if she had discerned something. Thus, she took no action, quietly observing the live broadcast. I'll give you 1 minute. Either you remove your outer garment, or you remain bound by me. Su-mo started intently at Yang Jingsuan. Yang Jingxian was utterly speechless, unable to comprehend Su-mo's intentions. As a hostage, or rather, as an actress portraying a kidnapped hostage, Yang Jingxian knew how to perform her role. Removing her outer garment was acceptable, as long as she wasn't asked to strip entirely. She immediately feigned a look of terror and removed her outer garment. Soon, the live broadcast camera shook violently as she disrobed, eventually settling on the ceiling. The viewers in the live broadcast immediately understood that Yang Jingxian had removed her clothing. Some also understood why Su-mo had asked her to do so. Su-mo picked up Yang Jingshuan's discarded garment, examined it, and located a small, hard object. Indeed, Yang Jingxian was wearing a miniature camera. Su-mo's suspicions grew stronger. Instead of removing the camera, he tossed the garment back to Yang Jingxian and asked, who exactly kidnapped you? I don't an amp, Oppos, Tino. Yang Jingxian nervously shook her head. You don't know? Su montak chakut. Su-mo's smile made Yang Jingxian feel as if he could see through her. She forced herself to say, I truly don't know. I had just finished filming and returned to my hotel when a dark figure attacked me, causing me to feel dizzy. When I awoke, I found myself bound and gagged in the trunk of your car. Is that so? Su Mo remained noncommittal. His mind was exceptionally clear, and Yang Jingshuan's story was riddled with inconsistencies, so many that he didn't even want to expose them. Moreover, he had noticed a detail earlier. Although Yang Jingxian was tied up, the ropes had not left deep marks on her wrists or ankles. Would a real kidnapper be so gentle? He asked again. I'll ask one more time. Who kidnapped you? At that moment, all of his past memories returned. It could be said that he was another version of himself from another world. It was his own unique memory. The return of his memory did not cause Su Mo any discomfort. Like his previous self, he was a law-abiding 9 to 5 office worker living a mundane life. He was not financially wanting, nor would he impulsively engage in kidnapping for the sake of excitement. Moreover, he couldn't recall any information about kidnapping Yang Jingxian. After a moment, Yang Jingxian instinctively looked at Su Mo. Su Mo smiled. He understood and said, So, you're saying that I kidnapped you, and only I can have kidnapped you, correct? Without waiting for Yang Jingxian to respond, he picked up his phone and began searching for information. His actions immediately caused a stir in the studio, which was monitoring the live broadcast. Su Mo seems to have guessed something, Song Yishua said. Some of the staff members were quick-witted. One of them responded, he and Oppos. Has become suspicious? Song Yishua nodded, but he won't find any information. A few minutes later, Su Mo had not found any relevant information, but he already had an idea in his mind. If he wanted to confirm his thoughts and guesses, it was simple. Play a game of cat and mouse. As the game activation had stated, he would receive corresponding rewards as long as he successfully outwitted the pursuers in this game. If his subsequent actions earned him a reward, it would confirm his suspicions. With that thought in mind, Su Mo retied Yang Jingxian, went downstairs, and entered a 24-hour convenience store. His image was broadcast to the live stream via the community and Oppos as surveillance cameras. What exactly is Su Mo trying to do? He has the mind to go to the supermarket at this time. What did he buy? Su Mo's actions aroused everyone's curiosity. Soon, Su Mo returned home, entered his bedroom, and when he emerged, he was holding a handgun. He deliberately displayed the handgun in front of Yang Jingshuan's miniature camera. At that moment, everyone was stunned. Su Mo has a gun. What the hell is going on? Has the program gone wrong? Could the production team have accidentally selected a real criminal as a challenger? The handgun in Su Mo's hand was like a stone thrown into a pond, instantly causing ripples. When Yang Jingxian saw the black handgun in Su Mo's hand, her legs trembled and she was unable to stand. She screamed in terror, What? What do you want? What do I want? Su Mo chuckled softly. Don't you all think I'm a kidnapper? Then I'll do what a kidnapper should do. He tossed his phone to Yang Jingxian and said, Call your agent and have her transfer 100 million to this bank account within 5 minutes. Chapter 11. A grand overture of mischief, such audacity. Utterly audacious. A king's ransom of 100 million. This dares to demand such a sum. Good heavens, this broadcast teeters on the precipice of a calamitous incident. The denizens of the live stream found their nerves exquisitely taut, courtesy of Xantix. And they were not alone in their disquiet. The studio personnel, too, were seized by apprehension. Armed with a firearm, a dire turn of events, urgent summons were dispatched to the constabulary embedded within the pursuit team. Given the imprimatur of officialdom upon, not only did the pursuit team boast a captain of illustrious pedigree from the Criminal Investigation Division, but the locale was also teeming with law enforcement officers. Thus, direct communication with these officers proved swifter than summoning external assistance. Swiftly, upon the second channel of the broadcast, the pursuit team, poised for action, received the fateful missive. The challenger possessed a handgun, placing in mortal peril. The revelation reverberated through the pursuit team like a thunderclap, eliciting profound consternation and disbelief. Armed, are you certain? The former Criminal Investigation Division captain queried with urgency. Within the nation's borders, firearm regulation was stringent. Possession of such an instrument was a matter of grave consequence. Affirmative. The staff member affirmed. We witnessed him brandishing the weapon during the broadcast, threatening to remit 100 million to his account. The lad's audacity knows no bounds, remarked the so-called human camera of the pursuit team, his astonishment palpable. in contrast to their astonishment, as the aggrieved party was utterly aghast. Never could she have foreseen that her participation in a mere variety program would thrust her into the orbit of a madman like 100 million, indeed. Such wealth lay beyond her grasp. Furthermore, her ambition was to reignite her fame through the program's exposure, not to gamble with her very existence. Thus, with a voice verging on tears, she implored Hold. Wait, what is it? Retorted with derision. Do you intend to summon your beloved husband? With a flourish, he aimed the handgun at. Gazing into the abyss of the barrel, a chill permeated its being. Her vision faltered, and she teetered on the brink of collapse. Disregarding the obligation to maintain the program's secrecy, she blurted out, "It's all fabricated. A charade. What is?" Pressed. Her gaze fixed upon, elucidated there was no abduction. I was not kidnapped. It into Oppos. S all a fabrication, a contrivance of the program. You're being broadcast on a program that selects unsuspecting individuals like yourself to challenge. Indeed, mused, his conjecture validated. So, I've been manipulated? Yes, affirmed with a fervent nod, her eyes pleading. Curled his lip. Then, I shall manipulate you in turn. What? Queried, perplexed. Elucidated. I intend to bestow upon you a grand gift. A grand gift? Echoed, her gaze riveted upon. She watched as he trained the gun upon her temple, his tone chilling as he declared, "A bullet." Instantly, S respiration accelerated. Her brow and visage glistened with perspiration. She beheld his index finger poised upon the trigger, slowly contracting, and her face drained of color. Instinctively, she cried out, "No." Before the utterance could reach its denouement, bang. A mimicked gunshot reverberated from amp, Oppos, S lips, recoiled in terror. Her scream piercing the air. Oh! The livestream audience was equally aghast. The studio personnel, including, were seized by trepidation. Disaster. The program has claimed a life. All hearts palpitated as they beheld the broadcast. Was on the verge of hysteria. Accustomed to a life of pampering, she experienced, for the first time, the proximity of mortality. She was loath to perish thus. Her eyes squeezed shut, she trembled uncontrollably, haunted by the simulated gunshot. Ha ha! The spectacle elicited mirth for a stream of silvery liquid emanated from the gun into Oppos' barrel, drenching into Oppos' fair visage. Merely a water pistol, he scoffed. Why such alarm? As the coolness permeated her skin, tentatively probed her head. Finding no blood or wound, she was overwhelmed by the anticlimax. She exhaled deeply, her body drenched in perspiration. Attempting to rise, she found her limbs trembling and collapsed to the floor, weeping uncontrollably. Woo-woo, you dare to frighten me with a toy gun? Wailed, her emotions a maelstrom. She had been brought to the brink of death. You manipulated me thus. Is it not fair that I manipulate you in turn? Furthermore, unfair, utterly unfair, retorted, incensed. Were the two situations comparable? Simultaneously, within the live stream, the audience beheld a stream of water gushing from the gun's barrel, drenching his countenance. All were rendered speechless, and even more perplexing worse ensuing words. Henceforth you are kidnapped. Chapter 12. A plunger as a gag? A false alarm. It was merely a water pistol. What a masterstroke. Sue Mo has thoroughly outwitted the production team, the investigative unit, and all of us. Remarkable. This individual is undoubtedly driven by a purpose. Did you not observe how young Jingxian, in her fright, inadvertently divulged the production team's machinations? And you claim this talent is a corporate drone? Am I the only one who perceives a certain wickedness in the image of Sue Mo dousing Yang Jingshuan's delicate visage with water? Following the initial shock, the livestream and Oppos' viewers swiftly reacted, perceiving Sue Mo as extraordinary. In contrast to the preceding two contestants, he stood as a being of an entirely different caliber. The former pair remained oblivious to the production team's presence until apprehended by the investigative unit. Yet, Sue Mo, barely into the broadcast, had already extracted information regarding the production team's existence through his own devices. The disparity is undeniable. But what was the import of Sue Mo's earlier declaration? What did he intend by from this moment forward? You are abducted. Could it be that the live stream's viewers were collectively struck by disbelief at their own conjecture? Had Sue Mo lost his senses? Did he dare to transform the charade into reality? Heavens, wasn't it Apo's Teehee courting disaster? How thrilling. Ha ha. Yang Jingxian has ensnared herself in her own trap. The simulated abduction has morphed into a genuine one. The production team must be bewildered. For reasons unknown, I suddenly find myself longing for a contestant to triumph for once. What if the contestant were to prevail in this installment? Wouldn't that be even more captivating? Enough with the nonsense. Despite Su Mo's undeniable cleverness, he will inevitably succumb to the investigative unit's formidable forces. I concur, regardless of Su Mo's cunning. He is no match for professionals. Within the studio, the production team was indeed bewildered. Song Yixue, the chief director, transitioned from initial anxiety regarding Yang Jingshuan's safety to stunned silence upon discovering the water pistol. Admittedly, Su Mo's actions have been nothing short of brilliant. Even she, a director familiar with countless scenarios, could not help but applaud Su Mo's performance. However, the present quandary was, had Su Mo lost his mind? Did he not realize this was a live broadcast? Did he genuinely believe he could evade the investigative unit's pursuit? Song Yixue possessed a clear understanding of the investigative unit's capabilities. Such an impressive assembly could handle even the most cunning of criminals with ease. Yet, she harbored a feeling that the production team's control had shifted. Su Mo had transformed from a mere guinea pig into the orchestrator of this game. Had they been outmaneuvered by this individual? Meanwhile, on the second livestream channel, the investigative unit was receiving updates. What? Su Mo and Amp, Oppo's weapon was a water pistol? He was aware of the production team's presence. Furthermore, knowing of the production team, he had unilaterally declared Yang Jingxian abducted from that moment forward. The investigative unit swiftly received the information. This fellow, Chun Ku, the versatile pursuer from the Criminal Technology Division, remarked with a smile. He seems to deviate from our expectations. Intriguing. Li Chun, the human eye camera, chuckled. Is he attempting to provoke us? It's truly unexpected that a typical 9 to 5 office worker would exhibit such behavior. Shin Manny, the expert in criminal psychology, commented, "It appears our adversary is not as simple as the contestants from the previous 2 installments." Losing confidence in breaking the record, Han Fei, the former head of the Criminal Investigation Department, jested. Shin Manny brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, replying, "Not at all. It's merely a clever maneuver." They were unable to view the live stream. However, from the information they had received, it was not difficult to deduce Su Mo's actions. We must act. Regardless of the veracity of Su Mo's words, we must apprehend him, Han Fei declared, rising to his feet. Indeed, we must act, Li Qin concurred. Our primary objective is to ascertain Su Mo's location. The information indicates his residence and workplace. We initially learned of Su Mo dismantling the camera in his vehicle. It now appears he has found a location to interrogate Yang Jingxian, Chun Ku observed. No need to ascertain. Su Mo is likely at his residence, Shin Manny stated definitively. Chun Ku turned to her, inquiring, how so? Firstly, the interval between Su Mo discovering the camera in his vehicle and our learning of his possession of a water pistol was brief. He could not have driven far in such a short span, particularly given the notorious traffic congestion on Yangqing Avenue at that hour. Moreover, Su Mo's rented accommodation is conveniently located near his workplace, aligning with the given time frame. Secondly, we must remember that Su Mo had an abducted female celebrity in his vehicle. It would be unwise for anyone to drive around for an extended period with an unstable element in the trunk, prone to causing disturbances. Thirdly, individuals possess a psychological safety zone. After being inexplicably declared a wanted person, would Su Mo bring the female celebrity to a hotel or his residence for questioning? Clearly, a hotel is an unlikely choice. Due to the traffic congestion, Su Mo would also be unlikely to endure the lengthy drive out of the city. Returning to his rented room is the most convenient, efficient, discreet, and probable option. As Shun Manny concluded her analysis, the other members of the investigative unit nodded in agreement. Finding her reasoning sound, Han Fei had, in fact, arrived at the same conclusion. Then, we shall make a direct assault on Su Mo and Oppo's residence. In Tangdong, within the garden residential complex, Yang Jingxian, her long legs weakened with fright, sat on the ground, her appearance somewhat disheveled. What? What do you mean? She stammered. Precisely what I said. Are you incapable of understanding? Su-emo nonchalantly tossed the water pistol aside. I and Appos am being abducted by you? Yang Jingxian was dumbfounded, struggling to believe it. Weren't you always being abducted by me? Su Montak chuckled softly. Yang Jingxian was utterly bewildered, compelled to explain, Brother, my dear brother, I told you. It was all a fabrication, Silence. Utter another word, and I shall gag you with a plunger, Su-emo retorted, heading towards the restroom. Yang Jingxian was on the verge of losing her sanity. She had intended to say more, but upon seeing Su-emo genuinely approaching the restroom, she wondered if he would truly gag her with a plunger. The fastidious actress could not bear the thought and promptly fell silent. As for Su-emo, was he truly intending to gag the female celebrity with a plunger? No, it was because a dual-choice reward had appeared in his mind. You have successfully deceived the production team and the investigative unit, earning a dual-choice reward. Chapter 13. The investigation team has arrived. 1. Choose advanced psychological analysis ability. 2. Choose one physical attribute. Please select your reward. If possible, Su-emo desires both reward options. Having experienced an enhancement that increased his brain cell activity by 2 points. He is acutely aware of how enticing these options are. Unfortunately, he can only select one. Thus, the choice becomes quite straightforward. This is a game of cat and mouse. If Su-emo wishes to continue receiving rewards, he must embody the cat, persistently toying with the investigation team. This is precisely why he declared to Yang Jingxian, from now on, you are kidnapped. Since this so-called Heavenly Eye Operation production team can toy with him, why shouldn't he, Su-emo, reciprocate with some mischief of his own? If it's a game, let it be an exhilarating one. He intends to make the production team understand that ordinary people also have their limits. Were it not for the sudden emergence of this cat-and-mouse game choice, Su-emo could have sworn he would indeed be the mouse in this scenario, the one ridiculed and toyed with on the show. Until the program concluded, he would be the laughingstock, the epitome of failure. How absurd. The production team has its goals, and the female celebrity seeks popularity. So why shouldn't it amp? Appos. Su-emo pursue rewards? As for the investigation team, what they desire and their capabilities remain unclear to him for now. Nevertheless, his intellect is sufficient, though his physical attributes are lacking. Thus, he swiftly eliminated the option for advanced psychological analysis. He chose the one physical attribute option. You have selected one physical attribute. Enhancing your physical attributes. Enhancement complete. As the voice in his mind concluded, Su-emo immediately sensed a transformation within himself. His abdomen and muscles felt as if they were teeming with energy, a warm current flowing through him. Standing before the mirror, he lifted his shirt to reveal a set of 8-pack abs. Although the definition was not entirely pronounced, he could feel the shift from merely possessing a single abdominal muscle to embodying strength. This sensation was utterly exhilarating. Never had Su-emo felt such vitality coursing through his body. He swung his fist, feeling the rush of wind. The speed of his strikes greatly increased. This was exhilarating. Nothing could compare to this thrill. The transformation of his body brought an exuberant smile to Su-emo's face. If all rewards were like this, he would certainly relish this cat-and-mouse game. He would be the cat, delighting in the chase. With that thought, Su-emo discarded his shirt and exited the bathroom, only to find the anxious Yang Jingxian in the living room, gazing at him. Are you hungry? Su-emo asked, perplexed, having been startled by Su-emo's earlier actions. Yang Jingxian felt no appetite and replied, somewhat exasperated, not hungry. Then I'll order my own takeout, Su-emo replied nonchalantly. Huh? Yang Jingxian was momentarily taken aback. You're ordering takeout now? Is that a problem? Su-emo glanced at her. Yang Jingxian could not fathom Su-emo and Appos as thoughts. First, he claimed she was kidnapped. Now he asked if she was hungry and intended to order takeout. She felt utterly bewildered by his antics. What was this guy up to? Was his earlier declaration merely a scare tactic? Suddenly, she recalled his words. Haven't you always been kidnapped by me? A flicker of suspicion crossed her mind. The reason she agreed to play the role of the kidnapped celebrity was for exposure and popularity. What was Su-emo's motive? Yang Jingxian could not discern it. But Su Mo, observing her contemplative expression, seemingly guessed the turmoil within her and chuckled. Figured out? His gaze felt penetrating, as if he could see right through her. Yang Jingxian, having achieved a modicum of fame, was no fool, and she nodded, I understand. Good. Su Mo removed the small camera from Yang Jingxian, plunging the live stream into darkness, and then said, now that you understand, feel free to find a hotel and wait for me. Are you not afraid I might run away? With a lighter tone, Yang Jingxian, though still bound, felt the pressure ease. My intuition tells me you won tea. Su Mo replied with a gentle smile. Oof. Yang Jingxian scoffed, impressed by his confidence. However, she couldn't help but add, don't forget, you're currently wanted. And what of it? Su Mo replied, his tone indifferent. What do you mean, and what of it? Yang Jingxuan replied, sleekly exasperated. If I'm not mistaken, the investigation team is about to arrive, and you just brush it off? Well, it seems the emperor is not in a hurry, but the eunuchs are, Su Mo remarked, chuckling as he untied the ropes binding Yang Jingxian. You. Yang Jingxian was incensed, rolling her eyes in frustration. Forget it. You might as well get caught quickly. With that, she opened the door and stepped outside, thinking Su Mo was beyond redemption. As a kidnapped celebrity, she naturally hoped Su Mo would not be apprehended swiftly, for that would diminish her exposure on the show. If Su Mo were caught before an hour had passed, what chance would Yang Jingxian have for publicity? Watching her leave, a smile crept across Su Mo's face. Did she truly believe he was ordering takeout merely for sustenance? He walked into the kitchen and began operating the microwave. Meanwhile, in the pitch-black live stream, viewers were bewildered. Was Su Mo insane, ordering takeout at this moment? Did he realize he could not escape the investigation team and had given up? It seemed that those earlier theatrics were merely his last display of brilliance. Confusion reigned. The investigation team was nearly upon them, and yet he ordered takeout. Was he foolish, or was there something clever at play? Su Mo, I could run, but I choose not to. I'm simply playing. Not only the viewers in the live stream were perplexed, but the production team in the studio also struggled to comprehend Su Mo's actions. Why order takeout at such a critical moment? Wasn't he that tantamount to courting disaster? 20 minutes later, live broadcast channel 2. At the entrance of Tangdong Garden Community, from members of the investigation team, 3 men and 1 woman disembarked from 2 police vehicles. The leader, Han Fei, directed his gaze towards the 24th floor of Building C. The lights were still on. Su Mo had not fled. The team exchanged puzzled glances. No, he might have escaped and simply left the lights on. Let us proceed. As they entered the community and approached Su Mo's building, Han Fei surveyed the surroundings. Noticing 2 elevators and a staircase nearby, he contemplated before instructing Chun Ku. You stay on the first floor to ensure Su Mo doesn't slip away through the other elevator or staircase. Understood, Chun Ku nodded. Han Fei then pressed the elevator button, joined by Li Chun and Shun Manny, awaiting its arrival. In the live stream, viewers erupted in chatter. Su Mo was indeed overconfident. The investigation team had arrived. How unfortunate. They had hoped Su Mo could hold out a bit longer. How foolish it is to order takeout. It utterly amuses me. As for Su Mo, the reason behind his choice is quite simple. He seeks to surprise the investigative team he is about to meet for the first time. It is a game of cat and mouse, where the essence lies in the playfulness of the pursuit. Only through this clever ruse can Su Mo reap the rewards he desires. As for who plays the roles of cat and mouse, he remains uncertain. Nevertheless, this uncertainty does not deter him from aiming for a grand gamble, where the greater the risk, the heftier the reward. With this thought in mind, Su Mo glanced at the microwave in operation. At that moment, a chime echoed through the hallway, announcing the elevator's arrival. Shortly thereafter, a series of knocks resounded at Su Mo's door. Chapter 14. A near miss and the impending explosion of a microwave knock. The door to the room was incessantly pounded upon from the outside. The viewers in the live stream, with a hint of schadenfreude, watched the unfolding scene. Was it the investigation team? No, it was not. Su Mo glanced at his phone, observing the time and distance on the app. 1 meter. The visitor had arrived. He opened the door, revealing a figure clad in yellow slowly materializing before him. Mr. Su, is it? Sumo scrutinized the yellow helmet and outfit worn by the delivery person and nodded in acknowledgement. Your delivery, the delivery man said, handing over the food bag with a request for a 5-star rating. Thank you. With that, he turned to leave. Wait, Sumo called out, prompting the delivery man to halt and turn back. Sumo spoke slowly. I wish to buy your helmet, as well as the Mate 1 delivery outfit you are wearing. Why would you want to buy this? The delivery man looked puzzled. Sumo offered no further explanation. Instead, he flashed a wad of cash, 2,000 yuan. Will you sell? Are you joking? The delivery man was momentarily taken aback. This helmet and Mate 1 outfit were worth at most 200 yuan. Now Sumo was offering 2,000. He thought Sumo was playing a prank on him. I am not jesting, Sumo replied earnestly. I have a date with a goddess, and I'm looking to add a touch of excitement, if you catch my drift. With that, he donned a knowing smile that any man could understand. The delivery man instantly comprehended, thinking to himself, this guy knows how to have fun, and promptly agreed, all right, come inside for a moment. Sumo entered the room and transferred 2,000 yuan to the delivery man. Upon seeing the money, the delivery man thought he had hit the jackpot today, earning an unexpected windfall that would take several deliveries to match. With a sense of delight, he removed his outfit and helmet, handing them to Sumo. Mr. Su, is this all right? If it is, I will take my leave. I still have several deliveries upstairs. He was anxious that Sumo might change his mind. That's fine, you can go, Sumo nodded. The delivery man then exited the room, and Sumo closed the door behind him, donning the Mate 1 attire and helmet. He opened the food bag and casually sampled a few bites of char siu before stepping outside. Although there were no hidden cameras in Sumo's room, the surveillance camera in the hallway captured the moment Sumo brought the delivery man inside. Shortly after, a figure who did not resemble Sumo emerged, followed by Sumo himself, now dressed as a Mate 1 delivery man. While his face was obscured, the viewers in the live stream were not oblivious. The back and forth had quickly led many to deduce Sumo's intentions. 6666, Sumo is incredible. He's playing the game brilliantly. I never expected such a tactic. Huh, disguising as a delivery man, is that so? Look at the ingenuity. I thought he genuinely wanted to eat delivery food. The investigation team surely did not anticipate that Sumo had transformed into a delivery man. They would likely be caught off guard. I am quite eager to see how the plot unfolds, the viewers commented in the chat. Just as Sumo stepped out of the door, a couple strolled past him, engaged in conversation. A police car arrived at the entrance of the community, its purpose unknown. What do they want? You're not a criminal, so why worry? The couple's dialogue piqued Sumo's interest. Is the investigation team here? Sumo furrowed his brow, approaching the elevator and pressing the button. He glanced at the elevator display. The right one was ascending, indicating it had reached the 27th floor, likely the elevator the delivery man had taken. The left one showed it was moving upward from the 19th floor, which was the one he intended to board. In less than a minute, the elevator displayed 20, 21, 22, 23, finally halting at the 24th floor. Ding! A crisp sound rang out as the elevator doors slowly opened, revealing 3 figures before Sumo. He instinctively glanced at them, 2 men and a woman, all exuding an extraordinary aura that suggested they were not mere residents of the community. The trio turned their attention to Sumo, who kept his head lowered, obscuring his face, feigning an engrossed demeanor as he checked his phone, creating an impression of urgency in delivering an order. Only then did the 3 shift their gaze away from Sumo, continuing their conversation as they exited the elevator. Which room does Sumo reside in? 2403, they said, heading in that direction. Sumo overheard their dialogue. So, these are the members of the investigation team? A faint smile crept across Sumo's face beneath his Mate 1 helmet as he pressed the button for the first floor. The elevator doors began to close, narrowing the view of the hallway. Sumo observed the 2 men and the woman arriving at his door, knocking. Open up. Sumo, hurry and open the door. Knock. Knock, knock. After a few moments of shouting with no response from within, Li Chen remarked, it seems Sumo has fled. Let us open the door and check. Han Fei suggested. He then stepped back and charged forward, slamming the door open. As the door burst open, the elevator doors closed soundly behind Sumo, who exhaled in relief. Though the investigation team had not discovered him, he knew that once they entered the room, They would quickly notice the peculiarities through the char siu rice on the table. However, that was precisely what Su Mo had intentionally left behind. In this game, the thrill lay in the excitement. Moreover, Su Mo had prepared a delightful surprise for the investigation team. A microwave on the verge of explosion. Chapter 15. Sumo's gauntlet to brazenly brush past 3 pursuers while being a wanted fugitive is an unparalleled thrill. Su Mo had never experienced such exhilaration, far surpassing the monotony of his previous existence, a life confined between home and office. An indescribable, peculiar excitement surged within him. The viewers in the live stream were evidently electrified, inundating the screen with accolades. So audacious. Su Mo is utterly audacious this time. The investigation team must be utterly bewildered. Who would have imagined Su Mo impersonating a delivery driver? Su Mo was oblivious to the audience's praise as the elevator descended, the red numbers on the display panel steadily decreasing. With a gentle chime, the elevator reached the ground floor, the doors sliding open. As Su Mo exited, his eyes narrowed slightly. Amidst the ordinary elevator traffic, one figure stood out. Upon the elevator's arrival, instead of entering or departing, this individual fixated on the elevator, their gaze also darting towards the adjacent stairwell. The pursuit team had deployed more than just the 3 upstairs. There was also this person before him. Su Mo instantly grasped the situation. This was the most logical approach. To prevent his escape, someone needed to guard the exit. He had to leave swiftly, lest the trio upstairs realize his deception. Sumo's steps were slow and measured. Near the elevator, Chun Ku also noticed Su Mo, his gaze fixed on a ladder. However, upon seeing the Matewan delivery uniform and helmet, his suspicion waned considerably. Simultaneously, inside room 2404, Han Fei, Li Chun, and Shun Manny were conducting a thorough search. After a swift examination, no one was to be found. Su Mo escaped. That rascal is quite nimble, Li Chun remarked from the kitchen. The female celebrity hostage, Yang Jingxian, is also missing, Shun Manny added, exchanging glances with Li Chun. Han Fei ignored their words, his attention riveted on the takeout container on the coffee table in the living room. Han, did you find something? Shun Manny inquired, noticing Han Fei's focus. Without responding, Han Fei approached the table and touched the takeout box. It was still warm, exceptionally so, as if it had been opened recently. The takeout box is still scalding, he said to Shun Manny. Su Mo couldn't have gone far. He even ordered takeout while we were on our way. The nerve of this guy. Order takeout. Shun Manny was taken aback. She couldn't believe that Su Mo, a wanted fugitive, would have the leisure to order takeout. Such a person was either insane or supremely confident. Confident that he could evade them even during the time it took to order takeout. Judging by the current situation, Su Mo was undoubtedly the latter, as he had indeed escaped. Shun Manny and the others hadn't encountered any suspicious individuals on their way up. Wait, Shun Manny exclaimed, as if struck by a sudden realization. That takeout driver, the scalding takeout, the takeout driver looking down at his phone. Su Mo isn't audacious. He ordered takeout not to eat, but for the delivery driver's uniform. That takeout driver was likely Su Mo in disguise. Prompted by Shun Manny's reminder, Han Fei also understood. The takeout driver had been looking down at his phone, never raising his head. Han Fei had assumed he was in a hurry to avoid being late, but now he realized that he was likely avoiding their gaze. That's highly probable. Han Fei immediately grabbed his phone, preparing to alert Chun Ku, who was guarding downstairs. Just then, bang! A sudden explosion echoed from the kitchen, startling the trio. What an oppos that's going on? Li Chun, who was in the kitchen, felt the full force of the blast. He saw the microwave explode, spewing a cloud of flour that quickly ignited. Reacting swiftly, Li Chun grabbed a basin from the wall to extinguish the flames. As he grabbed it, a sheet of paper fell from the basin. He glanced at it instinctively. The paper read, "Members of the pursuit team, I hope you don't treat this as a game. I want you to treat me as a genuine fugitive, playing without holding back. Only then will I be thrilled. What if, instead of a bag of flour, I had placed combustibles, nails, and metal shards in the microwave? What would happen to someone in the kitchen during the explosion? Therefore, in this live stream, I will demonstrate that a true criminal is not so simple. Bring your A game." Chapter 16. Su Mo, stop right there, Su Mo. How audacious. Upon seeing the contents of the paper, a look of astonishment crossed Li Chen's face. Since the inception of this program, no challenger had ever dared to provoke the investigation team, as Su Mo did. It is essential to note that the investigation team is not to be trifled with. Its members are anything but ordinary. They comprise seasoned professionals, including a former captain of the Criminal Investigation Unit, a brainiac, and experts in criminal psychology, in addition to a highly competent team of detectives. Sumo's audacity was truly unexpected. Not only was Li Chun taken aback, but Shin Mani, upon entering and observing the paper, was equally astonished. Su Mo is incredibly bold. Li Shen remarca. Shin Mani picked up the paper and smiled. To reach such a level is not merely a display of audacity. This Su Mo is quite remarkable. Typically, challengers face psychological pressure when confronting the investigation team, making them prone to errors. Yet, Su Mo not only disguised himself as a delivery man, but also strolled confidently past us into the elevator, showcasing his formidable psychological resilience. Furthermore, the rapidity with which he devised his plan and executed it, utilizing the explosion of a microwave as a diversion, indicates not only strong psychological fortitude, but also exceptional clarity of thought. At this point, Shin Mani shook her head, lamenting, "It is a pity." "A pity for what?" Li Chun inquired, intrigued by her analysis. Shin Mani continued, "It is unfortunate that he overlooked the scalding delivery order. Otherwise, we might have been caught off guard, unable to react in time to Su Mo's escape." She paused, then asked Li Chun, "Do you believe it was intentional or merely an oversight?" It must have been too rushed for him to think it through. Who would deliberately leave a flaw for others to discover? Li Shen replia. Shin Mani chuckled, "Not necessarily. Based on Su Mo's act of leaving this note, I suspect he possesses an achievement-oriented or expressive personality. Individuals of these types often relish making a grand spectacle, and if such an intricate setup went unnoticed by us, Su Mo would undoubtedly feel a sense of accomplishment. Thus, that delivery order was likely a calculated oversight on his part. However, he has overstepped. Captain Han, who boasts a 98-case resolution rate, immediately identified the inconsistencies left by Su Mo and deduced that the delivery man we encountered earlier was likely Su Mo himself. If this is indeed the case, he is far from ordinary, Li Chen conceded. Although he was not a criminal psychology expert, he prided himself on his photographic memory. After hearing Shin Mani's analysis, he had to admit that each field has its specialists, and thus he asked, "What about Captain Han?" Captain Han is currently on the phone with Chun Ku on the first floor. Who do you think will reach Su Mo first, him or the call? Shin Mani said with a smile. On the first floor of Building C, it was indeed as Shin Mani had surmised. The delivery order was intentionally left by Su Mo. As for the reason, it was due to the rules of the cat-and-mouse game. Each successful outsmarting of the investigators yields corresponding rewards. Su Mo sought to test whether the rewards would vary with the difficulty he chose. However, he soon realized he may have been overly confident. As Su Mo brushed past Chen Ku, who was stationed on the first floor, the latter's gaze was drawn away by Su Mo's delivery attire and helmet, rendering him oblivious to the fact that Su Mo was masquerading as a delivery man. The moment Su Mo stepped through the entrance, his phone rang. Hearing the ringtone, Su Mo immediately sensed trouble. He might have been discovered. The ability to deduce his disguise as a delivery man in such a short span implied that the three members of the investigation team were indeed exceptional. With that thought, Su Mo took off running. His sudden movement caught Chun Ku's attention, who was on the phone with Han Fei, simultaneously keeping an eye on Su Mo. "Captain Han, have you caught Su Mo yet?" "Not yet. Was there a delivery man who just went down?" Han Fei replied quickly. "Yes, he just passed me. And it looks like he's in a hurry. The delivery is likely about to expire." Chun Ku instinctively responded, but soon realized something was amiss. Given Han Fei's character, he would not have called just to inquire about a delivery man. Forget the expired delivery. Pursue him at once. Hearing Chun Ku's words, Han Fei nearly choked on his disbelief. That delivery man was likely Su Mo. Damn it. Even having guessed correctly, Chun Ku was taken aback. He never anticipated Su Mo would pull such a stunt. "Don't worry, he won't outrun me." Chun Ku promptly set down his phone and called out to the fleeing delivery man. "Su Mo, stop right there. Chapter 17. Have I disturbed the delivery guy's nest? Chun Ku's voice resonated from behind Su Mo. Are you kidding? At this moment, are you just going to wait to be caught? Su Mo was no fool. Instead of slowing down, he quickened his pace. This fellow can really run. Chun Ku, who prided himself on being the most physically capable member of the four-person investigation team, was slightly taken aback. He had not anticipated that Su Mo would possess such remarkable speed. Fortunately, he was the one monitoring the first floor. Had it been Shinmani, it would have been disastrous. Su Mo was equally surprised. His physique had recently undergone enhancement, making him significantly stronger than the average person. Yet, he found himself unable to shake off his pursuer. It seemed that the investigation team was indeed filled with capable individuals. He dashed out of the residential complex. Having lived there for 2 years, he knew every nook and cranny like the back of his hand. With his eyes closed, he could navigate effortlessly. He was well aware of a nearby food street where Matewan delivery station was located. His intention was simple, to mingle with the delivery guys. Since he couldn't evade his pursuer in the short term, he decided to create some confusion. With that thought, Su Mo sprinted toward the adjacent food street. Before long, he spotted the Matewan delivery station. Outside, 2 delivery men dressed similarly to him, wearing identical helmets, sat on their parked scooters, smoking and chatting, their backs turned to him. A smile flickered across Su Mo's face as he quickly darted into a nearby alley. Meanwhile, Chun Ku, who had been in hot pursuit, was momentarily flabbergasted upon entering the food street. The viewers in the live stream, who were watching through Chun Ku's miniature camera, shared in his bewilderment before erupting into laughter. Ha ha, this is hilarious. Chun Ku must be losing his mind, chasing after Su Mo and suddenly encountering 2 delivery guys. Which one is the real Su Mo? Is this a deliberate ploy? Absolutely. He must have known about the delivery station and intentionally lured Chun Ku here. What a cunning trick, but I like it. Unaware of the viewer's banter, Chun Ku was genuinely perplexed. As he turned into the food street, he spotted the 2 delivery men. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he hurried over, leaping past them to scrutinize their faces. One had a scruffy beard, while the other appeared to be a middle-aged man in his 40s. Neither of them was Su Mo. Where could he have gone? Chun Ku glanced around, noticing the myriad of narrow alleys within the food street. His momentary confusion caused by the 2 delivery men had delayed him, making Su Mo increasingly difficult to locate. Have you seen a delivery guy dressed like you? He inquired of the 2 men. One of them, the bearded fellow, pointed behind Chun Ku. Turning around, Chun Ku saw yet another delivery man approaching on a scooter. But it couldn't possibly be Su Mo. Realization dawned upon him as he glanced up at the storefront, which read, Matewan Delivery Tangdong Station. I've been outsmarted. Chun Ku couldn't help but curse in frustration. Su Mo, you rascal. At this point, it was impossible to continue the chase. This was the first time he had encountered such a formidable opponent. Not only could Su Mo run exceptionally well, but he had also cleverly utilized the presence of other delivery men to confuse his pursuer. What a brilliant tactic. Filled with frustration, Chun Ku returned to the residential complex, where he coincidentally ran into Han Fei and others coming downstairs. Where's Su Mo? Han Fei asked, noticing only Chun Ku's presence. Let him go, Chun Ku nodded. Acknowledging the defeat. That shouldn't have happened, Han Fei muttered, well aware of Chun Ku's physical prowess, which had warranted his assignment to monitor the first floor. In his mind, Chun Ku should have apprehended Su Mo by now, but the unexpected outcome left him astonished. I was outsmarted by that guy, Chun Ku admitted, acknowledging his defeat. Han Fei, with his professional instincts, probed further. How did you get outsmarted? As a member of the investigation team, it was crucial to gain a thorough understanding of their target, including their every action. Each individual had their unique style, and it was precisely these differences that often led to valuable clues during an investigation. Chun Ku then recounted the events that had transpired. Once Han Fei comprehended the situation, he realized that this challenger was not only intelligent, but also remarkably swift. Shinmani couldn't help but chuckle. Su Mo is quite something. To utilize the surrounding environment and quickly analyze his options to pull off such a trick in a short time. Our opponent this time is indeed formidable. I take back my earlier claim of catching him in half an hour. What about you two? Han Fei and Chun Ku remained silent. Yet their expressions conveyed a shared understanding. Su Mo was a truly troublesome adversary. Chapter 18. Two destitute souls seeking financial assistance from the production team. After parting ways with Chun Ku, Su Mo emerged from the other end of the alley. The Matewan delivery uniform and helmet he had donned were unceremoniously discarded into a nearby trash bin. Just a few steps into the street, a mechanical notification echoed in his mind. You have masqueraded as a delivery worker to outwit the investigation team, instigating a microwave explosion to evade capture. Your performance is being evaluated. Excellent. Calculating rewards. You may select one from the following 4 options. 1. A shoulder-mounted RPG with 10 matching rounds. 2. Expert-level counter-surveillance skills. 3. Masterful disguise techniques. 4. Advanced chemical expertise. As Su Mo had anticipated, the more artfully he orchestrated this cat-and-mouse game, the more reward options were presented to him. This was the first time he had encountered 4 choices, and the prefixes were notably superior. How should he decide? Firstly, the RPG option was swiftly dismissed. Who in their right mind would dare roam the bustling city of Yangcheng with a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher? This was not the Middle East. Engaging in such behavior in Yangcheng would be tantamount to courting death, even if it were merely a variety show. Unless Su Mo had aspirations of becoming an outlaw. Eliminating that option left him with a simpler choice. Among the 2 exceptional skills and 1 expert-level skill, Su Mo opted for the expert-level counter-surveillance ability. The superiority of the expert-level skill was evident, but he was not one to choose merely based on the highest prefix. He selected the ability most suited to his current predicament. As a fugitive, Su Mo recognized that the investigation team would no longer underestimate him after his recent exploits. The first time, he had cleverly exploited an information asymmetry, taking advantage of the team's assumption that he was just a mere cog in the machine. However, they would no longer be so naive. Therefore, as a fugitive, he required expert-level counter-surveillance skills to engage in this ongoing game. In the next moment, a wealth of knowledge surged into his mind, imprinting itself upon his active neurons, and he felt various surveillance techniques and insights come alive within him. It was as if this knowledge had been innate. It was truly marvelous. Subsequently, without even trying, he became acutely aware of the surveillance cameras lining the street. 3 in total. How intriguing. This only heightened Su Mo's enthusiasm for continuing the game. Had it not been for this very game, he would have given up after his initial encounter with the production team. Meanwhile, Yang Jingxian lingered near a food stall, lamenting her situation. As a hostage, she found herself worrying about Su Mo, the very kidnapper who had ensnared her. It was indeed quite amusing. I'm so hungry. I need to find something to eat. Having been trapped in the trunk of a car for several hours, she had missed dinner and discovered that she had no money on her. At that moment, her phone rang. It was the one provided by the production team. Hello, are you there? Su Mo's voice resonated through the receiver. Huh? Yang Jingxian was momentarily taken aback. Has the investigation team not come looking for you yet? She reasoned that if they had, Su Mo would have surely been apprehended, leaving no opportunity for him to call her. What do you think? Su Mo replied with a casual smile. Yang Jingsuan senset something amiss. It had been too long for the investigation team not to have pursued Su Mo unless he had managed to escape from them. She could hardly believe such a conjecture, but it was the only explanation for why he could still call her. This Su Mo is quite extraordinary. Her spirits lifted. Though she was ostensibly a hostage with a miniature camera on her, in reality, she was serving as Su Mo's photographer. The more adept he appeared, the better it was for her. Before long, Yang Jingxian spotted Su Mo approaching. He really escaped. Speculation aside, seeing him in person left her astonished. She was well aware of the investigation team's capabilities and never expected Su Mo to elude them. This guy's incredible. Now that I'm right in front of you. What do you think? Su Mo remarked simply. Yang Jingxian circled him, her gaze filled with curiosity. Why are you looking at me like that? She asked. I feel like I need to get to however. Fate would have it that the shop was permeated with the delectable aroma of beef, causing Yang Jingxuan's stomach to grumble incessantly. Driven by her desire to indulge, she boldly declared, Brother Su Mo, I wish to savor some beef meatballs. Su Mo feigned ignorance. Pretending not to hear her, Yang Jingxian persisted, shaking his arm, beef meatballs. Do you truly desire beef meatballs? Suemo finally responded. Yang Jingxian nodded enthusiastically yes. Then let us borrow some money from the production team, Suemo suggested with a smile. Yang Jingxian, genuinely believing in the possibility of borrowing money, exclaimed, Is it really possible to borrow money from the production team? You shall find out soon enough, Suemo replied, leaving Yang Jingxian with a sense of curiosity. Chapter 19. Am I worth $1 million? No, at least 5 million soon. 2 bowls of soup noodles were served. The owner, seeing the pitiful state of Suemo and Yang Jingxian, generously added a few beef balls for each of them, and even remarked to Suemo, Young man, your girlfriend is quite beautiful and is willing to endure hardships with you. That is commendable. Keep striving, as everyone encounters setbacks at times. After saying this, he placed down the bowls and departed, leaving Suemo and Yang Jingxian exchanging glances. Suemo, Yang Jingxian. The latter called out, Hey, boss, I'm not his girlfriend. But the owner was already out of earshot. The two then began to slurp their noodles while conversing. Honestly, how do you plan to borrow money from the production team? Xu Montak in Kvilet. The key to borrowing lies with you. Me? Yes. Wait, aren't you the one looking to borrow money? Hold on. Are you considering some dubious means for this? Are you implying that I genuinely intend to borrow money from the production team? How naive of me to think you were serious about just borrowing. Suemo retorted. So what is your plan? Quite simple. What are our current identities? Suemo asked. Isn't it obvious? You are the kidnapper, and I am the hostage. Precisely. In a moment, I will use your phone to call the investigation team, informing them that money and person must change hands simultaneously, and they should prepare 1 million to ransom you. Otherwise, they can await your demise. I'm only worth 1 million. Yang Jingxian exclaimed in disbelief. And what do you think? Suemo replied. You are rather lacking in ambition. Have you heard of earning 208 a day? I have. Then it follows that I should be worth at least 3 million. No, 5 million, 10 million. Yang Jingxian declared while nibbling on her chopsticks. 10 million is excessive. That is unattainable. I shall instruct the investigation team to prepare 5 million, or else I shall take drastic measures. Suemo, could you refrain from threatening to kill me at every turn? I do like to live a bit longer, Yang Jingxian retorted. Suemo chuckled, Love what you do. If I don't say it, how will it appear professional? Are you truly preparing to confront the investigation team head-on? Have you just bested them? That depends on the plan. And how do you intend to plan it? One word, deceive. Deceive? Yang Jingxian tilted her head, unable to fathom Suemo's approach. How do you plan to deceive? It's too complicated. You wouldn't understand if I explained. Are you calling me foolish? I never said that. You did. Oof. If you get caught, my schedule will be wasted. As they continued their conversation, Suemo suddenly remarked, Why are your chopsticks reaching into my bowl? I'm still hungry. Pass me your beef balls. How ridiculous. Just because you're still hungry doesn't mean I am, Suemo said, lifting his bowl and slurping it down. Yang Jingxian rolled her eyes. You miser. After some time, Suemo and Yang Jingxian exited the Chaozhou beef ball shop. Hand me your phone, Suemo instructed Yang Jingxian, who complied by handing him the phone allocated by the production team. Meanwhile, at the second live broadcast of Heavenly Eye Operation, investigation team members were busy reviewing surveillance footage near the Garden Community and Snack Street. Suddenly, the phone assigned to Han Fei rang. Is that a call from the production team? Shin Manny inquired upon hearing the ringtone. They, too, were equipped with the phones distributed by the production team, containing only contacts for the investigation team and the production team, along with some basic applications. Yes, Han Fei nodded, answering the call. What is the matter? Captain Han. Suemo has made a ransom call to the production team. What? Han Fei could scarcely believe his ears, utterly taken aback that Suemo would resort to such audacity so soon after his escape. Unlike other criminals who would avoid contact with the investigation team, this audacious fellow not only avoided their grasp, but also dared to make a ransom call. Truly reckless. Does he not understand the gravity of his situation? Does he think he can escape a second time just because he succeeded once? Does he take us for fools? Han Fei's expression darkened as he inquired. How much is he demanding? The production team is currently in negotiations with him, Captain Han. Should you come over? The response from the production team came. Understood. Han Fei affirmed, hanging up and turning to Shin Manny. Manny, We're heading to the production team. Li Chun, you and Chun Ko will remain here, continuing to investigate the surveillance footage. Once you locate Su Mo's whereabouts, inform our trainee officers immediately to capture him. What is the matter with the production team? Chun Ko asked, sensing the urgency in Han Fei's tone. It was clear that something significant was at play. Indeed, the very next moment, Han Fei revealed, Su Mo has placed a ransom call to the production team. What? This guy dares to make a ransom call? Chun Ko exclaimed, astonished. Having witnessed audacity before, they had never encountered anything quite like this. The other 3 members of the investigation team reacted in varying degrees of disbelief, clearly taken aback by Su Mo's boldness. Li Chun felt a sense of humiliation. Chun Ko was somewhat astonished. As for Shin Manny, her initial shock quickly turned into a light chuckle, finding the situation rather intriguing. Is this the first time the Heavenly Eye Operation production team has been challenged with a ransom call? This Su Mo seems quite confident. Not only were the members of the investigation team surprised, but the viewers of the second live broadcast were also taken aback. This was a live stream from the perspective of the investigation team, and many fans had yet to switch to the first channel. Upon hearing that the production team was being extorted, they were filled with astonishment and curiosity. Haha, Su Mo is truly remarkable for daring to extort the production team. What a player. If I were him, I'd find a place to hide. Every day he remains uncaptured earns him a fortune. Why would he risk it all like this? You don't get it. He wants to go big. Well, I don't understand. But I know Su Mo will inevitably entangle himself in this. Just wait and see. My dear Li Chun will soon capture Su Mo. Regardless of whether Su Mo was caught or not, his audacity made the situation all the more interesting, far surpassing the previous episodes. Indeed, I'm heading to the first channel to see how Su Mo executes this extortion. I'll join you. Before long, viewers from the second live broadcast flocked to the first channel. It wasn't just them. Someone on Weibo posted a tweet stating that the Heavenly Eye Operation production team had been extorted by a challenger. This tweet drew numerous viewers, causing the audience of the Heavenly Eye live streaming platform to surge once more. As soon as these newcomers entered, they flooded the chat with comments. I'm here to watch the production team being extorted. Ha, me too. I watched the previous episodes, and the challengers were too dull. I didn't expect this episode to be so explosive. Who is this Su Mo? How is he so impressive? The production team had indeed not anticipated that. While producing a legal education program, they would face a day of being extorted. On the first live channel, the camera had already switched to the production team as perspective. The explosive events orchestrated by Su Mo seemed to unfold one after another, yet they are exceedingly vexing. To think that they have even resorted to extortion calls directed at Linen and her companions is truly unprecedented. As she held her phone, engaged in negotiations with Su Mo, she suddenly heard his voice emanating from the device. P.S. Do you have a fondness for games? If so, let it be as if I never asked. If not, let it also be as if I never mentioned it. I wish to embody the role of a workhorse in a production team, but there is one thing I have kept from you. I yearn to challenge my limits. Chapter 20. The Crew and Oppos. As first encounter with Extortion Your Program and Oppos, Operation Sky Eye and Oppos has effectively promoted legal awareness in society, which pleases me greatly. However, I am quite dissatisfied that I have become your unfortunate target. I demand compensation for my emotional distress. Sumo's voice was unyielding. Inside the production team, Lin Anan, on the verge of tears, attempted to explain the situation to Su Mo succinctly. Mr. Su, there is no need for concern. Since you were chosen to participate in the program and have gone into hiding, as long as the investigators do not capture you, the longer you evade them, the greater your compensation will be. Therefore, there is no need to resort to drastic measures. Cut the nonsense. Xu Montag interruptet. Listen to me for 3 minutes without interruption, or I cannot guarantee that Yang Jingxian will remain unharmed. Whether you comply is entirely up to you. Prepare 10 million yuan for me. What? Lin Anan exclaimed in shock. This is no mere compensation for emotional distress. This is outright extortion. Can we not phrase this a bit more delicately? Upon hearing the demand for 10 million yuan, the fans in the live stream began to panic. Wait, is the production team really seeking to involve ordinary people? This can't be someone just emerging on the scene, can it? 10 million. That's enough to live lavishly for a lifetime. Yang Jingshuan's eyes were filled with confusion. Wasn't it supposed to be 5 million? Suemo, why the sudden increase? However, her heart was predominantly filled with delight. I knew my worth was certainly beyond 5 million. Suemo is rather astute. Impossible. 10 million is far too much. Lin Anan frowned and firmly rejected the demand. Rejection? That counts as time wasted. Suemo raised his voice a notch. The 3 minutes are almost up. Feeling quite frustrated, Lin Anan gritted her teeth and said, "Please continue." Suemo smiled before proceeding, "Transfer 5 million to my bank account, and I require the other 5 million in cash, neatly packed in a black travel bag. Ensure it is securely sealed, and do not attempt any tricks. I want to see the money in my account and the cash in person by 8 o'clock tomorrow evening. As for the cash, deliver it to the Wanda Plaza Center next to the Urxi Yankio on Yanqing Avenue." At that moment, Shinmani and her group arrived at the production team and overheard Sumo's demands. Lin Anan cast them a helpless glance. Han Fei swiftly grabbed a piece of paper and a pen from the table, scrawling a few words before turning the paper toward Lin Anan. It read, "Delay the time. The money is hard to gather." Understanding the implication, Lin Anan responded, "Mr. Su, 10 million is no small sum. It's impossible to gather that amount in such a short time. Perhaps we could reduce the sum, or you could grant us a bit more time." During the call, Han Fei busily instructed their colleagues to pinpoint Sumo's location. Suemo was well aware that Lin Anan was intentionally stalling for time. He chuckled. "So, you can't manage it, can you? If you cannot, not only will you receive explicit photos of Yang Jingxian, but the entire internet will also have the privilege of witnessing the scandalous images of a female star." A high-pitched scream erupted from Yang Jingxian. It was evident that she was utterly terrified, her delicate face drained of color as she stared incredulously at Suemo. "This bastard. He would sell me out for TE Chapter 21. The production team in a dilemma on the production side. The audience watching the live broadcast was in a state of uproar, completely oblivious to the underlying truth. The barrage of comments flooded in from viewers, their enthusiasm bordering on frenzy. "Goodness, brother, one cannot deceive one's own people," they exclaimed. "You promised to deliver the fruits of your labor, and now you must steadfastly pursue your path. I can't believe it. I've already stripped down, and just like that, my joy has vanished. Brother, you don't need to show us production team to prepare 10 million for you. We, the internet users, will shower you with gifts. We ask for nothing in return, only that you fulfill your promise. Oh dear, my precious fruit photos. Yes, we are crowdfunding." These sentiments echoed among the thrill-seekers who relished the drama. Yet a majority of the viewers maintained a level-headed perspective. The actions of Suemo were utterly reprehensible. He must face severe consequences, otherwise chaos would reign. The production team endured immense public pressure, as they were currently uncertain of Suemo's intentions. If he were to act upon his threats, would they even be able to continue producing the next episode? Their reputation would be irreparably tarnished, and they would be left awaiting closure. Meanwhile, on the other side, the phone specially prepared for Yang Jingxian rang incessantly. In the interest of fairness, the device was equipped with a unique signal jammer, rendering the tracking team unable to locate her. "You're not answering? The deal for 10 million is still not finalized." Yang Jingxian blinked in confusion. Suemo, calm and collected, smiled. "The more anxious they are, the more advantageous it is for us. However, whether this will succeed ultimately depends on you." "Me?" Yang Jingxian pointed at herself. Though she verbally denied it, after spending time with Suemo, she had come to accept that his intellect far surpassed hers. If he couldn't team manage it, how could she? Suemo chuckled and beckoned her closer. "Oh, how mysterious. Afraid others might find out?" Yang Jingxian mumbled under her breath, yet her body instinctively leaned closer to him. Suemo whispered something in her ear, and soon her cheeks flushed with excitement. She playfully tapped him with her delicate, fair hand. "You're truly something else. You're quite the rascal." "Rascal?" Suemo shrugged nonchalantly. After contemplating, Yang Jingxian, with a serious expression, nodded. "Yes, you're quite naughty. Very naughty. Not fond of it. If you don't like it, we can stop." I like it. Yang Jingxian exclaimed, grasping his hand, unable to contain her excitement. Good brother, this is my first time dealing with such matters. But rest assured, it will be utterly realistic. More genuine than reality itself. For this is my expertise. On the other side, the production meeting was steeped in gravity. Lin Anan shook his head with a bitter smile. He is not answering. As his words faded, the meeting room fell silent once more. Then, with a resounding bang, Han Fei slammed his hand on the table. Su Mo is playing psychological games with us. If we don't establish contact soon, we cannot ensure Yang Jingxian's safety. We must execute a citywide lockdown and classify Su Mo as a genuine wanted criminal. Extorting 10 million yuan could land him in prison for life. The faces of the others turned ashen. Li Chun suppressed Chapter 22. Oh my, this Su Mo is truly ruthless. The phone rang, and the expressions of everyone in the conference room were nothing short of spectacular. At that moment, Han Fei, his face darkened, approached and answered the call. Clearly, the issue at hand was no longer about whether to continue the program. The extortion amount of 10 million RMB and the compromising photos of the female celebrity, either of which would have a profoundly negative impact on society. Su Mo, immediately release Yang Jingxian. Consider the 10 million RMB as if you never mentioned it. The production team will prepare 200,000 as compensation for you. Remember, do not harbor any foolish notions of luck. If you engage in illegal activities tomorrow, there will be no escape. Han Fei struggled to contain the furious tempest within him as he spoke. After he finished, there was a complete silence on the other end. Just when everyone thought Su Mo was up to some new trick, his calm voice resonated. Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? A mere handful of words, low in injury, yet steeped in insult. Here, aside from Han Fei, were other skilled investigators present, an overt provocation. They were all brimming with grievances, yet none dared to utter a sound. However, the live broadcast was a different story. The barrage of comments erupted. Brother, you are incredible. A model for us all. This Su Mo truly fears nothing. He dares to call back and provoke. Who gave him such courage? Miss Liang? Brother, surrender. Outside. It's all shinmani. Ha ha ha, it's hilarious that this kidnapper dares to extort the police. He must not know how to write the word death. Is Su Mo certain he isn't here to play the fool? 666, brother is invincible plus. Han Fei felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Taking a deep breath, he queried, what do you intend to do? The initiative lay with Su Mo, and he had no choice but to yield. Su Mo smiled slightly. I know you're all listening to the call, so listen well. However, I do not wish to converse with you. Hand the phone to that girl who answered earlier. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. He feared Su Mo might react excessively. He had no choice. The phone was handed to Lin Anan. It's me, Lin Anan. My ears feel much better now. Lin Anan's face flushed. She never anticipated that, as the program host, she would be teased by a challenger one day. Before she could say much, Su Mo's voice came through again. 10 million RMB. Do as I previously instructed. Lin Anan's face was etched with bitterness. This was not a decision she, a mere host, could make. Mr. Su, I'm afraid I cannot take responsibility for this matter. Haha cannot take responsibility? Yes. At this juncture, Lin Anan could only reply with a stiff upper lip. 10 million is far too much. Moreover, they all harbored a sense of unwarranted hope, believing Su Mo would not take further action. Meanwhile, a tearing sound echoed, a garment being ripped apart, accompanied by Yang Jingxian's terrified scream. Su Mo, you are inhuman, you little pervert. You lack the strength. This is all orchestrated by the production team. Well, why don't you deal with them instead? Silence. If you dare utter another word, I will find something to gag you with. Xu Montag was genuinely angry. Goodness, you've channeled your inner award-winning actress? Becoming addicted to acting? Su Mo acknowledged that Yang Jingxian's improvised lines and tone conveyed no issues whatsoever. Too much talk begets mistakes. Speaking less minimizes suspicion. My patience has its limits. Su Mo's voice resonated with indignation. Beep, beep, beep. Before Lin Anan could speak again, he hung up the phone. Brother, you truly aren't angry. Are you? Seeing Su Mo's dark expression, Yang Jingxian whined in a spoiled tone. The extortion plan might be doomed. Su Mo raised an eyebrow and replied. Yang Jingxian's face paled. What? Su Mo, didn't you say you were confident? I don't want to spend every day fleeing with you, rummaging through trash cans for scraps. What nonsense is this? Su Mo looked incredulous. Yang Jingxian pouted, counting on her fingers one pun. Haha, who do you think is at fault in this matter? It is time to settle the score. Su Mo gazed at her with a semblance of a smile. Yang Jingxian was startled, instinctively stepping back to distance herself from Su Mo. I believe my acting is flawless. You truly do not understand. Su Mo shook his head. Yang Jingxian was displeased, raising her chin like an arrogant swan. You don't understand. After all, I was nominated for the Golden Horse Award for Best Actress last year. Nominated? Su Mo was not particularly invested in such accolades. Faced with Su Mo's inquiry, Yang Jingxian's gaze drifted, her face blushing, stammering. No serves you right. Su Mo chuckled at her misfortune. Yang Jingxian felt exceedingly aggrieved. Indeed, a woman's greatest adversary is a dog. She was determined to confront Su Mo. How dare you try? I'll seal your mouth. Previously, your excessive improvisation exposed us. Yang Jingxian faltered, near tears, and asked, then what now? Su Mo shrugged. What else can we do but wait? Meanwhile, on the other side, the viewers watching the live broadcast erupted with excitement. Oh my, this Su Mo is truly ruthless. He dares to tear Yang Jingxian's clothes. He doesn't regard us as outsiders. It's wonderful. I am guilty. I wish to gift the brother a pair of scissors. A pilot is applying to join the cockpit. Do you all still have the heart to discuss this? This matter has escalated. Do you understand? Su Mo is finished. The program should be suspended. Quickly issue a wanted order. That guy's become a true criminal. They lack the perspective from Su Mo's side. The vast majority believed Yang Jingxian had suffered grievous harm. They urged the investigation team and the police to act swiftly to bring Su Mo to justice. In the conference room, hearing Yang Jingxian's helpless pleas, everyone was enraged. This was not merely tearing Yang Jingxian's clothes. This was a slap in their faces. In front of these skilled investigators, he was brazenly breaking the law. Bastard! If I catch you, you're finished. Chun Ku cursed vehemently, his hands clenched, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing. Han Fei and the others were expressions of despair. It seemed this program could not possibly continue. Each second of delay posed an increasing danger to Yang Jingxian. Su Mo was not affording them any opportunity for dialogue or stalling. They prepared to send a message to headquarters, aiming to elevate Su Mo's arrest warrant to a real one. Han Fei took a deep breath and said. Shin Mani furrowed her brows, deep in thought. Yet she did not voice any objections. Meanwhile, on the other side, Song Yishue, her delicate brows arched, arms crossed, stared blankly at the large screen displaying the live broadcast. Here, devoid of the tension of the production team's conference room, there was only a relative calm. Thus, Song Yishue could think critically and analyze the situation. The more she contemplated, the more she felt there must be some easily overlooked information. These pieces of information were merely lacking a thread to connect them all. The police department has requested that we immediately suspend the live broadcast. A secretary in a black OL outfit hurriedly approached to inform. Song Yishue, seemingly entranced, murmured with her alluring lips, there must be a connecting thread. The female secretary, believing that Song Yishue had not heard her, reiterated. The boss's live broadcast is about to pause. Live. Suddenly, it appeared that Song Yishue had grasped the crux of the matter. Yes, the live broadcast. Replay the last call that Su Mo made to me. Rewind to the moment when Su Mo made his final call. I want to review the live broadcast. Song Yishue's urgent voice resonated within the room. Without hesitation, the staff complied, retrieving the footage. Song Yishue's gaze was piercing, unwilling to overlook a single frame or second. As per Song Yishue's request, the initial playback was at double speed. A frown creased her brow, prompting her to reduce the speed to 1.5x. The extortion details from the beginning were deemed irrelevant and skipped over, with focus fixated on the latter part. Soon enough, Song Yishue discerned a subtle deception. Isolating the final third of the footage, she reverted the playback speed to normal, meticulously analyzing the audio. Song Yishue's cogitations were uninterrupted. After a period of contemplation, her attention gravitated towards the segment where Su Mo allegedly tore clothing, an auditory experience devoid of visuals. While Yang Jingxuan's cries of alarm appeared genuine and her reactions were on point, deeper introspection suggested otherwise. Analyzing from Su Mo's vantage point, would he truly involve Yang Jingxian in superfluous dialogue if his intent was to extort the production team and openly defy the police? The discrepancies were manifold. Hypothetically, if Song Yixue were genuinely kidnapped and faced imminent danger, she would scarcely engage in excessive chatter, especially considering the potential to embed subtle cues for the police to trace and narrow down her location. Alternatively, she might boldly reveal her location, banking on the kidnapper's reluctance to harm her, thus prompting a swift police raid. However, none of these elements were discernible in Yang Jingxuan's discourse, leading Song Yixue to perceive Yang Jingxuan's actions as mere theatrics. No matter how convincing the tone or feigned timidity, the underlying essence remained playful. Considering Su Mo's previous conduct, such as the microwave explosion that caused no harm but served to mock the investigation team, Song Yixue, unswayed by the orchestrated narrative, wore a subtle yet captivating smile. Well played, Su Mo. You've managed to sway the actresses provided by the production team to collaborate in your charade. Impressive. Everyone had assumed Yang Jingxian and Appo's loyalty to the production team, yet they had fallen into a misconception from the outset. Even goddesses are susceptible to infatuation with handsome men, leading them to switch allegiances. Song Yixue gestured for her female secretary to retrieve the production team and Appo's spare phone and promptly dialed a number. Meanwhile, on the other side, buzz, the vibrating phone on the table disrupted the silence. Yang Jingxian, crestfallen after the failure of the 10 million plan, sat curled up with her arms around her legs. Noticing Su Mo and Appo's refusal to answer the call, she listlessly remarked, Su Mo, your phone and Appo's ringing. I and Appo's am not deaf, Su Mo retorted, preoccupied with brainstorming other money-making schemes. The call signified the collapse of their extortion attempt. However, it was hardly surprising, given Yang Jingxian and Appo's overzealous improvisation. Sooner or later, the ruse would be exposed. Whether it took 5 minutes or more, the lie would inevitably unravel. Yet, Su Mo remained unconcerned. As the phone continued to ring, Yang Jingxian, visibly annoyed, reluctantly rose to silence the irritating noise. Just as she was about to hang up, a glimpse of the caller ID caught her attention. Song Yixue. Puzzled, Yang Jingxian muttered, "Why is the director calling?" Her words piqued Su Mo's interest. "Hold on, who's calling?" "Director Song Yixue," Yang Jingxian replied instinctively. "Interesting. Not the host, Linen, but this director's name has a certain allure. Pure artistry, just for the name alone. I'm willing to chat. Pass me the phone." Yang Jingxian, unsure of Su Mo's intentions, nevertheless complied. The call connected, and a seductive voice echoed from the other end. "Hello, is this Su Mo?" "Speaking," Su Mo replied with a chuckle. "A clumsy extortion attempt," Song Yixue commented dryly. Su Mo shrugged. "Your actresses have brain damage. If you want to play with me again, find someone smarter." Hearing this, Yang Jingxian glared at Su Mo. The jerk was calling her stupid again. She lunged at him, claws extended. Su Mo raised a finger, and Yang Jingxian, understanding, gradually calmed down. She had ruined a 10 million yuan scheme, so perhaps being called stupid was justified. "Did you call to chat?" Su Mo teased. "Do you think I'm that bored?" Song Yixue retorted. "All right, let's cut to the chase. If you have nothing else, I'm hanging up. You don't want to be a real criminal, do you?" Song Yixue asked. "Of course not. Am I crazy? Who wants to commit crimes? I'd have to thank your show for turning me into a criminal. We apologize for the initial oversight in the show's arrangement." "Yes, you. You want an amp, Appo's, face any real charges. As compensation, we and amp, Appo's, offer you 300,000 yuan in cash." A slap followed by a treat, hoping I and amp, Appo's, forget the pain? Not a chance. Too little. Song Yixue paused, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. "How much do you want?" 10 million. Song Yixue was stunned. As the show's director, She didn't even earn as much as Sue Mo in a day. Impossible. Then I'll hang up. Stop wasting my time. I just want to make money. The show hadn't been completely shut down yet. Song Ishue glanced at the live stream's back end, noticing the audience had surged to over 30 million viewers. Just as Sue Mo was about to end the call, Song Ishue's decisive voice rang out. The production team can give you 10 million yuan. Chapter 24. I will secure your show's blood money. The production team can offer you 10 million RMB. Upon hearing this, Sue Mo was suddenly wide awake. What are the conditions? His mind raced, quickly discerning the subtle implications within Song Ishue's words. The offer could be made, but it did not guarantee immediate payment. Song Ishue preferred engaging with astute individuals. This 10 million RMB, contingent upon your extortion demands, will determine how much you can secure while under investigation. Of course, should you manage to acquire the entire sum, it shall be considered your personal property, and the production team will not pursue a single cent. Sue Mo's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This could prove interesting. Have your legal team draft the contract in advance. I fear you may not be able to handle it later. Song Ishue scoffed, clearly amused by his confidence. Anticipating potential pitfalls, Sue Mo replied with a smile. Song Ishue agreed, stating, "All right, let us proceed as you suggest. You want to escape without a penny. I accept your demands, but I have a small request as well." After contemplating, Sue Mo decided to hear her out. "Speak." Song Ishue continued. The production team requires a camera to be installed on Yang Jingxian, capturing the perspective of a criminal. If you execute any notable criminal actions during this time, it could serve as a social warning and a preventive example. The investigation team will not have access to your live stream. The show will continue as usual. Sue Mo pondered, then smiled. "Very well. I shall inform you of the location shortly, so you can send someone to install it." The production team craves viewership. What does Sue Mo desire? Money? No, that is not the case. What he seeks is to toy with the production team, to vent his frustrations, to experience exhilaration, and the ultimate rewards that follow such thrills. Each party has their own needs. On the other end of the line, Song Ishue and Oppo's lips curled into a smile. There were no ulterior motives, merely a desire to see how he would maneuver to seize this money. For the production team, 10 million is a considerable sum. However, if Sue Mo truly possesses the capability to acquire it, spending 10 million RMB for advertising could yield massive viewership. It is in every sense a profitable endeavor. Moreover, whether Sue Mo can indeed take it remains a significant question. Haha, it's not that I will take it. It will be delivered to me. Xu Montak Chakut. Song Ishue, puzzled, inquired why he would say such a thing. Ask yourself, isn't it you who is offering the blood money? I will secure your show's blood money. Sue Mo hung up the phone, leaving Song Ishue in a state of bewilderment. After a moment, she regained her composure, realizing Sue Mo's wicked sense of humor. His tone was quite audacious. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she remarked, "I shall wait and see." Following this, she instructed her team to contact the investigation team to clarify the misunderstanding. In truth, Song Ishue had seen through Sue Mo's ruse. Meanwhile, Shinmani had also detected the trickery, but was constrained by the circumstances. They needed to act swiftly to provide the public with an explanation. On the other side, the director's office received a call, clarifying the situation. Sue Mo's unfinalized wanted notice was promptly rescinded. The misunderstanding was resolved, and the panic subsided. At this moment, within the live stream, the investigation team and Oppo's conference room was filled with grim faces. They were not oblivious to the issues at hand. Even if they recognized the problems, it was of little consequence. The viewers in the live stream were deliberately stirring the pot, agitating higher authorities. Those in power were pressuring them, forcing a rapid arrest of Sue Mo. Knowing the truth was one thing, executing it was another. As the live stream continued, viewers expressed their disbelief. Even an ordinary passerby could see that Yang Jingxian was problematic. How could you not notice? Ridiculous. Who are these trolls? They are solely here to cause trouble. Just moments ago, it was you who called for arrests, and now you claim there's nothing wrong? If you're so impressive, why not ascend to the heavens? I can't believe the production team is so willing to spend money. 10 million RMB, just like that. The investigation team is ineffective. The money is all the big brothers now. Kindly remove yourself from the live stream. Fake fan. I am eagerly anticipating how Sumo will acquire this money. The investigation team is not incompetent. In the conference room, the team was visibly distressed by Sumo's manipulation. They hadn't even begun, and it sounded as if Sumo was already convinced he had secured the 10 million. Han Fei furrowed his brow. Shinmani wore a smile, pondering where this man found such confidence. As she contemplated, Shinmani remarked, Sumo has certainly piqued my interest. This is intriguing. She licked her brick-red lips. If previously she approached the situation with a casual attitude, now it was different. This man was the greatest thorn in the side of the production team since its inception. At that moment, Li Chun pondered aloud. Why would Sumo divide the money into two parts? 5 million deposited into an account and the other 5 in cash. Shinmani continued. It's simple. He seeks to confuse our perspective. He instructs us to transfer 5 million into a bank account while also asking for 5 million in cash to be placed into a travel bag. Clearly, only one of these is what Sumo truly desires. Do you think he wants the bank card, or does he prefer the cash? Shinmani looked around the room. Han Fei, being the shrewd fox that he was, understood the implications without needing further explanation. He stated, Sumo may not necessarily use that bank card. If he does, the bank will have a record, and we can swiftly locate and apprehend him based on the data and surrounding surveillance. Thus, it's more plausible that his true intent lies with the cash. Of course, this straightforward reasoning is something he could also deduce. Hence, the line between truth and deception blurs. We must remain vigilant regarding the bank to prevent him from exploiting any loopholes. Additionally, we should focus our main efforts on the cash. This 5 million cash is the focal point. He will come to collect it, and we must strategize how to deploy officers to corner him and apprehend him. In the conference room, everyone possessed remarkable skills. As long as their plans were executed well tonight, Sumo would find it impossible to escape. Time and again, his provocations had tested their limits of patience to nearly zero. The team was eager to capture Sumo. Han Fei continued to contemplate. Sumo has chosen a location near the bustling Wanda Plaza by Yangqing Avenue and Urxiankyo. Beyond the crowd providing cover, what deeper intent could there be? The others furrowed their brows, beginning to ponder. Indeed, a crowded area makes for easier operations. They examined the map and researched nearby facilities, considering foot traffic distribution. Beyond the sheer volume of people, they could not conceive any other rationale for Sumo and Amp Oppos as choice. Chun Ku squinted, asserting, I believe Sumo deliberately selected a crowded area. He must be confident he can evade us. The others nodded in agreement. Shinmani was perplexed. Why would someone so ordinary possess such confidence? Is the world changing? Or have average men become bolder? Does he truly believe the investigation team is incompetent? No one is a fool. Conversely, those who underestimate others are often the truly foolish ones. Listening to Chun Ku's analysis, the expressions of the crowd darkened once again. If they did not capture the arrogant Sumo tonight, they would lose face and be unable to continue mingling within their circle. It was inevitable that they would become the subject of ridicule among their peers, and they still cared about their dignity. Meanwhile, on the other side, after Sumo's location was exposed, a female staff member quickly approached. She discreetly installed a pinhole camera on Yang Jingxian. Having completed this task, the female staff member did not linger and departed immediately. Before long, the live-streaming perspective of the kidnapper reignited. Chapter 25. Stop pretending. I know you're watching the live broadcast. The perspective of the kidnapper's live stream flickered back to life. The once pitch-black screen was suddenly illuminated. The viewers still present inside were momentarily stunned, then began furiously typing comments. What the heck? Why did it suddenly light up? Can someone please explain? A brother had steadfastly remained in the Big Brother's live room, a loyal fan. Are you still unaware that the production team has resolved the misunderstanding? It seems that the head director, Song Ishue, has reached some sort of agreement with Sumo nonsense loyal fan. The one in front of you is Liang Jichao from our dormitory, and I am his roommate. This guy is nicknamed LSP. Not long ago, upon hearing the rumors of Yang Jingxian being torn at by Sumo, he rushed into the live room, even skipping his afternoon classes, just waiting for the stream to resume. My goodness, this person is something else. You ask if he has any important news? I have a friend who wants to borrow a word. Finally, he connected with the big brother. What a feat. Oh no. Big brother, you shameless person. I thought you were serious. I even took off my pants and bought popcorn. Then brother, are you feeding your pet chicken popcorn? The brilliance of the flower is overshadowed by your excellence. This pinhole camera was installed at the collar of Yang Jingshuan's coat. Moreover, she held a pen, biting it with her red lips, her gaze fixed on the back of the man in front of her. The figure appeared in the live stream. The environment seemed to be a CAF. After glancing around for a moment, he raised his hand and beckoned. Do you want to learn how to earn a comfortable living? The viewers in the live stream paused for a moment. Then the comments exploded. Yes. Seemingly aware of what the viewers were typing, a voice resonated from the live stream. He chuckled. What a joke. The viewers were taken aback. They had not anticipated that the big brother would toy with them as well. They expressed their discontent in protests. The figure, however, remained unfazed by the comments, whether he saw them or not. At that moment, a deep, magnetic voice emerged from the live stream. It was Sumo's voice. Stop pretending. I know you're watching the live stream. Song Yishue in the director's room was momentarily taken aback. The other staff members around her struggled to contain their laughter. She furrowed her brow, her gaze glued to the screen, eager to know how I could retrieve the 10 million RMB you sent. So don't blink now. Miss any detail, and you won't know how your production team's money vanished. A blatant provocation. Su Mo openly challenged Song Yishue, the head director, right in front of the live stream audience. As if he were afraid no one would know his next move. He even urged all viewers to keep their eyes peeled for what was to come. Wow, Big Brother is impressive. Heh, Su Mo is just boasting. Who can't do that? Don't think that because he's toyed with the investigative team a few times. He has something special. They haven't even shown their true strength yet. If he has the guts, let him confront us directly tonight. If he gets caught, let him oppose. Let's see if he can still smile. Big Brother, let him oppose. Let's forget about the money. Surviving another day is what matters. I don and oppose. Do you want to see the show end abruptly? I still need inspiration from your years of fleeing with female stars. Get lost. What do you understand? Sumo's overly confident words sparked disdain among all the staff in the director's room. It seemed he was rather foolish. Had no one informed him of the true strength of the investigative team? Exactly. He was just lucky those previous times. What is there to boast about? Without needing to be told, we all have the equipment to replay the live stream at will. Don't treat us like fools. Song Yishue's brows knitted together, revealing her intense interest. She decided not to go home for dinner and order takeout instead. She would stay and personally witness Su Mo's so-called methods in action. How impressive they truly were. Would it be as he claimed, or just empty words? Soon night fell. The vibrant nightlife of Yangqing commenced. Tall buildings lit up with colorful lights, the streets bustling with life, and vehicles flowed incessantly. Amid this lively city, a tightly coordinated arrest operation was underway. At Wanda Plaza near Urxiankyo on Yangqing Avenue, over a dozen plainclothes officers mingled with the crowd. Personnel were stationed in all directions, creating a human-shaped cage in this small area. Some officers even stood on high buildings with binoculars, observing the situation below. Have any suspicious individuals been spotted? The voice crackled over the walkie-talkie. Report. Group A has found nothing. Report. Group B has not located any suspected targets. Report. Group D has found nothing, confirming no issues. Han Fei glanced at his wristwatch. It was nearly 8 o'clock, yet Su Mo's whereabouts remained untraceable. Han Fei felt something was amiss. With over a dozen officers involved in this operation, dozens of eyes were keeping watch, aided by those stationed in the high buildings. How could they not have spotted Su Mo? Unless this guy was a ghost. Is it possible Su Mo is too scared to show up? Li Chen beside him couldn't help but inquire. Han Fei shook his head at the question. That guy dares to toy with us. He has made quite the boast. If he doesn't show, it's his loss. But I believe Su Mo is likely to come. Stay alert. He must know we're on watch. So he'll either not come or will head straight to his goal. If he doesn't show, this is just a distraction. His true aim is that bank card. Is the card being monitored? Li Chen replied, the money has already been transferred to Su Mo's bank card. The tech team is monitoring it closely. The moment there's any movement on that card, we'll know Su Mo's location. Excellent, Han Fei responded, shifting his gaze back to the black travel bag atop the trash bin. Not far away, Shun Manny and Shun Ku were also focused on the scene. Everyone on site turned their attention to the trash bin. This spot had an excellent line of sight. There were hardly any obstructing buildings around. A black travel bag stuffed with 5 million in cash sat atop the trash bin. Su Mo was no magician. He couldn't make things disappear into thin air. Even if he had such a capability, distance would still be a barrier. At that moment, the crowd held their breath, anxiously staring at that spot. Anyone approaching the trash bin would surely catch their attention. As the clock struck 8, hearts raced. Moreover, the viewers in the investigation team's live stream began to reduce their comments, equally focused on this moment, eager to see where Su Mo would emerge. Time ticked by slowly. Perhaps everyone was too engrossed. Typically, time would pass without much notice. Yet at this moment, everyone felt as if it was dragging painfully slow. 8:01, 8:02, 8:03. Sumo's figure still had yet to make an appearance. A psychological ploy, perhaps, waiting for them to lower their guard, only to strike when they're least prepared. It is important to note that even if one pair of officers becomes fatigued, there are others to maintain vigilance. Han Fei believed such a war of attrition to be foolish. As night fell, the streets became increasingly crowded, this area being a bustling hub. Before long, pedestrians multiplied, occasionally obstructing the view of the undercover officers. Yet, despite this, no one dared to relax their vigilance, fearful of missing a crucial moment. At precisely 8:22, the phone belonging to the production team, nestled in Han Fei's pocket, suddenly rang. The unexpected sound startled both Han Fei and Li Chun. Colleagues nearby, thinking a situation had arisen, looked on with concern. Han Fei waved a signal that everything was fine, then answered the call. It was Su Mo's voice. It seems you haven't followed my instructions entirely. I happen to have a female celebrity as a hostage. You. Han Fei felt a surge of irritation. Glancing around, he retorted, We VE complied with all your demands. Have you? Sumo's mocking tone resonated. Tsk. Did I instruct you to place the black travel bag atop this trash can? It should have been disposed of in the bin at the bus stop nearby. Upon finishing this statement, the line went dead with a monotonous beep. Han Fei furrowed his brow deeply, his gaze darting frantically around the vicinity. What is wrong, Team Han? An undercover officer inquired. In a hushed voice, barely containing his frustration, Han Fei replied, Damn it, Su Mo is observing us from somewhere close. Chapter 26. The sheep enters the wolf's den. Upon hearing the words, the plainclothes officer and Shun Ku beside him were visibly startled, glancing around anxiously. Han Fei seized the plainclothes officer's arm. Stop looking around. Since that individual dared to make the call, he must be confident that we cannot detect him. Your wandering gaze will only raise his suspicion and alert him to observe us in return. Have our colleagues in the high-rise use binoculars to scan for any suspicious figures nearby, and remind the others to stay alert. The plainclothes officer nodded and swiftly departed to execute the orders. Noticing Han Fei's grim expression, Chen Ku inquired, Captain Han, what did Su Mo say? Han Fei's face darkened as he pointed towards the bus stop. He instructed us to dispose of the black travel bag containing the money there. That location posed significant risks. Not only was the bus shelter obstructing their line of sight, but the rows of trees lining the road further concealed their colleagues with binoculars. It was an exceptionally clever hiding spot. Impossible, Chun Ku blurted out, immediately dismissing Su Mo's demand. Han Fei, irritated, retorted, What alternative do we have? That man is threatening us with hostages, albeit false ones. If we fail to comply, what will the viewers of the live broadcast think? That we disregard human life? That we are incompetent? Chen Ku fell silent, frustration washing over him. Aware that it was a trap, he still felt compelled to step into it. This sense of helplessness was unbearable. Han Fei proceeded to relocate the black travel bag, while Chen Ku communicated via the radio with other plainclothes officers, clearly instructing them on the change of location for the money bag. The group gradually moved toward the bus stop, yet no one dared to approach too closely, maintaining a distance of several meters to observe the situation. A disquieting realization dawned upon them. Regardless of their position, Their line of sight was obstructed. Observing from a height was rendered futile. Damn it, Chun Ku muttered, his irritation evident. Han Fei felt equally exasperated as the number of passengers waiting for the bus began to swell, adding to the pressure on the concealed officers among the crowd. Tension mounted as they quietly awaited their prey. As time ticked by, anticipation hung in the air. Suddenly, Han Fei and Appo's eyes widened. "It and Appo's here," he exclaimed, and everyone held their breath, fixated on a suspicious young man who was furtively glancing around. The youth, with yellow-dyed hair and wearing loafers, approached the trash bin where the money was concealed, hesitating as if he were deeply conflicted. "Attention, everyone! The sheep has entered the wolf's den," Han Fei whispered urgently into the radio. The plainclothes officers hidden within the crowd instinctively slowed their breathing, poised for action. The moment the yellow-haired youth retrieved the money bag from the trash bin, they would pounce. Chun Ku furrowed his brow. Is Suemo out of his mind? Does he think he can just lure a couple of people off the street for a test? He doubted that the youth would successfully take the money. On the contrary, they could apprehend him and extract information about Sumo's whereabouts. The youth's actions were suspicious, but it was still unclear if he was connected to Suemo. As the yellow-haired youth drew closer to the trash bin, he finally halted beside it. The tension reached an unprecedented peak. Han Fei's gaze was fixed on him. The radio subconsciously brought to his lips. Chun Ku, equally anxious, rolled up his sleeves, awaiting Han Fei's next command. "Move! Act now!" Chun Ku silently urged within himself. Yet, the yellow-haired youth merely stood there, cautiously glancing left and right, as if searching for something, remaining within mere inches of the trash bin. Time felt agonizingly slow. Each passing second was a torment. The youth hesitated, leaving everyone uncertain of his intentions. What is going on? Han Fei frowned, struggling to decipher the youth's motives. After what felt like an eternity, the yellow-haired youth finally stirred, placing his hand on the lid of the trash bin. Damn it! Chun Ku swallowed hard, his body leaning slightly forward, poised like an arrow ready to be released. The moment the youth dared to retrieve the black travel bag, he would be the first to charge in and apprehend him. Everyone braced themselves as Han Fei's grip on the radio tightened, his eyes narrowing like a hawk. The yellow-haired youth had plunged his hand into the trash bin, as if searching for something. Though their view was limited, they sensed he was rummaging through the contents. As the youth slowly withdrew his hand, Han Fei instinctively issued a command. But in the next instant, as the plainclothes officers prepared to spring into action, a voice rang out, "Stop! Cease all actions!" In an instant, a few eager team members had already begun sprinting towards the yellow-haired youth. When they were just 4 or 5 meters away, they halted abruptly. Without Han Fei and Appo's warning, they understood the reason for his command. The yellow-haired youth had not touched the black travel bag at all. He merely reached into the trash bin and withdrew his hand. Startled by the sudden appearance of unfamiliar figures rushing towards him, the yellow-haired youth stumbled back in shock. Chapter 27. We cannot afford to gamble. What are you doing? The young man with blonde hair asked nervously, stammering. The two plainclothes officers exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. One of them, ignoring his partner's tugging, exclaimed in frustration, "What the hell are you asking me for? What are you doing here?" The blonde youth was momentarily taken aback. Then his eyes lit up with excitement. With a jittery demeanor, he declared, "Tonight, we're catching tigers." The two plainclothes officers were utterly bewildered, exchanging looks of confusion. "What are you doing here?" The more impatient officer demanded, feeling as though he was being toyed with by the young man. The blonde youth scratched his head and reiterated, "Tonight, we're catching tigers." At that moment, another plainclothes officer hurried over. "Sorry, my two buddies mistook you for me. They got the wrong person." After offering an apology, the trio departed. The young man in the doubted shoes stood there momentarily stunned, before a broad smile returned to his face. He glanced around again, seemingly unable to find what he was searching for, and left with a hint of disappointment. "Catching tigers tonight?" Han Fei turned to Chun Ku, inquiring, "Do you know what that means?" Chun Ku pondered for a moment and analyzed. That person doesn't he appear to be insane? Since he's not mad, but is speaking like a lunatic, the underlying significance is certainly worth probing. However, it could also be mere ramblings. Han Fei nodded in agreement. Indeed. Just as he was about to say more, a voice crackled over the radio. Captain Han, we have a suspicious individual approaching the garbage bin. What? Han Fei and Chun Ku immediately heightened their focus, their gazes fixed back on the trash can. This time, the newcomer was a middle-aged man dressed as a common agent. He mimicked the earlier blonde youth and Appo's actions, first glancing around before stealthily approaching the bin, reaching his hand inside. Damn it, this must be it, Chun Ku exclaimed, his eyes alight with intensity. Han Fei and Appo's gaze sharpened, as if he could penetrate the man and Appo's very soul. Grabbing the radio, he declared that the moment the agent produced a black travel bag, the undercover officers in the crowd would apprehend him. Despite the earlier incident with the blonde youth turning out to be a false alarm, everyone remained on high alert, their eyes glued to the agent. Soon enough, the agent withdrew his hand from the garbage bin, empty-handed. He had merely put his hand in and taken it out again. This left them utterly perplexed. What has happened? What does that mean? I don't know. It's incomprehensible. They could only ascertain that the middle-aged man, like the previous blonde youth, was not a suspect. A collective sigh of relief washed over them. However, it wasn't too long before another individual approached the garbage bin. The onlookers wore expressions of utter disbelief. What the hell is going on? This time, it was an attractive young woman clad in traditional Hanfu. She approached the bin in the same furtive manner, peering inside before reaching in. After a minute or two, she withdrew her hand, empty, and promptly left. The emotions of the crowd oscillated like a roller coaster, at times tense, at times relieved, only to become tense again. Over time, a total of 6 individuals approached the garbage bin. The young man in Dowda's shoes, the agent. The beautiful woman in Hanfu, a well-dressed businessman. A child sucking on a lollipop, and an elderly woman carrying a basket. After the initial few, the influx became overwhelming. At this point, Han Fei and Chun Ku sensed something amiss. Damn it, these people are clearly gathering intelligence. They must have been sent by that guy. The question is, where's he hiding? Chun Ku clenched his fists. Next time someone approaches the garbage bin and reaches in, I'll capture them on the spot. Han Fei remained silent, clearly in agreement with Chun Ku's perspective, his expression deepening. Just then, a sudden vibration interrupted the ringtone of Han Fei's phone. As he answered, an urgent voice came through. Captain, Su Mo has withdrawn 5 million from his bank account. What? Han Fei was momentarily stunned. As an experienced former criminal investigation team leader, his instinct screamed that this could very well be a trap. Yet he pressed on with his inquiry. What exactly is happening? Just now, the tech team detected activity. Su Mo's bank card is showing a withdrawal. Location? Second intersection on South City Avenue, at the ATM next to the traffic lights. The line went dead. Shinkansen an ominos premonition. What is wrong with Captain Han? Han Fei briefly explained the situation. Sumo's card has been used for a withdrawal. Tien kiskivi kokosit. Frowning as he analyzed, this behavior is undoubtedly self-destructive. There must be a purpose behind it. Chun Ku's reasoning was sound. They had just deduced that Su Mo was likely observing them from nearby, and almost immediately after, his bank card was activated, albeit from a considerable distance. After a moment's thought, Han Fei's eyes narrowed. It's impossible for 2 Su Mo's to exist at the same time. His mind raced. No wonder he had earned his position as the former team leader. Chun Ku stated emphatically that it's impossible. Exactly. Let us delve deeper into what this means. Han Fei elucidated Su Mo's fundamental intent. He is leading us by the nose, and we're expected to follow? Why should we? Chun Ku's frustration boiled over. It felt utterly infuriating to be treated like tethered cattle with no say. Yet in the next moment, Han Fei sighed in resignation. He holds the initiative. He can afford to scatter our forces. He can gamble. A single misstep is inconsequential to him, but we cannot afford to lose. It was precisely as Han Fei had articulated. Chun Ku understood, yet an indescribable sense of frustration lingered. Han Fei placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. There is no need for self-reproach. From the very beginning, he has expertly manipulated our psychology. That is why he divided the money into 2 portions. We cannot gamble on whether the one withdrawing is Su Mo. We cannot gamble on whether the one here is Su Mo. This kid is banking on us, not daring to take a risk, meticulously laying a trap for us. knowing full well that it might be a deception. We still have to consider parting with some of our resources. If that other side is genuine, we're finished. Who should we send? Chenkiz Diminor Sofend. As Han Fei had pointed out, they lacked the privilege to gamble. Han Fei exhaled, articulating his thoughts. Let Manny and Li Chun take half the team over. If they encounter the real Su Mo, we'll have sufficient manpower for the capture. Chun Kun nodded, retrieving his communicator to relay Han Fei's instructions. The undercover officers mingling in the crowd swiftly dwindled in number, having their ranks. 2 white Havel H9s sped along the main thoroughfare, one trailing closely behind the other, heading towards the second intersection of South City Avenue. Inside one of the vehicles, Shun Manny furrowed her brows, increasingly sensing something amiss. Su Mo had suggested dispersing our forces. Clearly aware that one cannot have both fish and bear's paw, a choice had to be made. She pondered whether, once we departed, he might seize the opportunity to strike. Leechin remarked, "It's hard to say. What if Su Mo takes the opposite approach and withdraws funds from the bank while we remain here in a stalemate? That would spell disaster for us." Shinmani's expression grew grave. After all, she was a leading expert in criminal psychology. Yet, she remained uncertain of Su Mo's true intentions. Regardless of the path chosen, a wrong decision would entail significant responsibility and dire consequences. Thus, no one dared to take a gamble. Chapter 28. Has the travel bag been taken? At this juncture, amidst a shroud of uncertainty, no one dared to assert knowledge of Su Mo's forthcoming plans. This ambiguity, akin to a dance upon the razor's edge, stirred within both Shin Manny and Li Chun a dual sensation of anxiety and exhilaration. Particularly for Shin Manny. A luminary in the field of criminal psychology, such an inscrutable figure was a rarity. Her bright eyes sparkled with excitement. This was indeed intriguing, was it not? 2 Havel H6 vehicles raced along the main thoroughfare, swiftly approaching the second intersection of South City Avenue. They traversed a special lane, where every fleeting second held immense value. The quicker they moved, the greater their chances of apprehending Su Mo. The distance from the Wanda Plaza at Urxiankyo to this intersection typically required over 20 minutes by car. Yet they arrived in a mere 12. Bang! Li Chun, Shin Manny, and several plainclothes officers rapidly exited their vehicles and stormed into the bank. Prior to their arrival, the bank staff had been alerted and awaited their presence. "We are in pursuit of a fugitive. Please assist us by retrieving the surveillance footage." The staff member, perhaps a newcomer, appeared flustered at the gravity of the situation and stammered, "Oh, okay. Just a moment." He fumbled to access the monitors. On the screens, a disheveled figure emerged, dressed in tattered clothing. He rubbed his hands together, exhibiting signs of exhilaration. While waiting, the man glanced nervously around, clearly unsettled. After withdrawing a substantial sum of money, his excitement intensified, and he swiftly vanished from the camera and Oppo's view. This is amiss. Li Chun and Shun Manny exchanged glances, both convinced. Although the individual bore a resemblance, it was highly improbable that he was Su Mo. Of course, the possibility of Su Mo deliberately masking his identity could not be dismissed. He was renowned for his extraordinary cognitive abilities, often referred to as a human camera, with a terrifying memory that allowed him to recall intricate details with a mere glance. Shin Manny concurred, stating, "Indeed, his demeanor is markedly anxious, and the amount he withdrew is minimal." His elation post-withdrawal starkly contrasts with Su Mo's consistent composure and shrewdness. With her expertise, she could effortlessly discern a person's emotional state and psychological condition through nuances in voice and movement. However, I cannot entirely rule out the possibility that this is an intentional act of deception on Su Mo's part, she added. Upon receiving Shin Manny's affirmation, Li Chun swiftly retrieved his phone to contact the police department. "This is Li Chun. I request the surveillance footage from the bank near the second intersection of South City Avenue. It must be expedited." Moments later, the video streamed through the mobile app. In the footage, the individual, jubilant after securing the money, jogged away, occasionally glancing at the bag in his possession. He wandered into the bustling streets, perusing his surroundings until he confidently entered a luxurious 5-star restaurant. This man was not Su Mo. but he undoubtedly held connections to him and potentially vital clues regarding Su Mo and Appo's whereabouts. It was plausible that he was currently delivering the money to Su Mo. "Let's pursue him," Li Chen declared. By now, only 18 minutes had elapsed since their departure from Urxiankyo. After 3 more minutes, they arrived at the Mandak restaurant. Li Chen led the charge, scanning the crowd until he spotted a man seated in the corner. "There!" he exclaimed. In an instant, all plainclothes officers surged forward, surrounding the man. Startled, he dropped half of his lobster onto the floor. "What are you doing?" he stammered. Shinmani frowned slightly. The man's expression suggested he was utterly oblivious. Li Chen began to interrogate him. "Are you unaware of our purpose? Where is Su Mo?" The man blinked. "Su Mo? I don't know any Su Mo. Who are you and what do you want?" "We are police officers." One plainclothes officer produced his identification and demanded, "You don't know Su Mo? Then how did you obtain that card to withdraw money?" Shinmani tugged at Li Chen's arm. "He genuinely does not know Su Mo. We have been led astray." The dining man then realized they were referring to the card he had used. "Are you talking about the card I used to withdraw money? A wealthy friend gave it to me this afternoon, feeling sorry for me. He's a good man. He said I could use it as I wished. There's 5 million in it. I can spend as much as I want. You police can't interfere with that, can you?" Shinmani covered her forehead in exasperation while Li Chen's brow furrowed deeply. The plainclothes officers now realized they had been played by Su Mo, their frustration palpable. They had rushed so far only to encounter such a character. "You dare to use a card given by a stranger? If that individual is a criminal, or if that card is linked to illicit funds, you would be considered an accomplice, and you could face imprisonment. Do you understand?" The man hesitated for a moment, then defiantly replied, "I'm just a drifter, living hand to mouth, and I deserve to enjoy a bit of luxury. Who cares about the details?" As he spoke, he grabbed the lobster from the table and stuffed it into his mouth. "You all can wait until I finish this meal before making any arrests, all right? This lobster is delicious, truly worthy of a 5-star establishment." The group was left speechless. It was evident that Su Mo had no intention of utilizing the funds from the bank card. This was a mere diversion. A drifter, lacking even an ID, was unconcerned with such matters. A chance encounter had led to the realization that this individual could not provide any further information regarding Su Mo. The lead had gone cold. Shinmani promptly relayed the situation to Chun Ku. "Keep a tight watch on your end. The bank card has been abandoned by Su Mo. This individual is merely a decoy. The card has been retrieved." "Wait, where's the card?" The plainclothes officers immediately questioned the drifter. I threw it away," he stammered, his eyes darting upward before returning to normal. "You threw it away?" Shinmani noted his micro-expressions and chuckled lightly. "I suspect it is still in your possession." She saw through his lies. "I didn't I swear." The drifter protested. Without further ado, Shinmani instructed the officers to conduct a search. Shortly thereafter, they finished their search of the homeless man, yet the card remained elusive. "Sister Shun, we found nothing." Shinmani furrowed her brow, reiterating, "I will ask you once more, where is the card? If you do not answer, you can prepare for jail." She brandished a pair of silver handcuffs. Reluctantly, the drifter conceded, "I hid the card." "Who instructed you to hide it?" "The person who gave me the card warned me to conceal it immediately after withdrawing the money, claiming someone would come and take it. I never expected it would be you police," he exclaimed. "Su Mo is quite the trickster," Shinmani uttered under her breath. "What did he say?" Li Chen inquired. Shinmani replied, "He will undoubtedly discard the card now, but we cannot afford to overlook it. It contains several million. Have some of the officers accompany this drifter to retrieve the card. We must return quickly. He is distracting us and wasting our time." Su Mo is likely preparing to act elsewhere. As soon as Shinmani's words fell, the situation from the wireless intercom was relayed. Someone had taken the black travel bag from the trash bin. It was a man in a suit. He was running. "Attention all units, pursue him at once." Chapter 29. Is Su Mo about to be captured? A few minutes prior, around the trash bins at Wanda Plaza, Officer Han Fei and his colleagues were closely monitoring the movements near the bins. Several individuals had been testing the waters, evidently sent by Su Mo to create confusion. This time, Han Fei and his team decisively apprehended these individuals to interrogate them about Su Mo's whereabouts. Strangely, these people adamantly proclaimed, "It's impossible. I will certainly not divulge anything. Huh. You think such a simple interrogation will lead me to reveal critical information? Give up on that notion. We have already agreed. We will never betray each other. Ridiculous. I will not say a word. Their expressions appeared unnaturally defiant, bearing the marks of a peculiar performance. However, with Shinmani absent, this group stubbornly repeated their few lines, leaving everyone perplexed. The onlookers were equally baffled, questioning where Su Mo had found such seemingly abnormal individuals. Why were they uttering such cringe-worthy lines? What was truly going on? While this farcical interrogation unfolded, a man in a suit, roughly the same height as Su Mo, appeared suddenly beside the trash bin, his head lowered, obscured by the dim light. He seemed to be discarding something, pulling out a tissue from his pocket and casually tossing it into the bin. Just as the plainclothes officers relaxed their guard, the man swiftly leaned in, retrieving a black duffel bag from the trash with astonishing speed before sprinting away. The officers, caught off guard by the abruptness of his actions, were momentarily stunned. By the time they regained their composure, he had already dashed several dozen meters away. "Stop, you bastard. This is real. Quick, chase after him. We can't let him escape." The officers were on the verge of cursing. The man in Oppo's actions were far too sudden, boldly running off with the duffel bag right in front of them. Did he really think these officers were pushovers? Throughout the afternoon, they had been toyed with, and the individuals they had apprehended seemed to be performing like fools, igniting a simmering anger within them. They sprinted after the suit-clad man, who appeared to be exerting every ounce of strength, weaving through the bustling crowd and into a narrow alleyway filled with food stalls. The area was teeming with people and chaos. He collided with numerous individuals, knocking snacks from their hands, while behind him, a throng of officers pursued. The sheer volume of the crowd made it difficult for them to close the gap. They could only trail behind, their eyes fixed on the fleeing man. "Don't run. We are officers. Help us catch that guy. He is a wanted criminal." The moment these words left their mouths, the crowd instinctively distanced themselves from the man ahead. After all, he was a fugitive, and a desperate criminal could turn them into hostages, endangering their lives. What if he was armed with a concealed weapon? People preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble. Consequently, the man in the suit found his escape route even clearer. Although a few strong men attempted to act heroically, the suit-clad man was simply too swift. The officers were nearly out of breath, and their shouts inadvertently aided the fugitive. As they watched the man recede further into the distance, frustration boiled within the officers. Yet, at that moment, Han Fei halted. Observing the direction in which the man was fleeing, he exhaled confidently. It's Chapter 30, The Great Escape. The investigation team was in disarray. Clearly, the individual in the first live broadcast was not Su Mo. Something was amiss. If Su Mo had been at the CAF all along, who orchestrated these events? The chief director, Song Yishue, furrowed her brow as she scrutinized the screens of both the first and second live broadcasts. How could there be two Su Mos? If the Su Mo in the CAF was indeed him, then who was the one with the bag? One of them must be an imposter. She fell into deep contemplation. Gradually, her furrowed brow relaxed as realization dawned upon her. No wonder the Su Mo in the first live broadcast had been so reticent, speaking only occasionally and remaining still, never looking back. I had my suspicions long ago. It seems the Su Mo in the first live broadcast is a counterfeit. The real Su Mo must have slipped away to collect the money. The series of events that transpired during the day were likely executed using this clever ruse. Song Yishue believed she had unraveled Su Mo's scheme. She shook her head in disbelief. Was this the method he devised to secure the funds? If so, it was indeed impressive for an ordinary worker, but it fell short of my expectations. I had hoped for more from him. Ultimately, he was captured. For an ordinary individual, it is indeed a daunting challenge to contend with these seasoned pursuers. It appears that we must seek out new talent once more. Her hopes were dashed. She had initially thought this episode could extend further, to witness Su Mo's remarkable maneuvers. Little did she know it would end like this. Just as everyone, including Song Yishue, believed Su Mo had been apprehended outside the snack street, near the bus stop, accompanied by the music of orchids, a garbage truck slowly approached. It halted beside a trash bin, which was then hoisted by the truck, emptying its contents into the vehicle. The refuse tumbled noisily into the truck's compartment, harmonizing with the melody of orchids as the truck gradually departed. Meanwhile, on the snack street, Han Fei and his companions strolled leisurely toward the end of the street. They had completely relaxed. Yes, they acknowledged that Su Mo had some skills. However, within the confines of this narrow alley, surrounded by two teams of undercover agents, escape was utterly impossible. The matter seemed settled. Even Lin Ainin remarked in a live broadcast that it appeared this episode was drawing to a close. Though Su Mo had displayed arrogance, it must be said that he possessed considerable talent. Throughout the series, he had lasted the longest and posed the greatest challenges for the investigation team. Undoubtedly, Su Mo's presence had rendered this episode exceedingly captivating. Everyone witnessed that despite Su Mo's high intelligence, formidable tactics, and excellent judgment, he ultimately fell into the hands of our pursuit team. Here, I would advise everyone, where virtue rises, vice must fall. Please refrain from engaging in illegal activities with a sense of invincibility. The audience lamented in unison. The finale had arrived. As the second live broadcast camera continued to follow Han Fei, people gradually caught sight of the suit-clad man being restrained by the undercover agents. All present, including Han Fei, Chen Ku, Song Yishue, and Lin Ainin, who was educating the public about the law, were left in shock. Silence enveloped the room. The barrage of comments ceased. The scene froze. Han Fei's incredulous voice erupted through gritted teeth. No, this is not Su Mo. The tension that had previously relaxed in everyone's demeanor snapped back into place. The viewers, who had been despondent before, now sat upright, their eyes wide with intensity, fixated on the screen. When they discerned the features of the man in the suit, they were utterly bewildered, and the comments exploded. What? This is not Su Mo either. Incredible, Su Mo. This is the ultimate escape. Truly remarkable. But where is he? Where is Su Mo? The program team was in an uproar. The investigation team was in disarray. Where could Su Mo be? Lin Ainin, who had been providing legal insights moments ago, now stared wide-eyed, her mouth agape, completely forgetting to speak. The viewers erupted with laughter. Lin Ainin was dumbfounded, having forgotten her commentary. The audience was in a frenzy. Lin Ainin was bewildered. Song Yishue was equally perplexed. This ISN and Oppos. TM either? Then where's Su Mo? Has he abandoned the money? Thankfully, the money had not been taken. At that moment in the broadcast, Han Fei suddenly lunged forward, gripping the suit man's collar. You're not Su Mo. Who are you? What are you doing with that bag? His eyes widened, exuding the commanding presence of a former head of the criminal investigation unit. At that moment, the suit man genuinely believed he was a criminal. His legs turned to jelly, and he instinctively collapsed to the ground. Whoa, what an actor! Han Fei was momentarily taken aback. Acting? Who was playing games here? Who are you? What do you want with that bag? Speak up. The suit man could not meet Han Fei's bloodshot gaze, feeling an immense weight of pressure. The seasoned former captain, having interrogated countless criminals, exuded an aura that was not easily withstood. The fierce intensity and oppressive aura surged toward him. The suit man stammered, I don't Oppos. Do you know anything? I'm just a performer, a background actor. Today, I met a guy who said my acting was good and offered me a chance to work with Yang Jingxian. He showed me a video and audio of her, suggesting I help find an actor. So I cherished this opportunity. He said it was a cop and robber drama, and instructed me to go to that trash bin at 9:25 tonight to pretend to make a deal. To take the bag underneath. The bag underneath? Han Fei and Oppos. S expression shifted dramatically as he quickly seized the black travel bag and unzipped it rapidly. Gasps filled the air. Song Yishue covered her mouth in shock. The audience could only exclaim in disbelief. Shunku's jaw dropped. Han Fei's face turned ashen. Inside the black travel bag lay a large bundle of white scrap paper, a full bag of refuse, a counterfeit Su Mo, fake money, a background actor. Where's Su Mo? Where was the travel bag? Where was the money? 3 colossal question marks loomed in everyone's minds. The astonishing twists left all in a state of bewilderment. Just moments ago, they had believed Su Mo was caught. In the next instant, everything flipped upside down. The truth revealed that all they had seen was an illusion. Everyone felt as though they were on the brink of madness. Chapter 31. Su Mo truly is a talent. Everything is a fabrication. All of it is a lie. The two sumos are false. The travel bag is counterfeit. Even the money is illusory. Where's the truth? Incredible. I feel as though I am watching an astonishing heist film. It's simply miraculous. Su Mo is truly remarkable. The audience erupted in frenzy, rising to their feet and shaking their fists in exhilaration. This scene is no mere cinematic creation. It is far from a rehearsed television drama. This is a genuine legal education program, unfolding live before our eyes. In the presence of so many esteemed figures from the investigation team, Su Mo single-handedly orchestrated this extraordinary maneuver, leaving everyone bewildered. This evoked an exhilarating rush among the viewers. Director Song Ishiwa gazed intently at a bundle of white paper on the live broadcast, her eyes gleaming with fervor. What a clever lad! A staff member hurried over, exclaiming, "Director, the viewership ratings are soaring." By how much? A staggering 197, and in Oppos, has still climbing. I see, Song Ishiwa replied, her demeanor calm, yet her gaze intense. Awaiting further developments. It seemed she had grasped the situation. Han Fei, too, quickly connected the dots. No, that's not right. The valuable bag is still in the trash bin. Hurry back. A group of individuals raced back, only to discover the bin was already empty. Damn, we were too late. Chase after it. Staring at the vacant trash bin, the urgency among them intensified, even more so than before. They were acutely aware of their opponent and Oppo's every move, yet they were perpetually one step behind, helplessly witnessing their adversaries' continuous successes and relentless mockery. This sense of frustration ignited a fierce determination within many. Contact traffic control and find out which direction the garbage truck is headed. They returned promptly, hoping they might still catch up. They quickly reached out to traffic control for surveillance footage. Meanwhile, the traffic officer began sifting through countless monitors, finally spotting the garbage truck. It was ambling slowly along 2nd Avenue, seemingly not having traveled far. The garbage truck is heading north on 2nd Avenue and hasn't gone far yet. Upon hearing this, Chun Ku and the others in Amp, Oppo's eyes lit up. Not far at all. We can definitely make it. Su Mo must not have retrieved the money from the truck yet. Let an Amp, Oppo's, let's go. Chun Ku's driving skills were extraordinary. The car shot forward, tires screeching against the pavement. With a deafening roar, the vehicle surged ahead under his command, startling those nearby. An SUV sped down the thoroughfare in front of Wanda Plaza, weaving through traffic at an astonishing pace, deftly maneuvering through even the most congested lanes with a ferocious intent. The plainclothes officers felt confident this time. Indeed, with Brother Chin at the wheel, they would soon catch up. Su Mo would not have time to collect the money. As Captain Han Fei was quick to react, the live audience was left in awe. This driving skill is truly terrifying. It's unbelievably fast. If I had such abilities, I would be late for work every day. Unless you fear fines, you could certainly drive like that. If I did, our entire village would be dining at our home. True, but still, Chun Ku's driving is on another level. It appeared Su Mo was running out of time. The garbage truck was considerably slower. Before long, Chun Ku had caught up. Stopped the truck. The garbage truck was forced to a halt. The elderly driver looked bewildered. What is going on? Is driving a garbage truck illegal now? What is happening? Han Fei and his team had no time for explanations. They rushed to the back of the truck and began rummaging through its contents. After what felt like an eternity, they found nothing. A tense atmosphere filled the air, and their hearts sank. After searching for a while, Chun Ku paused, his expression grim as he shook his head at Han Fei. Nothing. Other plainclothes officers turned the trash upside down, yet found nothing. There's nothing here. Nothing. Han Fei's face darkened further. Earlier, he had been so relaxed and self-satisfied at the snack street, and now he was filled with tension. He inquired of the garbage truck driver if anyone had taken anything from the truck. The driver replied honestly, "Yes, just around the corner from Wanda Plaza. Someone flagged me down and said he had misplaced something. I let him look, and he actually found it, a black travel bag. I thought to myself, how could someone be so careless as to throw away such a large item? Oh, I didn't mean you." The driver recoiled upon seeing Han Fei's expression. The audience began to understand the driver's words. So that's it. Su Mo really took the 5 million. This was truly earned through skill. With such stringent security measures in place, Captain Han Fei's meticulous planning, and yet this fellow managed to successfully take the travel bag. Such ingenuity is simply impressive. Mastering strategy and achieving victory from afar, his intellect is undeniably remarkable. This is truly astounding. I still don't fully comprehend the situation. Is it now necessary to have a graduate degree to watch a show? I don't understand either. Can someone explain what is happening? I seem to be lacking in intellect here. After a moment of silence, Han Fei ultimately relinquished his grip on the situation. He sighed and entered the car. Let us go, he murmured, having anticipated everything. Seated in the car, he opened the door, lighting a cigarette as the veteran investigator calmly recapped the entire incident for his colleagues. His thought process was remarkably clear. The trash bin had undoubtedly contained another travel bag prearranged within. This is precisely why he requested that the travel bag be placed in that particular bin and insisted it be black, plain, and inconspicuous. Due to the garbage covering the bin, they had failed to notice the prepared travel bag beneath it. The individual who took it had indeed made off with that bag. Chapter 32. Yang Jingshuan's ransom. As we pursued him into the snack street, the garbage truck must have arrived, which he had foreseen. He timed it perfectly, waiting along the truck's route. Just as the garbage truck rounded the corner and vanished from sight, he seized the bag. Meanwhile, the bit actor, perceiving this as his sole opportunity for recognition, was running fervently, eager to showcase his acting prowess. Subsequently, we mistakenly apprehended Su Mo, relaxing our vigilance, which resulted in a significant delay. Su Mo had already vanished. By the time we arrived, he had gained considerable ground. We were outmaneuvered this time. The plainclothes officers were visibly disheartened. Chun Riley remarked, "Fortunately, this is merely a reality show. If it were an actual crime, we would be in dire straits." Han Fei shook his head and chuckled. I am now somewhat anticipating this young man and Oppo's performance. He is truly a prodigy. In my years as a criminal investigator, I have never encountered such a formidable individual. Once the show concludes, we must apprehend him and extract a hefty price. Perhaps he could join the investigative team. Chun Ku also smiled. My dear Captain, that would be imprudent. If he were to join the investigative team, the show would lose its allure. He would solve cases in a matter of minutes. The plainclothes officers erupted in laughter. Following Han Fei's meticulous reconstruction, the audience lapsed into silence. Some comprehended the intricacies, while others remained perplexed. I still don't understand. I'm also lost. Perhaps you should consider switching to another show. Despite the explanation, some viewers still struggle to grasp the concept. Being in that situation, one can only imagine the terror experienced by those involved. Captain Han Fei is truly remarkable, immediately grasping all the key aspects and providing such a lucid reconstruction. Alas, Su Mo is a prodigious talent. The production team made an excellent choice this time. It in Oppo's. As if it in Oppo's. Straight of a movie. Incredibly impressive. His methods are inconceivable. Is Su Mo truly human? The audience and Oppo's anticipation for Sky action surged. Song Ishue, in the main broadcast room, chuckled in amazement. Impressive, truly impressive. No wonder he requested us to provide that particular bag. It was all in preparation for this. However, one question remains. Why did the man in the first broadcast room speak intermittently? It was clearly Su Mo's voice. The assistant beside her shook his head with a wry smile. That remains unclear. Could they have been communicating via phone? Meanwhile, Su Mo had reappeared in the first broadcast room, carrying the travel bag. He returned to the coffee shop with a radiant smile and sat next to Yang Jingxian. He took a sip of the coffee in her hand. See, your ransom has been retrieved. From now on, are you mine? The audience in the first broadcast room was in uproar. Incredible, he's back so soon. He's already back. They're still searching through the garbage dump, while Su Mo has already returned. Indeed, the person in the first broadcast room was not Su Mo. Astonishing, he casually sauntered back with the bag. He even has the audacity to flirt with Yang Jingxian. Good heavens, the ransom money and the celebrity is now his. If this weren't a show, Yang Jingxian would be in dire straits. Indeed, he's even more unrestrained than a criminal, showing no restraint whatsoever. Yang Jingxian was feeling listless. Upon turning her head, she was astonished to see Su Mo return with the travel bag, her eyes widening in disbelief. This man managed to retrieve 5 million so quickly. How did he accomplish that? Is he truly that capable? There's an entire investigative team pursuing him, and he's alone. Yang Jingxuan's mind was reeling. She stared blankly at Su Mo. Just as she was in shock, Su Mo plopped down beside her and snatched her coffee. Watching him take a sip, he even said, "Ransom money, you're mine now." Her delicate face flushed crimson, and she snatched the coffee back from Su Mo, wiping it off. Nonsense. She then felt that her reaction lacked vigor, her eyes darting around, and she jested, "If the 5 million were mine, I might consider it." You're overthinking it. Why would you believe you're more alluring than 5 million? Yang Jingxian was exasperated. You. Shameless. Su Mo ignored her and patted the shoulder of the man who had been showing his back. He took out 2,000 yuan from the bag. "Hey, brother. Thanks for your hard work today. This is your payment." The man who had been showing his back turned around. It was Donkey Face. The audience was taken aback by Donkey Face, nearly collapsing. Heavens, that face is long. I was assaulted by that face. I actually believe this guy was Su Mo all afternoon. Su Mo, you toyed with our emotions. I can end Oppos, believe it. Although the audience knew it was a fake Su Mo, they still felt terrible upon seeing Donkey Face. You hired a body double. At least hire someone more attractive. Are you deceiving us so casually? Donkey Face received the money, visibly excited. Thank you. Thank you, director. I will work hard. May I have a photo with teacher Yang Jingxian? An autograph would also be great. He gazed at Yang Jingxian with fervor, clearly a devoted fan. Su Mo shrugged. You have to ask her. Donkey Face looked at Yang Jingxian. Yang Jingxian said, "No photos, but I and Amp. Oppos. LL give you an autograph." It wasn't an Amp. Oppos. That she was stingy. But her current status didn't end Amp. Oppos. Allow it. After all, Donkey Face was an unknown actor. It would be troublesome if he used the photo to deceive people. She had encountered such situations before. Donkey Face didn't mind and was easily satisfied. An autograph is fine too. Yang Jingxian signed her name, and Donkey Face left with the autograph and money, beaming with joy. Yang Jingxian raised her chin triumphantly. See, people ask me for autographs. Look at your attitude. Su Mo said one sentence that deflated Yang Jingxian. Say another word, and you'll never have beef balls with your noodles again. Chapter 33. The investigation team is about to get serious. I never imagined that one day my goddess would find herself ensnared by a meatball. The laughter was contagious. Who would have thought that Yang Jingxian would end up in such a predicament? The audience erupted in laughter as they witnessed her misfortune. Meanwhile, Su Mo addressed the camera, teasingly inquiring if everyone was curious why he was speaking while not physically present. Yang Jingxian produced a pen she had been holding, revealing it to be a recording device containing pre-recorded messages from Su Mo. This setup was a clever stratagem devised by Su Mo when he was casting actors. Otherwise, he would have been dreadfully bored. The audience was left speechless, wishing they had opted to watch the second live stream instead. How absurd it was to be hindered in this live broadcast by a donkey-faced individual. However, one must admit that simply observing my goddess was quite delightful. Little did they know how fiercely the competition raged on the other side. The investigation team was deftly led astray by Su Mo's cunning maneuvers, using tactics like drawing the tiger away from its lair and escaping like a cicada shedding its skin. Ultimately, Su Mo managed to secure 5 million under the watchful eyes of numerous guards. After witnessing such a spectacle, I would willingly forego a few glimpses of my goddess. Indeed, the entire afternoon left me bewildered. Each time I assumed Su Mo was directly involved, only to discover it was all an elaborate ruse, a smokescreen he had orchestrated. He remained at the finish line, while the rest were mere pawns in his game. Without lifting a finger, he manipulated the investigation team, securing the money effortlessly. My goodness, it was astonishing. Upon reflection, I truly felt the stark disparity in intellect among individuals. Indeed, the gap was substantial. Wow, hearing you all talk about it makes me want to see it too. Unfortunately, it's a live broadcast, and I've already missed it. Not to worry, we recorded everything, and some have already begun the editing process. Incredible. If someone has the footage, could you please share it with me? Such exhilarating scenes were undoubtedly captured. The short video platforms in this world were remarkably advanced, with many individuals earning a living through editing. The recent episode of the Eye in the Sky initiative had gone viral. Simultaneously, various short video platforms began showcasing clips of today's Eye in the Sky operation, with Sumo's name appearing on trending lists across 3 categories: a corporate drone, a criminal, or perhaps a genius. An ordinary person manipulating the investigation team of the Eye in the Sky. The Eye in the Sky production team faced a debacle. A guest successfully extorted $5 million. The investigation team was left in disarray. 4 prominent figures were outwitted by an ordinary individual. How did this mastermind operate with such finesse? How does a high IQ criminal execute their schemes? Numerous short videos emerged on the platforms, showcasing the 4 esteemed figures from the Eye in the Sky initiative: a leading criminal psychologist, a former head of the Criminal Investigation Unit, a superbrain, and a multi-talented fighter and chaser. The presence of these 4 figures created an overwhelming sense of pressure. Yet, in the subsequent edits, rapid flashes of scenes appeared. Change the trash bin. South City Avenue ATM. The bank card has been activated. Not this. I'm the goddess Sana. Close the net. You're not Sumo. This travel bag is a fake. Hurry. The trash bin. There's nothing in the garbage truck. We lost. These high-energy clips flashed by, each moment brimming with dramatic tension. In an instant, the public became captivated by the unfolding drama, with even those who had never watched Eye in the Sky now intrigued. The editing was exceptional. Just a brief glimpse made the program appear riveting, akin to an intense police drama. Who exactly was Sumo, capable of outsmarting such formidable figures? Surely, he was merely an ordinary person, wasn't he? I can't believe it. I was there live today, and it was exhilarating. Not only did he resist, but he also toyed with the 4 eminent figures with remarkable ease. You cannot fathom the look of disbelief on Captain Han Fei's face by the end. He exclaimed he had never encountered such a cunning criminal. Astoundingly clever. Without needing to take direct action, he orchestrated a series of maneuvers to successfully secure $5 million. This individual is truly remarkable. Are you sure this isn't staged? It cannot be staged. This is an officially sanctioned legal education program. They're not oppos. There's no way they and oppos. Do you allow a criminal to be so brazen? Could this be a production mishap? One could say that, as even the director and AMP, oppos. S team is unsure how events will unfold. A legal education program that allows a criminal to outplay the investigation team. This is bound to get interesting. Indeed, they will certainly struggle to accept this. The situation has escalated online, with more and more people becoming aware of Eye in the Sky and the unique guest featured in this episode. Seemingly a corporate drone, yet possessing extraordinarily high intelligence. He proved to be quite the challenge. The program's appeal reached new heights, leading to a surge of viewers flocking to the Eye in the Sky livestream. Captain Han, we have truly embarrassed ourselves this time. Shinmani met with Han Fei. On their way back, they observed the uproar online, sharing a wry smile. Han Fei silently puffed on his cigarette, appearing remarkably calm, like still waters. Li Chun shook his head, astonished that an individual who seemed so ordinary could possess such depth. Chun Ku rubbed his wristwatch, acknowledging he had misjudged the situation. Han Fei finally finished his cigarette, discarding the butt and stepping on it. He turned and remarked, "This has become rather interesting. I initially thought he was just another run-of-the-mill figure from previous episodes, but I was mistaken. I admit Sumo has something special about him. However, without significant power, who dares to challenge the status quo? Our confidence in the Eye in the Sky initiative stems from our ability to bring all criminals to justice. If he isn't formidable, how can we demonstrate the strength of our legal system? Let's not forget, we are a legal education program. Previously, we dealt with minor offenses. Now, it is time to show him our true capabilities." Chapter 34. The Activation of the Heavenly Eye. Expert-level forgery techniques in the midst of confusion, Han Fei inquired. "What shall we do, Team Han?" With a narrowed gaze, he asserted, "Do you understand why we are called the Heavenly Eye Operation? It is because we possess remarkably sophisticated Heavenly Eye technology. No matter how cunning a criminal may be, Evading the tracking capabilities of this technology is an exceedingly arduous task. The law is extensive and does not overlook the slightest detail. Pursuing a life of crime in this era is far from simple. With confidence radiating from him, Han Fei entered the vehicle, declaring, "Let us return and demonstrate what heavenly eye technology truly is. No matter how crafty he is, he cannot escape the vastness of the law." Upon returning to headquarters, they entered a grand hall filled with numerous office spaces. At the forefront, an enormous screen awaited. Heavenly Eye, activata, commandant Fei. Retrieve the route of the garbage truck on Wanda Plaza Street to 2nd Avenue at 9 p.m. and compare it to identify and locate Su Mo's position. Su Mo's ID number is 1307891. The production team masked the latter digits of the ID, leaving only a series of beeps, safeguarding Su Mo's privacy, as he was still a guest and not a genuine fugitive. The screen displayed a loading bar, activating Heavenly Eye. Countless images flickered across the screen as they extracted all personal information pertaining to Su Mo locking personal data archives. Establishing information model. Success. A large portrait of Su Mo appeared on the screen, accompanied by a full-body image and various details. However, much of this information was encrypted, requiring special permissions for access. It was not merely a matter of viewing at will. The search and comparison commenced. On the left side of the screen was Su Mo's portrait, while the right displayed facial scans and body scans of all individuals traversing the monitored area, which were then compared. A similarity percentage continuously fluctuated in the middle, the comparison progressing at astonishing speed. The facial scans on the right switched rapidly, while the similarity percentage danced like milliseconds, imperceptible to the human eye. This spectacle left the audience in awe. Are they truly employing national high technology? Is this the legendary Heavenly Eye system? This device must be a supercomputer, containing the profiles of every individual, along with DNA, fingerprints, and facial recognition. With such a tool in use, who could possibly evade capture? Indeed, the omnipresence of cameras made it akin to using artillery to swat a fly. Given this, even with Su Mo's intelligence, escape would prove exceedingly difficult. As if to answer the audience's speculations, the fluctuating similarity percentage soon stabilized. The image froze, locking onto a masked young man carrying a travel bag. Similarity, 100. Su Mo, we found you, Han Fei proclaimed, instructing search for Su Mo's current location. The screen flickered violently as images from countless cameras were retrieved and analyzed. A fragmented route map emerged, outlining a general area, yet it was sufficient for their purposes. Han Fei nodded appreciatively. The young man was indeed clever, opting for less monitored routes. Even in areas with cameras, he skillfully avoided the surveillance blind spots. Such observational acumen and memory were impressive. He was indeed a promising talent. Why study finance? A person with such potential should be in criminal investigation. The audience erupted in laughter, noting that this pursuit of a criminal felt more akin to recruiting talent. Su Mo likely never anticipated being scouted by seasoned investigators, which was both amusing and ironic. However, it must be acknowledged that it would be challenging for an average person to thoroughly familiarize themselves with a camera-laden area within a day. Most significantly, Su Mo appeared to have effectively evaded many of these cameras, which was remarkable. Nevertheless, his current position had been pinpointed, making escape nearly impossible. As Han Fei examined the map on the screen, his gaze quickly settled on a CF. If my assumptions are correct, they likely consider this their stronghold. Move quickly to cordon off the area, focusing on the vicinity of the CF. If Su Mo is indeed here, he may be taken aback, as this CAF is where they have been hiding today. There are few cameras around, and this CAF is rather secluded with minimal foot traffic. He likely scoured the area to find the most suitable hiding place. Crucially, this CAF has a very discreet route leading to Wanda Plaza, allowing him to secure his funds and make a safe exit. Meanwhile, at the CAF, it was nearing 10 o'clock. Only Su Mo and Yang Jingxian remained. "Sir, we are about to close," a young woman announced. Su Mo replied, "Yes, I understand. We and AMP, Oppos, LL be leaving shortly." After the young woman departed, Yang Jingxian turned to him. "Where can we go now? You really extorted $5 million from the production team. The investigation team will surely take serious action. Your ID and other documents are no longer usable. We might not have anywhere to turn, and we could be caught before midnight. Su Mo appeared to gaze elsewhere. Are you underestimating me? He retorted, just wait a moment. Yang Jingxian pouted, wait. By the time we do, the officers will have caught up to us. Yet, she said nothing more. Su Mo's performance today had genuinely surprised her, as she found herself quite impressed. Whatever he decided, she would follow. Su Mo remained silent as he contemplated his choices. You have successfully outmaneuvered the production team and investigation unit, earning a choice of one reward. 1. Master-level driving skills. 2. Expert-level forgery techniques. 3. 1 combat tank. 4. A highly confidential black card. Master-level driving skills? Su Mo mused. That sounds appealing. With driving skills, I could speed away like in a high-octane film. Just give me a car, and I could leave the investigation unit in the dust, racing with style. But a tank? That would be absurd. Driving one of those would certainly make headlines. Thus, he concluded, I choose expert-level forgery techniques. It was ludicrous to opt for driving skills at this juncture. Did they think he was foolish? Even if he craved excitement, selecting driving skills for a car chase was nonsensical. No matter how proficient the driving skills, they wouldn't grant him flight. If blocked by a slew of officers, escape would be impossible. At this stage, the investigation unit would undoubtedly be on a widespread manhunt. He certainly wouldn't be piloting a tank. He wasn't a model citizen. Anyone opting for such a choice would likely meet their demise on the spot. In summary, expert-level forgery techniques were undoubtedly the most fitting option for Su Mo at this time. Chapter 35. Has Su Mo developed a fancy for the flight attendant? With expert-level forgery skills at his disposal, Su Mo found himself in a unique position. While the officers employed identification and other means to encircle him, Su Mo, with his newfound abilities, could seamlessly breach their blockade. At this juncture, his talent for forgery proved far more advantageous than his driving skills, especially since he had no vehicle at hand. Even if he had one, navigating the streets was a perilous endeavor, laden with surveillance cameras. It would likely take no more than 2 minutes before he was recognized, prompting a swift and overwhelming response from the authorities. Even should he maneuver a car as deftly as an aircraft, escaping would remain a formidable challenge. Thus, without hesitation, he opted for his expert-level forgery skills. As he made his choice, a surge of knowledge flooded his mind, as though he had long possessed this instinctual understanding. These sophisticated forgery techniques felt as natural as walking or eating. Within this expert-level skill set were methods for creating counterfeit certificates and identification documents, a veritable toolkit of deception. Su Mo and Oppo's eyes sparkled with excitement. The implications of such skills were profound. While he remained in a precarious situation, the ability to forge documents and certificates could significantly alter the landscape of his predicament. The primary constraint faced by the investigative team was their reliance on identification and documents. Should this limitation be lifted or substantially reduced, Su Mo's opportunities for maneuvering would expand considerably. Meanwhile, outside on the streets, multiple squads of officers converged from all directions to encircle his location. The area was completely sealed off. Additionally, within a 30-kilometer radius, every hotel was under stringent surveillance. No suspicious individuals were permitted to check in, and each guest underwent rigorous monitoring and repeated verification. Should Su Mo and his companion attempt to secure a room, they would be discovered almost instantly. As if that were not enough, the train and airplane systems were also under tight lockdown, leaving no loopholes for them to exploit. Within this region, centered around a CAF, officers conducted thorough searches at every intersection. Every conceivable hiding place was scrutinized. Even small barbershops were meticulously inspected. The atmosphere was one of chaos, with patrons caught off guard by the sudden police presence. Viewers watching the unfolding scene gasped, recalling one individual who had unwittingly chosen an unfortunate moment to wear red long johns, inadvertently placing himself in the midst of Su Mo's turmoil. Observers noted the relentless pursuit of the investigative team, remarking on their thoroughness. It seemed no corner would be overlooked, and even those hiding underground would be unearthed. As the encirclement tightened, it became evident that the conclusion of the show was imminent. While the audience held faith in Sue Mo, there was a prevailing sentiment that the investigative team would prevail. Many viewers entering the live stream felt a chill of despair upon realizing the proximity of the search. Just a little further, and they would reach the CAF where Sue Mo remained. "Why aren't you worried, Sue Mo? Shouldn't we leave?" Yang Jingsuan inquired, her impatience growing as they lingered too long. It was only a matter of time before the authorities would arrive, making escape virtually impossible. Unbeknownst to her, she had begun to consider Sue Mo's well-being, a realization she had yet to acknowledge. Sue Mo, unfazed, replied, "Stay calm. Even if the investigation team traces me back to that refuse truck, they will require time to arrive." He rose, picked up his bag, and stepped out first. Yang Jingxian hurried after him, asking, "Where are we going?" "You and Oppos. I'll find out shortly," he said, scanning the street for a way to slip from the investigators and Oppos' sight. Exiting the area was certainly not ideal. At night, their options were limited. Furthermore, the investigation team, having lost $5 million from the production crew, would undoubtedly scrutinize the vicinity of the refuse truck closely. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to find a location within this area where the officers would be unlikely to search. Just then, he spotted a group of flight attendants crossing the street. With a grin, an idea began to form in his mind. Yang Jingxian noticed Sue Mo's sudden fixation on the flight attendants. Her suspicion piqued. "What are you thinking? Are they attractive?" Having spent time with Sue Mo, she was no longer naive enough to believe he was merely a man who could be distracted by beauty. If that were the case, he would have been apprehended long ago. Sue Mo chuckled. "What do you think?" Yang Jingxian rolled her eyes. "I'm not going to guess. Your mind is a mystery even to the investigation team, let alone me. Just tell me your plan, or we might actually get caught." With a mischievous glint in his eyes, Sue Mo suggested, "How about you find a bridge or an abandoned building to stay in tonight?" Taken aback, Yang Jingxian realized he was suggesting she stay in a bridge underpass, not that they would both be hiding there together. "You want me to stay in a bridge underpass? Are you joking? What about you?" Having never experienced such living conditions, she was incredulous. Sue Mo simply smiled at the flight attendants and replied, "I have my sights set on those flight attendants. I plan to pursue a more spirited engagement." Chapter 36. You and Oppos. Reusing my belongings to woo another woman? Yang Jingxian exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. "What are you up to? A one-night stand? Are you kidding me?" She was incredulous that he would suggest she sleep under a bridge while he pursued a casual encounter. "Dude, we and Oppos. Relive on camera. Are you seriously talking about a hookup? This has to be a joke, right?" The live stream's chat exploded with comments from astonished viewers. Did Sue Mo just say he's going to score with someone? This guy is outrageously audacious. No wonder the Sky I program chose him as a criminal. He wants my goddess to sleep under a bridge while he gets laid. What's going on in his head? You can never predict what Sue Mo is thinking. That line almost broke my back from laughing. Sue Mo affirmed, "Of course it's true. Are you insane? You and Oppos, rethinking about a one-night stand at a time like this?" Yang Jingxian initially balked, but then, noticing the approaching flight attendants, she inquired, "Wait, you're not going to tell me you're trying to hook up with a flight attendant, are you?" Sue Mo patted her head approvingly. "You're quite astute. Frankly, I just need a place to rest. If I can successfully seduce a flight attendant, I and Oppos, LL have a cozy night and Oppos' sleep." Yang Jingxian was flabbergasted. "You and Oppos, we're going to get laid and sleep soundly while I, your hostage, sleep under a bridge? What kind of kidnapper does that?" Sue Mo replied, "It and Oppos. As simple. Once I and Oppos, VE seal the deal, I and Oppos, LL call you over, and we can all play cards." The live stream erupted in laughter. Is there anyone more audacious than Sue Mo? That's an incredibly sly maneuver. He really wants to play cards with a goddess and a flight attendant in the middle of the night? Aren't you missing the point? Shouldn't the focus be on Sue Mo abandoning the goddess to chase after a flight attendant? I'm impressed, Sue Mo. You're a true prodigy. Yang Jingxian found the situation increasingly absurd. It's not that simple. You don't even know her. You can't just proposition her. Sue Mo raised an eyebrow. How difficult do you think it is to seduce a girl, especially a flight attendant from such a competitive environment? Yang Jingxian knew all too well, not just in the flight attendant world, but in her own acting circles as well. You're going to use money? Using money is so vulgar. Su Mo glanced at the necklace adorning Yang Jingxuan's swan-like neck and highlighting her exquisite collarbones. How much did that necklace cost? What brand is it? Cartier, about 50,000. That's not quite enticing enough. Su Mo then focused on Yang Jingxuan's wrist. How much is that watch? What brand? Patek Philippe, probably around $1 million. Not bad. $1 million watch on your wrist. Take it off, Su Mo instructed. Yang Jingxian retorted. You're using my things to seduce another woman? Su Mo replied matter-of-factly. You're not at a loss. Your popularity is skyrocketing. Yang Jingxian considered this and then removed the Patek Philippe from her wrist, handing it to Su Mo, who promptly pocketed it. A group of flight attendants strolled by, their long legs catching the eye as they chattered among themselves. One particularly attractive flight attendant eyed her friend's bag with envy. Is it a new bag? The latest LV? The friend, clearly pleased with the attention, replied. My boyfriend gave it to me for my birthday. What do you think? Another flight attendant glanced at the bag. That's nice. My birthday is coming up. I'll post it on my social media and tag my boyfriend so he can see it and hopefully get the hint. Wang Yinlu, you have a boyfriend? What does he do? Wang Yinlu replied with a smile. He owns a small company with about a dozen employees. I'm not sure what they do. He drives a BMW worth about $500,000. Another flight attendant raised her chin slightly. That's not bad. My boyfriend drives an Audi worth almost $1 million. Wan Hanyu didn't have a boyfriend and didn't appear to come from a wealthy family, yet she always had money for designer items. Do you think she's earning extra money on the side? Keep your voice down. She's right there. Be careful she doesn't hear you. Everyone knew that flight attendants sometimes earned extra money, so Wang Yinlu wasn't in Oppos, surprised. Although Su Mo was several meters away, he overheard their conversation and understood the dynamics between the flight attendants. He quickly identified Wan Hanyu as his target for a precise strike. Wan Hanyu, Su Mo called out with a bright smile, startling her. She turned to see an attractive face, immediately easing her initial apprehension. The other flight attendants also turned to look. Wow, he's handsome. One flight attendant whispered. Does he know Wan Hanyu? Maybe they used to be together. Su Mo approached Wan Hanyu with a familiar air. It is you. You probably don in Oppos. Remember, but we had a great conversation in first class. I didn't in Oppos. Expect to see you here. Wan Hanyu asked uncertainly, you are? She had met so many people in first class. She couldn't possibly remember them all. I'm Mo. I said I would give you a small gift. Remember? Su Mo made up a name on the spot. Wan Hanyu still didn't in Oppos. Recall, but she smiled and replied, of course, Mr. Wu. Is there anything I can do for you? Su Mo then said, I brought a woman here to shop, and I happened to buy something extra. I wanted to give you that gift I mentioned before. Here it is. Su Mo produced the Patek Philippe. The watch shimmered under the streetlights. To Su Mo, it was just a watch, but to the flight attendants, it seemed to radiate brilliance. They all took a few steps forward, encircling them. The craftsmanship looks authentic. That must be worth a lot. I've seen it before. That watch costs over $1 million. It's more expensive than my boyfriend's car. Wow, that's so expensive. Chapter 37. Playing Do Di Zhu in the presidential suite, the flight attendants were initially taken aback. Their gazes shifted towards Wan Hanyu, revealing a mixture of envy and resentment. What a joke. Even if this woman were sold, she wouldn't and Oppos. Be worth such a fortune. Who is this extraordinary tycoon? They had merely exchanged glances, and he casually gifted her a watch worth over $1 million. Wan Hanyu was equally stunned, as she had not anticipated such a delightful surprise. Her mind raced with confusion and joy. She hesitated for a moment before glancing at Yang Jingxian, who stood at the back. This woman exuded an air of nobility and aloofness, her presence unmistakably that of someone extraordinary. Wan Hanyu felt a pang of inferiority. Aren't and Oppos. You going to give it to her? Su Mo replied without hesitation. She doesn't and Oppos. Deserve it. The flight attendants exchanged incredulous glances. Was he blind? Though Wan Hanyu was indeed attractive, she paled in comparison to Yang Jingxian. He was gifting a watch worth over $1 million to Wan Hanyu, yet deemed the goddess behind her unworthy. Even as women, they found themselves captivated by Yang Jingxian, despite only catching a glimpse of her brows and eyes. Her graceful demeanor and exquisite figure were enough to leave them enchanted. Yet this man claimed she was undeserving. The flight attendants were at a loss for words. Yang Jingxian was instantly furious. Those 3 words nearly shattered her composure. She silently cursed Su Mo, this scoundrel, for using her watch to woo a woman while saying she was unworthy. Nevertheless, for the greater good, she gritted her teeth and endured. Viewers in the live broadcast were equally astonished. This was utterly ridiculous. When it came to blatant nonsense, he was truly a master. My goddess is furious. Look, her fists are clenched. Su Mo was undeniably infuriating. That watch rightfully belonged to Yang Jingxian. Yet he was using it to flirt with a flight attendant while claiming she wasn't worthy. Who would be upset? Su Mo was indeed quite the rascal. Su Mo half-raised the watch, so what do you think? Do you like it? Of course I like it, Wan Hanyu exclaimed. Who wouldn't he? She gazed at the watch, her heart racing. It was undeniably exquisite. She felt an overwhelming attraction, yet hesitated. Su Mo, noticing her expression, realized she was a materialistic woman who still wanted to maintain some dignity. He pretended to retract the watch, sensing it wasn't enough to sway her. Wan Hanyu took a step forward. Oh no, it's just so valuable. We've only met a few times. It wouldn't be right to accept it. What a sight. Wan Hanyu was still trying to appear modest. Su Mo observed her every expression, fully aware that if not for the audience, she would have already taken the watch. He then cautiously suggested, shall we find a place to talk? Oh, the flight attendants erupted in cheers. Go on. He is sincere. Yes, a watch worth over $1 million is a genuine gesture. Hurry. Once this opportunity passes, it will be gone. He is handsome, wealthy, and sincere. If you don't go, I will. Amidst the encouragement from the flight attendants, Wan Hanyu finally relented, nodding in agreement. All right. Haha. This is delightful, little Wan. Off we go. Stay safe. A group of flight attendants, perceptive to the situation, moved ahead, with one even casting a flirtatious glance back at Su Mo. However, he pretended not to notice. His objective had been achieved. He led Wan Hanyu forward, taking the lead. Where are we headed? Wan Hanyu inquired, naturally following behind him. After walking a short distance, they arrived at a hotel within the commercial district. Here we are. Let us book a presidential suite. I forgot my ID. You book it. I'll transfer the money to you. Upon hearing presidential suite, Wan Hanyu was convinced he was indeed a tycoon. She glanced back at Yang Jingxian. What about her? Su Mo chuckled. What could she possibly say? Here's a secret for you. What is it? She is the star I intend to promote. Wan Hanyu was taken aback, surveying Yang Jingxian once more. She began to piece things together, assuming Yang Jingxian was merely Su Mo's kept woman. Su Mo was her benefactor. She was indifferent to this. After all, she had just received a watch worth over $1 million. She even checked the anti-counterfeiting code of the Patek Philippe watch, which consisted of 4 Arabic digits followed by a letter indicating the material. Genuine counterfeits rarely conformed to this code. It was real. Relieved, she felt that getting acquainted with someone capable of casually gifting such a watch could only be beneficial. Even a small advantage would be enough to sustain her far better than the small fry she usually associated with. She could flaunt the watch on her social media, attracting numerous followers. Wow, you're impressive, Wan Hanyu smiled, heading off to book the presidential suite. Yang Jingxian watched the entire scene unfold. Seeing Wan Hanyu rush to book the room, she silently scolded, there are so many shameless women nowadays. Just over $1 million for a watch. And she is so quick to let go. Off to book a room already? The live audience was equally astonished. Seriously, is she really going to book a room? This is absurd. It's not that I can't pursue the goddess. It's that I lack money. The joys of the wealthy are beyond our imagination. Beautiful women are indeed lenient towards the affluent. Money can make miracles happen. It can even persuade beauties to share a room. How effortlessly did this unfold? As I reflected on my hundreds of pages of chat history, I fell into contemplation. I've said 100 things, and the goddess replied once. Yet Su Mo spoke only 10 times, and she has already gone to book a room. It turns out my failure to woo women was due to my lack of a watch worth over $1 million. I've learned my lesson. Next time, I'll rent a sports car to impress women. 10 minutes later, in the hotel's presidential suite. Dang it. Su Mo sat on the bed, holding a handful of cards. Yang Jingxian tossed down a pair of aces, her hand empty. Wan Hanyu was utterly bewildered, clutching her cards in confusion. This was not what she had envisioned. She had anticipated an evening filled with excitement. Aren't wealthy people supposed to be a bit eccentric? With a man and two women in the same room, surely something would happen, right? To her surprise, she was only half right. Something did happen, but it was far from scandalous. Sue Mo was simply playing do de jeu. The audience in the live broadcast couldn't and oppose. T contained their laughter at one Hanyu and Oppo's expression. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Look at the flight attendant's face. She is completely out of her depth. She barely played a card that round. I think I saw her holding 2 kings earlier. Goodness, she saved them until the end, and now she must be utterly bewildered, thinking she'd have to pay a price for that watch. Instead, she is just playing cards. Ha ha, she is probably questioning Sue Mo's capabilities right now. Meanwhile, outside, Han Fei, cigarette in mouth, watched the street filled with searching officers, his eyes deep in thought. Something felt amiss. How could there be no trace of him? Where could he have escaped to? I arrived here first. He shouldn't be able to get away. Chapter 38. Playing cards is dull. Let's add some stakes. It shouldn't be possible for him to escape. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, Han Fei's brow was furrowed in frustration. For most of the night, the officers had tirelessly searched the area, scouring it repeatedly, yet they had failed to catch even a glimpse of Sue Mo. Alongside Han Fei, the other 3 members of the investigative team wore equally troubled expressions, pondering where Sue Mo could possibly have gone. Extinguishing his cigarette, Han Fei turned to the equally troubled Shin Manny. From a criminal psychology perspective, where do you think Sue Mo might be hiding? Shin Manny shook her head slowly before responding. If he were an ordinary criminal, he would undoubtedly choose to flee, running as far away as possible. But Sue Mo is different. He is intelligent and knows that the most dangerous places are often the safest. After a moment's pause, Han Fei and Shin Manny exchanged knowing glances. In unison, they declared, under the lamp, "It is dark." Sue Mo was undoubtedly still nearby, hiding in the shadows. Let us put in a little more effort and search again. We cannot overlook any area. Han Fei instructed the officers. Thus, the police meticulously combed through every nook and cranny once more, even rummaging through roadside trash bins. They left no potential hiding spot unchecked. Yet, despite their thoroughness, Sue Mo remained elusive. After another fruitless search, the officers returned with expressions of dejection. Still no sign of him? Han Fei inquired, though he already knew the answer. No, we've searched everywhere, and Sue Mo hasn't been seen, came the response. We checked every conceivable hiding spot, even upturned the garbage bins. It's as if he vanished into thin air. With a thud, Han Fei lit another cigarette. No, there must be something we overlooked. Sue Mo is definitely still lurking nearby. He hasn't left. After a brief contemplation, Han Fei's sharp gaze swept over every officer present. Are you all certain that you searched every possible hiding place? Yes, we have thoroughly searched. There is truly no one here, they replied. If Sue Mo were hiding nearby, he would have been found by now. Have we misjudged? Isn't it supposed to be under the lamp? It is dark. Han Fei muttered to himself, no. We arrived on the scene immediately. Sue Mo had no opportunity to escape. Suddenly, his eyes lit up with realization. Until now, he had firmly believed that Sue Mo had not left the vicinity. This belief was not solely his own. Even the criminal psychology expert, Shin Manny, shared the same conviction. If it were just his intuition, there might be room for error, but with Shin Manny's agreement that Sue Mo was likely nearby, it could not be wrong. The shared instinct of 2 seasoned professionals would not lead them astray. He recalled a place that was likely overlooked, one that was conspicuous but would not have been searched by the officers. Smiling to himself, Han Fei declared, I know where Sue Mo is hiding. It is under the lamp. It is dark. That clever rascal has been toying with us all this time. Where? Shin Manny immediately asked. Our previous assumptions were not mistaken. It's merely that we searched in the wrong direction. He wouldn't hide in a trash bin or slip into an abandoned alley. Those places are not sufficiently conspicuous. The most dangerous and visible locations are actually the safest. The more noticeable, the safer it is. Hiding right beneath our noses is the true essence of under the lamp. It is dark, and Oppo's, if I'm correct, Sue Mo South true hiding place is over there. Han Fei pointed to a prominent building not far away. Following his gesture, Li Chan frowned. The public restroom? To be precise, the women's restroom. The officers assisting us in this search are all male. And even if they did search the public restroom, there would still be gaps in the search, Han Fei explained. The officers nodded. Indeed, they had hesitated to enter the women's restroom. Seeing this, Shen Mani, the only woman in the group, volunteered, "I'll take a look." With that, she headed toward the restroom. However, she soon returned, shaking her head. "Not here. Not here." The lead has once again gone cold. This time, even the experienced Han Fei found himself at a loss for where else to search. They had scoured every inch of this place and still failed to locate Su Mo. Was it possible that he had not been hiding here at all, but had managed to escape? Han Fei felt a nagging sensation that he had overlooked something, a sixth sense honed through years of experience in criminal investigations. Yet, when pressed to articulate it, he struggled to find the words. Casting his gaze around, his eyes finally settled on a hotel nearby, in the presidential suite. "Shall we play 3 against 1? "No, I'll be leaving," Su Mo remarked, having won yet another round. The game of Do Di Zhu was far too simplistic for someone with the sharp intellect of Su Mo. He had not lost a single hand from the very beginning. Raising an eyebrow, Su Mo suggested, "This is getting dull. Why don't we raise the stakes and play some mini-games instead?" At this, the flight attendant, Wan Hanyu, suddenly became animated, her cheeks flushing with excitement. Finally, is it about to begin? She thought, realizing that wealthy individuals would not engage in such mundane activities without ulterior motives. How could 2 women and a man rent a room together and not have anything happen throughout the night? It was simply implausible. During their earlier game, she had almost succumbed to depression after failing to play her 2 kings. She had even begun to question her own allure. But now, it seemed her worries were unfounded. Lowering her head, Wan Hanyu shyly replied, I'm fine with anything." Yang Jingxian squinted, her gaze fixed on Su Mo. "Oh, Su Mo, I thought you were merely joking when you mentioned wanting to engage in casual flings. Who knew that it would end oppos? TB long before your true desires were revealed. More minigames? Puffed. You're just after that flight attendant S-body. How base." It was evident. Men were only obedient when they were hung on the wall. Yet almost immediately, Yang Jingxian felt a twinge of defiance. In terms of grace, appearance, and figure, what did she lack compared to this flight attendant? Why would Su Mo choose to pursue the flight attendant instead of her? This was unacceptable. She needed to devise a plan to make Su Mo desire her instead. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing if this got out. Chapter 39. Kuden and Amp. Oppos. Do you at least flirt with me a little? Third, live stream room. Wagers? What kind of wagers? Talking about this will certainly keep me awake. I knew they Kuden and Oppos. T possibly spend the whole night playing Do Di Zhu. Good thing I was sharp and waited. Damn it. I just put my pants back on, and now I have to take them off again. Oh, a mini-game. Is it the mini-game I'm thinking of? What a generous soul, not forgetting to leave some broth for his brothers while he enjoys the meat. Yang Jingxian, mimicking Wan Hanyu, also edged closer. If she can do it, so can I. She was well aware that to pique Su Mo's interest, she had to cooperate with him. Just like Wan Hanyu, Su Mo Kuden and Amp. Oppos. T helped but roll his eyes at Yang Jingxian. Why are you joining in? Yang Jingxian? Is that something a person should say? She played an indispensable role in Su Mo and Oppos' success in bringing the stewardess to the hotel. If it weren't in Oppos, T for the watch she contributed, Su Mo Kuden and Oppos. T have gotten his hands on her so quickly. At this moment, Yang Jingxian was incredibly indignant, glaring at Su Mo with puffed-up cheeks. That stinky Su Mo. He gave my watch to the stewardess as a gift, and in his name, the main thing is, he and Oppos. That's not even including me? Su Mo sighed helplessly and then looked at Wan Hanyu. She wants to play too, so let in Oppos. Let's all 3 play together. All 3. No. That one in Oppos. T do. Hearing this, Wan Hanyu and Oppos' face turned even redder. She thought to herself that rich people really know how to have fun. Even mini-games are played with 3 people. Seeing Wan Hanyu agree, Su Mo briefly explained the rules. In an Oppos, still Do Di Zhu, but this time, we in Oppos. LL add some stakes. The loser of each round has to take off an article of clothing. 3 minutes later, Su Mo won again. Royal flush. Can't beat that, can you? A pair of 3s. I win. True to their word. Both of them fulfilled the bet, each taking off a jacket. The livestream camera was attached to Yang Jingxian and Amp, Oppo's jacket, and now that the jacket was off, viewers couldn't and Amp, Oppo's see anything. What the hell? Big brother, we didn't in Amp, Oppo's get anything. This is unplayable. I already took my pants off, and now I and Amp, Oppo's. I'm just looking at the ceiling. This ISN and Amp, Oppo's fair. We're in Amp, Oppo's. That's the broth you promised us? After taking off her jacket, Yang Jingxian and Oppo's face was a little flushed. Good old Sumo. After all this time, he and Oppo's been pretending to be serious. Although he doesn't say it, he's actually interested in me. Sure enough, that stinky Sumo couldn't resist my damned, unplaced, charming allure. Sumo shuffled the cards while chatting idly with Wan Hanyu, not even glancing at Yang Jingxian. How old are you? See. Sumo looked at Wan Hanyu in astonishment. He meant to ask her age, but the stewardess gave him a C. How are the salaries in your crew? So not bad. Stewardesses don't make much. The captain's salary is the highest. Speaking of the captain, I suddenly remembered. Is your airline hiring captains recently? Yes, why? Oh, it's nothing. Sumo said, I recently bought a private jet and want to find a captain. Hearing this, Wan Hanyu was stunned at first, looking at Sumo, not knowing whether he was telling the truth. But when she thought about how Sumo could casually spend over $1 million on a watch, she suddenly felt that Sumo might not be lying to her, and she looked at Sumo with a smile. Then you'll have a hard time finding one. Our airline is short of captains ourselves. We and Oppo's been recruiting for a long time. Hearing this, Sumo nodded, a smile appearing on his face. This time, after shuffling the cards, Sumo didn't continue dealing because he didn't plan to continue playing. Instead, he threw the cards aside and said, I'm sleepy. I'm not playing anymore. Let's go to sleep. Huh? Sleep? Are we going to sleep now? Not going to play a few more rounds? At least win a few more from Yang Jingxian and that stewardess. He couldn't and Oppo's help himself after just one jacket. Sleep? I want to get in the car. I want to get in the car. This Sumo should continue the live stream. Do you think I care about the traffic? You and Oppo's eating meat. At least give us some broth to drink. Just smelling it ISN and Oppo's enough. Actually, listening ISN and Oppo's so bad I can barely. It wasn't just the viewers in the live stream who misunderstood Sumo's meaning, but also Yang Jingxian and Wan Hanyu. A lone man and two women. A dark and windy night, all alone in a room. No, this is too fast. I'm not that CA. Yang Jingxian was about to refuse. But before she could finish her sentence, Sumo had already yawned and walked into one of the rooms in the luxurious suite. You guys should go to sleep early too. After speaking, he slammed the door shut. Yang Jingxian. She originally thought that Sumo meant sleeping together, and she was just about to refuse when she realized that this guy didn't seem to be thinking that way at all. He said he wanted to sleep. Was he really going to sleep? Yang Jingxian only felt her face burning, her face already red to the roots of her neck. Embarrassingly so. You know, there were so many people watching in the live stream. She was also a celebrity, and it was outrageous that Sumo didn't have any interest in her. If this got out, people would probably think she wasn't charming enough. A stewardess and a celebrity in the room, and you're closing the door to sleep chastely? Even if you're not sleeping together, couldn't you at least flirt with me a little? Don't I have any face? Huh? Sumo, if you scream again, you'll be sleeping under the bridge from now on, and you won't even have plain noodles to eat. Go back to sleep. Okay. Yang Jingxian also chose a room in the suite and went to sleep. Only Wan Hanyu was left alone in the common area of the suite, feeling a little inexplicably lost. Is that it? Why is this so different from what I imagined? He called me here just to play doujiju? Are rich people so chaste nowadays? The bus to kindergarten is faster than this. After being in a mess in the common area for a long time, she got up and found a room to sleep in. In the room, Sumo, who had been busy all day, fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow, as if he didn't in Oppo's. Take the fact that he was being in Oppo's, wanted in Oppo's, to heart at all. After nightfall, the suite became completely quiet, with the idea that even if they couldn't and Oppo's see anything, they could listen to the sounds. The viewers stubbornly waited in the live stream for another 2 hours. As a result, nothing happened that night. They stared at the ceiling for 2 whole hours. Chapter 40. The gift seems rather unseemly the following day. Su Mo awoke and stepped out his room. Almost immediately, Yang Jingxian hurried over to him, urging, Su Mo, come look out the window. Her peculiar behavior piqued Wan Hanyu and Appo's as curiosity. Ever since she had risen, Yang Jingxian had exhibited odd behavior, frequently darting to the window as if something outside captivated her attention. What is happening outside? Su Mo inquired, joining her at the window. Following the direction of Yang Jingxian's finger, he spotted a cluster of police officers below. To maintain the FAAD before Wan Hanyu, he masked his surprise with a smile, lightly pinching Yang Jingxuan's cheek. Why do you feel compelled to join the crowd? But it's best to stay indoors during the day. You didn't bring any sunscreen, and how can you be a star if you get sunburned? Yang Jingxian looked perplexed. What sunscreen? I never planned to go out. She had merely wanted Su Mo to observe the officers on the street, hoping to discuss how they might escape and inquire about their next steps. Well, she began, but Su Mo swiftly interrupted. If you truly wish to go out, we can arrange that, but you must wait until we acquire some sunscreen. He then turned to Wan Hanyu. Do you have any online shopping apps on your phone? Yes. She nodded. Having encountered many affluent individuals, she found it unsurprising that some lacked such apps. So Su Mo and Appo's absence of one did not astonish her. May I borrow your phone? I need to purchase some sunscreen for her, and I'll transfer the money to you later. Initially, Wan Hanyu contemplated offering her sunscreen to Yang Jingxian, but upon observing her skin's condition, she decided against it, realizing that her own product might not meet Yang Jingxuan's standards. She unlocked her phone and handed it over. Su Mo took the device and inquired about the shopping app's usage before casually searching for a sunscreen online. In addition to the sunscreen, he added a few other items to the cart. He then approached Wan Hanyu. I've also selected a few birthday gifts for her. Please handle the payment. Just use your address, and when the items arrive, you can bring them to me. I'll transfer you 10,000 yuan. Receiving the phone from Su Mo, Wan Hanyu glanced at the newly added items in the shopping cart, her expression turning quizzical as she looked up at Yang Jingxian. She wondered why a girl would fancy such items and who would gift them as birthday presents. Despite her confusion, she refrained from asking further. After all, eccentricities among the wealthy were not uncommon. She checked off the items Su Mo had added and proceeded to make the payment. All done, unless there is anything else. I should take my leave now. Wan Hanyu had intended to depart earlier that morning, but out of courtesy, she waited until Su Mo awoke to bid farewell. All right, don't forget to deliver the items when they arrive. Of course. Once Wan Hanyu left, Yang Jingxian couldn't shake off the feeling that something was amiss. Why would Su Mo gift her something for her birthday when hers had long passed? Furthermore, Su Mo was unaware of the date of her birth. She sensed that Wan Hanyu and Appo's gaze toward her had been rather peculiar. What kind of gift could Su Mo have procured that warranted such scrutiny from Wan Hanyu? Narrowing her eyes, she regarded Su Mo. What kind of gift could it be? It surely must be rather indecent. Perhaps something one might use in a hotel, like stockings or some even more scandalous items. Ignoring Yang Jingxuan's expression, Su Mo approached the window and glanced outside. You need not worry about those people. They will not suspect we are hiding here just yet. We shall remain in the hotel for the next couple of days, avoiding any excursions until our purchases arrive. For meals, just call room service. After speaking, he turned to Yang Jingxian, who wore a contemplative expression. Wait until the items arrive to devise an escape? Perhaps I misjudged Su Mo. Her eyes brightened, as if a light bulb had gone off in her head. Oh, I see. You intend to wait for the stockings to arrive, then use them to disguise yourself and make a break for it, right? What nonsensical ideas are you spouting? Huh? Is that not it? What is your plan for leaving? You can't possibly intend to hide in this hotel indefinitely. Of course not. Su Mo shook his head. The investigation team isn't foolish. They will eventually deduce that we use someone else in Appo's ID to check in and evade the police in Appo's gaze. Yang Jingxian began to panic. They can figure it out. What do we do? Are we about to be discovered? Su Mo waved his hand to reassure her and then used the room and Appo's landline to contact the front desk, requesting 2 meals to be delivered. Next, he retreated to the bathroom to freshen up. As Su Mo had suggested, The investigation team was indeed clever, but sometimes intelligence can lead to folly. At present, Han Fei would never suspect that Su Mo was hiding right under their noses in the hotel, since places requiring ID are linked to the police. The moment one swipes their card, the police are instantly notified. Han Fei was betting that Su Mo wouldn't dare to take the risk of booking a room. Yet who would have imagined that Su Mo would dare to do so, albeit with a different ID? In the second live streaming room, viewers were growing restless. Do the investigation team not need any sleep? I saw them scouring this area before I went to bed, and they're still at it after waking up. Su Mo certainly has audacity, hiding in a hotel right under the police's noses. This is the essence of being hidden in plain sight. It's likely the investigation team would never guess that Su Mo is currently enjoying the presidential suite, while the investigation team sleeps in their cars. Su Mo luxuriates in the presidential suite. The investigation team is too anxious to sleep deeply, while Su Mo slumbers until dawn. It feels as though the roles have reversed. The investigation team seems more like the fugitives. Chapter 41. How dull. Let us do something. Upon reflection, I too felt that the investigation team resembled fugitives, enduring the elements in a comical manner. Indeed, those who were aware recognized them as the investigation team, while those who were oblivious might genuinely mistake them for criminals. After a restless night, they were relegated to instant noodles for breakfast. Such a pity. I decided to check on Su Mo next door. In room 3, Su Mo had just finished his morning routine when he heard a knock at the door. Good morning, your breakfast has arrived. Su Mo glanced at Yang Jingxian. Before he could respond, she cheerfully dashed to open the door. Upon opening it, they were greeted by a hotel staff member pushing a small cart. Good morning, miss. Here is your order breakfast. May I set it on the table for you? Of course, Yang Jingxian replied, stepping aside to allow entry. The staff member swiftly arranged several plates on the dining table, lifting the lids from the dishes. This breakfast is specially prepared for guests in the presidential suite, featuring both Chinese and Western options. Do these suit your palate? If you prefer something else, please let us know, and we can have the kitchen prepare it fresh. I can eat anything, Yang Jingxian affirmed with a smile. Very well, enjoy your meal. Should you need anything, feel free to call the front desk. After the staff member departed, Yang Jingxian gazed at the lavish spread before her, unable to resist glancing at Su Mo. Wow, this is incredibly extravagant. It was not that Yang Jingxian had never encountered opulence. She had previously stayed in presidential suites as well. However, she was currently in the role of a meat ticket, and it was unexpected for someone in her position to enjoy such luxury. Having watched numerous dramas, she was well aware that the treatment of a meat ticket was typically far from favorable. Moreover, if they fell into the hands of twisted kidnappers, they might find themselves subjected to regular educational beatings. Wait, is someone actually having lobster for breakfast? Is this the privilege of the presidential suite? I can tolerate the steamed buns, dumplings, and youtiao as standard breakfast fare, but lobster and sea cucumbers in the morning? Is this the breakfast standard for fugitives? While the investigation team is eating instant noodles, they are feasting on this. Is Su Mo here to be a fugitive or to elevate his standard of living? In room 3, the viewers were bewildered at the sight of such a bountiful breakfast. Is this how fugitives are portrayed in dramas? Which fugitive can enjoy the comforts of a presidential suite while calmly indulging in such a lavish breakfast? Even the investigation team could not fathom that while they were forced to subsist on instant noodles to monitor their area, Su Mo was residing in a presidential suite, savoring gourmet delicacies. As Yang Jingxian enjoyed her meal, she occasionally cast a glance at Su Mo sitting across from her. She suddenly felt that life as a meat ticket was not so bad after all, living in a presidential suite and relishing such a sumptuous breakfast. She even began to question the authenticity of the dramatized portrayals of fugitives, forced to sleep on bridges while eating instant noodles. Once satiated, Yang Jingxian leaned back in her chair, a look of satisfaction on her face. Now that we are full, what shall we do next? Wait, Su Mo replied succinctly. Yang Jingxian was uncertain about what they were waiting for or how long it would take, but those considerations were beyond her focus. She understood that her role was simply to cooperate with Su Mo. Nodding obediently, she said, "Oh," and promptly moved to the side. sitting on the sofa to pass the time on her phone. However, it wasn't long before boredom set in again. She leaned closer to Sumo once more. I'm so bored. Aren't you bored? Don't you want to do something? Do something? Sumo turned his head, examining Yang Jingxian before shaking his head. Not interested. After a while, Yang Jingxian asked again, Are you sure you don't want to do anything? Certain. A few minutes later, Yang Jingxian remained unconvinced. Really nothing at all? Yes. In room 3, the chat between the two seemed to be on entirely different wavelengths. It felt as though they were speaking in separate dimensions. One still fiddling with trivialities while the other had already sped onto the highway. But who exactly was speeding along? The complexity of adult interactions was truly baffling. Perhaps I should just sit by the supermarket entrance and ride the toy cars for a while. Time passed. Second by second, Yang Jingxian occasionally glanced at Sumo truthfully. Her curiosity about him had piqued. He was one of the few men who did not actively engage with her. She even began to question her own appearance and figure. However, upon reflection, she reassured herself that she had no cause for concern, being a star who relied on her looks for a living. Surely that proved her attractiveness surpassed that of most individuals. After sitting on the sofa and contemplating for a considerable time, Yang Jingxian concluded that the issue must lie with Sumo. She speculated that he must have feelings for her, but was too intimidated by her brilliance to express them. She had to devise a plan to coax Sumo into revealing his true feelings. After all, there was a camera recording their every move. And if Sumo displayed no interest in her, it would be quite embarrassing. Sumo, would you like to play truth or dare? Lifting his gaze to Yang Jingxian, Sumo nodded. Sure, how do we play? Yang Jingxian initially considered suggesting a card game, but with only the two of them, it wouldn't work, and she was all too aware of his superior skills and intellect, realizing she had no chance of winning. After some thought, she proposed, let us keep it simple, rock, paper, scissors. It's a game of chance, after all. All right, Sumo extended a hand. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. I'll choose paper. Upon hearing this, Yang Jingxian thought, is he trying to trick me? Does he really think I'm that naive? I'm quite clever most of the time. In the next moment, Yang Jingxian began to strategize. If Sumo chose paper, he likely intended to deceive her into choosing scissors, allowing him to win with rock. Thus, to triumph over Sumo, all she needed to do was select scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. Yang Jingxian chose paper, only to discover Sumo had chosen scissors. She fell silent for a few seconds, then exclaimed as if a groundhog had emerged from its burrow, Ah, you tricked me. Chapter 42. Is Sumo preparing to fly away from Yang City? Why are these two not fleeing? Do they intend to remain hidden in the hotel indefinitely? It seems rather foolish of the investigation team. The suspects are clearly hiding in a hotel right under their noses, yet they have been searching for so long without success. Strangely, Sumo does not seem the least bit concerned that the investigation team may come knocking, as if he is certain they will not. I am curious about the basis for his judgment. Having spent 2 days in the hotel to conceal their whereabouts, Sumo and Yang Jingxian have not even stepped outside. The audience in the live stream has been watching them lie idle in the hotel for 2 entire days. During this time, Sumo has not made any significant moves, spending nearly all his time engrossed in his phone, leaving viewers puzzled about his activities. The show's director, Song Ishihue, has been monitoring the live stream as well. Observing Sumo's calm demeanor in room 3, she couldn't help but smile. This episode is indeed far more entertaining than the previous ones. Perhaps she underestimated Sumo. Despite the investigation team being so near, what gives him the audacity to remain so composed? Is he perhaps holding some trump card? Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupts her thoughts. Yang Jingxian instinctively glances at Sumo. We didn't order anything. Could it be the investigation team? No. Sumo shakes his head. The person we were waiting for has arrived. The person we were waiting for? Yang Jingxian echoes in confusion. When she turns to the door, she finds the knocker has vanished, and Sumo is now holding a multitude of packages of various sizes. As Sumo carries a pile of parcels into the room, he gestures for Yang Jingxian to close the door. While she does so, he begins to unwrap the packages. Once the door is shut, Yang Jingxian approaches Sumo. Her curiosity piqued as she points to the parcels. Did you buy these with that flight attendant's phone? What is inside? Special printers, unique paper, some inks and chemicals, along with makeup props for the production team. Upon hearing this, Yang Jingxian's confusion only deepens. What do you need these for? Su Mo, maintaining his calm demeanor, replies. You'll find out shortly. As he continues to unpack the parcels, Yang Jingxian stands beside him, utterly bewildered by his actions, her camera capturing every moment. The viewers in the live stream share her confusion, unable to comprehend Su Mo's intentions. 10 minutes later, Su Mo halts his work. Satisfied with the result of his labor, a pilot's credentials. Pilot credentials? Were you just forging documents? Yang Jingxuan's voice rises in surprise. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream is equally astonished. What on earth is Su Mo doing? He can forge documents? Is this guy serious? With such skill, he can make a living off of it. But why is he forging a pilot's credentials? Can this help him escape? Stop overreacting. Get ready to depart. Su Mo instructs Yang Jingxian. He takes one of the smaller packages into the bathroom. Moments later, he emerges with a rugged beard and a scar, looking vastly different from before. If Yang Jingxian hadn't seen him enter, she might not have recognized him. What are you doing? I'm preparing to apply for a pilot position at the airline, while you will apply to be a flight attendant. We'll go together. Yang Jingxian's mind is filled with questions. Apply for a pilot position? A flight attendant? What is Su Mo planning? Shouldn't we be finding a way to evade the investigation team? Seeing her bewilderment, Su Mo anticipates her next question. Are you wondering why I want to apply? Yang Jingxian nods eagerly, hoping for clarification. Su Mo strides to the window and gestures below. Look, Yang City is the investigation team's stronghold. They have numerous advantageous factors here, easily mobilizing many personnel, which is detrimental to us. What does that have to do with your pilot application? Are you really that dense? Su Mo rolls his eyes. We cannot simply walk out of Yang City. Our only options are to fly or take the high-speed train. Both require real name registration, making them impossible for us. But if I can fly, who has to say I can't? Yang Jingxian's eyes widen in realization. Su Mo intends to apply for a pilot position to use that identity to escape Yang City. But can Su Mo even fly a plane? Wait, let me print you a flight attendant resume as well. It might come in handy, Su Mo continues, ignoring Yang Jingxian's look of horror as he prints a resume for her. Resumes do not require forgery. She can write whatever she likes as long as it is not too extravagant. Moreover, Yang Jingxian meets the selection criteria for flight attendants in terms of appearance and height. So her application should be straightforward. Pulling at Su Mo's sleeve, Yang Jingxian implores, Su Mo, why don't we just turn ourselves in? Driving requires a license. Flying a plane is far more complicated. Even if the forged credentials go undetected, can you really fly? The live stream erupts with chaos. Wait, flying a plane to escape Yang City? Su Mo really thought this through. I wondered why he went through the trouble of forging pilot credentials. Turns out he wants to fly away. This is insanity. Can just anyone become a pilot? Su Mo likely doesn't realize that applying for a pilot position isn't just about having credentials. They'll ask a couple of technical questions, and he will undoubtedly slip up. If he gets caught with those forged credentials, the airline will call the authorities, and he'll be apprehended on the spot. Chapter 43. The investigation team finally reacts. I am serious. Perhaps we should turn ourselves in. Yang Jingxian fixed her earnest gaze upon Su Mo, reiterating her suggestion. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Mo shook his head. Turn ourselves in? Absolutely not. This cat-and-mouse game has only just begun. It would be nonsensical to surrender now. He understood that Yang Jingxuan's insistence stemmed from her belief that he lacked the skills to pilot an aircraft, and thus she was reluctant to undertake such a perilous venture alongside him. Patting Yang Jingxian on the shoulder, Su Mo chuckled. Rest assured, I am confident. Do you truly think I would gamble with my own life? After pondering his words, Yang Jingxian conceded that there was some merit to his argument. Aside from genuine desperados, who would dare to toy with their own existence? Thus, it seemed plausible that Su Mo was indeed capable of flying a plane. Relieved, she remarked, indeed. You would never joke about your life. Yet, she remained puzzled. But, aren't you just an ordinary office worker? How could you possibly know how to fly a plane? Taken aback by her question, Su Mo hesitated, Did I ever claim to know how to fly? You don't? Yang Jingshuan's incredulity was palpable. Of course not. Yang Jingxian was taken aback. Moments earlier, Su Mo had spoken so convincingly that she almost believed he could actually fly. Thankfully, her curiosity prompted her to inquire further, where she might have unwittingly fallen into a trap. After all, how could someone who couldn't fly an aircraft aspire to become a captain? The thought of attempting to pilot a plane out of Yang City was absurd. One must consider that if an aircraft were to crash, the fatality rate for passengers and crew is nearly absolute. Falling from thousands of meters would undoubtedly lead to a catastrophic demise. Yang Jingxian had joined this program merely to enhance her popularity. Yet, she would never gamble her life for fame. Shaking her head, she took a step back. No. I believe turning ourselves in is the more prudent option. Seeing her reaction, Su Mo quickly donned a serious expression. I was merely jesting. I can indeed fly. Trust me. You truly can? Absolutely. But I can't shake the feeling that you are deceiving me. Why would I deceive you? Besides, what benefit would that serve me? If I can end amp, oppose, fly, I would be doomed as well, don and amp, oppose. You agree? Su Mo and amp, oppose. S. demeanor was exceptionally earnest, and he appeared to be speaking the truth. Moreover, he was correct. If he truly could not pilot an aircraft, he too would face dire consequences. Yang Jingxian sensed that Su Mo was not the type to take reckless risks. His earlier claim of being unable to fly was likely just a jest. Unbeknownst to her, this was all an act. He indeed lacked flying skills. As a diligent office worker, how could he possess such knowledge? If he truly could fly, he would have long sought employment with an airline. Sumo's calmness was attributed to his prior research online. In recent days, he had been engrossed in learning about aviation and the qualifications required to be a captain. Thanks to his extensive research, he understood that, in addition to the captain, there is also a co-pilot on board. Not only does the captain operate the aircraft, but the co-pilot is also trained to do so. The captain can delegate control of the aircraft's ascent and descent to the co-pilot. Often, it is the co-pilot who manages these operations. Thus, even if Su Mo lacked flying skills, it would not pose a significant issue, as there would be a capable co-pilot present. Team Leader Han, it has been several days. Could it be that Su Mo has already departed? Impossible. Surveillance indicates that the last place Su Mo was seen was right here. He could not have left. Han Fei replied, shaking his head. Despite the fruitless searches over the past few days, he remained convinced that Su Mo was nearby. This location was the last recorded sighting of him, and thereafter, he had vanished from the cameras. This fact spoke volumes. Furthermore, Han Fei, as the leader of the investigation team, relied on his intuition, which had led him to solve numerous cases in the past without a single misjudgment. His brow furrowed in concentration. If he hadn't left, where could he be hiding? His keen eyes scanned the area rapidly. It puzzled him to know where Su Mo could be concealed. In the past few days, the investigation team, accompanied by police officers, had thoroughly searched the vicinity. Yet even so, Su Mo remained elusive. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. Wait, it seems there is one location we have yet to investigate. Han Fei turned his gaze toward the hotel by the roadside. This is the only place we Haven T searched. If Su Mo had not hidden elsewhere, he must be concealed within that establishment. I and Oppos, V, figured out. Su Mo is hiding in that hotel. Finally coming to this realization, Han Fei pointed at the hotel, exclaiming. Upon hearing his assertion, Shun Mani, Chen Ku, and Li Chun all followed his gesture, their eyes widening in understanding. They had overlooked the hotel because it required real name registration for check-in. It seemed improbable that Su Mo would dare to book a room under his own name. Yet, they had neglected a crucial detail. Su Mo could easily use someone else in Oppos' identification to check in, thereby evading the police and Oppos' network system. With this newfound insight, the investigation team promptly rushed toward the hotel. The viewers who had been following the live stream were now filled with excitement. Is this program finally coming to an end? If only they had thought of this sooner. They could have captured Su Mo much earlier. It seems this episode is drawing to a close. Su Mo cannot escape now. One must commend Su Mo for his resilience. He had managed to evade capture for quite some time. Indeed, The challengers from the previous episodes had not lasted more than 3 hours combined, making Soon Mo's achievement commendable. The episode concludes here. Let us welcome the next challenger. Hello. We are police officers conducting an investigation. Please cooperate with our work. Upon entering the hotel, Han Fei approached the front desk, promptly identifying himself and presenting his credentials. All right. I will cooperate, the attendant stammered, nodding in agreement. In the next moment, Han Fei retrieved Soon Mo's photograph from his phone and presented it to the front desk, inquiring, "Have you seen this person?" The attendant glanced at the image and, without hesitation, confidently replied, "Yes. A few days ago, he checked in with 2 beautiful women, and he hasn't checked out yet. I remember him quite vividly." The investigation team was left dumbfounded. Soon Mo checked into a hotel with 2 women? While we are out here suffering, he is reveling in luxury. Chapter 44. Yet again, Soon Mo slips away, noticing the unusual expressions on Han Fei and his companions' faces. The waitress assumed the officers had not received the information they sought. Consequently, she added, "Comrades, I assure you, I am not mistaken. It was indeed him." She pointed to the photograph of Soon Mo on Han Fei and Appo's phone. "I remember him distinctly. He not only brought 2 beautiful women to the hotel, but also booked the presidential suite." Upon hearing this, Han Fei's expression darkened considerably. 2 beautiful women and a presidential suite. For days, the investigation team had scarcely managed a good night's sleep, tirelessly working to apprehend Soon Mo, to avoid him escaping while they rested. They had taken turns keeping watch, resulting in severe sleep deprivation. Many had resorted to sleeping in their vehicles, leading to poor sleep quality. After 2 days, dark circles appeared under their eyes, and they all looked utterly drained. Meanwhile, Soon Mo luxuriated in a presidential suite, surrounded by beautiful women, reveling in a life of indulgence. Who could bear such a thing? This Soon Mo. Han Fei gritted his teeth in frustration. At that moment, Chun could glance toward the elevator. This farce needed to come to an end. He then turned back to the waitress. "Which room is that man in? Please take us there." "No trouble at all. It is my duty," the waitress replied. "I will escort you right away." Before departing, she retrieved a master key card. Normally, hotels maintain strict confidentiality regarding their guests' room numbers, but this situation was different as it involved law enforcement. The hotel was obliged to assist the police in their operations. There is only 1 presidential suite currently booked in the establishment, so the waitress did not even need to check the room number. She could lead the investigation team directly. Upon reaching the top floor, the group stood before the door of the presidential suite. The waitress felt a mix of excitement and anxiety. She had witnessed such scenes countless times on television. Who would have thought she would find herself in a real-life scenario assisting the police? Taking a deep breath, she reached out to knock, but Han Fei stopped her. "No need to knock. Just open the door." The waitress hesitated, her hand suspended in midair. She took out the master key card from her pocket and unlocked the door. "Soon Mo, the game is over. You've lost. Come out without making us use force." There was no response from within the room. A sense of foreboding surged within Han Fei. He quickly moved forward to open the doors of all rooms within the suite, only to discover that the presidential suite was utterly vacant. Soon Mo had slipped away yet again. Despite already suspecting the answer, Han Fei couldn't and Appo's help but feel disheartened. He turned to the waitress. "Are you certain this is the right room?" "Absolutely. This is the only presidential suite that has been rented out in the hotel these past 2 days," she confirmed. Upon hearing this, Li Chun, Chun Ku, and Shin Manny all frowned. It appeared they had struck out once more. At that moment, the waitress's walkie-talkie crackled to life. "Downstairs, housekeeping, room 8888, guest checking out." The housekeeper replied, "Received." Hearing this exchange, Han Fei suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. The room number of the presidential suite they were in was precisely 8888, as he had just confirmed with the waitress. The person checking out could only be Soon Mo. Han Fei glanced at the waitress and instructed, "Use your walkie-talkie to have security stop the person checking out. The investigation team, follow me downstairs to apprehend him." They hurriedly took the elevator to the first floor. In the lobby, burly security guards were pinning a young man face down on the ground. Noticing Han Fei and his team's arrival, one of them immediately spoke up, "Comrade police, this is the guy who just checked out." We and Oppos. VE managed to subdue him for you. Thank you. Han Fei nodded at the four men. Judging by their methods and the calluses on their hands, he surmised they were likely retired soldiers hired by the upscale hotel. As he descended the elevator, he had worried that the hotel security might take a less is more approach and allow Su Mo to escape. It seemed his concerns were unwarranted, as the four veterans had firmly restrained Su Mo on the ground. As Su Mo lay subdued by the hotel security, viewers in the live stream began to flood the chat with comments. You scare me. I thought that room was empty, and Su Mo had slipped away again. Impossible. The net of justice is wide, but does not miss. It would be absurd for Su Mo to escape. That's right. The net of justice is vast and unyielding. Unlike you, who are illiterate, although Su Mo is quite skilled, he still couldn't evade the grasp of the investigation team. After all this hard work, the comrades of the investigation team deserve recognition. At that moment, the young man pinned to the ground spoke up, his voice trembling. What the hell? How did I get mixed up with the police? I confess. I understand the principle of leniency for those who cooperate and severity for those who resist. Upon hearing his voice, Han Fei's eyes twitched involuntarily. This voice did not belong to Su Mo. Had they arrested the wrong person? The young man, oblivious to Han Fei's internal turmoil, continued to confess all his past misdeeds. When I was 7, I broke my neighbor's child's egg. At 9, I often touched my female classmates' behinds. At 12, I peeked at a widow bathing. And since starting work, I've been visiting a salon every week. Comrades, I have confessed everything. If you consider my cooperation, could you possibly treat me leniently? The four security guards exchanged glances, bemused by his admissions. Visiting a salon every week? This guy must have spent his entire salary there. They thought, realizing the absurdity of the situation. Meanwhile, they also read the unspoken sentiment in each other in amp, oppos, SIs. He better not dare visit a salon again. Otherwise, he might end up like this guy, being apprehended by dozens of police officers. Han Fei and Oppos. S expression darkened considerably upon hearing the young man and Oppos' words. This Su Mo had once again played them for fools. With keen insight, Han Fei deduced that this young man was likely a decoy Su Mo had hired to divert the investigation team and Oppos' attention, or perhaps even a pawn in Su Mo's game to mock them. Grinding his teeth in frustration, Han Fei raised his hand. Take him away, regardless of anything else. The fact that he frequents salons is sufficient grounds for him to serve some time. Han Fei felt a surge of anger. This entire operation had been a dismal failure. They had failed to capture the elusive Su Mo, yet had apprehended a multitude of innocent bystanders instead. What a farce. Chapter 45. Does Su Mo truly dare to apply to the airline? According to statistics, over the past few days, the police conducted a thorough search, uncovering a total of 21 hidden salons in the area. They apprehended 399 individuals, including clients and escorts. And with the latest capture today, the total reached a neat 400. In just 2 days, they managed to locate 21 salons and detain 400 individuals. Judging by the speed of the operation and the number of criminals apprehended, this endeavor was undoubtedly a resounding success. However, the irony lay in the fact that the investigation team had not intended to target these salons or to catch clients and escorts. Their objective was to apprehend Su Mo. Instead, they ended up capturing numerous clients and escorts, while Su Mo remained elusive. Moreover, many viewers were watching the live stream, and the investigation team repeatedly failed to catch their target, leading to a considerable loss of face. The more Han Fei contemplated the situation, the more infuriated he became, fueling his desire to capture Su Mo swiftly. He gestured towards the young man pinned to the ground, instructing 2 officers to take him away, while the rest continued the pursuit of Su Mo. The young man, who had just voluntarily confessed, was taken aback by this order. He had hoped that his willingness to cooperate would lead to leniency, but it seemed the officers were not there to apprehend him. Had he remained silent, he might have escaped unscathed. Frustration consumed him as he regretted his earlier decision. After 2 exhausting days, Master Han had caught another client. He recalled that this show was not intended to capture clients. Incredible. Su Mo had slipped away again. He decided to check what Su Mo was doing next door. In the first live stream room, Linenen's eyes widened in astonishment. Was this even possible? Moments ago, she had watched Su Mo disguise himself and leave the room. As he exited the hotel, he even crossed paths with members of the investigation team. Su Mo sported a fake beard and a small scar on his face, while Yang Jingxian wore a large sun hat and linked arms with him. They managed to slip away right under the noses of the investigation team. In truth, if the investigators had scrutinized the two individuals closely, they would have realized something was amiss, especially with Su Mo's fake beard and scar. While ordinary people might not notice the deception, it was not easy to fool the investigation team. Furthermore, after leaving the hotel, Su Mo did not depart immediately, but instead sought out a young man on the street, providing him with the room number and the name of a flight attendant, instructing him to check out. He promised the young man that the deposit would be his to keep. The ensuing events unfolded as seen in the second live stream room. Just as Han Fei had surmised, this young man was indeed a decoy employed by Su Mo to divert attention and buy some time. Phew, that was close. At that moment, Yang Jingxian was taking deep breaths. When she had encountered the investigation team at the hotel entrance, her nerves had nearly caused her heart to leap from her chest. Fortunately, her large sun had concealed her face. Otherwise, the investigators would have surely grown suspicious upon seeing her anxious expression. In contrast, Su Mo appeared remarkably composed. What is there to fear? We are not actual fugitives. This is merely a show. Even if we were caught, it wouldn't matter. Yang Jingxian stared at Su Mo, pondering his words. Indeed, she was not a fugitive. Why should she feel anxious? Moreover, this was just a show. Even if apprehended, there would be no repercussions. Besides, her current position was that of a hostage. If the kidnappers weren't afraid, why should she be? Casting a glance back at the hotel, Yang Jingxian poked Su Mo. Are you certain we want to catch a cab in such a conspicuous spot? The hotel is right behind us. Su Mo nodded silently. His earlier act of sending the young man to check out was intended to mislead the investigation team into thinking he was the one leaving. Although this tactic would not delay them for long, any time gained was advantageous for securing a taxi. Spotting an empty cab, Su Mo waved it down, and it pulled over. Driver to Shihong, please. Sure thing. The ride continued in silence. Upon arriving at the airline, Su Mo and Yang Jingxian approached the front desk. Hello. We are here to apply for positions. I am applying for the captain role, and she is applying for flight attendant. Please hold on a moment. I will call the manager to inform them. The front desk hurriedly dialed the manager. Wait, they truly arrive at the airline? Su Mo really dares to apply here? Does he think he can bluff his way through with a fake certificate? It was improbable that Su Mo would secure a position, let alone pilot a plane out of Yang City. Such aspirations were sheer fantasy. I was curious to see how he planned to navigate this situation. Soon, the front desk hung up the phone. Our manager wants me to take you both for the interview. Please follow me. Once Su Mo and Yang Jingxian complied, the front desk led them to an office. After knocking, they were invited in. Inside sat a portly middle-aged man. Manager, I have brought the candidates. All right, you may leave now. Su Mo stepped forward and presented the prefabricated captain credentials to the manager. Manager, I am here to apply for the position of captain. Observing this, Yang Jingxian followed suit and handed over her resume. Manager, I am applying for flight attendant. The manager accepted their documents. But while the airline was indeed in need of flight attendants, the captain position was far more scarce. Thus, the manager barely glanced at Yang Jingxian's resume, focusing his attention entirely on Su Mo and Oppo's as credentials. After a mere glance, the manager inhaled sharply. Just that one look assured him that Su Mo was an exceptional talent. The credentials indicated that Su Mo had previously saved an entire flight's passengers during a sudden aircraft malfunction. It is crucial to note that a plane is not like a car. If a car encounters a problem, it can pull over to diagnose the issue. However, once an aircraft is airborne, any malfunction essentially places everyone on board in grave peril. A captain who can remain calm under such circumstances and safely return all passengers to the ground is nothing short of remarkable. The manager's interest was piqued instantly. Could you elaborate on the cause of that incident and how you ultimately managed it? Certainly, Su Mo nodded, preparing to recount the tale. Chapter 46. Successful application for captain. Although considerable time has elapsed, the events remain vividly etched in memory. It was an international flight, and the aircraft encountered a malfunction precisely above the Bering Strait. At that moment, the fuselage tilted dramatically, the rudder deviated significantly, and became completely jammed. Upon realizing the aircraft was in distress, I promptly contacted the nearest airport control tower. After enduring over 2 hours of uncontrolled flight, the aircraft ultimately entered the runway at a side-slip angle. But fortunately, the direction was adjusted in time, and the aircraft came to a steady halt, with all 386 passengers unharmed. It was only during the post-incident inspection that we discovered the tail's power control module had been utterly destroyed, with piston overload causing the rudder to deviate and jam. As I recounted this tale, I couldn't help but gesture to the small scar on my face, a remnant of that day. Would such a blemish truly hinder my future career? As I spoke, anxiety and unease flickered across my features, revealing my concern that this scar might impede my aspirations of becoming captain. Without a moment in oppose, as hesitation, the manager shook his head. Not at all. We are in civil aviation, not piloting fighter jets. Such a minor scar is inconsequential. Moreover, this scar is not merely a blemish. It is a badge of honor. Should anyone dare suggest that this scar could affect your career, I would take great offense. Upon hearing this, a barely perceptible smile graced my lips. Prior to this meeting, I had conducted thorough research online and discovered that all airlines were in dire need of captains. As for those who had once relied on their extensive experience and formidable psychological resilience to save countless lives, they were indeed rare gems. What airline would not covet such talent? This small scar would not only fail to impede a captain's career, rather, it would evoke admiration from the airline staff, significantly enhancing my chances of securing the position. It is noteworthy that the manager who received me had once harbored dreams of becoming a captain himself. However, due to various circumstances, he was unable to achieve that goal and instead found himself working at the airline. Deep down, the manager held immense respect, even envy, for those who wore the captain's stripes, especially someone like me, a heroic captain. In his eyes, the scar on my face was a symbol of valor. Throughout our brief conversation, the manager did not question my identity as a captain. On the contrary, he perceived me as a figure of great stature, akin to a hero. Little did he realize that the person standing before him was not a captain and had never even set foot in a cockpit. His preconceived notions led him to view me as a seasoned hero, when in truth, the story I had recounted was one I had found online. Thanks to a boost in my cognitive function, my ability to memorize had improved significantly. During the 2 days spent at the hotel, I had dedicated myself to memorizing various data about commercial aircraft and methods for safely landing in the event of different malfunctions. Regardless of the questions posed by the manager regarding aircraft specifications or operational issues, I responded with ease. At that moment, I had transformed into a formidable orator, possessing an unparalleled command of theoretical knowledge. Indeed, I might know even more than a seasoned captain. Although the manager had already made the decision to hire me, he still symbolically posed a few operational questions. With a genuine desire to learn, he inquired about matters he was not entirely familiar with. I answered every question with confidence, and gradually, a smile appeared on the manager's face. He realized I was indeed a rare talent, and he felt fortunate to have discovered me. For over an hour, the interview continued, and the more he observed me, the more he appreciated my potential. He decided on the spot to offer me a position. Yang Jingxian, standing nearby, listened in astonishment, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at me. She had not anticipated that I not only possessed the skills to pilot an aircraft, but was also a hero who had once saved the lives of hundreds. Not just her, but even the viewers in the live stream were taken aback. The multitude of specialized terminology I had employed during the conversation left them bewildered. We had engaged in dialogue for over an hour, and I had managed to address every query posed, leaving the viewers feeling somewhat insecure. How could it suddenly seem as though I truly knew how to pilot an aircraft? Was I really being hired? How was it possible that I possessed such knowledge? Surely the production team had stated I was merely an ordinary salaryman. Please don't tell me I had memorized all this information on a whim. If that were the case, It would be utterly terrifying. After my interview concluded, the manager finally turned his attention to Yang Jingxian, picking up the resume she had previously handed him. Smiling, he inquired, "You are here to apply for the flight attendant position, correct? You and Sumo are together, are you not? You are a couple, I presume?" "Yes," Yang Jingxian nodded, eagerly awaiting further questions from the manager. To her surprise, he merely glanced at her resume, assessed her briefly, and then stated, "I am already aware of your situation. Our company is in need of talents like both of you. Follow me. I will assist you with the onboarding process." The manager and Oppo's lack of inquiry was primarily due to my impressive credentials. Given my excellence, how could my girlfriend be anything less? Moreover, I was precisely the talent the airline urgently required. The last thing they wanted was for Yang Jingxian not to be hired, leading to my withdrawal from the airline, a significant loss indeed. Yang Jingxian felt a twinge of imbalance within her. Why was my interview experience so vastly different from Sumo's? The manager had questioned him for over an hour, yet when it came to me, he merely asked if I had come with Sumo. Was that all? Couldn't he asked me a few more questions? Before she could voice her thoughts, I interjected, "Manager, since we have both been hired, may I propose a condition? Could you arrange for my girlfriend and me to be placed in the same flight crew?" "Of course," the manager replied with a smile. "That is quite simple." Under the manager and Oppo's guidance, Yang Jingxian and I swiftly completed our onboarding process. He ensured we were assigned to the same flight crew and led us to the office. After introducing us to the staff, he took his leave. Upon learning that I was the new captain, the flight attendants regarded me with newfound admiration. Captains are elite individuals earning substantial incomes within the aviation industry, and many flight attendants aspire to marry one. No sooner had the manager departed than the flight attendants surrounded me, eager to make my acquaintance. Chapter 47. Is this program serious? Upon witnessing a throng of flight attendants advancing towards Sumo, the most exhilarated were undoubtedly the viewers in the live stream. Through the camera mounted on Yang Jingxian and Oppo's attire, the audience feasted their eyes. Goodness, this office is nothing but legs. No, it and Oppo's brimming with flight attendants. My mind is in a whirl. I feel like my legs are filled with thoughts. Is being a captain this enjoyable? Surrounded by a multitude of flight attendants the moment I step in? Is there more exclusive content behind this? Can it be fast-forwarded? I would gladly pay for it. At that moment, a supervisor happened to stroll past the live stream room. At first glance, he sensed something amiss. Upon a second glance, he was even more convinced of the oddity. This hardly resembles a vehicle meant for a kindergarten. This is bizarre. Wasn't this live stream established to prevent crime? How could such a scene unfold? In the frame, a dozen flight attendants encircled a man, laughing exuberantly. It appeared decidedly inappropriate. Is this truly a serious program? It certainly does not seem so. Yet, the supervisor was aware that this live stream had official endorsement. It was designed to prevent crime, thus it should be serious, right? The flight attendants surrounding Sumo began to speak. "I heard from the manager that you're the new captain." "Hello. You look so handsome, Captain. Do you have a girlfriend? What kind of girls do you like?" "The new colleague who came with you is stunning. Is she your girlfriend?" Sumo turned to glance at Yang Jingxian, standing beside him, and then at the circle of flight attendants around him. He smiled and said, "Her? Ha! I don't know her. I'm single." Yang Jingxian was taken aback. "What do you mean you don't know her?" "Sumo, you weren't saying that when you were interviewing in the manager's office. You called me your girlfriend in front of the manager just a moment ago. Now, upon seeing this group of enchantresses, you've chosen to deny me?" However, before Yang Jingxian could finish her sentence, the flight attendants, like a constellation of stars, surrounded Sumo and departed, even assisting him in tidying up the table. Upon learning that this new captain was still single, the flight attendants pondered how to seize this opportunity. After all, he was a captain, potentially earning a six-figure salary annually. Moreover, this new captain was rather handsome. Surely, they ought to vie for his attention. One by one, they engaged Sumo in conversation. In stark contrast, Yang Jingxian found herself utterly neglected, standing alone by the door. Reflecting on her isolation while Sumo was enveloped by a group of flight attendants, she felt a pang of discomfort. Squinting her eyes, she glared at Sumo. Yet, he paid her no mind. engrossed in conversation with the flight attendants. What kind of treatment was this? Surrounded by flight attendants, Su Mo had the audacity to ignore Yang Jingxian and engage with him instead? Was Tishi more desirable than a flight attendant? Su Mo seemed oblivious. Shouldn't he be clear that he ought to choose Yang Jingxian? Choose. Only children choose. Adults desire all. My friends, what posture must one adopt to dream such dreams at night? The viewers could only discern Su Mo's joy, yet they could hardly fathom the depth of his happiness. In the background of the live stream, Song Yishue furrowed her brows. In the live footage, Su Mo was merrily conversing with the flight attendants, even examining their palms one by one. Wasn't this a program aimed at crime prevention? Why did it appear more like a dating show? And witnessing such a scene made her uneasy, as if Su Mo might engage in some broadcast-prohibited antics. Surely he should not, possibly, be this unseemly, right? The more she pondered, the less confident she felt. After all, whether Su Mo was improper was uncertain. She had never tested that theory. Song Yishue's anxiety stemmed from her role as the program's director. However, the enthusiastic viewers did not share her concerns. Rather, their imaginations ran wild. Each thought more vibrant than the last. Following Su Mo's lively interactions with the flight attendants, viewers envisioned an extravagant scene of Su Mo engaging with a multitude. Even more absurdly, news of the flight attendants in the live stream spread inexplicably. In mere moments, the viewer count surged by over 2 million. New viewers, akin to excited creatures in a field, clamored with curiosity. I'm new here. Is this program serious? Indeed, this is an official live stream, genuinely aimed at preventing crime. Are you certain this stream is serious? The screen is filled with legs. Is this what you call serious? The live stream's visuals left even the seasoned Lin and then at a loss for words. This was the first and largest blunder she had encountered in her career. This was a program intended to prevent crime, with Su Mo portraying a kidnapper. If Su Mo were behaving normally while on the run, she could still provide commentary. But how could one interpret Su Mo's current demeanor, surrounded by flight attendants, laughing and chatting? It appeared more like flirting than fleeing. How could she narrate this? Su Mo here. Based on my analysis, he seems to be gathering information about the airline. Let us shift our focus to the investigation team. Lin opted to divert attention from Su Mo, instead concentrating on the investigation team. Viewers? Gathering information about the airline? Is this how one gathers company information? They saw clearly that Su Mo was engaging. Wasn't he merely using palm reading as a guise to flirt? Lin disregarded the viewers' skepticism, focusing entirely on the investigation team. They had already uncovered the identity of the flight attendant who had assisted Su Mo in booking a hotel room and were questioning her. It remained uncertain if the investigation team could glean any insights from the flight attendant's responses. In the live footage, Han Fei was inquiring about what transpired that evening with Wan Hanyu. Did he merely ask you to help him book a room? Did he request anything else from you? Or did he ask you any questions? Anything else? Wan Hanyu frowned and considered. He did ask me to play cards with him. Han Fei. Nothing more. Wan Hanyu pondered the events of that day again. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she pulled out her phone and opened an online shopping app. He also used my phone to buy these items. These were all his purchases. Special printer, ink, and paper of this specification. Han Fei's eyes lit up as he glanced at the shopping history. This indeed was a lead. Chapter 48. Once more with the heavenly, Su Mo must have fabricated some documents or certificates. Chun Ku, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. Han Fei glanced at him. You are on the same wavelength as me. Han Fei also suspected that Su Mo had purchased these items online for the purpose of forgery. However, he could not ascertain what exactly had been falsified. At this moment, he could not even conjure a single idea regarding Su Mo's intentions. What could Su Mo possibly be forging at such a critical juncture? Han Fei furrowed his brow, unable to deduce anything further. He decided to shift his focus back to Wan Hanyu, hoping to extract more information or interlinking clues from the flight attendant. Is there anything else you can recall? Wan Hanyu scratched her head. I'm a bit nervous and can't seem to remember much. It wasn't that Wan Hanyu lacked courage. Rather, the police presence was overwhelmingly intimidating. Surrounded by officers, Even an innocent person would inevitably feel a twinge of anxiety. Han Fei, please have the officers step aside for a moment. I'd like to have a word with this young lady, suggested Shinmani as she gently patted Han Fei's shoulder. Recognizing that their large presence might have frightened the flight attendant, Han Fei nodded and stepped aside, allowing Shinmani to take over the questioning. After retreating with the officers, Han Fei turned to the other two members of the investigative team, Li Chun and Chun Ko. Any thoughts? Unsurprisingly, both shook their heads. Moments later, Li Chun spoke up. What we know for certain is that Su Mo is indeed planning to forge something, and that very item is crucial for his next course of action. Yes. Chun Ko nodded slightly, but therein lies the dilemma. We have no idea what Su Mo is forging, nor do we know what his subsequent intentions are. Their words carried an underlying implication. The investigative team was being led around by Su Mo. The three men exchanged glances, each detecting a hint of resignation and weariness on the other's faces. Truth be told, they had never encountered such a slippery target. It was almost giving them a headache. Thankfully, Su Mo was not an actual fugitive. Otherwise, it would have been a significant source of trouble for them. This episode's investigative team has not been particularly effective. It has been quite some time, yet they have yet to apprehend anyone. It is not that the team is lacking in capability, but rather that Su Mo is exceptionally resourceful. They could hardly fathom that Su Mo was planning to fly out of Yangcheng. I suspect they cannot even conceive that he might leave the city at all. Imagining the scene, it seems Su Mo might already be indulging in merriment in another city while the investigative team remains in Yangcheng, perplexed about his whereabouts. At the airline company, Su Mo grinned at one of the taller flight attendants. Do you believe I can kiss you without touching you? The flight attendant blinked in surprise before shaking her head. How can you kiss me without touching me? Don't believe me? How about we make a wager? If I fail, you could treat me to bubble tea. The flight attendant seemed intrigued. All right. The next moment, with a quick action, Su Mo managed to catch her off guard. With a cheeky smile, he pulled out his phone. I accept defeat, but I am unfamiliar with this area. Why not order the bubble tea yourself, and I'll transfer you the money after we connect on WeChat? The flight attendant's cheeks flushed as she took out her phone. Standing nearby, Yang Jingxian watched in astonishment. How could Su Mo still have the presence of mind to flirt with a girl? Was he truly unconcerned about the investigative team catching up to him? At such a moment, shouldn't he be strategizing on how to evade them and escape Yangcheng? Suddenly, an idea struck Yang Jingxian. Su Mo's visit to the airline company may not have been to escape, but rather to flirt. Just look at how joyfully he is smiling. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were buzzing with excitement. Su Mo is quite the charmer. He managed to obtain a flight attendant and Oppo's WeChat and a kiss for the price of a bubble tea. It seems the flight attendant is somewhat interested in him too. Could it be that he would only need a bubble tea to lure her to his bed? Is this a crime prevention program? Ha! I've learned a thing or two. I'll go practice this on the streets. Stay tuned for updates, everyone. Back with the investigative team, Shinmani concluded her conversation with the flight attendant and walked over to Han Fei and the others, shaking her head. There were no leads. Su Mo merely had her assist in purchasing those items online. Hearing this, Han Fei rubbed his face in frustration. Just when they had uncovered a clue, it vanished. Now, the only lead they possessed was the strong likelihood that Su Mo had forged some identification. However, they had no idea what kind of identification it was, nor could they guess. With all leads exhausted, perhaps we should utilize the Heavenly Eye once more? Shinmani proposed. At this point, all they knew was that Su Mo had engaged in forgery. Everything else remained a mystery. Apart from relying on the Heavenly Eye, they had no other means to track down Su Mo. The moment Shinmani suggested this, the other three agreed without a second thought. They all understood how elusive Su Mo was. Without any leads, it would be impossible to locate him in such a vast metropolis as Yangcheng. The investigative team promptly returned to headquarters, back to the familiar multi-office area and the large screen. Han Fei instructed the activation of the Heavenly Eye. The area for comparison would be set to a 1-kilometer radius around the Sheraton, and the time frame would be between 9 and 10 o'clock. The staff then input Su Mo and Oppo's identification number 1307891. This time, Su Mo and Oppo's identification number was still obscured. Once all preparations were complete, the screen began to load. The heavenly I was being activated. A large portrait of Su Mo and a document detailing his information appeared. Naturally, this information was encrypted and required permission to access. The investigative team did not need these details. They were solely interested in locating Su Mo. Thus, they utilized the comparison search function to commence their search. On the left side of the screen was Su Mo's portrait, and on the right, rapidly flashing surveillance footage. The comparison proceeded swiftly. Within a minute, the results were in. No individuals were found in the designated area. Upon seeing this outcome, the investigative team was taken aback. Where is Su Mo? Has he vanished? Chapter 49. The revelation of identity upon witnessing this outcome. The members of the investigation team exchanged bewildered glances, their faces reflecting varying degrees of astonishment. How could it be that there was no record of the individual in that area? It was perplexing, for the last known location of Su Mo was near the Sheraton. Could it be a matter of timing? Perhaps Su Mo had departed the hotel earlier than anticipated. Han Fei pondered. Let us expand the time frame from 6 to 90 and amp. Oppos, clock. Han Fei suggested. After he spoke, the officers re-engaged the surveillance system. Yet, the results remained unchanged. No sighting of Su Mo. The investigation team was now thoroughly confounded. Had Su Mo truly vanished without a trace? Was he capable of eluding even the surveillance cameras? The operational principle of the surveillance system was straightforward. It utilized all available cameras to locate individuals. If a person appeared within the camera's view, they would undoubtedly be identified. The absence of Su Mo from this system indicated only two possibilities. Either he had evaporated into thin air, or he had never been in the camera's line of sight. However, both scenarios seemed implausible. This was Yang City, a super first-tier metropolis, where cameras were omnipresent. Every street and alley was monitored, leaving almost no blind spots. To evade all surveillance cameras was an arduous task, one that even Han Fei could not accomplish. Yet, Su Mo seemingly possessed the uncanny ability to circumvent every camera. The investigation team was compelled to reassess their understanding of Su Mo. Initially, after reviewing Su Mo and AMP, Oppos, as profile, Han Fei and his colleagues had perceived him as merely an ordinary office worker. But now it appeared their initial assessment was profoundly misguided. An ordinary office worker? This individual had audaciously absconded with a bag of cash right under the police and AMP. Oppos' noses, forged identification, and evaded all surveillance. He exhibited meticulous cunning, specialized skills, and formidable counter-surveillance capabilities. If he were indeed an ordinary office worker, it would be astonishing. Could it be that he was an undercover agent? Han Fei mused. This possibility was not lost on others, including Chun Ku, who shared similar thoughts. Su Mo can't possibly be an undercover agent, can he? Forging documents and counter-surveillance skills are not typical for an average person. At this point, if he told me he could fly a plane, I wouldn't doubt it. Fly a plane? How could that be? Han Fei shot Chun Ku a sidelong glance. Even actual agents are rarely trained to fly. Exactly. And how could Su Mo be an agent? The records clearly indicate he is just an office worker. It's likely he has been influenced by too many crime dramas. At that moment, Li Chun chuckled and patted Chun Ku on the shoulder. Hearing this, Han Fei felt a flicker of doubt. Could it truly be that Su Mo's repeated escapes were merely due to an overindulgence in crime dramas? Despite his lingering suspicions, this was the only explanation that seemed to fit. Perhaps the skills Su Mo had displayed, such as counter-surveillance, were learned from watching those very shows. In the airline and Oppos' managerial office, staff responsible for inputting new employee information discovered some irregularities. Manager, the ID photocopies submitted by the two new employees seemed to have issues. Their ID numbers 1T connect to the system, an employee reported. The manager, perplexed, inquired, is it a network issue or something else? At that moment, he was still basking in the joy of having recruited such an exceptional captain and paid little heed to the ID photocopy issue, merely asking casually. It's not a network problem. Initially, I thought so too, but after several attempts, I realized these two ID numbers simply do not connect to the identity system. How can that be? Really, manager, they definitely do not connect. Where have you assigned these two employees? I'll go ask them. Perhaps the photocopy was unclear. and I misread the numbers. Let us go together. I'll accompany you, the manager replied, rising to his feet. He was beginning to sense that something was amiss. Could it be possible for someone to have an ID that does not connect to the system? Meanwhile, in the office, Sue Mo was cheerfully engaged in conversation with the flight attendants. Suddenly, the office door swung open. The manager entered first, followed by another employee, the very one Sue Mo had encountered earlier during the onboarding process. Though the manager had yet to speak, Sue Mo could already surmise what was about to unfold. The next moment, the HR employee behind the manager turned to Yang Jingxian and Sue Mo, stating, "Could you both provide me with your ID numbers? I need to confirm them." Upon hearing this, a flicker of panic crossed Yang Jingxian's face. She was acutely aware that both her and Sue Mo's IDs were counterfeit, hastily prepared before leaving the hotel. How could she possibly remember the details on the fake ID? She cast a pleading glance at Sue Mo. To her surprise, Sue Mo and Oppo's demeanor remained remarkably composed. His expression betrayed no signs of anxiety or guilt. Instead, he effortlessly recited the ID number from the counterfeit document he had created. After providing the number, he looked at the manager with a puzzled expression. "Manager, why do you need the ID numbers? Didn't we already submit copies? Your ID numbers didn't connect to the system." And Xiaohu thought perhaps the photocopies were unclear, so he came to verify with you both. Turning to the employee, the manager asked, "So, Xiaohu, was it a matter of unclear photocopies?" Xiaohu shook his head. "No, the ID number he provided matches the one I entered earlier. How could it not connect to the system?" At this moment, Yang Jingxian and Oppo's gaze began to waver. The manager and his colleagues remained oblivious, but she knew the truth. The reason the ID number failed to connect was that it was, indeed, fake. If it had connected, that would have been the real anomaly. As the scene unfolded, the viewers in the live stream felt a surge of anxiety. Was this the moment Sue Mo would be caught? A premonition washed over them. This episode might be drawing to a close, with the airline calling the authorities and the police arriving to apprehend Sue Mo in the act. Goodness, I cannot accept such an ending. After all the effort the police put into searching for Sue Mo, don't tell me he is about to be caught due to discrepancies in his identity? It's over, it's game over. The viewers thought this way because they possessed an omniscient perspective. They were aware from the outset that the ID was fake, so upon hearing that it failed to connect, they immediately feared Sue Mo would be exposed. Yet, the manager had not considered this possibility. Instead, he scratched his head and speculated. Could it be that your IDs have expired? Chapter 50. Another clue emerges. Is the ID expired? Sue Mo furrowed his brow. It can't be. In the next moment, he pulled out his ID card to take a look. Oh, it appears it has indeed expired. After saying this, he handed the ID to the manager for inspection. My apologies, manager. I certainly didn't Oppo's anticipate this being expired. Upon realizing that Sue Mo and Oppo's SID was indeed outdated, the manager's confusion dissipated. Just moments ago, he had been puzzled as to why the IDs of Sue Mo and Yang Jingxian could not connect to the network. Now, it was finally clear. It was due to the expired ID. The manager was well aware that an expired ID could not be utilized. Even booking a hotel room would be impossible. He then turned to Yang Jingxian. Is your ID expired as well? Yang Jingxian, somewhat dazed, retrieved the ID Sue Mo had given her. After glancing at the date, she exclaimed, "Mine is expired too." She then handed her ID to the manager. Upon examining Yang Jingxian and Oppo's SID, the manager confirmed that it too was past its expiration date. This situation was quite absurd. The manager chuckled. Well, it seems we have clarity now. He looked at Xiao, who let in Oppo's. Let's not rush. We will wait until they have their IDs renewed before proceeding with the recording. Xiao nodded in agreement. With the manager's directive, he felt no urgency. In a live broadcast room, the viewers were baffled. Are they really getting away with this? How could both of their IDs be expired? Weren't they just fake IDs? It seems Sue Mo had orchestrated this. He must have anticipated that the fake IDs would not connect to the network. Thus, he created 2 expired IDs in advance. This way, if any issues arose, there would be a plausible explanation. Such a tactic? I thought they were doomed this time. In the program in Oppo's backstage, Song Ishue observed Su Mo on the screen, her expression revealing a sense of intrigue. This Su Mo, not only the viewers in the live broadcast room, but even she had thought Su Mo was in serious trouble. Who could have imagined that Su Mo had foreseen this and had prepared 2 expired IDs ahead of time? Su Mo tucked away the IDs and turned to the manager. Manager, I heard from the flight attendants that one of our captains has not been feeling well lately. The manager nodded. He has a mild fever. Ideally, he should rest for a few days, but the company is short on captains, and we have no choice. Besides, the flight schedule is set. He will be given time off after completing this flight. Su Mo continued. How about I cover for that captain for a couple of days? You can let him rest. He shouldn't be flying in poor health. Passenger safety is paramount. The manager paused, contemplating. This might actually be feasible, although a mild fever is not a grave concern. The captain's responsibilities are significant. If his health were to affect his flying, even a minor mistake could lead to disastrous consequences. The manager considered the implications. If the captain's condition worsened while in flight, it could jeopardize passenger safety. Su Mo had a valid point. Nodding, the manager said, Thank you for your willingness. Please take over for the captain. I will inform him to take a couple of days off to recover. Xiao wanted to remind the manager that this new captain could not be officially employed due to the expired ID, but he hesitated to interject and chose to remain silent. It's no trouble. It's my duty. Passenger safety cannot be compromised. That is my principle, Su Mo declared. Hearing this, the manager immediately recalled Su Mo's heroic deeds. While he might have doubted other captains, he had complete faith in Su Mo. The manager thought to himself, he had truly stumbled upon a treasure. I will take you to meet the captain now. Once the flight time approaches, you can take over his duties, the manager said. After a brief pause, he glanced at Yang Jingxian. You should accompany him. I will arrange for both of you to join that flight crew. With that, he led the 2 out. Meanwhile, the investigation team sat despondently at headquarters, facing unprecedented challenges. How could they lose all leads while pursuing someone? They felt like headless flies, unaware even of the last known location of Su Mo. In other words, finding Su Mo now would require turning the entire city upside down. But is that even possible? The city is too vast for such an endeavor. The atmosphere was stifling. Suddenly, Li Chun stealthily gestured for the remaining 3 members of the investigation team to come closer. Once they huddled together, he whispered, What if we secretly watch the live stream? We could find out where Su Mo is. Han Fei, already in a foul mood, darkened further. We don't need to resort to deception. If we can't catch him this time, will we rely on live streams in the future? Are you expecting a real fugitive to broadcast their escape? Li Chun sighed, remaining silent. He, too, felt that the proposition was beneath dignity. Yet, was it not a last resort? After all, many were currently watching the live broadcast. Failing to capture Su Mo would be truly embarrassing. There must be some leads we Haven and Oppos connected yet. Han Fei muttered to himself, quickly sifting through the day and Oppos events in his mind to unearth any clues. Suddenly, he slammed his hand on the table. The flight attendant. She could provide a lead. All eyes turned to Han Fei, eagerly awaiting his next words. Han Fei scanned each person present. Have you considered why Su Mo specifically sought out a flight attendant? Was it simply because she was attractive and he had ulterior motives? Li Shen interjecta instinctively. Before Han Fei could respond, Shen Mani shook her head. If it were truly for nefarious purposes, would he have done nothing? This suggests Su Mo merely wanted the flight attendant to help him book a room. What's so strange about that? If that were the case, after booking, Su Mo should have let her leave. Why did he keep her in the hotel for an entire night? How do you explain that? This time, Li Chun fell silent, sensing something amiss. Let me explain why. Han Fei rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table. Because he wanted to extract information from that flight attendant. In an instant, the remaining members of the investigation team felt a surge of clarity. After Han Fei and Oppos' analysis, yet another clue emerged. They pondered Han Fei and Oppos' words and found them reasonable, especially since they currently lacked any other reliable leads. Since they had nothing else to do, they might as well follow this line of inquiry. With that thought, they stood up from their seats. There and Oppos, no time to waste. Let's set off at once. Chapter 51. Capturing Su Mo at the airline, there was a resounding knock at the door. Won Hanyu peered through the peephole and recognized the familiar faces of several police officers outside. Without hesitation, she opened the door. The investigation team wasted no time and directly inquired. Did Su Mo ask you any questions that night? Questions? Won Hanyu pondered briefly, her cheeks flushing slightly. He asked me how old I was. The team members exchanged glances, clearly unimpressed. This was not a lead worth pursuing. After a moment of silence, Han Fei reformulated his question. Did Su Mo inquire about anything specific? After a minute of contemplation, Won Hanyu provided a crucial piece of information. He asked if our airline was in need of captains and mentioned that he had purchased a private plane but was short a captain. Upon hearing this, a smile crept on Han Fei and Appo's face. This was the lead they had been searching for. He was well aware that Su Mo was merely a struggling office worker. The notion of him owning a private plane was absurd. However, Won Hanyu and Appo's statement indicated that Su Mo had indeed inquired about the airline and Appo's need for captains. With a grin, Han Fei asked, "So your airline is short on captains? Is that correct?" "Yes, every airline is in need of captains," Won Hanyu confirmed. "Understood. Thank you for your cooperation." The investigation team was swift in their departure. Inside the investigation team's vehicle, the earlier oppressive atmosphere had dissipated. Han Fei's previous gloominess had been replaced with a smile. He had deduced Su Mo's current whereabouts, aligning with his earlier conjecture. That night, Su Mo required the flight attendant's ID to secure a hotel room, but his purpose extended beyond merely finding a place to rest. He sought to extract information from the flight attendant. Now, the investigation team was privy to the same information. All known leads converged into a singular direction: the airline. Impressive. I find myself increasingly intrigued by Su Mo, Han Fei remarked with a smile. He even contemplated whether to recruit Su Mo to assist the police after this matter was resolved. Chun Ku, glancing at the smiling Han Fei, inquired, "Do you have any thoughts, team leader?" "Indeed," Han Fei did. "Drive to Shihong, and we and Appo's LL discuss it on the way." Without further questions, Chun Ku started the vehicle. During the journey, Han Fei shared his analysis. "We currently possess two leads. First, Su Mo has the means to fabricate identification and has likely already done so. Second, he specifically inquired whether the airline needed captains and received a response confirming the need. Individually, these leads may seem insignificant, even inadequate for tracking Su Mo. However, when considered together, it becomes evident that Su Mo may have forged a captain's credentials, intending to impersonate a captain to hide within the airline. Brilliant, team leader." Chun Ku, who was driving, couldn't help but exclaim. Now aware that Su Mo was concealing himself within the airline, Chun Ku instinctively accelerated, pondering whether they would finally apprehend Su Mo this time. With knowledge of Su Mo's hiding place, the mood among the team members lifted considerably. Who would have thought he would hide at an airline? Su Mo likely never imagined we would uncover this so swiftly, Li Chun remarked with a smirk. In the live broadcast, Su Mo remained oblivious to their deductions. "Do you think I'm unaware that you found me? What do you want? Should I prepare an award for you?" "Investigators, step back. Su Mo is everywhere." Meanwhile, the manager had facilitated a brief exchange between Su Mo and the ailing captain. The handover went smoothly. The captain was indeed feeling unwell. Otherwise, he would have taken a leave of absence, as no one wishes to work while ill. The unexpected arrival of Su Mo, a stand-in, brought him great relief, and he engaged in friendly banter with Su Mo, making the latter somewhat bashful. Su Mo's primary intention in taking the stand-in position was to expedite his departure from Yangcheng, without any ulterior motives. He had learned of the captain's condition during a casual conversation with the flight attendants and spontaneously proposed the idea to the manager. "All right, old Lee, you should go home and recuperate. No need for all this gratitude. We will be colleagues from now on," the captain said. "Okay, I'll head back then." "Thanks, buddy. I'll treat you to a meal later," Su Mo replied with a smile. "Sure," the captain responded. The manager rolled his eyes at this exchange, muttering to himself, "You say that every few days, yet I've never seen you treat anyone." "Hey, manager, don't say that. I can't possibly skip out on a meal. Once I recover, I'll treat this brother to a feast. If I don't, I'll be a little dog. Xu Montag retorted. Young Jing Suan. Xu Montag. How did we end up with someone eager to be a little dog? After the captain departed, the manager introduced Su Mo to the co-pilot. Allow me to introduce you both. Su Mo, our new captain. Wang Li, the co-pilot. Su Mo and Wang Li shook hands. Can you fly a plane? Su Mo's sudden question left Wang Li momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, he responded, yes, and I'm close to becoming a captain myself with over 600 flight hours. That an amp. Oppos. That's good enough, Su Mo said. Wang Li thought it peculiar. What did he mean by good enough? It sounded as if he were implying that Wang Li couldn't fly. He couldn't and amp. Oppos. He fathomed that the new captain standing before him had never piloted a plane before and had never even been on one until now. Chapter 52. The conclusion. Su Mo prepares to fly knowing that the co-pilot not only knew how to fly, but was also an exceptionally experienced first officer on the verge of promotion to captain. A significant weight was lifted from Su Mo and amp. Oppos. S heart. As long as he could fly, that was sufficient. Of course, even though he felt a whirlwind of anxiety within. Sumo's expression remained unchanged, leaving no one aware of his inner thoughts. You two carry on. I must take my leave. I still have some matters to attend to. The manager announced. All right, take care, manager. Goodbye, they replied, as the manager stepped outside. After a few steps, he suddenly turned back to look at Wang Li. If you have any uncertainties, do not hesitate to ask Su Mo. He is quite experienced. He once managed to bring a plane safely back to the ground despite a crash. Learning from him will greatly benefit you in the future. As soon as the words left his lips, an expression of excitement blossomed on Wang Li's face. This new captain was indeed impressive. As an aspiring first officer, Wang Li understood all too well what the term aircraft accident implied. Anyone capable of safely landing a plane during such a crisis was nothing short of extraordinary. Captain, could you share what happened at that time? Banglin kirate ajarli. Su Mo had no choice but to recount the story he had previously shared with the captain. Although considerable time had passed, the memory remained vivid. It was an overseas flight, and the aircraft faced a malfunction while over the Bering Strait. Once Su Mo finished his tale, Wang Li and Oppos' gaze was filled with admiration. Su Mo had undeniably become his idol. Idol, when we fly together this time, could you impart some of your wisdom to me? Wang Li asked earnestly. Of course, Su Mo replied. You will take control for the entire flight while I observe. If you make any errors, I will correct you. Excellent. Thank you, idol, for this opportunity. Standing nearby, Yang Jingxian observed the conversation between the two with a sense of unease. There was something peculiar, particularly about Sumo's expression. Although he was not smiling, she felt as though he was secretly amused. Meanwhile, the investigation team was en route, and the atmosphere in the vehicle was inexplicably light. They were convinced that Su Mo was cornered and had no way out. Shinku even began suggesting an evening celebration. Does anyone have plans for tonight? Perhaps we could throw a celebration to commemorate our victory, he proposed. Li Chen nodded in agreement. That sounds feasible. Finally, after days of tormenting Su Mo, we could see an end to it. Let us bring Su Mo along, Han Fei interjected. It will be a perfect opportunity to inquire about the dubious methods he's been employing. I'm genuinely curious. From the sound of it, you're not just curious, but might also want to recruit Su Mo for your team, Shinmani teased, having his intentions exposed. Han Fei did not deny it and openly acknowledged, that is indeed my intention, though I'm unsure if he would agree. Upon hearing Han Fei's remarks, the viewers in the live stream exploded with reactions. Recruit Su Mo into the police? Are you out of your mind? He doesn't seem like a good person at all. Not just not a good person. He and Oppos' engaged in kidnapping, extortion, and forgery. He hasn't Oppos' done a single good deed. So what? ISNT this all for the show? If he had just surrendered from the start, it wouldn't have been entertaining. I think Sumo's actions are justifiable. If someone like him joined the police, he would be an excellent asset in combating crime. I support Han Fei and Oppos' idea. After an hour in Oppos' drive, the investigation team arrived at Shihong. They eagerly disembarked and approached the front desk, where Han Fei presented his credentials. We are conducting a police investigation. We kindly ask for your cooperation. The front desk attendant blinked in surprise, but instinctively nodded. Han Fei continued. Has anyone come in today to apply for the position of captain? He refrained from asking for a name, knowing that Su Mo had forged his credentials. If he had faked his credentials, he likely altered his name, too. Yes, we have someone here applying for captain. Are you looking for Su Mo? He and Appos. S the only one who has come in for the position recently. Han Fei was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that Su Mo had been so careless as to leave his name unchanged on the forged documents. But the name change was irrelevant. The crucial point was that Su Mo was indeed there. Yes, that S. Su Mo. Where is he now? He and Appos. S. Not at the airline. He just left for the airport. The attendant replied. Upon hearing this, Han Fei felt a sudden, unsettling premonition. The airport? What could Su Mo possibly want at the airport? Was and Appos. T trying to hide within the airline? No. That can an Appos. T be true, though he had formed a hypothesis. Han Fei quickly dismissed it and turned back to the attendant. What is he doing at the airport? To fly the plane? The attendant responded, bewildered by the question. She looked at them as if they were simpletons, saying, It's obvious. The captain is going to fly the plane. Is he in trouble with the law? The attendant asked out of curiosity. However, the investigation team ignored her query and exchanged glances, each seeing a flicker of alarm in the other's eyes. Su Mo is flying the plane? Has he lost his mind? The team members were acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Su Mo was merely a blue-collar worker. He couldn't possibly fly a plane. If he were to fly, the passengers on board would be in grave danger. Good grief. Han Fei Kudin and Appos. T help but curse, he and Appos. Has gone completely mad. This is just a show. Even if he got caught, it wouldn't lead to anything serious. A little mischief is all it should be. To escape the investigation team, he is actually preparing to fly a plane? How could he come up with such a ludicrous idea? While the investigation team could understand Su Mo faking his credentials to apply for the captain position. After all, it was a good hiding spot they would never think to search. This was different. Su Mo deceiving others was one thing, but to deceive himself? Did he genuinely believe that by forging his credentials and being appointed captain, he could actually fly a plane? A mere wage slave, someone who had never even boarded a plane, was now trying to fly one. This was utterly disastrous. Chapter 53. The plane takes off. The investigation team arrives. Too late chase. This word was almost squeezed out from between Han Fei's clenched teeth. The remaining members of the investigation team understood the gravity of the situation. Without a moment's hesitation, they hurriedly dashed outside. They jumped into the car, slammed the door shut, and before anyone had settled in, Chun-Ku slammed down on the accelerator. At that moment, the only thought in the minds of the investigation team was the urgent need to apprehend Su Mo before he boarded the plane, thus bringing this game to an end. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Whether they could partake in the celebratory feast was of no consequence. Their greatest wish at that moment was simply to avoid dining tonight. Meanwhile, Su Mo was seated on the shuttle bus provided by the airline, transporting employees to the airport. The viewers in the live stream, witnessing this segment, felt an inexplicable tension and excitement. It seemed as if both Su Mo and the investigation team were on that very highway. An uncertainty loomed over whether they could capture Su Mo this time. They surely would catch him. The investigation team and Appos' vehicle was racing like a low-flying craft, unperturbed by the prospect of fines, making it only a matter of time before they caught up to the airline and Appos' bus. How dull that would be. I wanted to watch for a few more days. Su Mo keep running. It was a game of cat and mouse, with him escaping and them in pursuit. Oh no! The airline shuttle is flanked by 2 police cars. Could that be the investigation team's vehicles? From the perspective of the investigation team, they too could see a shuttle nearby. They had him cornered. Su Mo, stop the bus and run. Dive into the woods beneath the highway. Even if the investigation team exhausted themselves, they would never catch you. After over an hour of travel, the airline shuttle arrived at the airport. Su Mo, Yang Jingsuan, Wang Li, and a host of crew members had already changed into their uniforms and boarded the plane. Once the time for takeoff arrived, Su Mo and Yang Jingxian will be leaving Yang City. However, prior to the flight, there was an indispensable task, conducting a thorough inspection of the aircraft to eliminate any potential safety hazards. Even seemingly minor issues, such as a loose screw, needed to be resolved. Unlike cars, where one can stop and repair any malfunction encountered on the road, any fault that arises once the plane is airborne could prove fatal. Sumo was acutely aware of this, so as the captain, he conducted his checks with utmost diligence, meticulously verifying each item on the paper checklist. The investigation team arrived at the airport, now racing against time. They needed to remove this lad from the captain's seat before Sumo registered. They absolutely could not allow him to pilot the plane. Upon exiting their vehicle, they rushed into the terminal. Initially, some staff members tried to stop them, but once Han Fei and the others identified themselves, the personnel immediately agreed to assist in their efforts. At that moment, Chunku spotted a figure in a captain's uniform not far away. "Got you," he exclaimed, charging forward. The captain froze and without a second thought bolted. It would have been better if he hadn't run. The moment he did, the investigation team confirmed their suspicion. This was indeed Sumo, stop. Han Fei and Li Chun shouted as they pursued him. "I'm not Sumo. You have mistaken me." The captain protested, all the while sprinting, showing no signs of slowing down. But running was futile. The stamina of police officers was not to be trifled with. They were well versed in the art of pursuit, having encountered such scenarios countless times before. The distance between them quickly closed. Before long, Chunku had tackled the man in the captain's uniform to the ground. "Still trying to run? How about you now?" The captain, face down against the floor, pleaded, "Please, let me explain. It was your girlfriend who initiated everything. I'm also a victim here." Chunku was taken aback, realizing something was amiss, and flipped the captain over. "Don't hit my face," the captain exclaimed. Upon closer inspection, Chunku recognized that this man was not Sumo. At that moment, Han Fei and Li Chun arrived, and after glancing at the subdued captain, they exchanged looks. We mistakenly apprehended the wrong person. The captain continued to shield his face with his hands, afraid of being struck. However, after a prolonged silence, no punches were thrown. He lowered his hands and, upon seeing the three men before him, was bewildered. None of them were the boyfriend of the flight attendant he had been with. Not Sumo. Chunku sighed, releasing the captain. Li Chun, panting heavily, addressed the captain. "Why did you run? You were chasing me. Would I not run?" The captain retorted. "We were pursuing Sumo. Didn't we shout that? If you're not Sumo, why run?" I was scared." Li Chun clenched his fists, tempted to strike the captain. However, he was acutely aware that as an officer, every action reflected the police force, and he could not act recklessly. "Damn it. Forget it," Han Fei said, wiping his face. "Time is of the essence. We need to find Sumo." He then extended a hand to help the captain up. "Apologies. Seeing you running, we mistakenly thought you were the Sumo we were after." At that moment, airport personnel approached, explaining the identities of the officers to the captain. "So, you are with the police?" The captain realized, initially thinking they were the boyfriend of the flight attendant. "What a situation." After a pause, he looked at Han Fei. "You are looking for Sumo, the new captain? What has he done? Do you know Sumo?" Han Fei inquired. "Where is he now?" "Yes, I know him. We work for the same airline. He's a new captain, and he just arrived for his inaugural flight today. I don't know his exact whereabouts, but you could ask the airport staff to assist you." Upon hearing this, Han Fei turned to the airport personnel. Without further ado, he stated, "Can you help me find Sumo's flight? Please, hurry." "Certainly." Although the staff were unaware of why the police were seeking Sumo, they complied and quickly checked his flight information. Soon, they returned with the details. "We have located it. MH380. Upon hearing this, the live stream exploded with excitement. Sumo was about to be apprehended. The flight information had been unearthed. It seemed this episode would conclude here. One could only hope that the production team would find someone even more formidable than Sumo next time, someone who could evade capture for a year or so, providing endless entertainment. "Let us there," Han Fei commanded, thinking that Sumo could not possibly escape this time. The next moment, however, the airport staff scratched their heads. "Well, you have arrived too late." After a pause, they pointed towards a plane ascending into the sky. "That one up there is MH380. Han Fei." Chapter 54. The pursuit team calls an external support. Aboard the aircraft, co-pilot Wang Li was at the helm for takeoff. It's worth noting that Wang Li was a seasoned co-pilot, poised to ascend to the rank of captain in due course. Consequently, orchestrating the aircraft's ascent was a straightforward task for him, executed with practiced ease. He had overseen countless takeoffs and landings. Had his accumulated flight hours sufficed, he would have already been promoted to captain. Observing the smooth ascent, Su Mo cast a fleeting glance at Wang Li, remarking with understated approval, "Well done. Your fundamentals are quite solid." Flattered by the big shot's commendation, Wang Li responded with a touch of self-effacing humor, "Hee hee. I'm sure I still pale in comparison to you." Su Mo mused inwardly. "You're not far behind, actually. I wouldn't even know how to start this thing." However, he refrained from voicing this aloud, instead patting Wang Li on the shoulder. "You're a promising young man. Keep up the good work. I have faith in you." Hearing this, Wang Li was elated, his spirits soaring. "My idol just praised me. I must be doing something right." He nearly stood up to strike a triumphant pose. Just then, a notification chimed in Sumo's mind. "You have successfully outwitted the production team and the pursuit team, earning a choice of one of 4 rewards. 1. J-10 fighter jet. 2. Ace pilot proficiency. 3. Divine disguise artistry. 4. Barrett M107 SESR sniper rifle. A J-10 fighter jet? Now that's impressive. The epitome of cool. Who could possibly say no to an aircraft? Sumo, for one, could. After all, he was already airborne. What earthly use would he have for such a reward? It was akin to pulling over mid-drive to switch vehicles. But one couldn't exactly swap planes mid-flight, could one? Besides, he couldn't even pilot a commercial airliner, let alone a fighter jet, and that Barrett rifle. Even more problematic. What was he supposed to do with that? Start a chicken dinner frenzy? One shot, one headshot. Merely possessing such an item would be a recipe for disaster. The moment Su Mo made his selection, he'd likely find himself adorned with a pair of gleaming silver bracelets, ensuring complimentary meals for the remainder of his days. Some reward, he thought wryly. The remaining 2 options, in contrast, seemed far more reasonable. Ace pilot proficiency, essentially the skill to pilot an aircraft. With that, Su Mo could dispense with Wang Li's services as co-pilot. Divine disguise artistry, undoubtedly a significant upgrade from his current method of slapping on a fake beard. The pursuit team could only watch, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and frustration, as the MH380 steadily ascended, diminished in size, and receded into the distance. Damn it all, Li Shen mutarat, resorting to vulgarity in his exasperation. Who could have foreseen that Su Mo would actually dare to commandeer an aircraft? Han Fei was equally dumbfounded. He had encountered a multitude of fugitives, apprehended countless lawbreakers. He believed he had witnessed every conceivable escape tactic. Yet, Sumo's method was unprecedented. Unable to board a plane? Simply pilot one. His desperation knew no bounds. He was willing to fly a plane to evade capture. The pursuit team was utterly flabbergasted. They exchanged bewildered glances. Momentarily paralyzed by the sheer audacity of the situation, their minds reeling. Witnessing the pursuit team and Oppo's collective bewilderment, the viewers in the live broadcast erupted in a chorus of amusement. "I'm dying of laughter." The pursuit team toils away, only to discover that Su Mo has taken off in a plane. Su Mo has once again slipped through their fingers, and he did it by flying a plane. Unbelievable. It's been 3 minutes, and the pursuit team hasn't uttered a single word. This is going to be difficult. If they want to pursue him, they'll have to wait for the next flight. After a brief period of stupefaction, Han Fei turned to his staff. "What's the destination of this flight?" "Just a moment. Let me check," a staff member replied. "Ah, the destination is Hangzhou, Shaoshan Airport. This is problematic. He and Oppo's heading to Hangzhou. How are we supposed to apprehend him? Should we depart for Hangzhou immediately?" "Tien Kiskiviko inquired." Han Fei retorted, "It's too late for that. Sumo's plane has already taken off. We'll have to wait for the next flight, by which time Su Mo will be long gone. What do we do then? I'll contact the police in Hangzhou and request their cooperation in this operation. We'll seal off the airport. I refuse to believe Su Mo can escape this time." With that, Han Fei retrieved his phone and dialed the police contact in Hangzhou. Although they couldn't reach Hangzhou in time, they could enlist external assistance. With the airport sealed off, how could Su Mo possibly evade capture? This time, he wouldn't be able to escape. Observing Han Fei's call for reinforcements, The viewers in the live broadcast expressed their displeasure. Is that fair? Are you cheating? You're supposed to catch him yourselves. Not enlist the help of the Hangzhou police. If you can't catch him, you resort to underhanded tactics? How is Su Mo supposed to escape with the airport sealed off? I'm formally reporting the pursuit team for cheating. Can a production team do something about this? The viewers wanted to witness a battle of wits between the pursuit team and Su Mo, not a reliance on external support. Su Mo was still in the air, yet they were already preparing to seal off the airport. It was akin to using cheat codes in a video game. However, Han Fei was oblivious to the viewers' discontent. After a brief conversation, he concluded the call with his police contact in Hangzhou. He made it clear that Su Mo was not a genuine fugitive and should be treated with respect upon capture. All set, Han Fei announced. His mood improved. He glanced at the plane in the sky. Su Mo won't escape this time. Let the plane fly for a while. We'll be waiting to reap the rewards. We and AMP, Oppos, LL take the next flight. Although Shikuden and AMP, Oppos, TC the comments in a live broadcast, Shinmani sensed the viewers and AMP, Oppos, unease. Han, ISN and AMP, Oppos, T this a bit unfair? I'm concerned the viewers might accuse us of cheating. Han Fei's expression hardened. Cheating? How can this be considered cheating? This is standard procedure. Cross-city investigations have nothing to do with cheating. In his view, as long as they didn't rely on information gleaned from the live broadcast to track Su Mo, but instead used legitimate investigative methods, it couldn't be considered cheating. The Hangzhou police were still police officers. Why couldn't they participate in the operation? Was there a problem with that? No problem at all. Chapter 55, the investigation team. As long as the co-pilot can fly the plane, it's fine. Team leader Han Chun Ku hesitantly began. There's something I'm unsure whether I should say or not. Han Fei instinctively thought that Chun Ku was about to accuse him of cheating. Just as he prepared to retort, Chun Ku continued. The captain of this aircraft is Su Mo. The biggest issue isn't whether we can apprehend him after landing, but rather, have you considered the likelihood of this plane landing safely? He can't fly at all. Han Fei. This seems like a serious concern. Earlier, Han Fei had called a police friend in Hangzhou and divulged the entire situation. That friend, aware that this was part of a crime prevention program, promptly offered to dispatch a few officers to assist Han Fei by intercepting Su Mo at the airport. At first glance, this plan appeared flawless. Su Mo would be apprehended as soon as he touched down. However, Han Fei overlooked a critical detail. Su Mo could not fly a plane. The question of whether he could safely land the aircraft was still uncertain. How could they possibly intercept him at Hangzhou Airport? It was a monumental issue whether he could even pilot the plane to Hangzhou. As soon as Chun Ku finished speaking, the airport staff were left bewildered. What did you say? Su Mo can't fly? ISN the captain? They exclaimed incredulously. Han Fei Saihid invising Nahun. He is not a captain at all. He is merely a worker. He hasn't even traveled far, let alone flown in a plane. His captain credentials are entirely fabricated. The staff stared in disbelief, their mouths agape, struggling to articulate a response. So, Su Mo had forged his credentials and deceived the airline into believing he was a captain. That was one thing, but the key question remained. What audacity did this faux captain possess to pilot a real aircraft? Is it possible that Su Mo can indeed fly? Shinmani interjected, look, the plane has already taken off. Immediately, the airport staff countered her assertion. That's impossible. Flying a plane is no trivial matter. If anyone could just take off with a plane, airlines wouldn't be short of captains. After a pause, the staff continued. I suspect the co-pilot is at the controls. Su Mo likely knows his limitations and simply delegated control to the co-pilot. The co-pilot can fly? Han Fei inquired. The airport staff nodded affirmatively. Of course, the co-pilot, Wang Li, is an experienced individual on the verge of being promoted to captain. It's probably just outsiders who are unaware that co-pilots are trained to fly. Those in the airport or airline circles understand that co-pilots accumulate flight hours and, with the captain's authorization, can take off and land. Once they meet all criteria, they are promoted to captain. Thus, the fact that the co-pilot can fly is not extraordinary. The investigation team exhaled in relief. As long as the co-pilot could fly, the plane's safe arrival in Hangzhou was no longer a pressing concern. It seems Su Mo had acted wisely by selecting a co-pilot nearing promotion. rather than attempting to fly the plane himself. Han Fei thought to himself, feeling reassured. With an experienced co-pilot on board, the flight to Hangzhou would undoubtedly go smoothly. By the time the plane landed, Han Fei's earlier call would likely come to fruition, resulting in Su Mo being apprehended by the officers waiting at the airport. It was a perfect plan. After capturing the suspect, they would celebrate with a banquet that evening. Meanwhile, Song Yixue, the show's director, frowned as she watched Han Fei's maneuvers unfold. If Han Fei proceeded this way, Su Mo would undoubtedly be caught. There would be no escape for him. Su Mo had barely infiltrated the airline, managing to secure a plane to leave Yangqing. Now, thanks to Han Fei's phone call, everything was ruined. The Hangzhou airport was already prepared to intercept Su Mo. The moment he disembarked, the show would come to an abrupt end. It was a shame for such a high-rated program to conclude in this manner. As the show's director, Song Yixue certainly did not wish for her program to end so abruptly. Yet, all she could do was watch helplessly, unable to intervene. She could only hope that Su Mo would somehow elude the investigation team once again. Would he devise a clever escape, or would this time result in his capture? Song Yixue amused to herself, a flicker of anticipation igniting within her. On the plane, Yang Jingxian, disguised as a flight attendant, was inquiring with the passengers if they needed water. Suddenly, she overheard a conversation between a man and a woman that left her in shock. The boy asked, "Have you seen the Tianyan operation?" The girl replied, "Yes, I watched a couple of episodes, but lost interest. I heard a new episode was released, but I haven't seen it yet." The boy urged, "You should definitely check it out. This episode is particularly fascinating. The fugitive is incredibly clever. He is impersonating a captain to evade the investigation team. Flying a plane? Really?" The girl responded, intrigued. "Yes. I just checked my phone and saw the investigation team looking up at the plane taking off. The best part is the fugitive can actually fly. He must rely on the co-pilot. I wonder who the unfortunate soul is that ended up on a plane with this fugitive. Haha." The boy could never have imagined that the unfortunate soul he spoke of was actually himself. Not only was he oblivious, but he was also laughing about it. Of course, he was unaware that he was currently watching the investigation team's broadcast in room number 2. Had he switched to room number 3, he would have realized that the unfortunate soul sitting on the plane with the hijacker was indeed himself, Yang Jingxian. Upon hearing this conversation, she felt a buzzing in her head. The Tianyan operation? A fugitive piloting a plane? Wasn't this referring to Su Mo? From their dialogue, she realized that Su Mo had deceived her. He couldn't fly a plane at all. What happened to his claims of being able to fly? What about his supposed heroism in saving the lives of all the passengers on a plane? As expected, a man's words are often deceitful. However, Yang Jingxian did not feel fear. Before boarding, she had learned from Su Mo and Wang Li's conversation that Wang Li could also fly. This meant that the plane was unlikely to crash mid-flight. At that moment, the boy continued, "This hijacker probably has no idea that the police have set a trap in Hangzhou. They will be apprehended the moment they land." This episode should conclude right here. His words echoed in Yang Jingxian's ears, every syllable resonating with alarming clarity. Chapter 56. Did you bring what I asked you to? Good heavens, what a stroke of luck. Could this fellow possibly be an undercover agent? He would never expect that the unfortunate soul who boarded Sumo's flight is none other than himself. Ha ha ha, and he is still glued to his phone, grinning widely, blissfully unaware that the unfortunate one is himself. Earlier, Su Mo had no inkling that the police would be lying in wait for him in Hangzhou. But now that this chap has mentioned it, he'll surely realize it in no time. This is getting interesting. What do you think Su Mo will do once he learns of this? The police in Hangzhou have already set up a blockade at the airport, just waiting to apprehend Su Mo. Yan Jingsuan Furuet Herbro. The investigation team is rather unscrupulous. Why do they need external assistance? This news must be relayed to Su Mo immediately. Though she is merely a pawn, her interests align with Su Mo's. Neither of them desires to be captured. Su Mo seeks to outplay this game of cat and mouse while ensuring the production team understands that he is not a pushover. Conversely, Yang Jingxian wishes to gain fame through this show. The longer Su Mo evades capture, the more exposure the program receives, thus enhancing her own reputation. In the cockpit, Su Mo stood and addressed Wang Li. I'm stepping out to use the restroom. Keep an eye on things. Sure thing, don't worry. Bum li ruplia. Ein oppos. I'll be right back, Su Mo said, patting Wang Li on the shoulder. As he approached the restroom, a flight attendant suddenly seized him, specifically Yang Jingxian, disguised in a flight attendant uniform. With a smile, Su Mo asked, "Do you need to use the restroom too? You can go first." He shifted aside to allow her passage. "No need." Yang Jingxian shook her head. "Why did you deceive me? You can't possibly fly a plane, can you?" Sighing, Su Mo admitted, "You're right." He recognized that Yang Jingxian must have realized he was not a pilot, so he had no intention of further evasion. Seeing Su Mo's candidness, Yang Jingxian felt a surge of irritation. How could he admit it so readily? She had believed him at first. Determined to uncover Su Mo's true identity to prevent being deceived again, she pressed, "What exactly do you do?" Su Mo pointed to himself. "You might not believe it, but I specialize in hunting down invading aliens." Yang Jingsuan? You must be joking. Aliens? Where would you find aliens in this world? Su Mo chuckled. You've never seen an alien, have you? That's because I've taken care of them all. Before Yang Jingxian could respond, he continued, "No need to thank me. It's my duty." With that, he brushed past her and prepared to enter the restroom. Yang Jingxian was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to counter Su Mo's absurd claims. Opting to abandon the trivial banter, she decided to get to the point. She stepped forward to block his path again. "Forget that. I need to speak with you." Su Mo looked at her and nodded. "Go on." Yang Jingxian took a breath and relayed, "While serving water to the passengers, I overheard some discussing the program. The investigation team has already arrived at the airport, and they've contacted the police in Hangzhou. The airport will likely be sealed off and will be apprehended the moment we disembark." After speaking, Yang Jingxian paced nervously, mumbling, "This is bad. What do we do now? With the police blocking the airport, we won't be able to escape. It would be a disaster if we were caught as soon as we land." After a lengthy lament, she looked up at Su Mo, only to find him smiling serenely. Yang Jingxian gaped at him. "We're about to be captured, and you can still smile? Why wouldn't I? Xu Montag Schulget. Not only will I smile, but I intend to laugh until the very end." Yang Jingxian regarded him skeptically. His reaction was completely off. He exhibited no surprise upon receiving this news, as though he had anticipated it all along. Moreover, judging by Su Mo's demeanor, he likely had a plan in place. With a smile, Su Mo then inquired, "Did you bring what I asked you to?" Yang Jingxian's expression shifted visibly, an odd look crossing her face. "I did bring them, but what do you need those things for?" "That's not your concern. Just knowing you've got them will suffice." Su Mo replied with a grin as he entered the restroom, leaving Yang Jingxian standing perplexed outside. She couldn't fathom why Su Mo wanted those items. "Forget it. I'll find out eventually," she muttered, shaking her head as she departed. Backstage at the program, Song Yishua watched the live feed with keen interest. She had been worried that Su Mo would be apprehended as soon as the plane landed, but it seemed her fears were unfounded. Su Mo had evidently anticipated the investigation team's coordination with the Hangzhou police to seal off the airport and had devised a counterplan. Things were becoming intriguing. Sitting before the screen, Song Yishua smiled, eagerly anticipating the unfolding events and how Su Mo would navigate the situation upon disembarking. Not only was Song Yishua captivated, but the viewers in the live chat were equally curious and excited. This episode was thrilling. Su Mo was far more formidable than the contestants in the previous episodes. His battle of wits with the production team was genuinely engaging. Xu Montag was remarquable. He was practically a modern-day Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock Holmes? I'd rather be Sherlock Bond. If you can't contribute, don't speak. I'd wager 50 cents that Su Mo will find a way to escape. I'll take that bet. The police are collaborating with the investigation team to seal off the airport. How could Su Mo possibly get away? If he manages to slip through this time, I'll eat this computer screen on the spot. Chapter 57. Sudden thunderstorm in Hangzhou, affecting flight landings? In a police station in Hangzhou, a middle-aged man in uniform was rallying several officers before their departure. "This is essentially the situation. Do you have any questions?" "No questions," the officers replied in unison. "That an amp? Amp? Oppos. That's good to hear." The man nodded with a smile. I would like to congratulate you all in advance on your triumphant return. Tonight, I shall host a celebratory banquet for you. It was merely a program, and Su Mo was not a genuine fugitive. The Hangzhou police would not mobilize a significant portion of their force for a mere show, sending only 10 officers to the task. I await your good news. Off you go, and return swiftly, he waved to the 10 officers. Throughout, he had not taken the matter to heart, feeling that apprehending Su Mo was trivial, akin to child's play. If he were a true fugitive, perhaps he would have taken it more seriously. Yet the fact remained that Su Mo was just an ordinary office worker. Furthermore, during the phone call, Han Fei had refrained from admitting to his old friend that he had been outsmarted multiple times by Su Mo. Hence, the middle-aged man still believed that capturing Su Mo would be straightforward. Moreover, this time, they could prepare in advance, blocking the airport and Oppo's exit to catch him effortlessly. Is it not too simple? As long as Su Mo cannot fly, he cannot escape. In collaboration with the production team, the 10 officers were also equipped with cameras that streamed their footage to the live broadcast. On the way, the officers engaged in lighthearted banter. Is it really necessary to deploy 10 people to catch an ordinary individual? I feel 2 or 3 would suffice. Why 2 or 3? 1 would be enough. We already know Su Mo's flight information. We can simply wait in the corridor and apprehend him upon sight, another remarked. I sense this task is less about duty and more akin to a holiday. All right, enough of that. This is a program, after all. It would be absurd to send just 1 person, another officer interjected. The higher-ups must have their reasons for assigning us to this. Let us execute our duties with utmost seriousness, regardless of how simple the task may seem. It was not that the officers were careless. It was simply that the task seemed devoid of difficulty. They possessed ample information. They knew Su Mo and Oppo's appearance and flight details, and they understood he was an ordinary office worker rather than a malevolent criminal. Hence, for 10 seasoned officers familiar with numerous cases, apprehending an ordinary person with prior knowledge of his flight information posed no challenge. They merely had to stake out in the corridor, scrutinizing each individual disembarking from the plane. In their eyes, this task was as simple as drinking water. This is not a mission. It is clearly a vacation. Upon arriving at the airport, the Hangzhou police had already made their preparations. Although they had been jovial moments before, the atmosphere shifted to one of seriousness as the time to execute their mission drew near. They understood the principle of exerting full effort even in seemingly simple tasks. With only half an hour remaining until the flight and Oppo's arrival, the airport and Oppo's announcement suddenly blared. Ladies and gentlemen, please pay attention to the following important announcement. Due to adverse weather conditions, Flight US 123 has been delayed, with boarding time postponed until 10:00 and Oppo's clock. Please wait in the waiting area for further notice. The weather forecast had detected an unexpected thunderstorm. Consequently, all flights were delayed, and soon darkness enveloped the sky. A massive cloud loomed over Hangzhou, unleashing a torrential downpour. The rain intensified, and announcements continued unabated. Not only were flight departures delayed, but the runway was also rendered unfit for landings. The control tower immediately notified all flights scheduled to land at Shaoshan Airport. The downpour was severe enough to significantly impede normal landings. Many flights, upon receiving the tower's notification, diverted to nearby airports unaffected by the storm. Hangzhou police. What in the world? Why did this thunderstorm arrive so suddenly? We had everything prepared. Su Mo and Oppo's flight was set to arrive at Shaoshan Airport in half an hour. And now this? Is heaven aiding Su Mo? The middle-aged man quickly received a phone call to report the situation. Director Wang, a sudden thunderstorm has struck Hangzhou, causing all flights to be delayed, and the runway is unusable. Our preparations seem futile. Su Mo's flight may very well land at another airport. Upon receiving the call, the middle-aged man glanced out the window, his brow furrowing in concern. With only half an hour left until they could reap the rewards of their efforts, a thunderstorm suddenly disrupted the normal landings at the airport. The weather had been fine moments ago. The officer's voice came through again. Director Wang, what do we do now? I believe Su Mo's flight will not land at Shaoshan Airport. Attempting to land in such extreme weather would be perilous. The middle-aged man rubbed his temples. Wait a moment. I'll speak with old Han. After hanging up, he dialed Han Fei's number. Seeing the familiar name on his phone, Han Fei instantly perked up. A call from my friend in Hangzhou. He instinctively assumed it was news of Sumo's capture and, without noticing the time, answered the call. How is it, old Wang? Did you catch him? He inquired eagerly. I can and Oppos. Thank you enough? I and Oppos am at the airport waiting for the flight. Once I arrive in Hangzhou, I'll treat you to. Before he could finish, the middle-aged man interrupted. Old Han, I may not be able to assist you further. Just now, a thunderstorm struck Hangzhou, and the weather is so severe that it has severely impacted the runway at Shaoshan Airport. Sumo's flight will likely land at a nearby airport. Han Fei. A sudden thunderstorm? The runway is unusable? Sumo's flight is landing at another airport? Han Fei's expression darkened immediately. What kind of situation is this? They had everything prepared, and victory was in sight. Who could have anticipated such an occurrence? Was heaven conspiring against their task force to shield Su Mo? If Su Mo and Oppos' flight were to land in nearby airport, would their meticulous preparations at Hangzhou Airport not be rendered utterly futile? Chapter 58. Old tricks resurfacing upon learning of the sudden turn of events. Han Fei held his phone, momentarily rendered speechless. The middle-aged man on the other end inquired, Old Han, are you listening? Yes, I need to think, Han Fei replied, his voice lacking vigor. His mind felt chaotic. Originally, Sumo's flight was set to land at Hangzhou Shaoshan Airport in half an hour. This meant that when Su Mo arrived at the airport, he would be apprehended by the local police. The current episode was at an end. Who could have predicted such a mishap? Suddenly, a torrential downpour? This disruption had thrown all plans into disarray, rendering existing arrangements futile. Han Fei quickly pondered his options, preparing to resort to familiar tactics. Old Wang, I recall that flights communicate with the tower before altering their landing locations. Could you please inquire with the Shaoshan Tower about which airport Sumo's flight is intending to land at? I will think of a way to intercept him before his aircraft touches down. Despite the unexpected inclement weather disrupting Han Fei and Oppos' plans, he devised a new strategy. After all, Sumo's plane was bound to land sooner or later, whether at Shaoshan or another airport. As long as he could ascertain the landing location in advance, he would have time to make the necessary arrangements. He knew many friends within the same system. They were plentiful in Hangzhou and beyond. In Han Fei's view, as long as he could obtain information beforehand, Su Mo would inevitably fall into his grasp. All right, I will have someone look into it, the middle-aged man replied. Let us proceed with that. Thank you. After hanging up, the middle-aged man immediately contacted one of the officers he had dispatched. Once the call connected, he stated directly, Go to the tower and inquire where Su Mo's flight is set to land in the vicinity. Do it now and report back once you have the information. Understood. Director Wang, I'm on it, the officer replied promptly. Upon reaching the tower, the officer inquired whether Su Mo and Oppos' flight had been redirected. The tower checked and discovered that all other flights had reported their changes, except for Su Mo and Oppos'. Initially, the officer presumed that Su Mo's flight had simply not had the chance to report and decided to wait for updates regarding the flight's redirection before informing Director Wang. Meanwhile, on the aircraft, the tower had just communicated through the in-flight channel about the sudden thunderstorm in Hangzhou, stating that the adverse weather had severely impacted the plane and Oppos' ability to land safely and advised a diversion to another airport. Wang Li glanced at the captain's seat, which was empty. Su Mo had just stepped into the restroom. With only a co-pilot and a captain on board, the co-pilot lacked decision-making authority. All issues encountered during the flight required the captain's judgment, such as the decision to change landing airports. Wang Li understood that flying in thunderstorm conditions could cause turbulence and potentially damage the aircraft's structure. Additionally, lightning could compromise onboard electrical systems, posing fatal risks. Continuing toward Hangzhou was undoubtedly unwise. A change of landing destination was imperative. However, the captain was absent. As the co-pilot, he could not usurp the captain's decision-making role. Fortunately, there was still some time before they reached Hangzhou. He thought it prudent to wait a few minutes for Su Mo's return to make the decision. 10 minutes later, Su Mo returned. Wang Li immediately relayed the situation. Idol, the tower has notified us about the sudden thunderstorm in Hangzhou. What do you think we should divert to? Unbeknownst to him, the thunderstorm had already ceased. The clouds had dispersed, and Hangzhou was now clear. Under such circumstances, the plane could undoubtedly continue its descent. Typically, an aircraft would not choose to alter its destination if a safe landing was possible, as passengers would be quite reluctant. I know, Suemo replied. The forecast indicates the rain has stopped, and the clouds have cleared. We should proceed with our original plan to land in Hangzhou. What if it rains again? Wang Li expressed his concerns. Suemo shook his head. No worries, the clouds have cleared. It's unlikely to rain again. Even if it does, it'll be light rain and wouldn't hinder our landing. Pausing for a moment, Suemo continued. Moreover, now that the weather has improved, if we were to divert to another airport, the passengers would likely cause an uproar. Rest assured, given the current weather conditions, a safe landing is assured. Seeing that the experienced captain was confident, Wang Li refrained from further objections and nodded. All right then, Hangzhou it is. Unbeknownst to Wang Li, a smile crept on his Suemo's face. For him, the weather had proven to be a most fortunate ally. At the airport, passengers were clamoring. When will our flight take off? The rain has stopped, hasn't it? I understand the delay due to the thunderstorm. But why is there still no new announcement now that the rain has ceased? I have urgent matters to attend to. Will this flight take off today or not? Exactly. The rain has stopped, and the clouds have cleared. When will flights resume? Many were in a rush, and with the rain gone, the airport remained silent on updates, causing anxiety among the crowd. The airport was in utter chaos. 10 officers dispatched by the Hangzhou police were present, apart from one who went to the tower for updates. The remaining 9 were obscured by the throng of frantic passengers. In such a raucous environment, their earpieces were rendered ineffective. It was all but certain that this operation would prove exceedingly challenging. The officer who had gone to the tower waited 20 minutes without receiving any news regarding Suemo's flight. With the weather now clear, he decided to call Director Wang. Director, the tower has yet to receive any report of Suemo and Oppo's flight being redirected, and it is only 10 minutes away from landing. He glanced out the window at the bright sun. The weather is excellent. I doubt Sumo's flight will be diverted, and it will likely land at Shaoshan. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man on the other end of the line beamed. Isn't that splendid? 10 minutes remaining, right? Based on our previous arrangements, we must capture Suemo. All right, I won't hold you up any longer. Go execute the mission. He hung up and called Han Fei. Old Han, great news. The thunderstorm has passed. Suemo's flight hasn't reported any redirection to the tower, and it's highly likely he will land in Hangzhou. I've instructed my team to proceed with our original plan to intercept him. Rest assured, Suemo won't escape. Little did they know, the 10 officers they had deployed were severely hindered in visibility, and their chances of apprehending him were slim. Moreover, Suemo had prepared a contingency plan early on. The current chaos at the airport only worked to his advantage. Chapter 59. This flight attendant is so tall. 10 minutes later, the aircraft on which Suemo was traveling successfully landed at Hangzhou Shaoshan Airport. The airport's waiting hall and entrances had descended into chaos, making it exceedingly difficult for the police to operate. Furthermore, only 10 officers had been dispatched, rendering it impossible to secure the entire airport. Thus, the officers wisely positioned themselves at the corridor. Suemo would undoubtedly exit via the corridor upon disembarking. By waiting there, they theoretically could apprehend him the moment he stepped off the plane. As the cabin door swung open, passengers began to disembark one after another, flowing down the corridor. The police had prepared extensively and stood at the corridor and Oppo's end. The lead officer presented his credentials. We are executing a police operation. We kindly ask for your cooperation. Please form 2 lines, men to the left and women to the right. Thank you. Although the passengers were uncertain of the officer's intentions, they chose to comply, segregating themselves as instructed. Next, the officers, armed with their phones, retrieved the photograph sent by Director Wang and meticulously compared it against the male passengers exiting on the left. The female passengers on the right were disregarded and allowed to pass without scrutiny. Each male passenger was scrutinized against the photo for a considerable duration, only being released once confirmed not to be Suemo. The first, second, third, and so on up to the 60th passenger had exited, yet Su Mo remained elusive. Some officers began to grow anxious. Where was Su Mo? With so many passengers having disembarked, why had he not been seen? He.S. likely still behind. Let us stay alert and ensure he doesn't slip away. One officer reassured. Don't worry, there are 10 of us. We can't let just one Su Mo escape. Just then, a boy who emerged from the corridor queried, Excuse me, officers, are you referring to that Su Mo from the Sky Eye operation? The officers nodded. Yes, have you seen him on the plane? The boy hesitated, trembling slightly, and pointed to the aircraft at the corridor and Oppo's entrance. Su Mo is on that plane? He asked the captain. Not long ago, he had wondered who the unfortunate soul was that had boarded Su Mo's flight. Now, it dawned on him that he was that very unfortunate soul. His legs quivered at the thought. When the officers pressed for an answer, the boy stammered, I haven't seen him, and I hope I don't. He resolved not to leave, but to wait for the officers to apprehend Su Mo, ready to confront him. The officers noted the boy's unusual demeanor and whispered among themselves. Keep an eye on this kid when we find Su Mo. Don't let him near him. At this moment, all female passengers and crew members had already disembarked. The male passengers and crew members were still under scrutiny, as they were the primary focus of the investigation. Only 5 men remained in the terminal. The officers had meticulously compared each departing male passenger against the photograph of Su Mo before allowing them to leave. This indicated that Su Mo must be among the last 5. The officers heightened their vigilance, fully aware that a suspect might act unpredictably when cornered. Each of the 4 men had been cleared. Now, only one remained. Logically, this last individual must be Su Mo, yet upon glancing at him, the officers were taken aback. This man was certainly not Su Mo. They could tell instantly, without consulting their phones. The image of Su Mo depicted a normally built adult male, while the man before them weighed at least 200 pounds and appeared rather unkempt. Since he was not Su Mo, they had no choice but to let him go. After the final individual exited, the 10 officers exchanged glances, momentarily bewildered. What on earth? Where is Su Mo? He is not on this flight? One officer speculated. Perhaps Su Mo guessed we would be waiting for him, so he hid on the plane and planned to escape after we finished our checks. The remaining officers concurred, believing this was a plausible scenario. After all, a living person could not simply vanish into thin air, could he? Without further deliberation, the officers dashed down the corridor, determined to uncover Su Mo concealed within the aircraft. They meticulously searched the plane only to discover it was entirely empty. All passengers and crew had departed without a trace. The officers were dumbfounded. They were utterly bewildered. Su Mo was nowhere to be found. Could he have truly vanished into thin air? In room 3, the viewers were abuzz with excitement. Su Mo, you're incredible. Who would have thought of such a method? Ha ha ha, I'm in awe. One exclaimed, Su Mo, the master, I bow to you. The investigative team and the Hangzhou police were likely at a loss, having crafted an airtight plan that Su Mo effortlessly dismantled. It was not the fault of the investigative team. Who could have anticipated Su Mo would employ such a cunning escape? Meanwhile, a camera worn by Yang Jingxian captured a scene where a small boy tugged at his father and damp Oppo's sleeve, exclaiming, Dad, look at that flight attendant. She is so tall. Chapter 60. Cease your concealment. It's not as though we are unfamiliar. The young boy's words pierced his father's heart like daggers. Dad, this flight attendant is so tall. She's even taller than you. Dad, are you not 6 feet tall? Dad, did you exaggerate your height? Dad. Each word was like a fresh wound. The father was dumbfounded. I'm not as tall as a flight attendant. I'm definitely 6 feet. Even if the heavens themselves descended. He was still 6 feet. 186 centimeters. Rounded up, that end amp, Oppo's. That's 181. Rounded up again, and amp, Oppo's. That's 185. Rounded up once more, and it an amp, Oppo's. That's 190. Any further, and he'd be soaring among the stars. Glancing at the boy beside him, the man contemplated whether to discipline his insolent son with his belt that evening. However, the man turned and followed the direction of the boy and amp, Oppo's finger. He was immediately stunned. He seemed to be genuinely shorter than the flight attendant. How could this be? Have flight attendants become so tall nowadays? Of course, the flight attendant and amp, Oppo's height was her own affair. He didn't and amp, Oppo's care. He was still 6 feet tall. With a smile, he knelt down and looked at his son with amp, Oppo's benevolent and Oppo's expression, emphasizing, Dad is 181 centimeters. Don and amp, Oppo's questioned Dad and amp, Oppo's height again, understand? Otherwise, I and amp, Oppo's spank you. The little boy burst into tears. The live stream was still filled with laughter. Haha, Su Mo, run. This little brat has exposed you. Su Mo is too cunning. I'm in awe. He can even come up with this method. The key is that it actually worked, and he escaped. That and Oppo's. That's the most outrageous part. Even a little boy could tell something was wrong. How did the police officers not notice? That and Oppo's. Unscientific. Of course. How could they have guessed that Su Mo would disguise himself as a flight attendant? Earlier, in the corridor, men and women were separated. The officers and amp, Oppo's, attention was entirely on the men, and they didn't and amp, Oppo's, pay any attention to the women, letting them pass directly. Where in Oppo's? That's that guy who said he and Oppo's eat his computer screen if Su Mo escaped this time. Were you going to eat your computer screen? Why are you rushing me? I and amp, Oppo's, LLOU for now. In reality, it was an and amp, Oppo's, just the viewers who were surprised. Even Yang Jingxian was impressed by Su Mo and amp, Oppo's actions. After leaving the arrival corridor and blending into the crowd, Yang Jingxian gave Su Mo a thumbs up. Impressive. She had been wondering why Su Mo asked her to bring those things. Now she understood. Su Mo had probably anticipated that the investigation team would contact the Hangzhou police to intercept them at the airport. No wonder she didn't in Oppo's see any reaction when she told Su Mo that the police were preparing to set up an ambush at the airport. Even if she hadn't and amp, Oppo's told Su Mo about it, the Hangzhou police would have had a hard time catching him. You guessed that someone would be waiting for you in Hangzhou, didn't and amp, Oppo's you? Yang Jingxian asked with a curious expression. Half and half, Su Mo said. I knew that the investigation team would eventually trace it back to the airline because the flight attendant who helped us book the room was a lead. But even if they were fast, they couldn't possibly be in sync with our movements. By the time they traced it back to the airline, we would already be on the plane. At that point, the investigation team would only have two options: either fly to Hangzhou themselves or find someone to intercept me. The latter was more likely, so I had you prepare those things in advance. Just as Yang Jingxian had thought. Even if she hadn't and Oppo's overheard that conversation on the plane and told Su Mo about it. Su Mo had already made preparations in advance, because from the beginning, Su Mo had deduced all the possibilities, and he had made preparations. Let in Oppo's, let's not talk about that. Let in Oppo's, let's find a restroom to change out of this outfit. This darn thing is chafing. After getting out of the Hangzhou police and Oppo's sight, Su Mo couldn't and Oppo's stand the flight attendant uniform any longer. Yang Jingxian was slightly taken aback. Are you crazy? This outfit is your shield. If you change out of it now, what will you do if you run into officers again? TSK. Su Mo clicked his tongue. The same trick won't work twice. Besides, have you ever seen a 183 centimeters flight attendant? The officers didn't and Oppo's pay attention to me earlier because their attention was entirely on the male passengers getting off the plane. They and Oppo's not stupid. They and Oppo's LL probably realize it soon. Walking around in this outfit now would only cause trouble. And amp, Oppo's too conspicuous. There and amp, Oppo's SA restroom up ahead. Let and amp, Oppo's go. Taking Yang Jingxian, he headed to the restroom ahead, preparing to change clothes. Change back into normal clothes. However, standing at the entrance of the restroom, Su Mo faced another dilemma. He faced a choice. In front of Su Mo, there was a men's room and a women's room. Enter the men's room. Or the women's room? That was the question. Truthfully, Su Mo really wanted to go into the women's room to take a look. But that wouldn't be appropriate. So in the end, he took the clothes and entered the men and amp, Oppo's room. The next moment, what the hell? What are you doing? A scream came from the men and amp, Oppo's room. Yang Jingsuan. Although she was standing outside the restroom, she could imagine what was happening inside. A man was relieving himself in the restroom. He was minding his own business. Suddenly, a flight attendant walked in, startling him so much that he sprayed his shoes. In that instant, the man wondered if he had entered the wrong restroom. But he clearly saw the slogan in front of him, and AMP, Oppos, a small step forward, a giant leap for civilization. And AMP, Oppos, that familiar slogan, it was definitely the men in AMP, Oppos' room. He was sure he hadn't and Oppos. He entered the wrong one. But what was going on with this flight attendant? Suemo was speechless. Looking at the man, he said, improperly, can end AMP. AMP, Oppos, till you control the recoil? Man? This flight attendant even knew about recoil? Before he could recover, Suemo continued. Stop covering it up. It's not as if no one has one. Mun? What? You have one too? Perhaps he read the man's thoughts from his expression. Suemo said, not only do I have one, but mine is bigger than yours. After saying that, he walked next to the man. Man? He really had one. Heaven only knew how much damage such a scene had caused to his young heart. A flight attendant pulled out something bigger than his. Who could bear that? He was numb. After finishing, he quickly left the men and AMP, Oppos' room without looking back. When he went out, he was still muttering to himself. It and AMP, Oppos' weird. So weird. A flight attendant pulled out something bigger than mine? Yang Jingxian. She was standing at the door, and she heard the man's words clearly. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. This Suemo. Couldn't he be serious for once? Chapter 61. A touch of sympathy for the investigation team, the camera carried by Yang Jingxian captured the scene. Just by observing the expression of the man who emerged from the men and AMP, Oppos' restroom, along with his muttered words. The viewers in a live stream could surmise the ordeal he had just endured. The image of a flight attendant entering the men's restroom startled the man. The crucial detail was that what the flight attendant produced was even larger than what this man possessed. It was likely that any man would be unable to withstand such a spectacle. This poor fellow must have been utterly flabbergasted, Initially, with his astute little eyes, he must now be questioning his very existence. Man, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Why is what the flight attendant revealed larger than mine? My heart aches for this guy for a split second. At that moment, a handsome young man, engrossed in his phone, entered the men's restroom. Upon spotting Suemo, he hurriedly covered his eyes, apologizing profusely while tactically retreating back to the entrance. Lifting his gaze to the sign beside the restroom door, the expression on his face grew bewildered. This is the men's restroom. He paused at the entrance, contemplating for a moment before ultimately deciding, never mind, just hold it in. The officers had already searched the plane 3 times. Every conceivable hiding spot had been thoroughly scoured, yet not a single person had been discovered. A sense of bewilderment enveloped them. Where was Suemo? Was it possible he was not even on this aircraft? It should, perhaps, maybe be the case. There must be some reason for this. Let's give Director Wong a call. I suspect Suemo is not on this plane at all. One of the officers took out his phone and dialed Director Wong. How in Oppos? Is it going? Did you catch him? You must keep a close watch on this kid. Old Han just boarded the plane, and it's 2 hours until we reach Hangzhou. We absolutely cannot let this kid escape. Before he could finish his sentence, the officer interrupted him. Director Wong. No. We haven't found anyone. What did you say? You didn't catch him? Did he escape? Director Wong's blood pressure surged. 10 seasoned officers had mobilized, and even with the advantage, they couldn't apprehend a single ordinary person. This is absurd. No. The officer clarified, it's not that he escaped. There's no sign of him on the plane at all. This statement carried an additional implication. The intelligence was incorrect. Suemo was not on this aircraft at all. However, the officer dared not voice this directly, as it was Director Wong who had insisted Suemo was on board. Director Wong, being astute, immediately grasped the underlying meaning of the officer's words. I see, he concluded, hanging up the phone, and sent a message via WeChat to Han Fei, who was currently on the flight. Han Fei had been eagerly awaiting good news from his old friend, so he checked the message promptly. Suemo is not on the plane? Han Fei murmured, impossible. Li Chun, seated beside him, leaned in. What do you mean? We couldn't catch him? Didn't we say that the Hangzhou police would set up a perimeter at the airport in advance? How could he possibly escape? Is he sprouting wings to fly away? Han Fei was momentarily taken aback. then spoke. Old Wong told me that his team compared pictures of Su Mo with the passengers on the plane and didn't see him. That's impossible. The airport staff couldn't have deceived us, could they? Su Mo was on that plane. I find it strange, too. How did he manage to slip away this time? Han Fei shared his conversation with Old Wong in the group chat. Shin Manny and Chen Ku, who couldn't sit with them, also saw the information in the group chat. Shin Manny, he escaped again? Chen Ku, is this kid like an eel? So slippery? The Hangzhou police's advanced setup couldn't catch him? The viewers in the live stream were beginning to lose patience. They knew exactly how Su Mo had evaded capture and were eager to enlighten the investigation team. However, the investigation team could not see the barrage of comments. Even if they wished to send a tip-off, they had no means to do so. They could only watch the 4 members of the investigation team floundering about like headless chickens. I and Oppos am increasingly losing faith in the investigation team. Me too. Su Mo is simply outrageous. How could he escape under such circumstances? Thank goodness he isn't a true fugitive. Otherwise, they would have a massive headache. Suddenly, a twinge of sympathy for the investigation team arose. It seemed they were either being toyed with by Su Mo or were on the verge of being outsmarted by him. Hangzhou, Shaoshan Airport. The officers appeared somewhat dejected. They had initially thought it would be a simple task. Who would have known they would encounter such a setback? 10 officers couldn't even catch an ordinary person. They had even caught a glimpse of Su Mo. Moreover, they had no idea where he currently was. Was he in Hangzhou or in Guangzhou? Or perhaps on a flight from Guangzhou to Hangzhou? They were in the dark. Little did they know, the very Su Mo was already preparing to leave the airport. The police had only dispatched 10 officers, all stationed in the corridor. Thus, other areas of the airport remained quite secure. Su Mo and Shunned Manny navigated freely, hopped into a taxi, and departed from the airport without a hitch. 2 hours later, the investigation team arrived. 10 officers were on hand to greet them. As soon as the team landed, they wasted no time and directed the officers to lead them to the airport staff. They requested to review the surveillance footage from that time. The footage was focused on the corridor, completely capturing the scene in that area. The 4 members of the investigation team, along with the 10 officers, sat before the screen. Watching the footage, the officers divided the passengers by gender, only examining the male passengers while ignoring the females. At first glance, this appeared entirely reasonable, as they were looking for Su Mo and only needed to check the men. The women were deemed unnecessary to scrutinize. However, Chen Ku quickly noticed something amiss. Wait. Chen Ku pointed at the screen, rewind the footage by 10 seconds. The staff complied. This one, Chen Ku said, zoom in. The staff followed his instruction. The screen revealed the visage of a flight attendant. Chen Ku slammed his hand on the table. Damn. The officers were momentarily taken aback. What is wrong with this flight attendant? Not just something in damp. Oppos. That's wrong. Chen Ku wiped his face, looking at the officer. Have you ever seen a flight attendant over 6 feet tall? After a pause, Chen Ku continued. This is Su Mo. He disguised himself as a flight attendant to blend in and leave with them. Just look at the eyes, nose, and mouth. They are exactly like Su Mo. Officer, how could we have ever thought of this? Chapter 62. Is this a vacation? After playfully eluding the investigative team, the system presented 4 rewards. Among these, the fighter jet and sniper rifle were of no use to Su Mo. The selection of these 2 items posed a significant dilemma. The remaining 2 rewards left Su Mo in a quandary. One was the ace pilot, and the other was the master disguise. The ace pilot was specifically for piloting aircraft, which limited its utility significantly. It would not greatly aid Su Mo in his future escapades, as flying a plane is not a daily occurrence. In contrast, the master disguise skill was markedly different. This ability would prove invaluable in the days to come, and he would undoubtedly need it on numerous occasions. After much contemplation, Su Mo chose the master disguise. His choice was soon validated, as this reward proved immensely helpful after the plane landed. Just before disembarking, he casually adjusted his appearance, successfully deceiving the officers who had previously encountered him. As for ordinary people, there was no need to elaborate further. The individual Su Mo had bumped into in the restroom was still questioning his own perception, pondering whether his eyes had deceived him. None of the passengers at the airport could see through Su Mo and Oppos' disguise. The only remark made was about how remarkably tall the flight attendant was. That has to be Su Mo. Chun Ku exclaimed, waving over to Li Chun. Li Chun, your eyesight is sharp. Come take a look. Upon glancing at the screen, Li Chun and Appo's expression darkened. It's Su Mo's casual alterations fooled everyone else, but not Li Chun, who was renowned for his keen observational skills. Disguise is not akin to plastic surgery. At least, the features cannot be fundamentally altered. Coupled with the urgency of the moment, Su Mo had little time for extensive modifications, making it impossible to evade Li Chun and Appo's discerning gaze. Initially, Chun Ku merely suspected that the flight attendant was suspiciously similar to Su Mo. However, after Li Chun and Appo's affirmation, he became certain this was indeed Su Mo. In the backstage area, Song Yishue's lips twitched in disbelief. Is this even possible? Even as the show's director, she found herself awestruck by Su Mo and Appo's audacious maneuver. Was this something an ordinary person could conceive? After a brief moment of astonishment, a smile graced Song Yishue and Appo's face. Such a guest would bring excitement. In the previous 2 episodes, the disparity in abilities between the parties was too vast, leaving the guests with no means to evade the investigative team. This episode, however, promised ample intrigue as Su Mo engaged in a battle of wits against the investigators. Just watching was exhilarating, sparking Song Yishue's curiosity about the unfolding events. She remained glued to the backstage monitor. Meanwhile, Han Fei's expression was equally grim. The officers soon realized their oversight and promptly apologized to Han Fei. Captain Han, we're sorry. This was our fault. Rest assured, we will help you apprehend Su Mo. Han Fei vavid dismissivity. It and Appo's. That's not your fault. Su Mo is simply too cunning. At that moment, Han Fei bore no intention of reprimanding the officers. After all, Su Mo was indeed a slippery fish. He had fallen victim to Su Mo and Appo's tricks himself more than once, leaving him without the standing to criticize the officers. Upon hearing this, the officers felt even more guilty, glancing at Han Fei. Captain Han, our superior has instructed us to fully cooperate with the investigative team's efforts. Please let us know if you have any directives. Han Fei knew the gravity. Let me think for a moment. Feel free to share any thoughts you may have. Everyone understood that the leads they had painstakingly gathered had once again evaporated. To find Su Mo, they would have to start from scratch. Shall we review the surveillance footage? Li Chun suggested. Han Fei also considered examining the footage. Although this approach seemed somewhat simplistic, it was still a viable option. Very well, he agreed. Let Appo's review the surveillance. They instructed the airport staff to continue playing the relevant footage. All eyes were fixed on the screen. In the footage, Su Mo, disguised as a flight attendant, swiftly blended into the crowd after leaving the corridor. Due to flight delays, the passengers were in a state of disarray. The footage was teeming with heads, complicating the investigative team and the Hangzhou police's task significantly. However, there was no choice. They had to persevere. In the surveillance, they saw Su Mo enter the restroom. 3 minutes later, he emerged in ordinary clothing and swaggered out of the airport. Is there surveillance outside the airport? Han Fei inquired of the staff. Yes, there is. Please allow me a moment. The footage shifted to the exterior of the airport. After Su Mo exited, he approached the taxi pickup area. The last image captured was of Su Mo disappearing behind a large pillar at the taxi queue. Due to the obstruction, he did not appear again in the subsequent footage. Notably, a taxi was parked behind that pillar, its front clearly visible in the frame. Shortly after Su Mo and Appo's figure vanished behind the pillar, the taxi drove away. The investigative team and the officers, having been glued to the screen for so long, suddenly perked up. After all that time watching, it had not been in vain. They had acquired crucial information. Su Mo had boarded that taxi. Han Fei glanced at the airport staff. Rewind the footage a few seconds to just before the taxi left. The staff complied, reversing the footage to the moment before the taxi departed. Zoom in, Han Fei instructed, pointing at the taxi's front. The image gradually enlarged, and the taxi and Appo's license plate became clearer. JB35M, this was the vehicle. Han Fei turned to the officer beside him. Can you look into this taxi? I need to know where it took Sumo. One officer nodded vigorously. Got it. He pulled out his phone and contacted the relevant traffic department to inquire about the details of the taxi with the plate number JB35M. JB35M. What a peculiar number. Kien Kiskiviko Mutterith. Han Fei, Shen Mani, and Li Chun exchanged glances, thinking his focus was somewhat misplaced. Just then, the officer returned, excitement radiating from him. Ein Oppos. VE got the information. The taxi headed straight for West Lake after leaving the airport, and it's still parked there now. The investigative team exclaimed in unison. Sumo just left the airport and went straight to West Lake. Is he on vacation? He clearly has no regard for us. Chapter 63. A dose of eye drops for the investigation team upon discovering the location of the taxi. The officer continued, Captain Han. Sumo must have taken a cab to West Lake. We can definitely intercept him there. The officer and AMP, Oppo's expression was one of palpable excitement, as if he had already apprehended Sumo Westlake. Han Fei murmured, I can and Oppo's. T shake the feeling that something and Oppo's amiss. His apprehension was not born of paranoia. Rather, he was acutely aware of Sumo's cunning nature. The 4 members of the investigation team had already been thoroughly outsmarted by him. In truth, Han Fei was not alone in his trepidation. The remaining 3 members of the investigation team shared his sentiments. They had witnessed Sumo's craftiness firsthand. This lead seemed too effortlessly obtained to be credible. The 4 exchanged glances, unanimously concluding that the taxi was undoubtedly a smokescreen orchestrated by Sumo intended to mislead them. Li Chun sneered. Does this Sumo think he can play us for fools? I refuse to fall for his tricks. He must have bribed the driver to take an empty ride to West Lake. Pausing, Li Chun pointed at a prominent column on the screen. Sumo definitely did not board that taxi. He was likely hiding behind that column. The first taxi was merely a decoy, and he would board the second. Just then, one of the officers interjected, but what if Sumo is actually in that taxi? In gaming terms, sometimes the best movement is no movement at all. You anticipate a shift, only to find he may remain steadfast and charge ahead. The investigation team fell into silence. What if Sumo had indeed boarded the first taxi? What if he was not deploying a smokescreen? What if he relished in subverting expectations? What if he aimed to confound the investigation team? The line between reality and deception was blurred, leaving them in uncertainty. After the officer and Oppo's remark, the team found themselves utterly unable to ascertain whether Sumo had boarded the first taxi. He could have, or he could have not. Han Fei furrowed his brow. Can we zoom in on the surveillance to see if there were any passengers in the backseat? If we could determine whether Sumo boarded that vehicle, it would simplify matters. The staff shook their head, gesturing toward the taxi's tinted windows in the surveillance footage. The rear windows of taxis like this are darkly tinted. Even zooming in won't clarify things. Without the ability to discern whether there were passengers in the car via surveillance, they would have to resort to a more rudimentary approach. Let's split into 2 groups. One group will stay behind to monitor the footage and report any new developments, while the other will pursue the taxi. Given that both possibilities existed, it was prudent to divide their resources. One group would chase the taxi with the license plate and AMP, Oppo's, JB35M and AMP, Oppo's, while the other remained to scrutinize the surveillance. After all, the only blind spot in the footage was behind that column. Sumo was either hiding behind it, awaiting the next taxi, or he had indeed departed in the first taxi to West Lake. The investigation team, numerous as they were, could surely manage this division of labor. Yet, what they were capable of discerning, Sumo had anticipated long ago. The investigation team, while indeed numerous, could only split their efforts into 2 lines of inquiry. But could they divide themselves into 20? An hour earlier, at the airport taxi pickup area. Driver, are you headed to West Lake? Sumo inquired, leaning against the window. Upon hearing the destination, the driver thought to himself that this was a lucrative fare and nodded with a smile. Of course. Very well, off you go. Sumo waved at the driver, safe travels. His demeanor suggested he had no intention of boarding. The driver's face darkened instantaneously. Are you playing me for a fool? Asking if I'm going to West Lake and then not getting in? Am I supposed to drive an empty car to West Lake? Have you lost your mind? After collecting his thoughts, the driver grumbled, You know what? Your mother. May you be in good health. In the blink of an eye, the driver and Oppo's previously grim expression transformed into one of cheerful laughter. Why the sudden change? Because Su Mo had slipped him 2 crisp bills. Upon witnessing this exchange, the viewers in the live stream burst into laughter. Indeed, having money works wonders. The driver, who had been moments away from cursing, now found himself turning those words into blessings. All thanks to 200 yuan. Ancient wisdom rings true. Money can indeed move mountains. Those upstairs have a narrow perspective. It's not just about moving mountains. With money, one can do far more. Someone upstairs has a narrow view. Money can do more than just move mountains. It can even push back the very forces of nature. I have a friend who wants to know, what does one push back nature? The driver, having accepted the 200 yuan from Su Mo, beamed at him. Hop in. I and Oppos. LL take you to Westlake. To his surprise, Su Mo shook his head. No, we want an Oppos. TB getting in. You drive to Westlake for a leisurely spin. I suspect you Haven and Oppos. T taking a break for a long time. Consider this your time off. As he spoke, Sumo waved his phone. We're shooting a short video, and today's theme is to pay tribute to those hustling in the city, especially hard-working taxi drivers. How could I refuse? The driver chuckled, pocketing the 200 yuan. Well then, I'll be off. Go ahead, driver. Yang Jingxian looked at Sumo puzzled. What are you doing? Aren't and Oppos. We taking a taxi? If they continue to waste time, the investigation team might catch up. This isn't a waste of time. Xu Montag replied. I need to give them a dose of eye drops. I just observed that the area behind this column is precisely the surveillance blind spot. Though Yang Jingxian did not fully grasp Su Mo and Oppo's strategy, some viewers in the live stream had already begun to piece it together. Brilliant, Xu Montag. P.S. utilizing the surveillance blind spot and a taxi as a smokescreen to mislead the investigation team. Ingenious. But wait, the investigation team isn't foolish. If we can discern the ruse, surely they can too. Is Su Mo risking failure this time? After the driver departed, Su Mo promptly took out his phone and sent a voice message in the driver's group chat. Quickly head to Shaoshan Airport. There's a rich fool here who seems to be filming some short video. He gave me 200 yuan and didn't even get in the car, telling me to take a break. I think I'll heed his advice and take a leisurely stroll around Westlake. As soon as this message was dispatched, the driver group erupted in excitement. Is there such a good thing? Money for nothing? Shaoshan Airport, you say? I'm just about to drop off a passenger there. I'll be there shortly. I want my 200. Is this for real? Don't pull my leg. Old Zhang has never lied. Believe it or not. I'm headed to the airport. In no time, a significant number of taxis in Hangzhou were en route to the airport. After all, who could say no to 200 yuan? Chapter 64, How Infuriating. Su Mo has once again managed to outsmart everyone. In the airport in Oppo's taxi pickup area, only a single taxi remained. Even before he could board, Su Mo had foolishly handed the driver 200 yuan, allowing him to drive off empty. Su Mo claimed it was to throw the investigation team off their trail. The bait was set, yet the taxi was gone. The two waited in place for over 20 minutes, but no taxi appeared. Yang Jingxian began to voice her complaints. Su Mo, we and Oppos, we've been waiting for 20 minutes with no taxis in sight. You could have taken that one earlier. What do we do now? Are we really stuck here? Su Mo replied nonchalantly, let the bullets fly for a while longer. What do you mean? It meant that soon, a multitude of taxis would arrive. Yang Jingxian furrowed her brow, feeling that Su Mo was deceiving her. How could that be? I don't believe it. 5 minutes later, taxis began to arrive. Not just one, but a whole swarm. Countless taxis rolled in. Witnessing the spectacle, Su Mo let out a deep sigh. Despite his casual demeanor, he felt uncertain inside. Su Mo was gambling, betting that the driver who had just taken 200 yuan would share the news with other drivers, enticing them to come to the airport for a free 200 yuan. Clearly, his gamble had paid off. At that moment, Yang Jingxian and Oppo's gaze towards Su Mo transformed, filled with admiration and astonishment. How did you know there would be so many taxis coming? Are you a fortune teller? Not at all, Su Mo chuckled. Then how did you know? Because that driver would certainly tell others about getting 200 yuan for nothing, and once the other drivers hear this, they would undoubtedly think of coming to the airport to take advantage of it. It doesn't take a genius to figure that out. Yang Jingxian was left speechless. As this scene unfolded, The live stream erupted with excitement once more. How exasperating. Sumo had once again shown off his cleverness. 9 out of 10 times, he slips. But this time, he's basking in it. I clearly saw Sumo take a deep breath. Even he wasn't sure if his guess was correct. This time he played it well. Promise me, next time, Don and Appos, show off anymore. If you do, my Jingxian will belong to you. As a new wave of taxis arrived, Yang Jingxian looked at Sumo. Now that there are so many cars, can we leave? Not in a hurry. I haven't finished throwing out the bait, Sumo replied with a smile and a shake of his head. Sumo was acutely aware that once the investigation team arrived at the airport, they would certainly choose to check the surveillance footage. He anticipated that upon realizing the first taxi was merely a distraction, the team would split into 2 groups, one continuing to check the footage, while the other pursued the taxi. Sumo's aim was to provide as much distraction as possible. Dividing into 2 groups wouldn't pose much of a challenge for the investigation team. But what if they had to divide into 20? Surely, they couldn't have that many personnel. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out the prepared cash and waved to the drivers. Wait, are you really giving us money? One of the drivers exclaimed, clearly surprised. Sumo wasted no time. He handed each driver 200 yuan. Fellows, we won and Appos, be taking a ride. You can drive wherever you please. Take some time to relax. I bet you haven't had a break in a while. Use this chance to treat yourself. We are filming a short video, and the theme is to show appreciation to those hustling in the city. It was the same line Sumo had used before. The drivers, without suspicion, accepted the money, expressing their gratitude. Most of them found Sumo's reasoning quite valid. Although they didn't plan to take an entire day off, a half day was certainly manageable. After distributing the money for a while, Sumo placed the remaining cash on the ground. A 1 and Appos, handed out individually. Those who didn't get any can come down and take what's left. Share this among yourselves and enjoy a day off. With that, he casually opened the door of one of the taxis and got in. Driver, let's go. Sumo's actions left the investigation team, arriving at the airport an hour later. Utterly baffled, they had chosen to split up, with Han Fei, Li Chun, and 5 officers remaining to review the surveillance, while Shin Mani and Chen Ke, along with another 5 officers, pursued the taxi to West Lake, hoping to find clues about Sumo. Han Fei was currently examining the footage. A swarm of taxis appeared on the screen, causing his heart to skip a beat. He sensed these taxis might complicate matters, and the feeling was overwhelmingly strong. Then, one of the taxis departed from the airport. Observing this, Han Fei turned to the airport staff. Rewind the footage 5 seconds and zoom in on the license plate. He then glanced at one of the officers. Sumo might be in that taxi. Call and find out its current location. The officer promptly complied, making a call. The traffic department quickly responded, revealing that the taxi was now parked at the Provincial Museum. Han Fei turned to Li Chun beside him. Take 2 officers to the Provincial Museum. After issuing the order, Han Fei continued to monitor the footage. Another taxi drove away. Han Fei thought, are they kidding me? He felt a surge of frustration. However, there was no choice but to investigate. Calling to check, they discovered this taxi had gone to Kidnapping. Thus, Han Fei dispatched another 2 officers to Kidnapping. At this point, only he and 1 other officer remained at the airport, still watching the footage. But didn't end there. Another taxi left, then another. Han Fei counted and realized that within just a few minutes, 15 taxis had departed. Witnessing this, Han Fei was utterly exasperated, rubbing his temples in disbelief, wide-eyed and gaping. After a moment of shock, he began to curse uncontrollably. Damn it, you've got to be kidding me. Indeed, the investigation team had once again fallen into Sumo and Appos' trap. They could split into 2 groups because they had sufficient manpower, 4 from the investigation team and 10 from the Hangzhou police, totaling 14 personnel. Even with 2 groups, they could maintain 7 members on each side. However, they had only 14 people, yet 15 taxis had already left the airport. Not to mention, if they included the one that had departed for West Lake 20 minutes earlier, that made 16 taxis. Could 14 people possibly split into 16 groups? Han Fei lamented. I quit. Even a donkey in a production team wouldn't be treated this way. Captain Han, please promise me to stop the investigation. You can't outsmart Sumo. Chapter 65. The first emperor, am in need of funds after venting his frustration. Han Fei gritted his teeth, contemplating that it was merely 16 vehicles. If they acted swiftly, they might yet unravel the clues to apprehend Su Mo. Han Fei instructed the airport staff to assist, meticulously recording the license plate numbers of the taxis that appeared in the surveillance footage. He asked the last remaining police officer from Hangzhou to trace the routes these taxis took after leaving the airport. However, in the next moment, the images on the monitor left Han Fei utterly dumbfounded. Dozens of taxis departed one after another. Han Fei exclaimed, "What on earth? Are they treating us like livestock? This method of checking each car will take an eternity." He felt overwhelmed. Su Mo was proving to be exceptionally elusive. If it had been anyone else, they would have immediately hailed a cab upon disembarking. But Su Mo was different. He had deliberately released a barrage of smoke screens before making his exit. The investigation team was slightly slower than Su Mo by the time they arrived at the airport. He had already vanished. Thus, they were left to sift through the surveillance footage for any clues regarding Su Mo's whereabouts. Yet, despite watching for an extended period, Han Fei remained uncertain about which taxi Su Mo had taken, as only he and Yang Jingxian had been present in the pickup area during that time, cleverly hiding behind a pillar out of view of the cameras. Consequently, amidst the flurry of departing taxis, Su Mo could have boarded any one of them. The police officer swallowed hard, glancing at Han Fei. With so many cars, what do? We don't have enough personnel. Han Fei sighed. Even if we lack manpower, we must pursue this lead. It's our only clue. Record the license plate numbers and check them one by one. Once we locate a taxi, we can ask the driver if he has transported Su Mo and, if so, where he was dropped off. The officer scratched his head, pondering the enormity of the task. How long will it take to question dozens of vehicles one by one? Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. Captain, we can trace the driver's phone numbers through the license plates. We could simply call them and ask if they picked up Su Mo. That would save us a lot of trouble. While Han Fei had considered the phone call option, he quickly dismissed it. He smiled at the officer. "You must be relatively new to the force, am I correct?" The officer nodded affirmatively. "Yes." Han Fei continued, "It's understandable that you are unaware of the circumstances. Let me clarify. Calling won't yield any results." He paused before adding, "Of course, if you doubt me, feel free to give it a try, and you will see for yourself." Though the officer did not argue, his expression betrayed his disbelief. Why wouldn't they use such a convenient method? Why send someone to search? Wasn't that a waste of time? Sensing the officer's skepticism, Han Fei shrugged. "Go ahead and give it a shot." In the next moment, the officer dialed a colleague at the station, requesting to look up the driver's contact information based on the license plate. After obtaining the number, he wasted no time in calling. After a brief wait, the call was answered. "Hello," came a voice on the other end. "Hi, this is the police. I would like to ask you about something." Before he could finish, he was met with a barrage of insults. "Who the hell do you think you are? You scammer. How dare you impersonate a police officer?" The line went dead as the caller hung up. The officer was momentarily taken aback, still not ready to concede defeat. He prompted his colleague to look up another license plate and called again. This time, the recipient simply hung up without answering. Undeterred, he tried once more. "Hello, I am the police, and I would like to speak to you about a matter." A cold laugh echoed from the other end. "Oh, a police officer? I am Qin Shi Huang. Actually, I haven't died. I just need $1,000 for travel to Xianyang. How about you send me the money? And once I unify the world, I will make you a prince?" The officer was left speechless. After 3 consecutive calls, he finally grasped Han Fei's point. Han Fei approached him, patting his shoulder in a gesture of consolation. Telecommunication fraud is rampant. Thus, the public's skepticism toward such calls is quite strong. Simply identifying yourself as a police officer over the phone is futile. Even if you use your official number, they still won't believe you. Being insulted is the least of your worries. You haven't even encountered the truly offensive ones. Han Fei continued, "Sometimes, it's not about our desire to inquire in person. The issue lies in the fact that nobody believes you are a police officer when you call. There are far too many imposters claiming to be police." The officer had never considered the futility of that approach. Receiving a sudden call from someone claiming to be a police officer, who would believe that? Having experienced the previous incidents, the officer now recognized that while Han Fei's method may seem cumbersome, it was indeed the most reliable. Face-to-face communication, accompanied by identification. is the only way to assure individuals of one's authenticity as a law enforcement officer. Phone calls were simply ineffective. Since the extensive campaign against fraud, the public's awareness of scams had reached extraordinary heights. At Westlake, Shin Manny and Shun Ku located the taxi with the license plate JB35M. Upon approaching, they presented their identification. "Driver, we would like to ask you some questions." Of course, the driver nodded. Shin Manny pulled out her phone, locating a picture of Su Mo, and held it up for the driver to see. "Did you transport this passenger from the airport?" The driver instantly recognized the face. "That's the guy who slipped me $200, but he never got in my cab. I drove here empty from the airport to Westlake." Upon hearing this response, Shin Cook clenched his teeth. "This Su Mo." At that moment, Shin Manny interjected, "Let's call Captain Han." Su Mo didn't take this cab. After expressing her gratitude to the driver, the investigative team departed. Meanwhile, a young couple on vacation spotted the empty taxi parked by the roadside and approached, ready to hail it for their next adventure. "Driver, are you going to Lingyin Temple?" "Not today," the driver replied. "It's my day off. I'm not picking up passengers unless. How about an extra $5? All right, hop in. Buckle up." Chapter 66. This woman has issues today. A peculiar phenomenon unfolded among the taxi drivers in Hangqing. One after another, they clamored that they would not be accepting passengers today, declaring a spontaneous day off. However, it was not a complete cessation of work. Should a wealthy patron offer a bit more fare, even a mere 5 or 10 yuan, they would still make the trip. Reluctant as they were, the allure of extra cash proved irresistible. After inquiring with one of the drivers, Shin Manny promptly called Han Fei. "Captain Han, we located that driver. It aligns closely with one of our earlier hypotheses." Su Mo handed him 200 yuan to take an empty taxi for a spin around Westlake. "What's the situation on your end?" Han Fei pondered for a moment before responding. "Things are not looking good here. Su Mo seems intent on toying with us." According to the surveillance, dozens of taxis departed during that time frame. Shin Manny fell silent. Su Mo had only acted a step ahead of them. Yet, that singular step had left the investigation team ensnared in a thick fog of confusion. Han Fei then articulated his next course of action. "Checking one vehicle at a time is too cumbersome. I plan to contact the taxi companies for assistance in uncovering any leads. You should join me. Let us convene at the taxi company." "Understood. We're on our way." However, as the investigation team prepared to seek help from the taxi company, Su Mo had already departed the airport some time ago. To thwart any potential tracing by the investigation team to his taxi, he exited the vehicle upon entering the city, walking a considerable distance with Yang Jingxian. Securing accommodation was an immediate concern, and this time, he chose not to randomly approach a passerby for assistance in booking a hotel room. Instead, he sought a guest house. Guest houses differ significantly from hotels. While hotels enforce stringent identity verification, guest houses often do not. In fact, some private guest houses, albeit slightly less luxurious, may allow guests to check in without online identity registration. All that is required is a willingness to pay. Su Mo soon discovered a guest house with lax identity verification. The proprietor, a loquacious middle-aged woman, greeted him warmly upon their arrival. "Welcome. Are you two looking for lodging?" "Yes," Su Mo replied with a smile. "A standard room, please." The owner glanced at Su Mo and then at Yang Jingxian, her expression revealing surprise at the sight of a man and a woman seeking a standard room together. Yet, her face quickly transformed into an understanding smile, as if she had deciphered an unspoken hint from Su Mo's grin. Did he imply a desire for a double room under the guise of requesting a standard room? It seemed likely that this young man harbored intentions for something more thematic. The owner, feigning reluctance, responded, "Unfortunately, the last standard room was just booked a few minutes ago. How about a double room instead? It's only 100 yuan more." Her insinuation was clear. "Young man, I can only assist you to this extent. The rest depends on your discretion." As for the extra charge for the double room, it was merely a gratuity. After all, she had already extended a significant favor. There was nothing wrong with asking for a little something in return. Upon hearing this, Yang Jingxuan's cheeks flushed, and she quickly waved her hands in denial. No, Auntie, you misunderstand. We are not a couple. We don't need a double room. Is there truly no standard room available?" At that moment, she even contemplated whether to seek another guest house. Typically, guest houses do not offer suites, as they are not star-rated hotels. Staying in a standard room was manageable for her, but without any available rooms, what were they to do? They could not jeopardize their entire endeavor for the sake of recording a program. Su Mo refrained from further explanations and instead scratched his head, addressing the owner. Let us stick with the standard room. 2 beds would be more convenient. If one gets dirty, we can use the other. If there really are no standard rooms, could you perhaps find solution? I'm willing to pay extra. The owner appeared taken aback. Well, this young man certainly knows how to negotiate. So that's how a standard room is utilized? Yet, she was indifferent, as any booking would profit her. Moreover, he was offering to pay extra. I just remembered we might have 1 standard room left upstairs. It's $150 per day, with a $200 deposit. Here is your key card for room 306. Su Mo handed her 5 red bills, gratefully accepting the key card in return. Thank you, Montam. You're welcome. If you need anything, just let me know. We have snacks and drinks downstairs, even toys. All right, if I need anything, I'll come down. With that, Su Mo led a bewildered Yang Jingxian up the stairs. Though this guest house lacked an elevator and the conditions were not comparable to a star-rated hotel, it was still acceptable, especially since they did not require identification for check-in. If no ID was needed, what else could one ask for? At this moment, Yang Jingxian's mind brimmed with confusion. What do you mean by if one bed gets dirty, we can sleep on the other? Su Mo, however, remained silent. Yet the audience in the live stream understood perfectly. This Su Mo is quite the expert. I just got the hint. Am I saved or doomed, brothers? This is no school bus. I want off. Everyone here must leave, including me. As Su Mo ascended the stairs, the sound of high heels clicking against the floor echoed from above. Looking up, he saw a young woman in a fitted dress and black stockings gracefully descending the staircase. She was stunning, with delicate features and a fair complexion. At first glance, she seemed entirely out of place in this modest guest house. One would expect such beauty to reside in a 5-star hotel. Notably, the woman's gaze flitted between Su Mo and Yang Jingxian. After a moment of scrutiny, her attention fixated on Yang Jingxian, who was adorned in designer attire. Necklace, bracelet, handbag, clothing, and shoes, altogether likely costing a fortune. A slight smile creased the woman's lips, though it vanished almost instantly. Most would not have noticed this fleeting expression. Yet Su Mo, with his heightened awareness, caught the subtlety. In the next heartbeat, the woman misstepped on the stairs and fell into Su Mo's embrace. The fragrance of her body was alluring, and the sensation of holding her was rather pleasant. Yet, Su Mo had no time to savor the moment, for he realized that this woman had deliberately stumbled into him. This woman was certainly up to something. Chapter 67. Who is the king of scammers? In the next moment, Su Mo felt a lightness in his pocket. For anyone else, this sensation might have gone unnoticed, especially with the stunning beauty nestled in their arms. At such a time, who could possibly focus on anything else? Clearly no one. Yet, Su Mo discerned that the woman had pilfered his phone. A thief? Unlikely. His thought flitted through his mind, only to be promptly dismissed. Could she be an officer? Or perhaps a member of an investigative team? That, too, seemed improbable. If she were indeed part of an investigative unit or the police, he would likely have been apprehended by now. A person from a specialized occupation? The likelihood was even slimmer. Intriguing, indeed. A faint smile played on Su Mo and Appo's lips, showing no concern for the woman and Appo's thievery. Compared to a mere phone, he was far more curious about the woman's true intentions. My apologies, I accidentally misstepped and hope I didn't hurt you, the woman said, regaining her balance with an apologetic expression. Su Mo smiled and shook his head. No witties. I'm relieved to hear that. I felt quite embarrassed just now, she replied, her smile brightening before she descended the stairs without a backward glance. Su Mo, with a playful expression, watched her as she made her way down. However, at that moment, Yang Jingxian scoffed beside him. Oh, still watching? At this rate, you'll drool all over yourself. She felt utterly displeased. What did Su Mo mean by his behavior? Whenever a beautiful woman appeared, he adopted such an unserious demeanor. From a flight attendant to this latest woman, it was always the same. But she could not grasp why. What was it about her that fell short? Did it mean that others could captivate him while she could not? Yang Jingshuan's discontent stemmed from her inner competitive spirit. The viewers in the live stream also began to voice their grievances on her behalf. What was Su Mo thinking? Ignoring the beauty beside him to gaze at someone outside? I don't find that woman particularly impressive. She is merely attractive among ordinary people, but compared to my Jingxian, she is nothing. Not impressive? Huh. If she were to entertain you, I bet you'd be desperate to impress her. Just then, a notification chimed. Ding. Side quest activated. Crime game. Who is the king of scammers? Suemo paused for a moment, then swiftly understood. The woman who had accidentally bumped into him was a con artist. Moreover, the fact that the system had issued a side quest indicated she was no ordinary fraudster. Intrigued, Suemo thought that while the investigative team might take some time to arrive, he could pass the time by engaging with the scammer. After all, the system's tasks were bound to offer rewards. Why not indulge in a little amusement while potentially reaping benefits? However, as Suemo pondered the woman's motives, she too became aware that something was amiss with him. Though Suemo initially seemed like an ordinary individual without wealth, she could not overlook the designer-clad Yang Jingxian beside him. Her outfit alone, roughly estimated, was worth no less than a couple $100,000, and she could tell at a glance that these brands were genuine. Would such a person choose to stay in a modest lodging costing only a little over $100 per night? Clearly not, unless they were too fearful to book a hotel due to the requirement of identification, which this did not mandate. To the woman, Yang Jingxian appeared to be Suemo's kept mistress, likely avoiding hotels to escape detection from a domineering partner. Given the luxurious brands Yang Jingxian donned, the woman deduced that Suemo was a considerable target, an unsuspecting fool willing to spend generously on women. After departing the inn, she entered the back seat of a Mercedes parked roadside. Yujia, the driver called. Once inside, Wang Yu turned to the driver and said, "Plans have changed. Inform the others that we will hold off on our getaway for now. I believe I found a big catch." The driver, taken aback, glanced at Wang Yu in the back seat. "A big catch?" "Indeed," Wang Yu replied. "I encountered a man and a woman at this inn. The woman was draped in designer labels, easily worth at least a couple $100,000. If she is so affluent, why would she stay here instead of a star-rated hotel? Clearly, they must be hiding something." Having been with Wang Yu for a while, the driver quickly grasped her meaning. "I see. Are you planning to pull a job on them before you leave? For relationships like that, we should use extortion?" Wang Yu's expression remained impassive. "Let us not rush. Allow me to extract more information first. It's possible that the woman in designer clothes is the main target and the man is merely her sugar baby. We'll decide on our course of action later." The theft of Suemo's phone was not motivated by desire to sell it. In truth, a phone held little value. Soon, she would feign finding Suemo's phone and return it to him. Wang Yu's goal was to approach Suemo in the most seemingly innocuous manner, gather useful information, and then execute her plan. Meanwhile, the Hangzhou police received a report of scam. The amount defrauded reached 3 million. Numerous individuals had gathered in the police station's conference room, where someone was analyzing the case. Based on the reports received, it was evident that the scammers were not operating solo, but as part of a group. Moreover, their methods were familiar to the authorities, marking their third scam in Hangzhou. The cumulative amount swindled exceeded 10 million. Seated among them, Director Wang's expression was grim. 3 significant fraud cases had occurred under his jurisdiction. This was a blatant challenge to his authority, a direct affront to his reputation. "How many leads do we currently have?" A police officer turned to Director Wang and replied, "We have only 1 lead so far. 2 members of the group have been spotted in the Qianjiang Road area, and we dispatch personnel to monitor them. Should we proceed with an arrest?" Upon hearing this, Director Wang sighed, feeling the weight of disappointment. They had only 1 lead after 3 consecutive scams? Continue monitoring them. Pay close attention to anyone who has come into contact with these 2, and take care not to alert them. If we lack manpower, we can reinforce our team. We must ensure we catch these perpetrators. Chapter 68. Roleplay in room 306 of a quaint guest house on Qianjiang Road. Suemo entered and promptly locked the door behind him. With a cheerful smile, he turned to Yang Jingxian. "Sit down. I have something to discuss with you." Instinctively, Yang Jingxian took a couple steps back. "What is the matter? Why are you so tense?" Suemo chuckled lightly. You're making me seem like a villain. After a brief pause, he raised an eyebrow at her. How about we play a game? Role play. Young Jingsuan looked bewildered. Play a game? Role play. Subconsciously shielding herself with her hands, she exclaimed in terror, You need to act normal. I'm scared. However, Suemo merely rolled his eyes. That's not what I meant. You're thinking too much. He continued, The woman we just saw is problematic. She is a fraudster. I need your cooperation to stage a scene before he could finish. He was interrupted by Yang Jingxian's rebuttal. I don't know if she is a fraud, but I know you're definitely lusting after her. You're despicable. Ugh. Beyond her objections, Yang Jingxian resolutely refused Suemo's unreasonable request. I absolutely want to assist you in harming anyone. My conscience won't to allow it. And what if I treat you to a lavish meal? Suemo glanced at her nonchalantly. In the next moment, Yang Jingxian eagerly nodded. Deal? How do you need me to cooperate? It's quite simple. You just need to. Suemo leaned in and whispered a few instructions into her ear. Meanwhile, the investigation team had arrived at the taxi company. After identifying themselves and stating their purpose, the staff at the taxi company expressed their willingness to cooperate. The investigation team provided a list of license plate numbers they had noted from airport surveillance. The taxi company immediately assigned some personnel to track down the drivers associated with those plates, making phone calls in sequence. The driver who had picked up Suemo responded to their inquiry. From him, the investigation team learned that Suemo had exited the taxi after passing through the Qinshan Tunnel and crossing the Qiantang River. Han Fei looked at the several police officers from Hangzhou that Director Wang had lent him. They needed to utilize advanced surveillance technology to investigate the vicinity of the Qinshan Tunnel. Since this required going to headquarters, the investigation team followed the officers there. Upon arriving at headquarters, Han Fei went directly to Director Wang's office to greet his old friend. Pushing open the office door, he was met with a cloud of smoke. At that moment, Director Wang was seated, frowning in deep thought. What is wrong? Han Fei asked, slightly taken aback. I was wondering who had the audacity to enter without knocking. Director Wang shot a glare at Han Fei. Have you caught the person yet? Han Fei shook his head. Not yet. This guy is quite cunning. I only know where he was a few hours ago. I'm here to borrow the surveillance technology to see if I can locate him. In the next moment, Han Fei shifted the conversation to Director Wang. What is going on? Have you encountered a tough case? Director Wang smiled wryly, but remained silent. Although he didn't verbalize his answer, Han Fei had a hunch. It seemed he had stumbled upon a particularly challenging or significantly detrimental case. What is the matter? Tell me. Perhaps I can assist you, Han Fei offered. Though his current mission was to capture Suemo, some matters took precedence. Suemo was not a true fugitive. His threat to society was negligible. Thus, capturing him could wait, especially since the police in Hangzhou were dealing with a genuine criminal case. In contrast, apprehending Suemo could be postponed, as he was already causing Han Fei considerable frustration. At that moment, Han Fei began to question his own capabilities, wondering if the viewers in his live stream thought he was incompetent for failing to catch Suemo. He desperately needed an opportunity to prove himself, one that would restore his confidence and demonstrate his competence to his audience. Not being able to apprehend Suemo was not his fault. It was Suemo who was problematic. Unexpectedly, Director Wang declined his proposal. It's fine. Although it's a bit tricky, we can handle it. We've already located 2 members of that fraud ring. Seeing Director Wang's assurance, Han Fei dismissed the matter. If they could manage it, he didn't want to intrude further. All right then, I won't disturb you. See you later. I'll treat you to dinner once I catch Suemo. With that, Han Fei exited the office. At that moment, the results from the surveillance technology comparison came through. After Suemo exited the vehicle, he walked quite a distance. Despite his efforts to evade street cameras, the sheer density of the surveillance systems, coupled with his lack of disguise this time, meant he was captured on film. The surveillance indicated that Suemo's last known location was near Qianjiang Road. Qianjiang Road. Han Fei stroked his stubble thoughtfully. We must act swiftly. Let us go. He understood that securing accommodation was a necessity for Suemo, drawing from previous experience. He decided to focus his investigation on all the upscale hotels in the vicinity. Meanwhile, at the guest house, Wang Yu approached the front desk and inquired with the proprietress. "Excuse me, could you tell me which room the man and woman who checked in recently are staying in?" "I can't disclose that." The proprietress shook her head. "It's a matter of guest privacy." Wang Yu was prepared for this. She retrieved Su Mo's phone. "I accidentally bumped into him earlier and mistakenly took his phone, thinking it was mine. I need to return it and apologize. Otherwise, he might think I'm a thief." The proprietress scrutinized Wang Yu's expression and, finding her sincere, replied, "Room 306 on the third floor." "Thank you." After expressing her gratitude, Wang Yu ascended to the third floor with Su Mo's phone in hand. The sound of her heels echoed distinctly. Additionally, Su Mo's keen intellect allowed him to deduce from the rhythm and weight of the footsteps outside that the female fraudster had arrived. It was evident she was there to return the phone, feigning honesty to close the gap between them. Su Mo shot Yang Jingxian a glance and whispered, "Do as I instructed earlier." Yang Jingxian understood immediately. As a celebrity, she had some acting skills. After a brief moment of emotional preparation, she began, "Can't you spend a little more time with me? What does she have that I don't?" Due to the guest house's poor sound insulation, this statement was clearly heard by Wang Yu, who had just reached the door of room 306. Her hand, poised knox, suddenly halted. Chapter 69. A deception upon the ancestor. From this singular sentence, Wang Yu gleaned the information she sought, consistent with her prior deductions. Yang Jingxian was indeed the mistress whom Su Mo secretly kept away from his wife. The very nature of their residence revealed Su Mo's evident trepidation about his wife discovering his extramarital affair. A spark of delight ignited within Wang Yu. Is a wealthy man's hidden transgressions merely a liability? No, it is not. It is a veritable gold mine. In the next moment, the muffled sound of their conversation once again filtered through the inadequately soundproofed walls. "Am I not here to keep you company? Is that so? Meeting once a week, and always in secrecy. Do you truly call that companionship? Please spare me. I have a family, a wife, and children. I can hardly find the time. Moreover, I provide you with 2 million a month for your expenses. Are you not satisfied? You're causing a ruckus because you've run out of money. Haven to you? Well, I recently set my sights on a car, just a little over 5 million. If you purchase it for me, I shall forgive you." All right, I shall buy it for you." "You are indeed a demanding one. Now, is that enough to quell your anger? Humph. Let us see how you perform. Then shall I show you my performance right now? In the live stream. What are they up to? Are they acting? 6,666. This is a portrayal of a mistress. Continue the act. What comes next? Is that all? Do you think I care for this meager viewership? To be fair, Yang Jingxuan's acting is quite commendable, capturing the essence of a mistress's unreasonable tantrums and mercenary nature impeccably. Their earlier whispered conversation revolved around this game, yet I remain perplexed as to their intent in performing this scene. Allow me to hypothesize. Su Mo had heard the sound of high heels and deduced that the female fraudster was arriving, prompting him to signal Yang Jingxian to commence the act. The performance was intended to mislead the scammer into believing they could be deceived, thus entangling the fraudster in their own trap. A knock at the door resounded. "Who is it?" Su Mo inquired, a hint of anxiety and uncertainty lacing his voice. "I am here," Wang Yu replied with a smile, "the one you encountered on the staircase earlier." Su Mo opened the door, feigning ignorance. "You." Wang Yu extended Su Mo's phone toward him. "Your phone accidentally fell when you were heading downstairs. Initially, I thought it was mine, but upon discovering it was not, I inquired with the owner about your room number to return it to you." "My phone?" Su Mo furrowed his brow slightly, instinctively reaching into his pocket. "Oh, it seems I truly dropped it." He accepted the phone from Wang Yu, illuminated the screen, and confirmed it was indeed his. He hastily expressed his gratitude. "Thank you," he said. "You're welcome," Wang Yu replied with a smile. In the next moment, Su Mo and Appo's expression turned peculiar as he hesitated, scrutinizing Wang Yu. "Were you standing outside just now?" "No," Wang Yu denied. "I just arrived." "When Appo's? That's the matter." "Nothing. Just a casual inquiry. Do not take it to heart." At this point, any further discussion would risk revealing the truth. Wang Yu, feigning ignorance, responded with a casual "oh" before turning to leave. In reality, both harbored ulterior motives. After departing room 306, Wang Yu retreated to her own quarters, meticulously reflecting on the events that had transpired. Sumo's demeanor had been entirely typical, embodying the image of a man engaged in an illicit affair, keenly fearful of being discovered. Furthermore, from their dialogue, it was evident to Wang Yu that Su Mo was indeed affluent, spending 2 million monthly merely to maintain a mistress. She harbored no doubts regarding this, as Yang Jingxian's attire was far from ordinary. The extravagant ensemble aligned perfectly with a monthly allowance of 2 million. Wang Yu retrieved her phone and made a call. Confirmed. A substantial catch. A man maintaining a mistress while married. This fish could yield a significant extortion, prompting her associates to prepare for action. Once this operation was complete, they could make their escape. Meanwhile, in room 306, Su Mo sat on the bed, a smile gracing his face. It seems we have hooked our prey. Yang Jingxian looked puzzled. What do you mean? Was that performance intended for that woman? What are you plotting? Su Mo merely instructed her to cooperate in the ruse, withholding further details. Were it not for the promise of a lavish meal, Yang Jingxian would have outright refused to assist Su Mo. I mentioned it earlier, Su Mo replied nonchalantly. She is a scammer. While that is not the crux of the matter, I suspect she has set her sights on me. She intends to swindle my money. Su Mo spread his hands. Deceiving others is one thing, but attempting to deceive me? Is she jesting? I must teach her a lesson. Yang Jingxuan, Su Mo, and Oppo's declaration clarified her understanding. So, you realize that the scammer intends to swindle you, yet instead of allowing her to succeed, you plan to deceive her? What deception? Such a term is rather harsh. Su Mo corrected her. I am merely ridding society of its pests. Yang Jingxian thought to herself, is that not the same? Are you not still planning to swindle the scammer? The viewers in the live stream suddenly comprehended the situation. Although Su Mo had previously mentioned that the woman was suspicious and a fraudster, most had not considered this angle. The earlier prophetic commentator foresaw correctly. Su Mo indeed intended to deceive the scammer. How audacious of her! Attempting to swindle Su Mo? To defraud others is one thing, but to attempt to deceive the master of deception himself? This is an act of folly. I sense impending doom for this fraudster. How audacious to challenge the master. Su Mo, press on, and strive to extract every last drop from this scammer. The fraudster likely remains blissfully unaware that the trap she set for Su Mo is now ensnaring her own neck. Simultaneously outside the inn, a squad of undercover officers lay in wait, monitoring the Mercedes parked at the entrance. What was the meaning of that woman's earlier behavior? Entering the vehicle only to return. Has she discovered our presence? Impossible. We are too far away, and we are in plain clothes. She cannot recognize us. However, as they deliberated the possibility of their cover being compromised, the technical unit in the rear of the vehicle intercepted a segment of Wang Yu's conversation. Confirmed. A substantial catch. A man maintaining a mistress while married. This fish should yield a significant extortion. Prepare the team for action. Once this operation is complete, we can make our escape. Hearing this, the 3 undercover officers exchanged glances. The opposing party was likely about to make a move. This was indeed the opportune moment to apprehend the entire fraud ring. Chapter 70. Undercover realizing that there was now an opportunity to apprehend the entire scam syndicate. The 3 undercover officers promptly reported this crucial lead. Upon receiving the news, headquarters immediately dispatched additional personnel, all of whom were disguised to avoid alarming the criminals and revealing the police presence. At that moment, the investigation team arrived at the last location where Su Mo had been captured on surveillance. They initiated the first round of inquiries, focusing solely on upscale hotels rather than searching every nook and cranny. Any establishment that appeared to be grand would be thoroughly examined. After all, Su Mo had a criminal record. He had previously deduced that the investigation team would not search hotels, which is why he felt bold enough to stay in one. This time, they could not afford to let Su Mo slip through their fingers. Upon identifying a suitable upscale hotel, they prepared to conduct a search. Su Mo would never have imagined that we would come to search high-end hotels right from the start. Meanwhile, Chun Ku was puzzled. Is Su Mo getting a bit too confident? According to the records, he seems like an ordinary person. What makes him think he can afford to stay in a five-star hotel? Hearing this, Shin Manny cast him a glance and explained, "It's quite common for someone who suddenly comes into wealth to engage in impulsive spending. He's currently evading us, and his options for spending are limited, so naturally, he would choose to stay in a five-star hotel." After hearing Sean Manny's analysis of Su Mo's newfound wealth, the others felt convinced. It was only natural that someone who unexpectedly acquired a fortune would indulge in high standards for their food, clothing, and lodging. Therefore, they concluded that Su Mo was undoubtedly residing in one of the upscale hotels in the vicinity, either a five-star or a four-star establishment. The more they contemplated this, the more energized they became, as if they were on the verge of capturing Su Mo. Meanwhile, in a guest house, Su Mo stood by the window, contemplating his next move. The information seen and heard by the fraudster was precisely what Su Mo wanted him to perceive. He had orchestrated this deception to mislead the scammer into believing he possessed incriminating evidence against Su Mo. It was only a matter of time before the fraudster would attempt to extort him. Su Mo was pondering how he could persuade the fraudster to willingly part with his money before any threats were made. Suddenly, Yang Jingxian interrupted his thoughts. "Su Mo, stop standing there. Didn't you say you would treat me to a lavish meal? When are we going out to eat?" Su Mo turned to glance at Yang Jingxian, feeling a bit hungry himself. "Let's go now." Yang Jingxian's eyes lit up, and she rummaged through her bag for some cosmetics. "Now, just wait a moment while I touch on my makeup. A grand meal deserves a bit of ceremony." Half an hour later, after Yang Jingxian had finished her makeup, the two left the room. As soon as they stepped outside, they encountered a woman dressed rather provocatively. The woman approached the door, glanced at her phone, and then knocked. Su Mo paid little attention to her, but Yang Jingxian was filled with curiosity, glancing back every few steps. Drawing from her previous experience, she felt that all women knocking on doors were likely fraudsters. Once they exited the guest house and hit the street, Yang Jingxian leaned closer to Su Mo, whispering conspiratorially, "If I'm not mistaken, that woman was also a scammer. She looked like she was returning a phone. This guest house must be the base for those fraudsters. Am I right?" She wore an expression that seemed to say, "Aren't I clever? Praise me quickly." Su Mo shook his head. "She is not a scammer. She's a wet nurse." "Huh?" Yang Jingxian looked bewildered. "What do you mean by wet nurse? Someone who feeds babies?" She couldn't comprehend. "Isn't there baby formula now? It's not ancient times. Children can drink formula." Su Mo replied earnestly, "Did I say she was feeding babies? She might be feeding adults in their 20s, 30s, 40s, or even older." Yang Jingxian was left speechless. Su Mo then led Yang Jingxian to a street vendor selling pancakes. "Boss, one order of pancakes with pork and sausage, no cilantro." After placing the order, he turned to Yang Jingxian. "What would you like to add?" However, Yang Jingxian was wide-eyed, utterly incredulous. "Is this what you call a grand feast? I spent so long on my makeup, and you bring me here for this?" I had such high expectations. She had even gone through the trouble of applying makeup for the occasion, only to find that Su Mo's idea of a grand meal was a simple pancake. "This has nothing to do with a feast." Su Mo chuckled to reassure her. "It's just a unique situation. Next time, I promise it will be better." Upon hearing this, Yang Jingxian sighed, understanding that they needed to keep a low profile to avoid being caught by the investigation team. She felt as deflated as a wilted plant and mumbled to the vendor, "I'll have the same as him." Unbeknownst to her, the vendor's expression was somewhat peculiar, which Su Mo had noticed. He not only observed the vendor's odd demeanor, but also that he seemed to be intentionally glancing towards the guest house door. "Moments latte." The vendor clenched his teeth and began preparing the pancakes. His technique was rather clumsy, and he clearly did not seem like someone accustomed to street vending. This was incongruous with the somewhat worn food cart he operated. After a 10-minute wait, the vendor presented two poorly made pancakes that looked unappetizing. With an apologetic expression, he said to Su Mo and Yang Jingxian, I haven't been vending for a long time, so I'm a bit rusty. You can manage with these pancakes." "No charge." Yang Jingxian stared at the two dreadful pancakes, her mood plummeting further. Not only had she not enjoyed a grand meal, but she was also ready to settle for a simple pancake. Yet was this truly a pancake? How could someone be so inept at street vending? Suddenly, Yang Jingxian's pupils slightly contracted as if she had come to a realization. "Whatever this is, I won't eat it." With that, she feigned a temper tantrum and turned to leave. Su Mo quickly followed her, leaning in to whisper, "Well done, your act was quite convincing. Did you discern this person's true identity?" Upon hearing this, Yang Jingxian beamed with pride, her tone instantly brightening. "Of course, my acting skills are excellent. Did you think I was foolish? I've seen online that those who make pancakes poorly are usually undercover agents. How quick was my reaction? If I had been even a moment slower, we might have been caught." Su Mo sighed. "Caught? That's unlikely. If they were from the investigation team, they would have charged in by now. I suspect they are local officers in Hangzhou, specifically monitoring that scammer." Chapter 71. Su Mo's plan. Although Su Mo was engaged in a discussion with Yang Jingxian regarding the true identity of a street vendor, the silhouettes of the two appeared utterly inconspicuous. At first glance, they resembled a couple embroiled in a quarrel, with the girl seething and the boy attempting to placate her. Even the undercover officer felt a twinge of guilt, believing that his subpar pancake-making skills had inadvertently caused a rift between the couple. He resolved to dedicate some time to honing his pancake technique upon his return. Upon realizing that the Hangzhou police had set their sights on this con artist, Su Mo muttered to himself that immediate action was imperative. If even a street vendor selling pancakes was under surveillance, it indicated that other undercover officers were likely present. He surmised that the police were preparing to close in on the fraud ring, and if he did not act swiftly, the group might soon be apprehended. Act quickly? Yang Jingsuan blinked in disbelief. Have you lost your mind? The police are already onto these people. What more do you intend to do? Our priority now is to escape, lest the police and the investigative team communicate and come after us. Yang Jingxuan's sole concern was to flee, as the undercover officers had already seen them, and it was only a matter of time before their whereabouts at the inn would be communicated to the investigating team. Su Mo shook his head. There's no rush to run. The task is not yet complete. Next, do as I instruct. He leaned in and whispered his forthcoming plan into Yang Jingxuan's ear. Meanwhile, the fraud ring had clandestinely recorded a video of Su Mo and Yang Jingxian checking into a hotel, believing that this incriminating evidence would coerce Su Mo into paying them off. However, they needed to obtain Su Mo's wife's contact information, or ideally, his home address, to effectively threaten him and facilitate their extortion. The method of acquiring such information was relatively straightforward. Wang Yu planned to invite Su Mo out for drinks, intending to intoxicate him and subsequently unlock his phone using his fingerprint to access his home address and his wife's phone number. Initially, Wang Yu intended to arrange this meeting for the evening, but by chance she encountered Yang Jingxian downstairs, who was seated on a sofa, angrily speaking on the phone. "You can't spare a single day, can you?" "I don't care. You promised to spend the entire day with me. And now, why Chapter 72? Who is fishing? I feel a sense of familiarity. Have you heard this name before?" "Yes. I seem to recall having heard it somewhere, but I cannot remember the exact context." "Never mind. What is paramount now is the matter concerning the scam syndicate. Indeed, they are likely preparing to act. Once they make their move, we shall follow in our vehicle." Two plainclothes officers were engaged in discussion when, at that moment, a colleague from the technical department in the back seat suddenly spoke up. "What familiarity are you talking about?" "Isn't this the very person that Bureau Chief Wang's friend is seeking?" Bureau Chief Wang even dispatched Xiao Zhang and others to assist his friend in capturing this Su Mo. Pausing briefly, he continued, "I must call Bureau Chief Wang. It is possible that this Su Mo is indeed the person they are looking for." With that, the plainclothes officer dialed Bureau Chief Wang's number to report his suspicions. Meanwhile, Bureau Chief Wang had just finished deploying the police forces, ready to ensure the scam group would be captured in one fell swoop. Suddenly, his phone rang. After a few rapid exchanges on the line, he concluded the call with a simple acknowledgement and hung up, his brow furrowing. "Su Mo? The target of their scam is also named Su Mo? I recall that the individual Lao Han and the others are trying to apprehend is indeed Su Mo. What a coincidence." After a moment of contemplation, Bureau Chief Wang seemed to have confirmed something. He dialed Han Fei's number. There are indeed many people with the same name in the world. However, the probability of multiple individuals sharing the same name appearing in close proximity is exceedingly low, except for Zhang Wei, of course. In the bar's restroom, it was swarming with Zhang Wei. There may be numerous individuals named Su Mo, but to find them everywhere is simply impossible. The investigation team had just inquired at several nearby upscale hotel front desks and discovered that Su Mo had not checked in at all. Han Fei's expression turned grave. I fear we may have misjudged our search direction. When an ordinary individual suddenly comes into wealth, they might engage in a spree of extravagant spending. But applying standard analytical methods to assess this Su Mo is clearly erroneous. This individual, Su Mo, cannot be understood through conventional reasoning. It is not only the nearby luxury hotels we should search, but in fact, we ought to examine every possible accommodation in the vicinity. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Fei's phone rang. He glanced at the screen and saw it was a call from Bureau Chief Wang. Without hesitation, he answered, "Oh Wang, what is up? Su Montak? Defrauded? Jingrui Villa, right? I understand. I'll head over to take a look." For some reason, Han Fei had an unsettling feeling that the Su Mo mentioned by old Wang was indeed the one they were after. The likelihood of them being the same person was as high as 90%. Moreover, he felt an ominous premonition. Old Wang had clearly stated that Su Mo was the target of this scam syndicate. Could the scam group truly deceive Su Mo? Han Fei found this hard to believe. What a joke. Su Mo is as shrewd as a monkey. Who could possibly trick him? If Su Mo were to fall prey to the scam group, it would be sheer luck for them. Han Fei was puzzled by the fact that the scam group, which had been a thorn in the side of the Hangzhou police for so long, managed to locate Su Mo as soon as he arrived in the city. What's going on? Did you just mention Su Mo? Have you found him? Shin Manny looked at Han Fei, her expression one of confusion. Not yet, but we have a lead on Su Mo, Han Fei replied. Old Wang just called me. I suspect that the Su Mo he referred to is the same one we are investigating. For now, let us head to Jingrui Villa for a look. Thus, the investigation team, along with 10 officers, redirected their path toward Jingrui Villa. Han Fei's intuition told him that the Su Mo referred to in old Wang's call was indeed the Su Mo they were after. The live stream was abuzz with excitement. Wow, this time Su Mo has really messed up. The Hangzhou police have leaked information to the investigation team. Moreover, both the Hangzhou police and the investigation team have correctly deduced that the individual connected to the scam group is indeed the Su Mo they are searching for. The collaboration between the Hangzhou police and the investigation team has set the stage for a thrilling spectacle. Su Mo is certainly not getting away this time. If he manages to escape, I'll eat a tin of herring and drink every last drop. You again, trying to scam food and drink from us. When will you repay for the monitor you owe? In the program's backstage, Song Yishue stared intently at the computer screen when suddenly a term sprang to mind: entrapment. However, the problem was that Song Yishue was somewhat unclear about Su Mo's role in this entrapment scenario. Is he the fish, the bait, or perhaps the fisherman? The scam group is angling for Su Mo, while the Hangzhou police are trying to ensnare both the scam group and Su Mo. Su Mo is also hunting the scam group. This has left her bewildered. Who is truly fishing whom? Who is the prey? And who is the angler? At the homestay, after making all necessary arrangements, Wang Yu, accompanied by Yang Jingxian, entered the waiting Mercedes-Benz parked outside. As they drove toward Jingrui Villa, Wang Yu remarked. Yang Jingxian sat in the car, momentarily stunned, thinking that these despicable scammers must be quite affluent, as their vehicle was an S-Class luxury car worth over 100,000. This was almost on par with her own vehicle. Noticing Yang Jingxian's starry-eyed expression, Wang Yu chuckled. No need to be envious. I see your boyfriend's financial situation isn't too shabby either. After today, you too shall drive a luxury car like this. Yang Jingxian, feeling slightly embarrassed. Touch your nose. Your car is not as expensive as mine. Wang Yu. Upon hearing this, the viewers in the live stream burst into laughter. 666666666 ha ha. Your car is not as expensive as mine. Yang Jingxian. I'm not targeting you. What I mean is everyone here is rubbish. The scammer was taken aback. Is this how conversations go? What a conversation ender. Perhaps sensing the atmosphere had grown awkward, Yang Jingxian quickly changed the subject. So, sister, didn't you say you would bring a few more people? Why is it just the driver? Are there others? Wang Yu responded. They are coming from other locations and will meet us shortly. Wang Yu understood the wisdom of not placing all one's eggs in one basket. It was evident that the police were undoubtedly searching for them. If everyone congregated in one place, they would become a conspicuous target. Only by dispersing could they ensure their safety. Oh, then I'm relieved. Yang Jingxian nodded with a smile. Seeing this, Wang Yu smiled back. Rest assured, I am well prepared and will ensure you are not bullied. This operation is not a scam, but rather extortion. And extortion requires a larger group, doesn't it? Their vehicle took off, following closely behind. The plainclothes officer pressed down on the accelerator and grabbed the walkie-talkie. Team 2, follow closely. We're keeping an eye on everything. Rest assured, we won't lose track. Moses, Cadillac is continuing the update today. Just click on our author name to find it. My younger sister, who just started college and has taken over writing for the female audience, received a slap from me. What are you writing female fiction for? Writing male fiction is the right path. The light of the righteous path shines upon the earth. Chapter 73. The Chatty Prodigy After the Mercedes Departed. 3 teams of undercover agents stationed at the entrance of the inn immediately followed suit. The agent who had been selling pancakes hastily abandoned his stall, opening the door of a nearby car without hesitation and slipping inside. In addition to these 3 teams, a substantial contingent of police forces dispatched from headquarters was en route to Jingrui Villa, indicating their resolute determination to succeed in this arrest operation. Meanwhile, the investigation team was also on their way. Inside the vehicle, Chunka furrowed his brow as he addressed the others. Do you think this Su Mo is the one we're looking for? More or less, Han Fei replied. There aren't so many coincidences in this world. He casually extracted a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep drag, exhaling the smoke slowly. Moreover, I have an uneasy feeling. Why did Su Mo get entangled with the fraud group upon his arrival? Wasn't he supposed to be a victim of theirs? Li Chun almost instinctively chimed in. That implies he was deceived. Yet, before the others could counter his statement, he swiftly negated his own words. No, that can't be right. How could Su Mo possibly be scammed? No matter how crafty the fraudsters are, they couldn't have outsmarted him. At that moment, Shinmani, who had been silent for quite some time, suddenly interjected. Could it be that Su Mo intentionally set a trap for the fraud group? This perspective immediately garnered Han Fei's approval. I leaned towards that notion as well. It must be that Su Mo is ensnaring the fraudsters. Perhaps he is assisting the police in Hangqing in apprehending criminals. Though he contemplated this, even Han Fei found himself uncertain. Could Su Mo truly be so benevolent? Perhaps. Beyond aiding the police, he harbored ulterior motives. For instance, masquerading as a victim to swindle money from the swindlers. It was undeniable that Su Mo's scheming was audible even from miles away. At Jingrui Villa, within one of the residences, a remarkably young director was briefing the extras. Did you all remember what I just explained? Once the people arrive, we'll commence filming. No one should let me down. Understood? This is a hidden camera shoot, so don't try to find the lens while performing. Just act naturally. The emotions must be palpable and authentic, all right? If anyone fluffs their lines, I won't be responsible for the lunchboxes today. After he finished speaking, the extras nodded in agreement. Don't worry, director. I've been a professional extra for 20 years. Director, we're all professionals. We guarantee a single take. That's great. Have you all memorized the basic lines? The young director asked with a smile. Just as all the extras declared their lines were perfectly memorized, one among them glanced down at the script handed by the director. Lost in thought, he had only one line to deliver. To be precise, it was 3 words. How could one forget 3 words? He suspected the director might have underestimated him. If it weren't for the prospect of food provided by the crew, he would have confronted the director about it. 3 words. And he was being asked if he remembered them? Who does he look down upon? At that moment, the young director glanced at the time on his phone. Estimating that the other actors would soon arrive, he called out, "Positions, everyone." The extras swiftly took their designated places, awaiting the commencement of the scene. A black Mercedes approached the entrance of the Jingrui Villa area. The rear window slowly descended, and Wang Yu smiled at the security guard. "I'm here to visit a friend. Could you kindly open the gate?" The security guard scrutinized the luxurious vehicle. A Mercedes S-Class, certainly a car of the elite. He bypassed the registration process, asking a few brief questions before allowing both the vehicle and its occupants entry. Upon entering the villa area, Yang Jingxian provided more specific directions, leading the driver to navigate through the estate. After a thorough search, they finally located the villa Yang had mentioned. Is this it? Wang Yu inquired. Yes, young Jingsuan replied, tilting her head to assess the villa. Wang Yu, however, did not rush inside. Instead, she patiently awaited her accomplices. Yang Jingxian, on the other hand, appeared somewhat anxious. Shall we not go in now? Not yet. Wang Yu shook her head. My friend's Haven tea arrived. It's better to wait for them before we enter. Upon hearing this, Yang Jingxian nodded in understanding. Oh, the vehicle then fell into a silence. Yang Jingxian, who was typically talkative, could not resist the urge to speak. She pointed at the black stockings on Wang Yu's legs. Sister, those stockings. Wang Yu smiled. Do you also like this brand of stockings? I do. I bought many pairs before, but yours seem a bit off. Wang Yu. The atmosphere in the car grew awkward. Even the viewers in the live stream could sense Wang Yu's discomfort. Haha, Yang Jingxian is truly a chatty prodigy. Your car isn't as expensive as mine. Your stockings are fake. This girl is too honest. By the way, where's Su Mo? He has been absent from the camera for quite a while. If all goes as expected, he should be inside this villa, presumably orchestrating the scheme against the fraudsters. At the entrance of Jingrue Villa, a large Iveco minivan arrived. The security guard instinctively frowned upon seeing the vehicle. The earlier S-Class could enter without issue, being at least a vehicle of wealth. However, this dilapidated minivan could not be granted entry. He waved dismissively at the minivan, stating, strangers aren't allowed in here. As he spoke, the rear window of the minivan gradually lowered. The interior was packed to the brim with individuals. The security guard was taken aback. How could such a shabby vehicle accommodate so many people? Realizing the guard was stunned, someone inside the vehicle called out, "Open the gate." The security guard, adhering to his principles, responded, "That's not how it works. Could you all step out and register instead?" The occupants in the vehicle seemed to find this amusing. He wants us to step out and register? Well then, let us go register properly. We wouldn't want to make things difficult for him. All right, let us register. As they spoke, the security guard utilized the remote control to lift the barrier blocking the entrance. No. We don't need to register anymore. The driver shot the guard a glare, pressed the accelerator, and drove the vehicle inside. Only then did he turn to the others in the van. Sister, you said to act swiftly. Once we complete this job, we'll make our escape. No one should let me down. Chapter 74. This live broadcast is truly exciting. Before embarking on this endeavor, Wang Yu had made it abundantly clear. Once this operation was completed, they must make a swift exit. There could be no further defiance of the law. Otherwise, capture was inevitable. This time, however, the scheme differed from their previous money-making exploits. This was outright extortion, a blatant demand for money. If Su Mo was amenable to parting with his funds, that would suffice. If he resisted, a rationale would be presented, followed by an insistence on payment. To put it plainly, this money was a necessity, one way or another. Yet, as this group entered, the security guard promptly retrieved his phone and dialed the police. The only reason he had allowed this group entry was due to their overwhelming numbers. He felt he had no choice. He feared repercussions if he had denied them access. Nonetheless, it was clear to him that these individuals were likely up to no good. While he couldn't confront them directly, he could certainly summon the authorities for assistance. In fact, the fraudulent group was aware that the security would inevitably contact the police. However, they remained unperturbed, confident that they could complete their scheme swiftly and escape before any intervention occurred. 2 minutes later, the first team of plainclothes officers arrived, followed closely by a procession of police vehicles. To avoid alerting the perpetrators, none of the sirens were activated. The entrance was now saturated with law enforcement, leaving the security guard bewildered. Hadn't he just made that call? Was the police response time truly this efficient? After a moment of astonishment, the guard approached one of the officers and recounted the situation he had just witnessed. "Officer, just now," he began but was interrupted. "We are already aware of the situation," the officer assured him. "Rest assured, we are here to apprehend this group. Could you please show us the surveillance footage? We need to track their movements." While the officers had intercepted Wang Yu's phone call, they were unaware of the specific building where the fraudsters had gathered. They needed the surveillance footage for that crucial detail. "Of course," the guard replied, leading the officer to the monitoring room, where they reviewed the footage from mere moments ago. Just then, the investigative team arrived, including 10 officers originally lent to Han Fei to assist in filming. Have they entered yet? Han Fei inquired. They just went in a short while ago. We're currently pinpointing their exact location. Once we have that, we will move to apprehend them, the officer replied. Anticipating Han Fei's concerns, he added, this operation is under our jurisdiction. To prevent any unforeseen complications, it will be best if you refrain from intervening. We will handle the execution, but you can trust we will apprehend Su Mo and deliver him to you. I hope you understand. Han Fei nodded. I understand. I can appreciate that. He recognized that the priority was capturing the genuine fugitives rather than pursuing Su Mo, who was merely a fabricated target. At this juncture, any interference from the investigative team could compromise the operation. Moreover, with so many officers present, the likelihood of capturing the fraudulent group alongside Su Mo was high. Nonetheless, Han Fei felt compelled to alert the officers. He produced his phone, retrieved a photograph of Su Mo, and presented it to the officers. This is what Su Mo looks like. If he happens to be in there, please ensure he does not escape. Understood, the officer called to his colleagues. Everyone, take note. This is the Su Mo we are searching for. If he is indeed among them, it is imperative we secure his capture. The officers gathered around to examine the image. However, one plainclothes officer frowned upon seeing Su Mo's photograph. I recognize this guy, he remarked. Isn't he the one who bought pancakes for me today? To maintain his cover, he had even forced a pancake out of himself, albeit poorly made. I saw him while I was on stakeout. He bought 2 pancakes for me. If I had known it was him, I would have apprehended him on the spot, the officer lamented. Han Fei's expression twitched. So, Su Mo has already crossed paths with that officer? Given Su Mo's intelligence, it was improbable that he would not suspect a pancake vendor who couldn't even make a decent pancake. Han Fei's suspicions grew stronger. Su Mo might genuinely be orchestrating a scheme to assist the police in capturing criminals. Of course, Han Fei was also aware that Su Mo was not engaged in altruistic endeavors. He was undoubtedly scheming to swindle money from the fraudsters. Noticing Han Fei's unusual demeanor, the plainclothes officer offered an apology. It's my fault. I failed to recognize anything amiss at the time. Hearing this, another officer retorted, if you had apprehended him, we would have been in real trouble. The fraudsters would have sensed our presence, and none of this would have unfolded. Su Mo is not a fugitive. Capturing him would serve no purpose. We can't let a false fugitive scare away the real ones. That would be a disaster. Han Fei, we must focus on the task at hand. Expect good news from us shortly, the officer concluded, returning to the surveillance footage they had been reviewing. In the second live stream, viewers were astounded by the spectacle of police vehicles. Su Mo, you should flee. The place is swarming with officers. One viewer chuckled at the sight of the plainclothes officer, recalling the poorly made pancake. With so many officers, there is no way Su Mo can escape this time. I felt a surge of anger watching him interact with my wife. Hurry and apprehend him. What do you mean, your wife? She belongs to all of us. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the third live stream was entirely different. The camera was focused on Yang Jingshuan's collar, capturing the view of Wang Yu and Yang Jingshuan's legs due to the collar's droop. Viewers were fixated on their legs, one clad in black stockings and the other bare. What an exhilarating broadcast. Let us treat Yang Jingxian to some extra chicken legs. Our cameraman deserves it. Earlier, I couldn't T-type, but now I ponder, what is the meaning of life? Are we merely driven by physical impulses? After indulging, what is next? Perhaps some fries at the dock? Chapter 75. Has Su Mo been acting all along? The golden van halted beside a black Mercedes-Benz S-Class. The driver lowered the car window. Yujia, the brothers have arrived. All right, everyone get out. It's time to get down to business, Wang Yi nodded. She then reached out and patted Yang Jingxian. Let us get out and head inside. Glancing at the golden van parked nearby, Yang Jingxian thought to herself, how many people could possibly be in that vehicle? It seems Su Mo had miscalculated. He even claimed that this scam operation might be rather large. Yet, a single golden van had brought them all. How large could it truly be? She estimated that there were at most 10 individuals crammed inside, including Wang Yu and the driver. The number was quite minimal. However, in the next moment, Yang Jingxian was left astounded. The door of the golden van swung open, revealing a multitude of people. At that moment, they began disembarking one by one, prompted by Wang Yu and Amp. Oppos, S words. 1, 2, 3. Yang Jingxian counted, and along with the driver, a total of 21 individuals emerged from the vehicle. There were both men and women, with the men overwhelmingly in the majority. Yang Jingshuan's eyes widened, and for a long while, she was rendered speechless. She could never have imagined that such a seemingly modest golden van could accommodate so many. Noticing Yang Jingshuan's expression, Wang Yu chuckled and patted her shoulder. Sister, remember never to provoke a golden van or a bread truck on the road, for you can never know how many people might emerge to confront you. Yang Jingsuan nodded vigorously. She had indeed been oblivious to this fact, but now she was enlightened. The viewers in the live stream echoed similar sentiments. No wonder my friend advised me not to fear encountering a Benz or BMW, but to be wary of the bread truck. It turns out it's entirely plausible for 20 individuals to emerge from one. I'd always thought that was just a joke. Who knew that this wretched golden van could truly hold so many? Damn, if only I had watched the live stream a couple of days earlier. I wouldn't have been beaten by that group of people. Bro, I sympathize with you for a minute. It's all right, brother. That beating wasn't in vain. I took a beating and ended up with a 7 series. Worth it. Wang Yu glanced at the other members of the scam group. Now that everyone is here, let an Oppos head inside. After taking a few steps forward, she suddenly turned back to add, do you all know what to do when we go in? We know. Everyone nodded. They were all too familiar with the task at hand. Extortion was merely that simple. It was akin to a honey trap. Those who were sensible would hand over money without resistance. Those who were not, well, they would be coerced into paying. One burly, bald man was already cracking his knuckles, evidently prepared to force Su Mo to part with his money. With that, the group departed from their roadside vehicles and arrived at the entrance of the villa that Yang Jingxian had initially pointed out. Wang Yu pressed the doorbell. Beside the doorbell was a camera and an intercom. Soon, a woman named Amp, Oppos, voice resonated from the intercom. Who are you looking for? Upon hearing this voice, Wang Yu had already surmised. The owner of this voice was likely Su Mo and Oppos' wife. Standing before the camera, she maintained a smile and said, Sister-in-law, hello. We are Su Mo's colleagues. We need to discuss a matter with him. In the next moment, the woman opened the door just a crack. Colleagues? Wang Yu continued to smile, nodding affirmatively. Yes, indeed, we are his colleagues. Is he at home? He is. You may come in, the woman replied, furrowing her brow. She then turned to leave, implying that Wang Yu and her group could enter and she would close the door behind them. Wang Yu was momentarily taken aback. She sensed something was off about the woman's demeanor. Is this how one should behave towards their husband's colleagues? Even if she were displeased, shouldn't she maintain a semblance of civility? Out of curiosity, Wang Yu glanced at Yang Jingxian beside her and whispered, what does Su Mo do? Does he not have a good relationship with all his colleagues? This question left Yang Jingxian momentarily flustered. The script Su Mo had provided her contained no answers regarding this. Rubbing her head, Yang Jingxian replied, he hunts aliens. Wang Yu, what on earth do you mean by hunting aliens? Where are these aliens coming from? You see, you haven't encountered aliens because Su Mo has already eliminated them all, Yang Jingxian explained. Hearing this, Wang Yu began to question her own existence. Yang Jingxian observed Wang Yu's incredulous expression and shrugged helplessly. That's how he explained it to me. Wang Yu thought to herself, do you actually believe that? This is clearly a tale meant for fools. Looking at Yang Jingxian, Wang Yu sighed. This girl appeared rather dim-witted. However, Wang Yu was too apathetic to delve into this matter. She had come here today with a singular purpose, extortion. Nothing else mattered to her. In the living room on the first floor of the villa, Su Mo sat grinning on the sofa, gazing in the direction of the entrance where Wang Yu and her group stood. Upon seeing Su Mo smile, Wang Yu suddenly felt that something was amiss, sending a chill down her spine. What was the meaning of that smile? Wang Yu found it incomprehensible, but soon, she forced herself to regain her composure. Despite Su Mo and Oppos' unsettling grin, she still held leverage over him. He should be the one fearing her. Furthermore, she had brought along 20 individuals. With this thought, Wang Yu felt emboldened. In the next instant, Su Mo waved at Yang Jingxian. Without hesitation, she rushed to his side. You owe me 2 grand meals now. You better not try to pass off pancakes as a substitute. Yang Jingxian glared at Su Mo, looking a bit helpless, replied, all right, Next time for sure. Observing their interaction, Wang Yu's brow furrowed. Wasn't this Su Mo's residence? Wasn't that woman who opened the door earlier Su Mo's wife? Shuden and Amp. Amp, Oppos, T Su Mo be terrified to meet Yang Jingxian under these circumstances? What was going on? They were being so open about it, without a hint of secrecy. Moreover, based on Su Mo's wife's demeanor, she appeared completely unconcerned. Was she indifferent to being cheated on? This was puzzling. Wang Yu was bewildered. From the information she had gathered earlier, Su Mo should be frightened at the prospect of his wife discovering the situation between him and Yang Jingxian. Otherwise, why would they choose to stay in a homestay that didn't require identification instead of a five-star hotel? You've been acting all along? You deceived me? As the leader of a scam group, Wang Yu is no simple character. She quickly connected the dots. If her suspicions were correct, Su Mo had likely figured out her true identity long ago. After reaching this conclusion, Wang Yu let out a cold chuckle. If she had been deceived, so be it. She still had a backup plan. After all, she had brought along 20 individuals this time. How could she possibly fail to extort any money? Chapter 76. Your time is running out with a smile. Wang Yu approached the sofa and took a seat with remarkable composure, scrutinizing Su Mo, who sat across from her. When did you discover my true identity? Wang Yu was genuinely curious. It is worth noting that she was the leader of a rather sizable scam ring, having never encountered a situation where she was deceived. Whoever caught her attention had no chance of escape. It was simply a matter of scamming the wealthy for more and the less fortunate for less. While other scam groups targeted only the affluent, hers was different, as their victims were not limited to the wealthy, adhering to the philosophy that even the smallest mosquito is still a morsel. They even scammed children, charging 100 yuan for 10,000 virtual currency, 20 yuan for a gaming skin, and 50 yuan for a virtual weapon. Though the amounts seemed insignificant, they were easily deceived, and small gains accumulated to a substantial sum. It could be said that Wang Yu's scam group scammed anyone in sight without ever failing. However, this time, unexpectedly, she found herself the victim of a scam, and it took her a while to realize it. Fortunately, she had brought many people with her. The members of her scam group stood behind Wang Yu, facing Su Mo, seemingly intending to intimidate him. Yet, Su Mo's face revealed no trace of tension or fear. The smile he wore remained undiminished. When did you realize? I sensed something was amiss the moment we first met, but it was only when you stole my phone that I confirmed you were a con artist. So, was the conversation I overheard when I returned my phone also something you wanted me to hear? Wang Yu was taken aback, realizing she had underestimated Su Mo. He nodded, affirming, indeed, everything you saw and heard was orchestrated for your perception. Pausing, Su Mo glanced at the clock on the wall. Your time is limited. Do you have any further inquiries? If you do not ask now, you may never have a chance again. Wang Yu narrowed her eyes at Su Mo, arrogant. How audacious. Your statement implies you can truly do something to us. With a cold laugh, she gestured to the 20 or so people behind her. Don't waste your breath. Just teach him a lesson, and he and Oppos. LL behave. The burly man, bald-headed and eager, prepared to confront Su Mo. Wang Yu remained silent, tacitly agreeing with the bald man and Oppos' suggestion. Although she did not verbally consent, the bald man understood her intent. Cracking his knuckles, he advanced towards Su Mo. Kid, let me show you what I'm capable of. At this moment, Yang Jingxian, who was naturally timid, felt panic rise within her. What game was Su Mo playing? Did he want to endure a beating after instructing her to bring people here? Was this his scheme to con a con artist? To take a beating and then scam for medical expenses? Such a ludicrous idea could only come from Su Mo. She quickly stepped aside, mimicking a scene from a television drama, crouching with her hands over her head. You can't see me, you can't see me. She thought to herself that this had little to do with her. If they were going to fight, let it be Su Mo who bore the brunt. Su Mo was tough enough to withstand it. She certainly was not. Yang Jingxian even began to envision a scene where Su Mo was being beaten mercilessly. Meanwhile, Su Mo called out nonchalantly, everyone, come out and entertain the guests. The bald man froze mid-motion, momentarily stunned. Wang Yu sensed something was off upon hearing Su Mo's words. Everyone, entertain the guests? Are there others in this villa? It appeared that Su Mo had a considerable backup. In the next moment, A throng of men in black suits descended from upstairs, swiftly encircling the members of the scam group. An estimate revealed that there were no fewer than 70 or 80 individuals. The sheer number was impressive, but what stood out was the robust physique of these men. Their suits straining against their muscular builds, buttons seemingly on the verge of popping. Compared to them, Wang Yu's scam group appeared insignificant. Not only were they outnumbered, but the 20 members included several women, highlighting the stark disparity in strength. In comparison, the newcomers resembled a trained army, while the scam group could only be categorized as petty troublemakers. Su Mo, who had once been at a disadvantage, had suddenly transformed into the dominant force. Wang Yu could feel her heart pounding in the now eerily silent villa. Yang Jingxian, crouched with her head tucked, sensed an unsettling quiet. The anticipated scene of Su Mo's cries had not materialized. Confused, she lifted her head, her eyes darting around the villa. The situation seemed to have shifted. A group of imposing men in black suits had appeared, seemingly on Su Mo's side. Tilting her head in contemplation for a moment, Yang Jingxian suddenly felt a surge of confidence. She stood up and whispered to herself, so that's why Su Mo wasn't afraid. He was prepared all along. Reflecting on her previous actions, her face flushed with embarrassment. How humiliating. Before Su Mo had even said anything, she had crouched down in fear. And Su Mo, too, was rather inconsiderate. He clearly had a backup plan, but hadn't he informed her? Was it merely to watch her make a fool of herself? Stealing a glance at Su Mo, she discovered he was not mocking her at all. In a flurry, she adjusted her clothing and hair, pretending as if nothing had occurred. Just before Yang Jingxian had crouched down, the camera attached to her captured the moment when the bald man was about to strike Su Mo afterward as she crouched. The camera could only capture the floor. However, this state of filming did not last long, as Yang Jingxian soon recognized something was amiss and stood up. At that moment, the camera on her collar recorded the unfolding scene before her. The viewers in the live stream witnessed the scene, dozens of men in black suits encircling the scam group. As for the bald man who had approached Su Mo with a fierce look and was ready to strike, he now appeared utterly intimidated. Trembling, he retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and offered it to Su Mo, stammering, "Be brother, would you like a smoke?" Do you smoke, brother? Chapter 77. Smoking is fine, but I'll smoke you instead. Wasn't this bald man quite audacious just a moment ago? Now he seems to have wilted. This bald fellow is rather amusing. One second he was fierce and menacing, and the next, he is coward. He even dares to suggest that I smoke him. Su Mo thought, such a peculiar request. Su Mo, indeed, found the idea of smoking him rather amusing. The spectacle orchestrated by the bald man had the audience in the live stream thoroughly entertained. Offering a cigarette was a gesture of goodwill. Yet here was this bald man inviting others to smoke him. Wang Yu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She instinctively wiped her face, desperately not wanting to acknowledge that this fool belonged to her. It was one thing to be cowardly, but the sheer lack of intellect was truly something else. How had she ever recruited such a simpleton into their group, regardless of whether they stood a chance against the men in black suits? Starting off by showing weakness was simply unacceptable. Once he admitted defeat, his momentum had clearly diminished. To add insult to injury, he managed to utter the wrong words, further diminishing his presence. Consequently, Yang Jingxian, who had been terrified moments ago, now felt a surprising calm. She even began to perceive the members of this fraud gang as somewhat ridiculous. In the next moment, Yang Jingxian turned to the bald man and asked how. How did you manage to deceive anyone? Her tone was laden with skepticism and doubt. She had always categorized fraudsters as highly intelligent criminals, but now, observing him closely, she found his intellect lacking. Was he not simply a complete fool? However, what startled Yang Jingxian even more was a revelation that anyone could fall victim to such a simpleton. How foolish could they be? As soon as she finished speaking, the bald man's face turned an ashen shade, as if he had just swallowed a fly. What did that mean? Did she doubt my ability to deceive others? Who does she think she and Oppos, as looking down on? A man may be killed, but he must not be insulted. Yet, the bald man merely contemplated this indignation internally. When it came to a rebuttal, he dared not speak out, especially considering the number of people around. He forced a smile that was more pitiful than crying and extended the cigarette towards Suemo. Big brother, please don't be angry. I was only joking. Suemo did not accept the cigarette. Instead, he leaned forward with a smile and playfully patted the bald man's face twice. Smoking is fine, but I think I'll smoke you instead. At this moment, the bald man's complexion drained of color. With a mournful face, he pleaded, Please, big brother. I was just being careless with my words. Don't take it as a joke. As he spoke, he continued to inch the cigarette closer towards Suemo. Just then, a man in a black suit stepped forward and seized the bald man's collar. Whoa! This was the extra, who had only 3 words to say, and Suemo had assigned him the line whoa. The trigger for this line was whenever someone approached Suemo within a certain distance. If anyone came too close, it was time for him to perform. Gripping the bald man's collar, he delivered his line with precision. At that moment, another black-suited man emerged from the kitchen, dragging a lifeless body behind him. The motionless individual had a knife embedded in them. Big brother, how should we deal with this one? Suemo replied with a displeased Chapter 78. What kind of scam gang? So poor? In this moment, the bald man, desperate for survival, could no longer afford to care about anything else. However, upon hearing his words, Yang Jingxian was left utterly perplexed. You can too? What can you do? But that was not the most critical issue at hand. The real dilemma lay with the other members of the scam gang. Upon witnessing Wang Yu and the bald man make such a choice, they all began to voice their consent. I can too. We all can. As long as you spare us, you can do whatever you wish. The scene quickly descended into chaos. Over 20 individuals, regardless of gender, made the same decision in that moment. Sumo's expression darkened significantly. What had initially been a performance for these individuals had transformed into a genuine desire to eradicate them. As for the hired actors Suemo had brought along, they wore expressions of awkwardness, caught between laughter and restraint. Trained professionals, they typically maintained composure unless unable to contain themselves. Yet, the viewers in the live stream were unencumbered by such decorum. They were laughing so hard they could hardly breathe, exclaiming, Ha! How outrageous they are! What kind of bizarre group is this? Is this truly a scam gang? Perhaps they're a bit unserious. Is their gang named Yihong Courtyard or Tsuixiang Tower? Even television dramas wouldn't dare portray such antics. At this moment, Suemo regretted not choosing an RPG when he received the system's rewards. If given another chance, he would undoubtedly opt for an RPG to take the lives of these individuals. Ultimately, it was Wang Yu who noticed something amiss in Sumo's demeanor and hastily corrected herself, stating, I will pay. I have money. I will give you all my money. Upon hearing this, Suemo and Appo's anger subsided somewhat. At least this sounded reasonable. Glancing at the clock on the wall, Suemo realized time was of the essence. He decided against further discussion and directly provided his bank account details. Without hesitation, Wang Yu took out her phone and swiftly transferred money to Suemo. The others soon followed suit, replicating her actions. However, as Suemo observed the funds being transferred to him, he frowned. Were these people truly destitute? Over 20 individuals combined had barely managed to muster 500,000? Was this what a scam gang amounted to? Were they perhaps scamming children? Otherwise, how could they be so impoverished? Suemo and Appo's patience began to wane. Are you all tired of living? Wang Yu, realizing that Suemo was dissatisfied with the meager sum, explained with a forlorn expression, those of us in this line of work often live for the moment. Every time we split the money, it gets spent immediately. Saving is meaningless. Who knows when we might get caught by the police? To prove her point, she opened her banking app and handed her phone to Suemo, allowing him to see her balance, which was a mere 0. With a sigh, Suemo accepted the 500,000, albeit begrudgingly. While it was not a substantial amount, it was better than nothing after all his efforts. He could understand Wang Yu's reasoning. For ordinary individuals, saving money made sense, but for these scammers, saving was futile. They never knew when they might be apprehended. It was wiser for them to squander their earnings immediately. In a bid to appease Suemo, the bald man scratched his bald head and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, suggested, Brother, if you find the amount insufficient, perhaps. At this, the man in the black suit spontaneously improvised a line. The bald man immediately fell silent, cradling his head in his hands and squatting down, too terrified to move. The remaining members of the scam gang were equally terrified, fearing Su Mo might turn his wrath upon them. Their faces turned pale with fear. Meanwhile, the actors Su Mo had enlisted were struck by a singular thought. The individuals they were portraying were undeniably talented. Each one of them exhibited acting skills worthy of an Oscar, perfectly encapsulating the emotions of fear and dread. They questioned whether they could ever replicate such an effect, particularly the bald man, who not only conveyed terror and anxiety flawlessly, but also portrayed the profound humiliation of helplessness so convincingly. In that instant, the actors resolved to learn more from these skilled performers, even planning to converse with them after the scene concluded. Suddenly, Su Mo spoke up. "I will not take your money without reason. This is a transaction between us. I shall sell you a piece of information. The police are on their way, and none of you will escape." After speaking, Su Mo glanced at Yang Jingxian, then turned to leave through the back door of the villa. Yang Jingxian promptly followed him. Due to the cover at the back entrance, the scam gang remained oblivious to Su Mo's departure, mistakenly believing he was preoccupied with other matters. Surprisingly, upon hearing news of the approaching police, the members of the scam gang displayed no signs of panic. Instead, they seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. For these criminals, while police were indeed fearsome, they were not as terrifying as Su Mo. After all, the police represented justice. At the very least, they would not resort to dismembering individuals to feed them to dogs, a far more preferable fate than facing Su Mo, the lawless marauder. The oppressive aura Su Mo exuded was overwhelming. In comparison, they wowed Chapter 79. Was this part of the script? The officers who breached the entrance were momentarily stunned by the utterance. Chop someone up and feed them to the dogs. What manner of person would say such a thing? So audacious? It was as if they held neither the officers nor the law in any regard. Indignation. This was the sole emotion gripping the officers at that moment. However, the extras perceived the officers and Oppos' fury as mere acting. They were even taken aback by the officers and Oppos' display of talent. At that moment, the extras were thinking, exquisite. The acting is simply exquisite. The portrayal of anger is spot on. Which production is this? Is everyone an acting prodigy? The director is phenomenal. To cultivate so many accomplished actors. I and Oppos, LL follow him from now on. I and Oppos, LL follow him even without a lunchbox. It was only because the director had not yet called cut that the extras were suppressing their inner excitement, continuing to act according to the script. Suddenly, the officers and Oppos' earpieces crackled to life with the voice of the commanding officer. Has there been an unforeseen incident? It appears the fraud syndicate has dismembered someone and fed them to the dogs, one of the officers responded. The information they had received indicated that the fraud syndicate had just entered the villa. Therefore, in the eyes of the police, the syndicate was the only group of criminals within the villa. They prematurely associated the act of dismemberment with the fraud syndicate. The members of the fraud syndicate, surrounded by men in black suits, were visibly taken aback. What do you mean the fraud syndicate dismembered someone and fed them to the dogs? Who dismembered whom? They were indeed a fraud syndicate, but they were not the ones who dismembered anyone and fed them to the dogs. On the contrary, they were the ones about to be dismembered and fed to the dogs. The police have made a mistake. We are the victims. However, at that moment, the officers who had stormed in also noticed something amiss. What an Oppos is going on? The surveillance footage shows that the fraud syndicate's vehicles were a black Mercedes-Benz S-Class and an Iveco van. At most, 20 or so people emerged from the two vehicles. But there are clearly more than 20 people in this room. They observed dozens of men in black suits surrounding the 20 or so people in the middle. The attire and build of the 20 or so people in the middle were consistent with those of the fraud syndicate they had seen in the surveillance footage. As for the identities of the men in black suits, the officers were unsure. Regardless, adapting to unforeseen circumstances was a compulsory skill for officers. Everyone, get down and put your hands on your heads. Do not move, the officers commanded. Unexpectedly, the men in black suits complied, offering no resistance whatsoever. Needless to say, the members of the fraud syndicate had long since obediently squatted on the ground with their hands on their heads. Abnormal. This was too abnormal. It was not at all how criminals should behave. The officers dispatched this time were all seasoned veterans. They had executed countless arrest missions and encountered all sorts of situations. The common thread was that almost all fugitives would flee or resist upon seeing them. After all, no one wanted to be incarcerated. Once inside, life could be difficult, especially for men with delicate features. They might be subjected to brutal treatment on their first day and continually thereafter. At this moment, the officers were almost all wondering, what's wrong with these people? They're squatting so neatly, and not a single one of them is thinking of resisting, not even thinking of running. Is this arrest mission proceeding a little too smoothly? Despite their bewilderment, the officers did not dwell on the matter. After all, the cooperation of criminals was a good thing for them. Send additional personnel and vehicles. There are too many criminals. We can't take them all. One of the officers said into his earpiece. Some of the officers, with guns drawn, vigilantly pointed them at the squatting criminals, preventing them from suddenly erupting. Others prepared to search the villa to see if there were any other people hiding inside. Situation in the kitchen. There and Amp, Oppos, S.A. Corpse. Upon hearing this, officers immediately went over. They saw a person lying in the kitchen, covered in blood, with a knife plunged into their chest. Judging from the position of the knife, this person was likely dead. Next to the corpse, a man in a black suit was squatting. "Did you kill him?" an officer asked. The man in the black suit was momentarily stunned. This wasn't in the script. However, in order not to disrupt the filming, he nodded. "Yes, I guess so." This attitude immediately infuriated the officer who had questioned him. "What do you mean, I guess so? Yes means yes, and no means no. Confess honestly. I killed him. The boss told me to chop him up and feed him to the dogs." "Officer, are you always this audacious? Saying whatever comes to mind?" "I've seen audacious people, but never one this audacious. Daring to utter such outrageous words in front of the police? He'll be serving at least a few more years for that, and might even get a bullet in the head." However, the officer standing next to him suddenly noticed something strange about the corpse. It's clear that this corpse's chest is still rising and falling. This is clearly a living person. Slightly puzzled, the officer said, "This person seems to still have breath. How is that possible? He has a knife in his heart. How could he possibly have any?" Hiss. It seemed like he has breath. Looking at the rise and fall of the chest was not very intuitive, as it could be a trick of the eye. There was a very direct way to check if a person was dead. Check their pupils. The pupils were a very important part of the examination. Under normal circumstances, when a strong light shone into the eye, the pupil would constrict. This was the eye's protective mechanism. But when a person died, the pupil would remain dilated, even when exposed to strong light. The officer squatted down, took out his phone, and turned on the flashlight. With one hand holding the phone, he pried open the eyelid of the corpse on the ground. After prying it open, he shone the phone's rear flashlight into the corpse's eye for a while. The corpse's pupil constricted, and because it couldn't bear the strong light, the corpse lying on the ground began to roll its eyes, trying to reduce the stinging sensation caused by the strong light directly hitting the pupil. Seeing this, the officer exclaimed, "The pupil is still reacting. This person can be saved." "Really?" "Of course, look. I'll shine it again for you to see." However, just as the officer was about to shine it again to show his colleague, the man lying on the ground with a knife in his heart suddenly spoke. "Are you out of your mind? Shining, shining, shining. You're going to blind me. I was acting dead perfectly fine. What the hell are you doing? Is this in the script that you're shining the light like this? Is your brain damaged?" "Officer. Holy crap. He's alive." Chapter 80. A wager on an empty chamber. Good heavens. He's alive. A resurrection, I dare say. The officer's eyes widened, incredulous at the spectacle unfolding before him. A blade plunged into his very heart. The man had been supine and inert. Yet, lo and behold, a mere flash of a cell phone's torch had seemingly breathed life back into him. Not only alive, but brimming with vitality, his invectives were delivered with unflagging vigor. In that instant, the officer entertained a whimsical notion. Could he, perchance, be a reincarnation of the legendary Huata? Meanwhile, the corpse, knife protruding from his chest, gazed upon the jubilant extra with utter bewilderment. Preposterous. He inwardly fumed. This impromptu scene was nowhere to be found within the director's script. His sole task was to portray a lifeless body, devoid of dialogue or action, a role of utmost simplicity. Yet, From the ether, this imbecile had materialized, unceremoniously prying open his eyelids and subjecting his pupils to the searing glare of his cell phone's light. The intense beam was excruciating, a piercing agony that reverberated through his skull. Initially, he had stoically endured the torment, loath to disrupt the filming. Despite the pain, he remained steadfastly still. But who could have foreseen the persistent tormentor? Emboldened by his initial success, returning for a second assault, intent on blinding him, after venting his ire, the extra suddenly realized that the director had yet to call cut. His outburst had jeopardized the scene, necessitating a retake. Alas, the prospect of a hearty meal seemed to vanish. With a heavy heart, he wiped his face and implored, "My good man, during the next take, could you refrain from shining that infernal light into my eyes for quite so long? It's truly unbearable. I'm merely feigning death, not actually deceased. There's no need for such an intense interrogation of my ocular orbs. I fear I'll be rendered sightless." "I beg your pardon?" The officer was utterly perplexed. When the world is transpiring. Observing the officer's bewildered expression, the extra grew even more irascible. "Begone, you vexatious fellow. Your presence is an affront to my senses." With that, he stormed out of the kitchen, instantly adopting an apologetic demeanor. "Director, my sincerest apologies. Director?" The officers were dumbfounded. The fraud ring was equally perplexed. "Director? Furthermore, how does this fellow bear a fruit knife in his chest, as if it were a mere bauble?" The officer who had resurrected the extra approached him. "Director, cease your prattling. You have a blade lodged in your person. Allow me to summon an ambulance. Please, sit and remain still to avert excessive blood loss and subsequent shock." The extras, initially unperturbed, were now utterly baffled. "This blade, is it not a prop from the set? Blood loss? What manner of sorcery is this? And why an ambulance? Is this not part of the script?" At this juncture, all denizens of the villa, officers, swindlers, and extras alike, were in a state of utter bewilderment. They exchanged perplexed glances, each yearning for someone to elucidate the unfolding enigma. The atmosphere within the villa had taken on an unsettling aura. After a protracted silence, one of the extras inquired, "Where is the director? Has he not called cut?" "Officer." "Criminal syndicate." "What is he babbling about?" "Director?" Another protracted silence ensued. An officer muttered into his calm, "Sir, I believe these individuals are exhibiting signs of mental instability. Shall we prepare for a toxicology screen?" Overseeing the operation remotely, Commander Zhang furrowed his brow. "Mental instability? Elaborate on their symptoms." "One of them has a fruit knife embedded in his chest, yet he's prancing about, seeking a director. He seems to believe he's on a film set." "A film set?" Commander Zhang echoed, a primal instinct alerting him to a discrepancy. However, he could not pinpoint the exact nature of the anomaly. He had never encountered such a bizarre circumstance. A man, impaled with a blade, frolicking about as if unscathed. Han Fei, present at Commander Zhang and Amp Oppo's side, overheard the conversation. His countenance darkened. "Without a doubt, this is one of Su Mo and Amp Oppo's shenanigans. I know that rascal's modus operandi all too well. Sir, I suspect those individuals are mere extras, bamboozled by Su Mo into believing he's a director. Furnished with a script to follow. Instruct the officers to disregard the extras and apprehend the fraud ring. And, if feasible, bring Su Mo to justice as well." This was a genuine operation to dismantle a criminal enterprise, and Han Fei was loath to interfere directly. Thus, he merely offered his analysis. Commander Zhang, already sensing the peculiar undercurrent, experienced a moment of clarity upon hearing Han Fei's words. Even without Han Fei's prompting, he would have eventually discerned the truth. Han Fei and Amp Oppo's advantage lay in his intimate knowledge of Su Mo and Amp Oppo's proclivities. In the ensuing moment, Commander Zhang and Amp Oppo's voice reverberated in the earpieces of every officer. "Attention all units. 2 factions are present within the villa. One comprises extras, entirely ignorant of the situation. The other is the fraud ring. Disregard the extras and focus on apprehending the criminals. And by the way, bring Su Mo to me." Commander Zhang and Amp Oppo's revelation illuminated the situation for the officers. "Roger that. Script, director," Wang Yu murmured, her mind piecing together the puzzle. The threat of being butchered and fed to the dogs was a charade, orchestrated by Sue Mo with hired actors. From the outset, she had detected an incongruity. The men in black suits lacked the aura of ruthless killers. Instead, they exuded an air of theatricality. Despite her initial suspicions, Wang Yu dare not gamble. Life was but a single stake. A correct guess would be fortuitous, but an incorrect one would result in a gruesome demise. However, upon analyzing the preceding events, Wang Yu arrived at a conclusion. These individuals were not hardened criminals, but rather actors employed by Sue Mo. Realizing she had been duped once more, Wang Yu seethed with rage. Last of all, we and Oppos, V. Bin had. These individuals are all actors hired by Sue Mo. The scoundrel. May I never lay eyes upon him again. Wang Yu's outburst sparked a collective realization among the fraud ring, who swiftly rose to their feet. The bald ringleader, scratching his gleaming pate, felt his anger surge. The audacity to deceive me. Where is Sue Mo? I shall mince him into dog food this very day. The extras were utterly bewildered. What is transpiring? This is beyond the script. This scene is not in our repertoire. Witnessing the fraud ring and Oppos' uprising, the officers immediately aimed their firearms. Freeze! On your knees, hands behind your heads. Contrary to expectations, the once compliant fraud ring now resisted. The bald brute sneered. Oh, are we still playing charades? You think you can intimidate me with that pathetic water pistol? Kneel and surrender? I and Amp. Oppos. LL surrender your MLGB. If you have the gumption, fire. Let in Amp. Oppos. See what you and Amp. Oppos. Repacking. I wager your chamber is empty. Chapter 81. Sue Mo and Amp. Oppos. Legacy. A video message by this juncture. The bald man had already reached a firm conviction. These officers were imposters, and the entire scene was a fabrication. Every individual within the villa was merely an extra, hired by Sue Mo to deceive them. However, upon hearing the bald man and Amp, Oppos' pronouncement, the officers were dumbfounded. Had this fellow been watching too many espionage dramas? He was acutely aware that the weapon in his grasp was not a toy, but an authentic firearm, fully loaded. Moreover, given the gravity the higher-ups had placed on this operation, they had been issued live ammunition exclusively, ensuring there were no blanks. After all, no one could ascertain whether this sizable fraud ring possessed any weaponry, and the officers and Oppos' safety could not be compromised. In that fleeting moment of the officer and Oppos' bewilderment, the bald man swaggered over to the extra whose sole line consisted of 3 words. This very extra had been the source of his humiliation, and he intended to reclaim his lost dignity. He raised his hand, lightly slapping the extra and Amp. Oppos' face a couple of times, then leaned in close, his gaze chilling. The underworld? Fond of mincing people and feeding them to dogs? Believe me, I could mince you and feed you to the dogs right now. The bald man and Oppos' piercing gaze and the aura he exuded instilled fear in the extra, who instinctively began to tremble. He was seized by an overwhelming sensation that this bald man was a genuine desperado, an impression that was difficult to feign. Observing this, the bald man scoffed derisively, coward. He plopped down on the sofa, lit a cigarette, and nonchalantly began to puff out smoke rings. Fetch Xu Montak. I have matters to discuss with him. He then beckoned to one of the officers. You lot, come here and massage my legs. Damn it, my legs are stiff from squatting. The bald man and Oppos' series of actions flowed seamlessly, leaving the officers in a state of utter perplexity. They had witnessed countless scenarios in their line of work, and it took quite a bit to confound them. Yet, today was one such occasion. This fraudster not only doubted the authenticity of their firearms, but also audaciously demanded that they massage his legs. How dare he? Noticing the officers and Oppos' in action, the bald man grew impatient. He stubbed out his cigarette, carelessly tossing the extinguished but onto the floor, his face now contorted with anger. He marched towards the officers. Are you deaf? Did you not hear me? I told you to massage my legs. What are you gawking at? I and Oppos. LL beat the crap out of you. The bald man had lost his composure and was preparing to vent his anger on these extras. While the fraud ring was significantly outnumbered, they were criminals, desperate individuals. They had no reason to fear a group of extras wielding water guns. The bald man, emboldened by this notion, acted with impunity. The bald man drew closer to the officers, even attempting to snatch a weapon from one of them. In the next instant, a deafening bang echoed through the air, a wisp of white smoke emanating from the dark barrel of the gun. The officer who fired the shot declared, "I repeat one last time, everyone, get down and put your hands on your head." He had, of course, refrained from firing directly at anyone, opting instead to discharge a shot into the air as a warning. Officers were issued firearms during hazardous or critical missions, but their use was restricted to situations of dire necessity, such as the one at hand. He had to fire a warning shot to deter further action. Should that prove ineffective, his next shot would be aimed at the bald man. Under normal circumstances, the initial warning shot would immediately restore order. This occasion was no exception. The bald man, who had been brazenly demanding a leg massage moments before, was now cowering on the ground, his hands clasped atop his glistening head, scarcely daring to move. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. "Don and Apos, T-shoot. Don and Apos, T-shoot. I and Apos, am down." The mere thought of what had just transpired sent shivers down the bald man and Apos' spine. He may never have encountered a real gun before, but who was unfamiliar with the sound of a firearm. It was no water pistol, but the genuine article. And the person who fired it was no extra, but a bona fide police officer, with the exception of the bald man. The other members of the fraud ring were also dutifully crouching on the ground. However, the extras were growing increasingly uneasy. As events unfolded, they began to realize that something was amiss. This did not resemble a performance in any way. Seeing that the members of the fraud ring had become compliant, the officer in charge commanded, "Cuff them and take them away." He then turned to the extras. "Where is Sue Mo?" The fellow who identified himself as the director. "Ush. He seemed to have headed that way a while ago," one of the extras stammered, pointing towards the rear. Upon hearing this, officers armed with firearms immediately went in that direction, intending to locate Sue Mo as well. Shortly thereafter, the officers returned, shaking their heads with peculiar expressions. "We couldn't and Apos. T find Sue Mo. He must have absconded. We only found a phone. When we found it, it was playing a video on loop." He handed the phone over. This phone belonged to Wang Yu, which she had previously given to Sue Mo to check her bank account balance. But Sue Mo had not returned it. The officer in charge took the phone and watched the video Sue Mo had left behind. At that moment, the voice of the external command personnel echoed in his earpiece once more. "What was that gunshot? Any injuries?" "No, it was a warning shot," the officer in charge replied. "We and AMP, Apos, VE apprehended the members of the fraud ring, but Sue Mo has fled." "He fled?" "Yes, and he left a video message." "What kind of video?" "You'll understand when you see it." Escorting the handcuffed members of the fraud ring and leading the extras, the officers departed from the villa. As for Sue Mo, they made no attempt to pursue him. Their primary objective had been to apprehend the fraud ring. Capturing Sue Mo was merely a secondary consideration. It would be ideal if they could apprehend him, but his escape was not a major concern for the officers. After all, Sue Mo was not a fugitive. They would not launch a full-scale manhunt to capture him. Moreover, with so many arrests made, they would be inundated with work. They had no time to indulge the pursuit team and chase after someone who was not a genuine fugitive. They took the phone outside and handed it to Zhang, the officer in charge of the operation. The video on the phone was one that Sue Mo had pre-recorded. In the video, Sue Mo waved at the camera. "Greetings, officers of the Hangzhou police and members of the pursuit team. By the time you view this video, I will have, in all likelihood, already made my escape. No need to thank me for helping you set up the sting operation. It is merely my duty as a citizen. I came across the bounty for this fraud ring online, which amounts to 500,000. From a procedural standpoint, the money defrauded by the ring will be seized by the police, and you, in turn, will award me the 500,000 bounty. However, I am currently unable to visit the police station. As you are aware, my situation is rather peculiar. Moreover, the money would ultimately end up in my possession anyway. So, I simply took 500,000 from the fraud ring. This money is entirely legitimate." At this, Sue Mo shrugged and waved goodbye, reaching out to turn off the recording video. Chapter 82. Has Sue Mo always been this reckless? As Captain Zhang played the video, the investigative team members were right beside him, watching the footage together. Zhang's expression darkened significantly, reflecting the somber mood of his colleagues. In the video, Su Mo spoke with remarkable eloquence, claiming that the money circulating ultimately returned to him, hence he simply took it. At first glance, there seemed to be no major flaw in his reasoning. After all, Su Mo had played a crucial role in the recent apprehension of the fraud ring. Without his assistance in orchestrating the operation, it would have been exceedingly difficult for the Hangzhou police to capture the entire syndicate. The $500,000 was indeed deserved by Su Mo. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that Su Mo and Oppo's statements did not withstand scrutiny. Was his act of taking money from the fraudsters equivalent to the bounty offered by the police? Could the nature of the two be the same? The answer was undoubtedly no. Although certain procedures might be convoluted, they were nonetheless essential. There were no shortcuts. If the proper channels were followed, the police would have awarded Su Mo the $50,000 as a legitimate reward. Conversely, if he simply took the money from the fraudsters, it transformed from a reward into ill-gotten gains. Once the video concluded, Captain Zhang turned to Han Fei. Han, has Su Mo always operated in such a reckless manner? Han Fei forced a bitter smile. He was in a unique position to comment on Su Mo and Oppo's audacity. This young man was not merely reckless. He was audacious to an extraordinary degree. 50,000 was a trifling sum to him. He would dare to take $1 million, 500,000 in cash and 500,000 in transfers. It was particularly alarming that the cash was taken right under the noses of the investigative team. Naturally, Han Fei refrained from mentioning this embarrassment. At that moment, one of the officers involved in the arrest spoke up. Captain Zhang, I watched the live stream. Sumo's methods are indeed quite audacious. You have no idea. He previously extorted $10 million from the production team, 500,000 in cash and 500,000 in transfers, with the cash taken right under Han's team's noses. Han Fei felt a wave of humiliation wash over him. Extortion? Captain Zhang was momentarily taken aback. Does that make him a fugitive? Han Fei shook his head. Not quite. The $10 million was a prearranged deal with the production team, a sort of challenge. If he successfully obtained the money, it was his. The conversation was abruptly halted as Zhang and Han exchanged glances. That $10 million was negotiated with the production team, and taking it did not constitute a crime. However, this 50,000 was not discussed with the police. This money had not even passed through their hands. Moreover, Han did not view Su Mo as a commendable individual. This young man was cunning and sly. Did Su Mo take 50,000 merely because that was the bounty set by the fraud ring? Had he gone through all this trouble just for the reward? Absolutely not. Han was too apathetic to expose Su Mo and Oppo's as ulterior motives. It was likely that Su Mo sought 50,000 simply because that was all the fraud ring could muster. They had no surplus to offer. Su Mo had only accepted 50,000 because that was the maximum available. The distinction between wanting 50,000 and being limited to only 50,000 was profound. Suddenly, an idea struck Han Fei. He turned to Li Chun. Call the production team immediately and instruct them to notify Su Mo to return that 50,000 at once. Considering Su Mo has just accomplished something significant, I will advocate for him and seek to provide him an opportunity for redemption. He will receive every penny of the reward he rightfully deserves, but it must be through the proper channels. Otherwise, it amounts to a crime. This is his sole chance. If he fails to seize it, we will have to take serious action. Han Fei and Oppo's intention was to apprehend Su Mo when he returned to hand over the money. Though somewhat underhanded, this was, at present, the most direct and effective approach. The video Su Mo left for the police was also seen by the viewers in the live stream, with one user having extracted and shared that segment online. This incident quickly became a sensational topic, igniting fervent discussions among netizens. Opinions were divided. Some believed that the 50,000 was rightfully Su Mo and Oppo's, and the only issue was his failure to follow protocol. Yet, given the unique circumstances, could Su Mo really go to the police station to claim his reward while the show was still ongoing? Clearly not, as he would be immediately apprehended upon arrival. This faction argued for special consideration in extraordinary situations, contending that while rules are rigid, human circumstances may warrant flexibility. Others asserted that while Su Mo was indeed entitled to the 50,000, it must be disbursed by the police and the necessary procedures should not be bypassed. Money taken personally differs fundamentally from money awarded by the police. Although Sumo could not go to the police station now, he could certainly wait until after the show concluded. After all, the police would not renege on their obligation to pay the $50,000. This group held steadfast to the belief that rules are rules and should not be arbitrarily overlooked. The video garnered considerable attention online, resulting in a surge in viewership for the livestream. The number of real-time viewers skyrocketed, and as more people joined, the density of comments in the chat became increasingly pronounced. Incredible. I must pay homage to this master. Sumo and AMP. Oppo's audacity is truly remarkable. The investigative team is playing dirty, using such tactics to pressure Sumo. If he returns to hand over the money, he will undoubtedly be captured by them. The fault lies with Sumo. While he has indeed contributed to combating crime, directly taking money from criminals is his wrongdoing. Deceiving a fraudster is still a violation of the law. That money must be returned. Only after returning it will the police provide him with the reward he deserves. Han Fei mentioned that this situation was exceptional. If Sumo returned the $50,000, it might not even be classified as a crime. In the program in AMP, Oppo's backstage, Song Ishue received a call from Li Chun, who urged her to convey the gravity of the situation to Sumo. It would be best for him to return the money immediately. Song Ishue felt a headache coming on. Sumo was a figure one could love and loathe simultaneously. Due to Sumo's antics, the program's viewership had surged, reaching new heights. However, because of his actions, the show was also at risk of being cut short. She understood that if Sumo returned the $50,000 now, the situation could be mitigated. At the very least, his actions would not escalate to criminality. There is even a chance that the police, recognizing his significant contributions and timely efforts for redemption, might overlook the incident entirely. However, if Sumo went to the police station to return the $50,000, he would surely be apprehended by the investigative team on the spot. In that case, the episode would indeed come to an end. Although she was reluctant to see the program, which had achieved record ratings, conclude in such a manner, Song Ishue knew that if Sumo were labeled a criminal, it would not bode well for the show. After much deliberation, she decided to call Sumo and urge him to return the money immediately. Just as she picked up her phone, it rang unexpectedly. The caller was a prominent figure. Chapter 83, Departing with Grace. Concealing achievements and fame, the events that unfolded in the program not only stirred a great uproar online, but also caught the immediate attention of the news media. Consequently, the speed at which this incident spread was astonishing, reaching a vast audience. Many individuals, who typically paid little heed to the program, became aware of the situation. Upon learning of the matter, the initial reactions were shock and skepticism. According to news reports, the fraud ring operating in Hangzhou was exceedingly cunning, leaving the police at a loss for how to proceed. The gang had executed several schemes, and the police only managed to track down the whereabouts of 2 members of the group, making the prospect of apprehending them all seem insurmountable. However, when Sumo intervened, he managed to capture all of them with remarkable ease. What was particularly astonishing was that Sumo was merely an ordinary office worker. This, however, was not the most outrageous aspect. The most unbelievable fact was that Sumo held another identity. He was a fugitive. As a challenger on the Sky Eye operation program, he had pursuers hot on his heels. Sumo orchestrated the capture of the criminals while remaining calm, despite being pursued. Logically, one would assume that managing the pursuit team would be a significant headache for him, given the formidable composition of the team. Yet, who could have anticipated that Sumo was entirely unperturbed? He deftly handled the pursuit team, while simultaneously ensnaring the fraud ring. Alarmingly, after aiding the police in executing the operation, he managed to slip away right from under the noses of both the pursuit team and the Hangzhou police. In the end, he departed gracefully, concealing his contributions and accolades. Those who witnessed the news reports were left with only 2 words echoing in their minds: impressive. In the program and Oppo's backstage, upon receiving a call, Song Ishue couldn't and Oppo's help but furrow her brow. The situation had escalated to such a degree that even this prominent figure was paying attention. Was this call a form of accountability? Song Yishue felt a surge of anxiety. After all, she was the chief director of the program. If any issues arose, she would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the responsibility. However, she dared not hesitate. She lacked the courage to leave this prominent figure waiting. She quickly connected the call. Before she could utter a word, the figure got straight to the point. I've seen the program. There seems to be a minor issue. Hearing this, Song Yishue felt a weight settle in her chest. Indeed, this call was for accountability. She stammered out a reassurance, yes, there are some minor issues, but rest assured, we will resolve this swiftly. I guarantee you a satisfactory outcome. To her surprise, the caller had no intention of assigning blame. Instead, they interrupted her, saying, "No need to resolve anything. I've gathered enough information. It's merely a procedural matter, nothing serious. Ultimately, the funds will come to me, regardless of the method." Moreover, Su Mo has indeed rendered significant assistance to the police, had it not been for his willingness to act as bait. Capturing this big fish would have taken considerably longer. Listening to the words on the phone, Song Yishue felt utterly bewildered. Was the prominent figure not here to hold her accountable? After a brief moment of shock, she queried, "Oh, so there is no need for resolution? The program will continue as normal. What about the police?" To which the caller replied, "You need not concern yourself with that. Just ensure the program proceeds smoothly." After a moment's pause, the figure added, "Oh, and one more thing. Please contact Sumo later." Today, not only Song Yishue received a call, the pursuit team and the Hangzhou police did as well. Originally, Han Fei had intended to employ a cunning strategy against Sumo. However, due to a single phone call, those plans were dashed. Han Fei held the phone, responding in a low voice like a student caught in wrongdoing. This tactic is rather underhanded. You intend to entrap him using procedures? What? Do you wish to force him into becoming a true fugitive? Han Fei replied, Yes. I see the error of my ways. Sumo was currently playing the role of a fugitive. Minor violations were to be expected. If he faced constant obstructions, how could he effectively portray a fugitive? Would it not be better to simply stand still and allow himself to be captured, especially regarding the issue of bounty, which could easily be rectified with a post-factum procedure? You wish to set a trap to capture him? How could you even conceive such an idea? Han Fei responded, You are absolutely correct. I acknowledge my oversight. A genuine fugitive would resort to any means to evade capture. While one might employ procedures against an actor playing a fugitive, what would happen if they encountered a real one? Would they assist the police in apprehending him? Would they care about procedures at all? Let's not forget the essence of this episode. Han Fei conceded, Understood, I grasp your points clearly. That will be all for now. Henceforth, do not escalate such minor issues, and I have new tasks to assign. After Su Mo and Yang Jingxian exited through the back door, Yang Jingshuan's incessant chatter filled the air. She had an abundance of questions. Su Mo, where did you acquire this villa? Surely the program's budget of 1 million wouldn't suffice for such an extravagant property? And those individuals clad in black suits, where did you find them? How did you know the police would arrive? Did you call them? You wouldn't end Amp, Oppos, T dare report at such a critical moment, would you? Su Mo found himself overwhelmed by her barrage of inquiries. Sister, which question should I answer first? Yang Jingxian replied earnestly, Answer them all. I wish to know. Su Mo sighed. The villa is rented. You know how party venues operate. And Amp, Oppos, as 5,000 a day. The individuals in black suits were hired actors to intimidate those miscreants. I did not call the police. Remember the plainclothes officers at the guest house? The police had been monitoring that female scammer for some time. They refrained from taking action to trace the entire fraud ring. I had you act alongside that female scammer in order to gather all the members of the fraud ring, facilitating the police's task of apprehending them all, primarily to eliminate the threat to the public. Su Mo addressed her inquiries one by one. However, Yang Jingxian seized upon one particular answer, fixing her gaze on Su Mo with an expression of someone who had seen through him. To eliminate the threat to the public? You must be so altruistic. I suspect your true motivation was to swindle money from the fraud ring, and assisting in their capture was merely incidental. Am I right? Su Mo raised an eyebrow in surprise at her perceptiveness. How did she seem to read his thoughts so accurately? Yet, even though Yang Jingxian had deduced his intentions, Su Mo refused to concede. No, truly, I was acting for the greater good. I'll believe that when pigs fly, Su Mo retorted. You must not forget, I am the kidnapper, and you are the hostage. Who gave you the right to speak to me in such a tone? Do you dare test my patience? Upon hearing Su Mo and Amp, Oppo's last words, the viewers in the live stream perked up. Oh, this is getting interesting. What'll happen next? Please do elaborate. If this is the case, I am wide awake now. Wait, hold on, let me grab some paper. Chapter 84. Su Mo and Amp, Oppo's new assistant at that moment. Su Mo va Oppos, et fun suden lizang. It was a call from the production team, specifically from Song Yishue. Having communicated previously, Su Mo recognized the number and, without a moment and Amp, Oppo's hesitation, hung up the call. Why didn't you answer it? Yang Jingsuan inquiret, perplexet. Why should I? It was Song Yishue, Su Mo scoffed. I can already guess the purpose of her call. She and Amp, Oppo's likely going to say that the 50,000 is improper and should be returned as it is illicit money. Yang Jingxian was taken aback at the mention of illicit money. She had not considered the implications of the 50,000 before, but now she felt that it was indeed something that could not be kept. Legally speaking, that sum could be deemed illicit. How about we return the money? At this moment, Yang Jingxian had nearly forgotten her own identity, worrying even more than Su Mo, who was the actual kidnapper. However, Su Mo shook his head without a second thought. No way. I earned that money rightfully. Why should I return it? Moreover, that 50,000 was part of a transaction with a fraudulent group. They paid me, and I provided them with information. Is information trading illegal? True, their funds are illicit. But as for the money spent in transactions, is there a reason for me to return it? They squandered all the money they acquired through deceit. Should the police arrest every small vendor who has transacted with them? Besides, that 50,000 was merely a part of the transaction. The police still owe me a 50,000 bounty. I didn't demand another 50,000. I accepted that amount as a bounty, which is quite generous on my part. What more do they want? After listening, Yang Jingxian blinked. Although she sensed Su Mo and Oppo's reasoning was somewhat twisted, she struggled to find an effective counterargument. That may be true, but what if the police insist on this point? If they insist, Su Montak Chakot Koutli. Is it only permissible for the officials to commit wrongdoings while the commoners must remain silent? My identity as a kidnapper was imposed upon me by the production and investigation teams. If I am labeled a kidnapper, how could I not be considered a criminal? Especially for such trivial matters that can be resolved with a bit of paperwork. If they were to accuse me over something so minor, I could very well play along with their game. Who knows who would end up suffering in the end? No sooner had he finished speaking than Song Yishue's call came in again. This time, Su Mo answered. Once the call connected, he promptly articulated his intent. I know what you wish to say. I will not return that 50,000. Do not think you can trap me with procedures. I am not swayed by such tactics. Initially, Su Mo believed that Song Yishue would try to persuade him otherwise. To his surprise, she paused, taken aback that Su Mo had anticipated their initial intent. However, she quickly regained her composure and replied with a smile, Don't worry, we are not planning to trap you with procedures. That 50,000 is your bounty. You need not concern yourself with the formalities. The production team will handle everything. Su Mo raised an eyebrow, surprised by her words. The next moment, Song Yishue and Oppo's slightly languid voice continued from the phone. Beyond this instance, no one will use such trivial matters to threaten you again. As a kidnapper, you deserve certain privileges. Rest assured, for such minor issues, the production team will cover for you. After a brief pause to allow Su Mo to process her words, she continued. Su Montak Chakut. He had been curious about Song Yishue and Oppo's intentions, but her latest statement had clarified much. You didn't call just to inform me of this, did you? Exactly. Song Yishue responded directly. Are you interested in playing a bigger game? Our production team has discussed and would like your assistance. Su Mo remained silent, tapping his finger on the phone as he contemplated, waiting for Song Yishue to elaborate. She continued, We would like you to help test the security of a bank. Almost as soon as she finished speaking, Su Mo replied, No, that is uninteresting. Song Yishue sighed softly. Though it seems Su Mo was declining, in reality. It was not a refusal. She quickly understood that he was not disinterested. Rather, he sought some form of compensation. How about this, she proposed. It's not a free request. There will be remuneration, 2 million. What do you think? A smile spread across Su Mo and Amp, Oppo's, face. Now that's more intriguing. He thought to himself that Song Ishiwe was quite astute. He would not agree to help for free, but with compensation, he was open to negotiation. Song Ishiwe continued, additionally, the production team will assign another challenger to assist you. Su Mo flatly rejected this notion. That's unnecessary. However, Song Ishiwe seemed to ignore his protest and continued. The new challenger is a woman, a beauty. Su Mo mused, what? Just adding a pretty face as a helper will sway me? I need two. One assistant may not suffice. How about adding another? Song Ishiwe responded with a chuckle. Ah, men. When nothing else works, just mention money and beauty. And you perk right up. She sighed in resignation. There's only one. There aren't any more. Will you help us test the security? Su Mo took his time before giving a definitive answer, pondering. Let me think about it. After a few seconds, he spoke up. I can agree to the additional assistant, but the compensation still seems a bit low. What amount do you seek? Song Ishiwe frowned. Su Mo remained silent, instead gesturing with one finger towards the camera aimed at Yang Jingxian. He knew that Song Ishiwe could see his signal. She was watching the live feed from the production team's backstage. Upon seeing Su Mo extend a finger, Song Ishiwe and Oppo's tone escalated. 1 million? Are you asking for too much? You received 1 million last time. You can't keep milking the same source. No, I don't want 1 million. Su monta clarified. Song Ishiwe was taken aback. She anticipated Su Mo's boldness. 100 million? That's impossible. Su montak smedet. How could I be that greedy? What I mean is for this bank security test, I want to keep whatever money I manage to acquire. Song Ishiwe was flabbergasted. You dare to say such a thing? You expect to take whatever you can grab from a bank? Do you think I would make such a request lightly? Su Mo replied with a grin. Chapter 85. A helper in the detention center? In the live broadcast room, the audience was in an uproar. What on earth? Is this how we in Oppos replaying it? Or the producers thinking, allowing Su Mo to rob a bank legally? Not only that, but they even provide him with money to do it? How is it that such an extraordinary opportunity to rob a bank legally has not come my way? This is outrageous. And the more he robs, the more he gets to take. A moderately sized bank vault must hold at least 30 to 50 million. Isn't that simply a case of asking for too much? The stakes that the production team is playing with are extraordinarily high. A show backed by officials is truly impressive. As for Su Mo and Oppo's capacity for such a heist, I must say, it seems rather unlikely. Banks are not so easily robbed. Most viewers in the live chat do not believe Su Mo can succeed in robbing a bank. It's not that they doubt his abilities, on the contrary. After watching for so long, they recognize Su Mo as a formidable presence, one capable of outsmarting the investigative team. However, they also understand that robbing a bank is no simple task. 2 or 3 individuals attempting a bank heist is akin to dreaming. Such an endeavor requires a well-established crew. Without one, success is virtually impossible. Prior to executing a bank heist, one must conduct reconnaissance, gather intelligence, and devise a meticulous plan. The time it takes for the police to respond to a report, the precise moment to strike, how to execute the plan, and the escape route post-heist must all be carefully considered. The preparatory work alone demands considerable manpower. Even if the production team assigns Su Mo an accomplice, it would still be insufficient. With that addition, Su Mo would only have 2 people at most. Yang Jingxian might offer some assistance, but she could barely be considered half a person in this context. 2.5 individuals attempting to rob a bank. Surely that is the stuff of fantasy? Moreover, the current situation is quite unique. Other criminals typically seize the opportunity to rob banks while the police are distracted, exploiting the element of surprise. However, Su Mo and Oppo's operation lacks any such timing advantage. The investigative team is fully aware that Su Mo intends to rob a bank. Their mission is to thwart him. Consequently, the difficulty is significantly heightened. In the live broadcast room, The barrage of comments continues unabated. Almost no one believes Su Mo will succeed. Yet at this moment, Su Mo is contemplating how much profit he might earn from his endeavor. Noticing that Song Yixue on the other end of the line has yet to respond, he urges, "You've sent me to my doom. At least give me an answer. Will you agree to my request? I am Song Yixue, not your pawn." "All right, Song Yixue. So does your production team agree to my terms?" In the production office, Song Yixue bites her lip, her face flushed with embarrassment. Her current assessment of Su Mo can be summed up in 2 words: vulgar. However, after a moment of contemplation, she decides to respond. "Fine, as you say. You can take whatever you manage to rob." Under normal circumstances, a moderately sized bank vault typically contains between 30 to 50 million in cash. This is significantly more than the 2 million the production team promised Su Mo. If he succeeds in robbing the bank, the amount he could potentially take far exceeds 2 million. In fact, should Su Mo possess the capability, he could entirely empty the bank vault, making off with 30 to 50 million. However, Song Yixue has devised a countermeasure. Simply reduce the amount of cash stored in the bank vault. For instance, they can only keep a few 100,000. Should Su Mo indeed manage to rob the bank, he would only be able to take away 50,000. Song Yixue thinks to herself, "This is what they call being too clever by half. Think you're above 2 million? Fine, then we shall give you nothing at all." Upon hearing Song Yixue's words, Su Mo chuckles. "Deal. Where is the helper that the production team arranged for me? Just give me an address, and I will go pick her up." "We arranged for your helper to be in the detention center," Song Yixue replies. "She is well acquainted with the bank and can serve as your ally. However, this assistance is not free. You must find a way to rescue her from the detention center." Su Mo cannot help but roll his eyes. He knew the production team wasn't so benevolent. What was promised as assistance now turns out to be a challenge, as the helper is detained and he must devise a way to extricate her. This undoubtedly complicates the game. Without a doubt, the investigative team is currently stationed at the detention center, keeping a close watch on him. One misstep, and not only would he fail to rescue her, but he might also end up in trouble himself. On the side of the investigative team, their mission is precisely the opposite of Su Mo's. They must prevent him from robbing the bank while simultaneously monitoring the helper assigned to him by the production team, ensuring he cannot rescue her. This individual possesses extensive knowledge of the bank, and should Su Mo manage to rescue her, his chances of success would be greatly enhanced. Conversely, if he fails to rescue her, he stands no chance of success relying solely on his own abilities. A smile appears on Han Fei's face, a rare occurrence. This time, we need not take the initiative. The key lies with the helper assigned by the production team to Su Mo. Our task is to lay in wait, keeping an eye on her. If Su Mo dares to attempt a rescue, we will apprehend him. If he does not come, then he will be unable to rob the bank. The other 3 members of the investigative team also share in the mirth. Previously, Su Mo had always held the advantage, leading them around by the nose. However, this time, the tables have turned. They now hold the initiative before attempting to rob the bank. Su Mo will undoubtedly seek to rescue the helper assigned to him from the detention center. The investigative team's responsibility is to maintain a vigilant watch. As long as they prevent Su Mo from extracting her, they will be in an unbeatable position. Without her assistance, Su Mo is left to face the bank on his own. The prospect of a single individual successfully robbing a bank is utterly preposterous. While Su Mo does have Yang Jingxian as a helper, the investigative team dismisses her entirely, not considering her a meaningful asset. The viewers in the live broadcast room are left dumbfounded. Goodness, isn't this just making the bank heist even more difficult? I thought the production team would send the helper directly to Su Mo, but who would have imagined she would be in a detention center? How can he possibly succeed now? That helper is going to be extremely challenging to rescue. How can one person rob a bank? Who says he yes alone? Yang Jingxian is still by Su Mo's side. That makes 2 of them. Yang Jingxian? That S being overly generous. She can hardly do anything. Of course she can. Why wouldn't she be able to? Just after finishing his call with Song Yixue, the 2 arrive at a noodle shop. Suddenly, Yang Jingxian sneezes and asks Su Mo, "Are you secretly cursing me again?" After saying this, she glares and playfully nudges Su Mo. Su Mo merely rolls his eyes, too indifferent to engage with her. He possesses the admirable trait of holding no grudges. Any animosity is typically resolved on the spot. Boss, 2 bowls of beef noodles, one with extra beef and one without. The boss, taken aback, thinks to himself, why not just say 1 plain noodle and 1 beef noodle? How can you be so poor yet so ostentatious? Yang Jingxian instinctively assumes the bowl with extra beef is meant for her, while Su Mo opts for the plain noodle to save money. She thinks to herself, how thoughtful of Su Mo to be so considerate. She glances at him with a shy expression. We aren't too short on money now. Don't deprive yourself. Why not add beef to your bowl too? It is not us who are wealthy, but rather me. Su Mo shook his head and said, furthermore, the plain noodles are yours. I shall have the beef noodles. Yang Jingxian responded with confusion. During their repast at the noodle shop, while awaiting their orders, Mr. Su reflected upon his recent telephonic discourse with Ms. Song Yishue. His immediate course of action involved a bank heist. However, owing to the auspices of the television program, this undertaking was devoid of illegality, euphemistically framed as an assessment of the bank's security measures. Furthermore, all pecuniary gains from the aforementioned heist were to be conferred upon Mr. Su, a stipulation that served as the primary impetus for his participation. Prior to the aforementioned bank heist, Mr. Su was compelled to undertake a preparatory endeavor, the extrication of an accomplice arranged by the program's producers from the local detention center. Ms. Song Yishue had intimated that this accomplice was a woman of considerable pulchritude and, more importantly, possessed an encyclopedic knowledge of banking institutions, a valuable asset for the forthcoming operation. At that moment, a notification materialized. You have successfully outwitted the Hangzhou Constabulary, the fraudulent syndicate, and the investigative task force, thereby unlocking a quartet of potential rewards. 1. An EMP, electromagnetic pulse, ordnance. 2. An augmentation of physical stamina by a margin of 2 points. 3. Mastery of the art of cybernetic intrusion. 4. A life-size replica of a mobile suit. Mr. Su observed a pattern. The system was wont to dispense unorthodox rewards. The EMP ordnance, while potentially advantageous in subverting the bank and AMP, Oppo's electronic defenses, was deemed too perilous for deployment. Its usage would invariably lead to accusations of terrorism. The mobile suit replica, while appealing, was ultimately impractical. Mr. Su was left with 2 viable options, an augmentation of physical stamina or mastery of cybernetic intrusion. I shall opt for mastery of cybernetic intrusion, he declared. Subsequently, the proprietor of the establishment presented 2 bowls of beef noodle soup. Your repast, gentlemen, the proprietor announced. During Mr. Su and AMP, Oppo's contemplation is. Yang Jingxian had surreptitiously beseeched the proprietor to substitute her vegetarian dish with beef noodle soup. Mr. Su did not object, as his initial statement had been facetious. Midway through their repast, Ms. Yang Jingxian abruptly ceased her consumption and exclaimed with palpable excitement, "We are about to orchestrate a bank heist. The very notion is exhilarating." Her proclamation startled an elderly gentleman at an adjacent table, causing him to dislodge his chopsticks. However, upon observing Ms. Yang Jingxian and Mr. Su, the elderly gentleman regained his composure and resumed his meal, dismissing their statement as jest. The elderly gentleman was not alone in his assessment. The other patrons and the proprietor of the establishment shared the same sentiment. The proprietor even scoffed at the notion of the duo successfully executing a bank heist. Mr. Su initially harbored concerns that Ms. Yang Jingxian and AMP, Oppo's outburst would prompt a patron to alert the authorities. However, upon observing the reactions of the other occupants, he was reassured. It was evident that no one perceived them as genuine malefactors. Ms. Yang Jingxian, cognizant of this, continued her discourse. Mr. Su, how do you intend to extricate our accomplice from the detention center? The facility is likely teeming with law enforcement personnel, rendering a rescue operation exceedingly difficult. A solution shall be devised. It is merely a matter of extracting an individual from a detention center. It should not prove insurmountable, Mr. Su responded through a mouthful of noodles. The elderly gentleman at the adjacent table choked on his noodles and cast another glance at Ms. Yang Jingxian and Mr. Su. These 2 young people, how much have they imbibed? They speak of bank heists and prison breaks. Their audacity knows no bounds. They speak as if it were reality. Why not profess an ability to pilot aircraft? The elderly gentleman's visage was captured by Ms. Yang Jingshuan's broadcasting device. The online audience was amused. What is the appellation of our new associate, as disclosed by the program and AMP, Oppos, as producers? What is their vocation? What is their gender? Ms. Yang Jingsuan inquired. Mr. Su was taken aback. It was apparent that Ms. Yang Jingxian no longer perceived herself as a hostage. She had embraced the role of an accomplice. Our associate? You are a hostage, Mr. Su retorted. After swallowing the contents of his mouth, Mr. Su replied, a female. Her name is purportedly Zhou Qiao. Her specific occupation remains unknown to me. Is she aesthetically pleasing? Ms. Yang Jingsuan inquired. I am not privy to such information, Mr. Su replied, shaking his head. The telephonic communication alluded to her comeliness, but I have not beheld her. Upon learning that their new associate was a woman of beauty, Ms. Yang Jingxian immediately ceased her consumption. I believe that extricating her from the detention center is unrealistic. Perhaps we should proceed without her. Mr. Su demurred. We must effect her rescue. While it is a formidable undertaking, it is imperative. Ms. Song Yishua intimated that our new associate possesses encyclopedic knowledge of banking institutions and proficiency in cybernetic intrusion. Her expertise would be invaluable to our operation. The duo concluded their repast, remunerated the proprietor, and departed the establishment. Soon after, the elderly gentleman's telephonic device emitted an auditory signal. The caller was his grandson. Grandfather, are you currently partaking of a meal at your usual noodle establishment? The elderly gentleman was taken aback. Indeed. How did you ascertain this? I observed you on a broadcasting platform. What broadcasting platform? Is it a platform featuring aesthetically pleasing women? I have cautioned you against excessive consumption of such content. Grandfather, do you not partake of platforms featuring aesthetically pleasing women as well? I'm watching a broadcast of a bank heist. It is a popular program. The individuals who were seated opposite you were preparing to execute a bank heist. The elderly gentleman was aghast. Those two individuals are, in fact, preparing to execute a bank heist? They are broadcasting their intentions? What audacity! Chapter 87. How unconventionally does Su Mo operate? In the detention center, members of the investigation team had arranged themselves strategically, with one sitting on a chair positioned directly opposite the entrance. From this vantage point, no one entering or exiting could escape their watchful gaze. This was the sole entrance and exit of the facility, to enter or leave. One had no choice but to pass through here. Su Mo aimed to rescue someone? Impossible. The viewers in the live stream, witnessing the investigation team and Oppos' actions, could hardly contain their anxiety for Su Mo. How cunning could this investigation team be? Sitting at the entrance with a small stool? Is this how they conduct their operations? With only one door so tightly guarded, how could anyone hope to effect a rescue? This was blatant cheating. Whether robbing a bank or attempting a rescue at a detention center, the element of surprise was essential. Why should they alert the investigation team in advance? Knowing Su Mo and Oppos' next move rendered their efforts futile. What about that brother who had a penchant for monitors and herring cans? Wooden and Oppos. He take another gamble? I bet he won an Oppos. Go away. Li Chun, you must keep a close watch. Do not blink, Chun teased. Known as the human camera, Li Chun smiled. Rest assured. I have my eyes peeled. Should Su Mo dare to appear, I will immediately see through his ruse. With Li Chun and Oppos' assurance, the remaining 3 members of the investigation team felt a sense of security. There was but a single door to the detention center, and they had it secured. With Li Chun, the human camera, on the lookout, could Su Mo really come to rescue someone? Not a chance. The moment Su Mo dared to show himself at the entrance, he would be exposed and captured. At that point, their mission would be deemed a resounding success. Unlike the previous time, when Su Mo had eluded them, this time they held the upper hand. There was no need to exhaust themselves searching for Su Mo. They merely had to wait for him to come to them. Han Fei felt an unprecedented ease, thinking this time Su Mo was surely out of options. Sitting beside him, Shin Manny voiced her concerns. Su Mo must realize we are waiting for him in the detention center. Wouldn't he be foolish enough to walk into a trap? Do you think he might skip rescuing his accomplice and head straight for the bank instead. Before she could finish, Chun-Ku swiftly countered, "Impossible. Robbing a bank isn't as simple as it sounds. If it were that easy, wouldn't there be daily heists? Moreover, Sumo is alone. What can he accomplish by himself? A couple of bank security guards will be enough to pin him down." With a chuckle, Chun-Ku added, "If he were truly brave enough to rob a bank alone, it would save us the trouble. Once the security guards apprehend him, they would surely call the police, making our job even easier." Li Chun chimed in, "Exactly. If he intends to rob a bank, he must seek assistance. Sumo will undoubtedly prioritize rescuing his accomplice." Both Chun-Ku and Li Chun expressed their opinions, prompting Shin Manny to turn to Han Fei. "Captain Han, what do you think?" "I share their views," Han Fei pondered. "Sumo will certainly attempt to save his accomplice. The person sent into the detention center by the production team is well acquainted with the bank. This ally significantly enhances his chances of success in a heist. Sumo would not overlook such an advantage." Shin Manny contemplated interjecting further, but saw the resoluteness in the three men's expressions. She refrained from speaking, realizing perhaps she had been overthinking. Alone, Sumo would indeed struggle to rob a bank. He must first save his accomplice. Just then, Han Fei and Oppo's phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Director Wang. As soon as Han Fei answered, Wang's voice rushed in. "Old Han, you need to come to my office immediately. Sumo has started robbing a bank. We've received multiple reports of the incident." Han Fei, wasn't it just moments ago that he asserted Sumo wouldn't go for the bank first? Yet now, he was indeed in the midst of a heist? "Yes. We've received numerous alarm calls, and upon reviewing the bank surveillance, we've confirmed a man and a woman are robbing it. I've dispatched officers to the scene. Hurry over." "Understood," Han Fei replied, hanging up the phone while swiftly rising to his feet. "Let's go. Sumo has commenced the bank robbery. Old Wang just informed me." Li Chun stared at Han Fei in bewilderment. Wait, he really went alone? Though filled with confusion and shock, the remaining three did not linger. Time was of the essence. Chun-Ku, Shin Manny, and Li Chun quickly rose, jogging out of the detention center in trance. They hurried to their parked vehicles and sped toward the police station. Han Fei's expression darkened. Just moments ago, he had confidently stated Sumo would first come to rescue someone. Now, he received a call informing him Sumo was robbing a bank. He was fuming at Sumo, this rascal, who was completely unpredictable. Wasn't this a slap in the face? The viewers in the live stream were watching closely. He had so emphatically claimed Sumo would prioritize the rescue. Yet Sumo had chosen to forego that and head straight for the bank instead. It wasn't just Han Fei feeling humiliated. Chun-Ku and Li Chun were equally infuriated, their teeth gritted in frustration. The viewers in the live stream reveled in Han Fei and Oppo's predicament, cheering, "Sumo is incredible. Single-handedly robbing a bank. What a rapid turn of events. Sumo, didn't see that coming, did you? I'm not here to save anyone. I'm going straight for the bank." You all just laugh, unaware that Gigi is nearly grinding his teeth to dust in frustration. Han Fei and his team did not rush directly to the bank. After all, officers were already responding to the scene, and their assistance would be minimal. Thus, after leaving the detention center, they made their way to the police station. Upon arriving at Director Wang and Oppo's office, Han Fei entered without knocking. "Can you please knock next time you come in? Don't I deserve some privacy?" Wang shot Han Fei a sideways glance. However, their familiarity rendered such concerns trivial, and Wang continued, "You arrived just in time. Look at this. Here's the bank surveillance footage. These two are robbing the bank. This one is Sumo, right?" Han Fei scrutinized the footage for a moment before nodding. The video wasn't particularly clear, yet he could discern Sumo's identity by his stature and clothing. Upon seeing Han Fei nod, Chapter 88, "Is Sumo serious?" Upon receiving the alarm, the Hangzhou police promptly initiated a comprehensive containment strategy, deploying a substantial contingent of officers to encircle the bank from all cardinal directions, effectively sealing off any potential escape routes for Sumo concurrently. Specialized units were assigned to monitor the peripheries of the bank and scrutinize the internal surveillance feeds, aiming to meticulously track Sumo and Oppo's every action. A meticulously crafted dragnet was now in place, its quarry being Sue Mo, the individual who had long vexed the investigative task force. In approximately 5 minutes, our personnel will arrive at the bank. Sue Mo is still inside, and any attempt to flee at this juncture would be futile, remarked Director Wong, glancing at his timepiece. On this occasion, the influential figure had instructed the production team to task Sue Mo with a bank robbery scenario, primarily to evaluate the bank's security protocols and identify any potential vulnerabilities. Should any such deficiencies be uncovered, proactive measures could be implemented to preempt future exploitation. Conversely, a flawless assessment would affirm the bank's robust defenses. The security of banking institutions is inextricably linked to law enforcement's efficacy, encompassing response times, on-site procedures, safeguarding hostages, and apprehending perpetrators. Director Wong approached this operation with utmost seriousness. Despite its designation as a drill intended to foster experience and assess security, he insisted on unwavering focus and diligence, mindful of the scrutiny from higher echelons. Witnessing Director Wong's meticulous preparations, Li Chun mused that Sue Mo's capture was virtually assured. Offering a wry smile, Sue Mo must be deranged, attempting a bank heist while encumbered by a dependent. I fail to see how he intends to evade capture, remarked, his countenance reflecting nonchalance as he glanced at Han Fei. Team Leader Han, it appears we can stand down. Director Wong has dispatched a plethora of officers. Sue Mo is certain to be apprehended. It's rather curious that Sue Mo chose to prioritize the robbery over rescuing the hostage. Don't you think? Trailed off, shaking his head, convinced of Sue Mo's imminent capture. From the vantage point of the police station and through the bank surveillance network, Director Wong and the investigative team observed the dispatched officers converging upon the bank's perimeter, swiftly dismounting and establishing a comprehensive cordon, gradually tightening their encirclement. The bank was now hermetically sealed. Judging by the police and Oppo's resolute posture, Director Wong and Oppo's assessment appeared accurate. Sue Mo and Oppo's escape was virtually impossible. The operation and Oppo's as commanding officers signaled the advance, declaring, Teams 1 and 2, accompany me inside to apprehend the suspect. Teams 3 and 4, maintain the perimeter to prevent any escape attempts. Upon uttering these words, the officers brandished their firearms. However, given the exercise in Oppo's nature, the weapons were loaded with non-lethal rounds, save for a warning blank. The remaining projectiles were rubber bullets, incapable of causing fatalities, albeit capable of inflicting considerable pain. Before entering the bank, the commanding officer issued a final directive. Remember, upon encountering Sue Mo, instruct him to remain stationary. Should he resist, discharge a warning blank. If he persists, deploy the rubber bullets, targeting his posterior until he is incapacitated. Only then shall we move in for the arrest. With these instructions imparted, he led Teams 1 and 2 toward the entrance. Abruptly, Director Wong and Oppo's voice reverberated through their earpieces. What do you think you and Oppo's redoing? Who authorized the direct assault? The officers remained silent. Their audacious approach stemmed from the exercise in Oppo's nature, wherein the robber posed no genuine threat to the hostages, obviating any need for restraint. Director Wong, discerning their rationale, continued, This is a drill, and you are aware that the robber poses no harm. But what of future encounters with genuine criminals? Would you still charge him with guns blazing? Understood, Director Wong. The commanding officer replied, acknowledging the imprudence of their actions. He promptly halted their advance and procured a megaphone. After adjusting the device, he addressed the bank, Attention, suspect. The premises are surrounded by law enforcement. Cease all resistance and refrain from any rash actions. Inside the bank, patrons awaiting service were bewildered by the announcement. Robber. A robber in the bank? Are we experiencing a bank robbery? A wave of panic swept through the bank. The audacity of robbing a bank was synonymous with desperation. Some patrons, overwhelmed by fear, succumbed to hysteria, collapsing onto the floor, convulsing and frothing at the mouth. This sudden collapse triggered further alarm. Oh my God, someone's been murdered. Murder. The cry amplified the prevailing chaos. The bank descended into pandemonium, with patrons either crouching in terror, feigning death, or attempting to flee. A young man, upon exiting the bank, frantically exclaimed to the officers, "Officers, someone in AMP, Oppos, has been murdered. They and AMP, Oppos, re-killing people inside. Hurry, rescue them. My girlfriend and I barely escaped." He paused, stricken with realization. Oh no, my girlfriend? In his panic, he had abandoned his girlfriend. The commanding officer promptly relayed the situation to Director Wong. "Director Wong, Su Mo has lost his mind. He's serious." However, Director Wong, monitoring the surveillance feeds from the police station, appeared perplexed. "Su Mo committed murder? Impossible. I've been monitoring the internal surveillance, which shows him at the counter demanding money. He hasn't approached anyone, and the patrons are all cowering on the floor. There are no casualties." Director Wong and his team were monitoring two distinct surveillance feeds, one depicting Su Mo and AMP, Oppo's, actions within the bank, and the other capturing the officers surrounding the building. The internal feed showed patrons huddled on the floor, while the external feed revealed a mass exodus. These conflicting images suggested a discrepancy. Han Fei immediately identified the issue. The surveillance. There's something wrong with the surveillance. Su Mo has tampered with the internal feed. Chapter 89. Luring the tiger away from the mountain, the surveillance system within the bank had been tampered with by Su Mo. Han Fei stated this succinctly, prompting immediate exchanged glances among the others. Apart from Han Fei, the rest shared the same suspicion. The discrepancies between the bank and AMP, Oppo's, internal and external surveillance footage were glaringly evident. The only plausible explanation was that Su Mo had manipulated something. Although Director Wong and his team had their suspicions, they still wished to conduct a final verification. They rushed into the bank to assess the current situation. Director Wong and AMP, Oppo's, voice echoed through the earpiece to the officers. The leading officer, unaware of Su Mo's interference with the surveillance, was perplexed by the sudden command from Director Wong. However, he refrained from questioning it and promptly executed the order, leading two teams of officers into the bank. Upon entering, the officers were taken aback. The interior of the bank was in utter disarray. Some individuals lay on the floor, frothing at the mouth, others crouched, trembling, and a few shouted, "There's a bank robbery. People are being killed," while running towards the exit. The scene was chaotic, yet the robbers were nowhere to be found. At that moment, the officers began to doubt their own eyesight. How could they not see the robber portrayed by Su Mo? Or was it possible that Su Mo was never there at all, and there were no robbers in the bank? Yet if there were no robbers, how could one explain the panicked behavior of the people inside? Unbeknownst to them, the current chaos was entirely of their own making. The bank customers, having overheard the police and Oppos, calls about the robber, assumed there was indeed a threat, resulting in their frantic reactions. However, the officers believed that Su Mo, disguised as the robber, was the cause of the turmoil, and they speculated that he had already mingled with the crowd. After a brief moment of shock, the officer in charge of the capture relayed the situation to Director Wong. "Director Wong, the bank is in complete disarray, and we have not located Su Mo. I suspect he is blended into the crowd. I will ensure every individual in the bank is detained and screened." Following this, the officer issued commands to the other teams. Teams 3 and 4, do not allow anyone to escape the bank. I suspect Su Mo is hiding among the masses. Just then, Director Wong and Oppo's voice came through the earpiece once more. "No need for that effort. Return immediately. Su Mo is not in the bank." Director Wong had initially sent the officers in to confirm the state of the surveillance. Now, he had his answer. The officers had rushed into the bank and reported the chaos, but the internal footage revealed that they had not entered at all, and there was no pandemonium inside. Everyone was huddled on the floor. What chaos could there possibly be? The bank surveillance had indeed been tampered with, Director Wong stated. Li Chun furrowed his brow. So Su Mo is not robbing the bank. What could he possibly want? Why would he waste time tampering with the surveillance? Luring the tiger away from the mountain. Han Fei murmured, glancing at Director Wong. That little rascal manipulated the surveillance to draw us away, allowing him to rescue someone. Without hesitation, Han Fei dashed out of the police station. Shin Manny, Li Chun, and Chen Ke quickly followed suit, leaving the station as well. In the vehicle, as Han Fei fastened his seatbelt, he spoke. Li Chun, call the detention center and have them keep an eye on the entrance. We must not allow Su Mo to enter. Chen Ke, drive us back now. Hearing this, Li Chun pulled out his phone and dialed the number of the detention center's officer, which he had just gotten today. The alarm call received by Director Wong and the surveillance footage from within the bank were all Su Mo's handiwork. The alarm was a voice synthesis created from sounds Su Mo extracted from a movie, transmitted to the police via a virtual number. As for the footage seen by the investigation team at the police station, it was also a video that Su Mo had pre-edited. Su Mo hacked into the bank and Oppo's surveillance system, replacing the live feed with his pre-made video. The police were completely unaware and never imagined that the alarm call they received was fabricated. Nor did they suspect that the internal surveillance footage was also pre-edited by Su Mo. The viewers in the live stream, who had witnessed Su Mo execute all of this, erupted in excitement. Incredible. Su Mo is also a hacker. I just want to know what other skills this guy possesses. He seems to excel at everything. Thank goodness he is just a corporate worker. If he were a real criminal, the police would be in serious trouble. Su Mo is a true polymath. I even suspect he can smash stones with his chest. What the viewers did not realize was that hacking skills were a recent reward from the system. Prior to this, Su Mo had no such abilities. All the actions performed at the Black Internet CAF were thanks to the system and Oppo's awarded hacking skills. It was fortunate that Su Mo had chosen hacking as his skill. Had he opted for a 2-point increase in physical strength, he would have been utterly helpless. This series of operations was completed by Su Mo before he headed to the detention center, all accomplished at a Black Internet CAF. By the time the police received the alarm and dispatched officers, Su Mo had already taken a taxi with Yang Jingxian en route to the detention center. It was only now that the police realized they had been outsmarted by Su Mo. Meanwhile, Su Mo had arrived at the detention center. His earlier exploits in the Black Internet CAF had completely captivated Yang Jingxian. Even now, she struggled to process what she had witnessed. With a look of astonishment, she turned to Su Mo. Are you a hacker? Sort of. Su Mo nodded. Could you help me get a permanent membership for QQ? Su Mo replied. I see you resemble a penguin. Yang Jingxian quickly recognized that her request was rather trivial, considering the prowess of such a formidable hacker. After a moment's thought, she continued, Can you hack into someone else in Oppo's computer? Su Mo nodded yes. Really? Yang Jingxian exclaimed, her excitement palpable. I've been watching a drama called The Man Who Drives and the Woman Who Holds the Pot. There are only 2 episodes left until the finale, but I have to wait a few days for them to be released. Can you hack into the producer and amp Oppo's computer? I want to see the ending early. Su Mo. In the previous moment, the viewers in the live stream had been discussing Su Mo. Now, they were utterly bewildered. A permanent QQ membership? Ha ha. Yang Jingxian's thought process. Seriously, hackers usually aim for financial gain, yet she is thinking about a permanent QQ membership, and she wants to hack into the producer's computer for a drama? I can't believe she could think of that. I'm a hacker. Anyone want a permanent QQ membership? It's $200 for a lifetime, and I can also hack drama resources for $10 an episode. Scam artist CNM. Be careful not to get duped by that self-proclaimed hacker. He just scammed me out of $220. I got scammed too, that fraudster. I curse you to have 2 sons with PY. Chapter 90. Is Su Mo a hacker? Is that alright? I don't want a permanent penguin membership. I just wish to watch 2 episodes of a drama. Yang Jingxian expressed her anticipation while gazing at Su Mo. Fine. Su Mo nodded. But not right now. You need to help me with something first. Upon hearing Su Mo's willingness to assist, Yang Jingxian immediately agreed without a second thought. Great. Just tell me what you need me to do. Su Mo leaned closer to her ear and whispered his forthcoming plan. Meanwhile, at the bank, the officers executing the task were momentarily bewildered. Director Wong, why did you send us back? One officer began, only to be interrupted by Wong. Su Mo is not inside the bank. He didn't end Oppo's rob it at all. He tampered with the bank and Oppo's surveillance. I saw the footage where he was at the counter, coercing the teller for money. Upon hearing this, the officers instinctively glanced towards the counter, finding it utterly empty. Wong continued, return to base, and remember to soothe everyone's nerves. If anyone fainted or got hurt while escaping, send them to the hospital, and we will cover the expenses. Back at the police station, Wang felt disheartened. This exercise had been a total disaster. Suemo had led them in circles. He had just instructed someone to check the reported emergency calls, only to discover they were all virtual numbers. The emergency calls and the bank surveillance footage were entirely fabricated. Wang pondered, wasn't Sumo just an ordinary office worker? How could he report false alarms using virtual numbers, hack the bank surveillance, and replace real-time footage with pre-recorded video? Such feats are beyond the capabilities of an average office worker. This can only be accomplished by a hacker. Is Suemo a hacker? Yet, his records make no mention of it. Had they known he was a hacker, they would not have suffered such a setback. If they had been aware of his true capabilities, they might have avoided falling into his trap. The officers dispatched to apprehend Suemo upon receiving Wang's orders immediately chose to regroup. They left a team behind to calm the frightened individuals, explaining that there were no robbers in the bank. It was merely a drill. Once informed that it was a false alarm, everyone collectively sighed in relief and expressed their understanding. A burly man, holding a girl's hand, approached the officers, expressing his gratitude. "Officer, thank you so much. I've been single for over 20 years, and because of your drill, I've found my other half," he exclaimed, pulling the girl closer with a broad smile. For him, this was a remarkable stroke of luck. The police and Oppo's drill had directly ended his bachelorhood. Wasn't Oppo's the splendid outcome? The girl, blushing, playfully nudged his robust arm, saying, "Stop it." The officer was momentarily taken aback, surmising that this man had just protected the girl during the bank incident, thus winning her affection. However, at that moment, a young man barged in. "Babe, I Oppo's. He finally found you." The officer said this was a drill, not a real robbery. "So we're safe. But who is this man holding you?" In that instant, the young man felt a warmth enveloping him, as if someone was concerned about him feeling cold, providing an invisible hat. The girl rolled her eyes, her expression utterly indifferent. "Who are you calling, babe?" "Don and Oppo's. Say that. You might make my boyfriend misunderstand." The young man widened his eyes in disbelief. "I'm your boyfriend." "Ex-boyfriend," she retorted. "I've seen the truth now. When danger struck, you ran away. I must have been blind to have ever liked you." With that, she tugged at the burly man and Oppo's arm, and they turned to leave, leaving the young man standing there in utter confusion. He felt as though his mind was buzzing, his legs leaden and immovable, watching helplessly as his girlfriend walked away with another man, growing increasingly distant. Eventually, he snapped out of his stupor. "I lost my girlfriend." In the midst of a drill, she ran off to someone else's arms. The officers, equally bewildered, found the situation somewhat melodramatic. One placed a hand on the young man and Oppo's shoulder, offering him a cigarette. Though no words were exchanged, their understanding was palpable. Meanwhile, the investigation team was en route back to the detention center. Han Fei, having smoked nearly half a pack, was still struggling to comprehend how Suemo could possibly be a hacker. His records made no mention of such a skill. Yet, based on their current findings, it was evident that Suemo must indeed be a hacker. Otherwise, the fabricated emergency calls and the bank's internal surveillance footage could not be explained. As for Suemo seeking assistance, that was improbable. No one would dare aid him in such illicit activities. After all, reporting false emergencies and hacking bank surveillance are criminal acts. Suemo could only manage this due to his unique circumstances. As he operated under a sort of immunity, Han Fei was almost certain that manipulating the surveillance was an act only Suemo could accomplish. However, if Suemo truly possessed hacking skills, why was there no mention of it in his personal records? Unless Suemo had secretly learned hacking and had never utilized it. Li Chan was infuriated, his teeth grinding in frustration. A hacker? How unbelievable. If we had known earlier, we wouldn't Oppo's. He had fallen for his trap. Indeed, Chun Ke, who was driving, chimed in with a scoff. That tactic was executed flawlessly. Damn it. He slammed the steering wheel in frustration, his composure unraveling. Han Fei sighed. Despite their numerous encounters with Suemo, they were well acquainted with his methods. They should have realized that when he opted not to rescue anyone and instead proceeded to rob the bank, it was a ruse. But the issue lay in the hacking skills. Who could have anticipated that Su Mo was a hacker? Who would have thought the bank surveillance was manipulated? Had they known Su Mo and Apos as true identity, they might have been spared from such an elaborate deception. At the detention center, a woman stood outside, calling out loudly, "Officer, where's my brother? I was told he would be released yesterday. I've been waiting at home all day without seeing him. I've called, but no one is answering. Did you not release him?" As she spoke, she attempted to enter the facility, capturing the attention of the officers at the entrance. "That can't be. Our release schedule is never mistaken. What is your brother's name?" "I can help you check," one officer replied. While the officer conversed with the woman, a police officer, clad in uniform with his cap pulled low, hurriedly entered the detention center. Chapter 91. The prison break operation. The officer in uniform, with the brim of his hat pulled low, was Su Mo. The woman at the entrance, who was helping to divert attention, was Yang Jingxian. Upon seeing Su Mo, disguised as a police officer, successfully entered the detention center under her cover, Yang Jingxian let out a sigh of relief. She had accomplished the task entrusted to her. The officer she had spoken to was still unaware that the colleague who had just entered was Su Mo. He even inquired about Yang Jingxuan's brother. "What is your brother's name? I can help you check." Yang Jingxian touched her nose and replied, "My brother and Amp, Apos. S name is Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei." The officer appeared momentarily taken aback, muttering, "We have quite a few Zhang Weis here." After conducting a background check, he discovered that the detention center had housed a total of 18 individuals named Zhang Wei. Of these, 10 had been released long ago, 3 were released just yesterday, and 5 remained incarcerated. Upon receiving this information, the officer glanced at Yang Jingxian and said, "Miss, we have had many Zhang Weis here. There are 3 that meet the criteria, all released yesterday. Would you like to see their photos to identify your brother?" Yang Jingxian was taken aback. She had merely conjured a name on a whim. Who would have thought that there were indeed individuals by that name in the detention center? And 3 of them at that. However, Yang Jingxian was not there to locate anyone. Her sole purpose was to assist Su Mo in diverting the officer and Apos' attention so that he could successfully blend in. Now that her task was complete, she had no intention of lingering. Pointing casually at a photo on the computer screen, she said, This is my brother. You released him yesterday, right? I'll go back and try calling him again." With that, Yang Jingxian prepared to leave. The officer, noticing the person she had pointed out, hesitated momentarily before asking him, "This is your brother?" Yes, what in Amp, Apos, that's the matter?" Yang Jingxian replied, puzzled by the officer and Amp, Apos' reaction. Just then, 2 officers entered the detention center, escorting an inmate who happened to be the very Zhang Wei Yang Jingxian had just pointed out. The officer looked at Yang Jingxian and then back at the Zhang Wei being brought in. "No need to search further. Your brother has returned." Following the officer and Apos' gaze, Yang Jingxian was rendered speechless. What a coincidence! Just as she had flippantly claimed that this person was her brother, he appeared before her. The crucial point was that he had only been released yesterday, and now he was back. Had he taken the detention center as his home? While others entered the detention center with long faces, Zhang Wei wore a perpetual grin. He even nodded at the officer, saying, "Xiao Wang, did you miss me? I'm back." The officer gritted his teeth. This kid is a regular around here. He visits the detention center more than he goes home. Each time he is released, he returns in no more than a day, sometimes even within hours of being freed. Everyone in the detention center, both officers and inmates, knew him well, the infamous thief king of Hangzhou, notorious for stealing batteries. Wherever he went, all battery-operated vehicles faced peril. Why can't you find a proper job? The detention center is almost your home. The officer snapped. Zhang Wei shrugged, feigning indifference. Finding a job is impossible, and I have no business skills. I can only steal to make ends meet. The detention center feels like home to me. I absolutely adore the atmosphere here. Everyone is so talented and pleasant to converse with. At that moment, Yang Jingxian just wanted to flee. She had just pointed to the photo, claiming to be Zhang Wei and Apos' sister. Remaining there any longer could lead to complications. If her lie were uncovered, the officers would certainly grow suspicious. With that thought, Yang Jingxian lowered her head and hurriedly exited the detention center. The officer, witnessing her departure, attributed it to her embarrassment, understanding how shameful it must be to have such a brother. Once outside, Yang Jingxian breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. Thankfully, I didn't blow my cover. Meanwhile, in an office within the detention center, the head of the facility received a call from Han Fei. Director Zhang, is there any news? Have any suspicious individuals infiltrated? Rest assured, Director Zhang replied, savoring a sip of tea. After receiving your call, I dispatched personnel to guard the entrance. Not a single suspicious person, not even a fly, has gotten through. When will you be back? Hearing this, the investigation team members felt a wave of relief wash over them. As long as no one had entered, it meant the situation remained under their control. Although Su Mo had executed a clever diversion, he had yet to implement his next plan. Even with the diversion successful, as long as the target had not been rescued, there remained little cause for concern. Han Fei smiled. We in Oppos. We almost there. Thank you for your hard work, Director Zhang. Once we return, you need not trouble yourself with keeping watch. Not at all. It's no trouble, Director Zhang replied. After hanging up, Han Fei turned to the driver, Chun Ku. Drive faster. We don't want to prolong this any further. Got it. Chun Ku pressed down harder on the accelerator. Hold on tight. In a special cell within the detention center, a woman of exquisite physique, appearance, and demeanor resided. Not in confinement, but rather temporarily housed there. This cell was notably cleaner than those of others. This woman was Zhou Qiao, the assistant assigned to Su Mo by the production team. Zhou Qiao sat quietly on the bed in her cell, her long, curled eyelashes framing her sparkling eyes. She pondered whether Su Mo possessed the capability to rescue her from the detention center. At that moment, a voice broke through her thoughts. Hello. Turning towards the sound, Zhou Qiao saw a man in a police uniform smiling at her. Having watched the live broadcast, she recognized Su Mo immediately. Su Montag, how did you get here so quickly? She exclaimed, surprised. According to her expectations, even with his speed, Su Mo should have taken a day or two to arrive. She had not anticipated that the production team had only just delivered her to the police station when Su Mo showed up. Su Mo appraised Zhou Qiao, the assistant assigned to him by the production team. He found her appearance quite appealing, yet her words did not sit well with him. Who as fast? Huh? Who in Oppos as fast? He retorted, a hint of petulance in his tone. After a brief pause, Su Mo inquired, you must be the assistant sent by the production team, correct? Chapter 92, Su Mo and Oppos. Cunning trick. Although the production team assigned Su Mo a helper, they did not divulge much information to him. In fact, Su Mo had not even seen a photograph of this assistant. All he knew was that her name was Zhou Qiao. She was a woman, and a beauty at that. She possessed extensive knowledge of banking and hacking skills. Moreover, this helper was currently confined in a detention center. Upon entering the detention center, Su Mo took a leisurely stroll around. He observed that the majority of the detainees were male, with very few females present. Among those who could be deemed beautiful, there was only one. Notably, Su Mo noticed that the cell housing this beauty was markedly different from the others, clean and tidy. At first glance, it hardly resembled a prison cell. She evidently stood apart from the other inmates, seeming less like a prisoner and more like someone temporarily resting there. Furthermore, she was not clad in prison garb but wore her own clothes. Based on these observations, Su Mo could reasonably conclude that this beauty was indeed the assistant sent by the production team. Seeing that Zhou Qiao had not responded, Su Mo inquired again. You're Zhou Qiao, right? Yes, Zhou Qiao indicated the cell door. It's a bit odd talking through a door like this. Why don't you find a way to open it first? Su Montag nodded. All right, let me demonstrate my skill at bending this iron door with my bare hands. Zhou Qiao. Bend an iron door with bare hands. This partner is so formidable. I didn't notice such talent while watching the live stream. Moreover, the heavy iron door of the detention center was far from flimsy. Surely, no human could bend it open unaided. Yet, a flicker of anticipation stirred within Zhou Qiao as she gazed at Su Mo with excitement. In the next moment, Su Mo pretended to struggle against the iron door with both hands. It won't budge. I'll have to look for the key. Do you know where it is? Zhou Qiao. She admitted that she had briefly harbored a sliver of hope that Su Mo might actually bend the door open. Such hopes were in vain. Upon reflection, she told Su Mo, the key is with a police officer who has a mole on his chin. He was the one who opened the door for me when I arrived today. A police officer with a mole on his chin? I understand, Su Mo nodded. Although he had walked with his head down in the detention center to avoid being recognized, this did not hinder his ability to observe others. He did indeed have a vague impression of the officer with the mole, having spotted him entering the restroom during his earlier wandering. Su Mo turned and made his way back to the restroom. Among the several stalls, one was emitting smoke. It seemed that the officer with the mole was inside, smoking while attending to nature's call. Su Mo approached, adopting a hoarse voice as he feigned a sore throat. Do you have a key? I needed to lock someone up. The officer inside paused for a moment and replied, Who are you? I'm your father. Can't you tell it's me with my hoarse voice? Hand over the key without wasting time. I need it urgently. Upon hearing this, the officer's mind conjured an image of colleague with whom he shared a close rapport, one who often jokingly referred to himself as the officer and Amp, Oppo's father. Relieved of his doubts, he passed the keyring through the gap at the bottom of the stall door. I'm your father, you little rascal. Here's your key, but remember to return it to me afterward. Since Su Mo was dressed in police uniform, there was no suspicion when he reached for the key. The standard uniform sleeves left no doubt about his identity, thoroughly dispelling any doubts in the officer and Oppo's mind. After all, he could never imagine someone daring to impersonate a police officer while wearing the uniform inside a detention center. Receiving the key, Su Mo left and returned to the cell where Zhou Qiao was held. Upon seeing Su Mo back with a keyring in hand, Zhou Qiao and Oppo's eyes widened. You're back already? That was quick. Is it over already? Su Mo waved his hand, adopting a serious demeanor. Stop right there. Don't you dare say I'm fast. He located the corresponding key and unlocked the cell, casually handing the bag he had brought to Zhou Qiao. Put this on. I'll take you out. Zhou Qiao opened the bag to discover a police uniform inside. It was clear that she was to change into the uniform and pretend to be an officer to escape. She glanced up at Su Mo, who was leaning against the door and intently watching her. Though she said nothing, her meaning was unmistakable. She needed privacy to change. Understanding her implication, Su Mo reluctantly turned his back. Behind him, the sound of rustling fabric reached his ears. Moments later, he felt a tap on his shoulder. I'm ready. Turning around, Su Mo was met with the sight of Zhou Qiao clad in the police uniform he had brought. He assessed her appearance and nodded in approval. You look quite convincing. Shall we go now? Zhou Qiao urged. Su Mo shook his head, remaining motionless. We can't just walk out like this. Zhou Qiao's face contorted in confusion. Why can't we leave? We've already changed into the uniform. Even with the uniform, we aren't actual officers. The people here don't know us. And there's someone guarding the main entrance, specifically watching for me. If we walk out openly like this, we will definitely be recognized, Su Mo explained succinctly. Zhou Qiao was perplexed. Can't we leave? How did you get in here then? He snuck in, Su Montag replied. I had someone distract the officer while I slipped in unnoticed. He then flashed a mischievous grin. Don't worry, I have a plan, but it will require the officer to be busy for a while. Seeing that expression, Zhou Qiao instinctively felt that Su Mo and Oppo's plan was likely a dubious one. Indeed, Su Mo's devised method was rather underhanded. In the next moment, Su Mo jingled the keyring in his hand and proceeded to unlock all the other cells one by one. At first, the inmates were bewildered, questioning the sudden opening of the doors. Curiosity piqued. One inmate poked their head out to discover that all the cell doors had swung wide open. As the doors flew open, Su Mo proclaimed, "You are all free." Initially, the inmates were stunned, hesitant to flee. It wasn't until one inmate took the lead and bolted that the others, seeing their comrade's escape, followed suit. Chaos ensued, with countless inmates in prison garb shouting freedom. As they rushed out, Chapter 93. The born criminal the prisoners currently making their escape are those with a modicum of courage. As for the timid souls, they remain huddled in their cells, too afraid to move. They do not believe in the notion of falling into good fortune. After all, The officers have worked hard to apprehend and confine them. Could they simply be released on a whim? Suemo also observed that there remained a portion of inmates still cowering in their cells, hesitant to flee. For Suemo, the more chaos that ensued, the greater his chances of escape. At this moment, he fervently wished for the flames to spread wider. Thus, he added more fuel to the fire. We are conducting a drill to simulate the escape of prisoners. Your task is to cooperate with us, the police, and run away, he announced. Those who perform well in this exercise may earn the opportunity for a reduced sentence. Those who remain motionless in their cells will not have such an opportunity. As soon as the words left his mouth, those still hiding in their cells were stirred. The officers had stated it was a drill, and those who performed admirably could indeed gain a reduction in their sentences. What were they waiting for? Even if it was just for the sake of leniency. They had to run. After a brief moment of contemplation, a small group surged out of their cells. Seeing this, the remaining prisoners decided to follow suit. After all, they had heard the officers clearly. Cooperating with the police during the drill and running swiftly meant performing well. This was a chance for a reduced sentence. How could they resist? They had not even considered that Suemo might be deceiving them, nor could they fathom that he was not a police officer at all. After all, who would dare impersonate an officer in a detention center and release all the prisoners? As Suemo watched the inmates rush out in a frenzy, a satisfied nod came over him. He turned to Zhou Xiao. Let's go. Our identities are now those of officers capturing escaped prisoners, allowing us to leave through the front door without raising any suspicion. At this moment, Zhou Xiao was utterly stunned. Swallowing hard, she stared wide-eyed at Suemo. Although she had suspected that his methods might be somewhat unscrupulous, she could never have imagined that they would be so underhanded. Not only had he impersonated an officer, but he had also audaciously released the prisoners. The key question was, did these prisoners truly have the audacity to flee? Surely, if they did escape, they would only face harsher penalties upon being recaptured. Originally, this situation had nothing to do with the inmates, but now, they were all dragged into Suemo and Appo's scheme and would inevitably suffer the consequences. Is this the method you just proposed? How did you know they would cooperate? What if they were all too scared to escape? Zhou Xiao stammered after a long pause. Suemo smiled. That one in Appo's happened. With so many prisoners, there are bound to be a few brave souls. Once one person runs, the rest will follow in a frenzy. That in Appo's has called her mentality. He paused, gently patting Zhou Xiao on the shoulder. Now that the waters are thoroughly muddied, the other officers will likely be preoccupied with capturing the fleeing prisoners. We can exit through the front door without raising any suspicions. With that, Suemo strode forward without looking back. Zhou Xiao quickly followed, unable to shake the feeling of reassessing Suemo bold, meticulous, and undeniably cunning. He was the very embodiment of a natural-born criminal. In that moment, she even began to wonder if Suemo had a criminal record. The prisoners of the detention center had all escaped, leaving the officers in a state of bewilderment. What in the world is going on? Why are you all just standing there? Capture them. Don and Appo's, let them run away. Stand down. I warn you one last time. Escaping will lead to harsher sentences. However, the prisoners paid no heed to the officers and Appo's shouts. One particularly brazen inmate responded with defiance. Harsher sentences? Don't try to scare me. If I perform well this time, you'll have to reduce my sentence. The officers were dumbfounded. What do you mean perform well? What reduction? Is he out his mind? The thought of seeking leniency while escaping was outrageous. The inmates quickly surged toward the exit. Young Jingsuan, waiting at the door for Suemo and Appo's emergence, witnessed the spectacular sight of prisoners in their uniforms fleeing en masse. The sheer spectacle ignited a surge of adrenaline within her, prompting an exclamation. What the hell? An escape? Are these prisoners completely wild? If this were ancient times, a mass revolt might make sense. But what era are we in now? To attempt an escape? ISN and Appo's that courting death? Do they honestly believe they can get away with it? Although she was unsure why the prisoners had collectively decided to flee, Yang Jingxian had a nagging suspicion that Suemo was somehow involved. The camera at her collar captured the entire scene, broadcasting it live. The viewers in the stream were equally stunned. What the hell? What is happening? Prisoners are escaping? Why is there fire? This is exhilarating. Why on earth would these prisoners escape? I can Oppos. Shake the feeling that Su Mo is behind this. I bet a pack of spicy strips that this is all his doing. I'll wager 10 packs. In the background of the live stream, Song Ishue, monitoring the situation, was momentarily stunned by the chaos captured by Yang Jingxian and Oppos as camera. She instinctively thought she was seeing things. Yet, after rubbing her eyes, she realized it was no illusion. This was indeed a prison break. A massive one at that. Like the viewers, she was convinced that Su Mo was involved. This is madness. Su Mo has truly lost it, she muttered repeatedly. Meanwhile, Su Mo and Zhou Xiaoqiao, dressed in police uniforms, mingled among the officers engaged in capturing the fleeing prisoners. As Su Mo had anticipated, they were not suspected at all. The attention of the officers was entirely focused on the escaping inmates. Who would notice two individuals in police attire at such a moment? In this tumultuous atmosphere, their uniforms served as the perfect disguise. With all the prisoners in revolt, two officers would certainly not raise any suspicion. They could boldly exit the detention center, and the other officers would merely assume they were on a mission to apprehend the fugitives. Su Mo did not hurry to lead Zhou Xiaoqiao out through the front door. Instead, he made his way to the officer's office. The detention center was surrounded by vast, open land. While he could arrive by taxi, departing was another matter entirely. Who knew when a taxi might come by? Su Mo was here to find the car keys, intending to drive away from this desolate place. After rummaging around for a while, he indeed found a set of car keys on a desk. Are you really going to steal a police car? Zhou Xiaoqiao stared in disbelief at the keys in Su Mo and Oppos' hand. What do you mean, and Oppos? Steal and Oppos? Su Mo replied with righteous indignation. I and Oppos am merely borrowing it. I intend to return it. Chapter 94. The outlaw borrowed? The words were uttered in a tone of feigned righteousness. Will you ever return it? Clearly, that is impossible. It is almost predictable. Once Su Mo has finished using this vehicle, he will carelessly abandon it in some random place. Returning it after use, that is what borrowing entails. But to leave it behind without a thought, is that truly borrowing? Of course, Zhou Xiaoqiao only thought this in her heart. She would never voice such sentiments. After all, she was now an accomplice of Su Mo. What he had stolen was, in essence, her theft as well. Since she had a share in it, she could not afford to speak so harshly. With this thought, Zhou Xiaoqiao nodded, yes, borrowed. At that moment, Su Mo had already seized the keys and swaggered out of the officer's office. Their audacity to stroll in and casually pocket a set of car keys stemmed from the fact that all the officers were currently preoccupied with apprehending escaped prisoners. The office was deserted. Upon exiting the office, they made their way to the designated parking lot for officers within the detention center, searching for the vehicle. Su Mo pressed a button on the key fob every few steps, soon locating the police car and driving it out. Standing at the entrance, Yang Jingxian was thoroughly entertained. Crime dramas paled in comparison to this spectacle. Those scripted performances were utterly devoid of excitement. This was live coverage, numerous prisoners on the run, officers in pursuit. What a thrill! The only flaw in this scenario was her lack of sunflower seeds and a small stool, which would have heightened her enjoyment. In a brief time, she observed, several prisoners had already been captured, each adorned with shiny, distinctive bracelets. Yang Jingxian witnessed one such scene unfold. As an apprehended prisoner eagerly inquired of the officer, brother, how did I perform? Will I get a sentence reduction? The officer, initially taken aback, soon scoffed, reduction? Of course, you'll get a reduction. For breaking out, right? Just wait until we're done here. The prisoner, upon hearing this, was elated. As long as I can get a reduction, I might be out sooner. Huh. Just then, a police car came to a halt before Yang Jingxian. The driver was none other than Su Mo. The person is rescued. Let us get in the car and leave. Without hesitation, Yang Jingxian opened the door and took her seat. Once inside, she couldn't help but scrutinize the individual Su Mo had liberated from the detention center. So, you are the assistant sent by the production team? Hello, I'm Yang Jingxian. She waved at Zhou Xiaoqiao. Zhou Xiaoqiao was the reply, accompanied by a nod. You're even more beautiful in person than on the live stream. Typically, when a woman is complimented by a man, there may be little emotional reaction, but when praised by another woman, especially a striking one, it is bound to elicit a delightful thrill. Zhou Qiaoqiao's remark instantly made Yang Jingxian feel that this acquaintance had potential. While savoring this moment, Yang Jingxian returned the compliment. "Oh, I'm not that pretty. I think you're the more beautiful one. What brand is that eyeshadow? It looks lovely." Eyeshadow. This is... The two previously unfamiliar women began to engage in lively conversation. The camera attached to Yang Jingxian's collar captured Zhou Qiaoqiao's face. Previously, as the only camera was on Yang Jingxian, the viewers hadn't been able to see Su Mo and Appo's assistant until now. It was only at this moment that they laid eyes on Zhou Qiaoqiao, realizing yet another beauty had emerged. The chat room erupted with excitement. What? Another beauty? What kind of treatment does Su Mo have? Where can I sign up for this show? Is it too late to register? ISN and Appo's. That my wife? Why is she participating in the show? The comments flooded in, filled with playful banter. While Yang Jingxian and Zhou Qiaoqiao chatted animatedly, Su Mo remained focused on driving, showing no interest in their conversation. After a while, the topic shifted to Su Mo himself. Suddenly, Yang Jingxian recalled the escaped prisoner she had seen while waiting for Su Mo. Su Mo, were all those escapees let out by you? Xu Montak nodded seriously. I couldn't just walk out. I needed to devise a way to attract the officer's attention. Though Yang Jingxian had anticipated this outcome, hearing Su Mo confirm it left her momentarily dumbfounded. He had released all the prisoners to divert the officer's focus. She was deeply curious about how he had conceived such an idea. What kind of thought process was this? The viewers in the live stream were equally astonished. I knew this was related to Su Mo. He just let all the prisoners go. Thank goodness he has his buff, otherwise, just releasing the prisoners would have been enough trouble for him. Through the rearview mirror, Su Mo caught sight of Yang Jingxian's bewildered expression and chuckled as he spoke. Let me share with you 4 life maxims. Do not play true love with the ladies. Do not sacrifice for slogans. Feign ignorance when encountering leaders. And stir the waters before addressing issues. With that, Su Mo pointed toward the detention center they had just departed from. This escape was possible because I stirred the waters. Otherwise, we would have certainly been blocked by that fellow at the entrance. Zhou Qiaoqiao wore a wry smile. That may be true, but you stir the waters a bit too much this time. Those are fugitives. It caused chaos to release them all? No, Su Mo shook his head. Those prisoners escape. They're all fools. They have all been caught by the police before, and getting caught again is just a matter of time. Don't underestimate the officer's abilities. The law is relentless and all-encompassing. After a pause, Su Mo added, Of course, I'm the exception. They can't catch me. I am the outlaw. In the live stream, viewers reacted with disbelief. Is he really putting on an act again? Su Mo's bravado deserves full marks. I hope he doesn't get too proud. Fortunately, the production team couldn't watch the live stream. If they saw this segment, it would likely give them a stroke from frustration. The outlaw, Su Mo, you truly are something. But, with so many prisoners escaping, that have an impact on society? Yang Jingxian inquired. Su Mo shook his head once more. The area surrounding the detention center is vast and desolate. There is hardly a soul around. What impact could they possibly have? At most, they might relieve themselves in the wilderness. None of them can make it to the city before getting caught. Upon hearing Su Mo's words, both women felt reassured. As long as it wouldn't lead to adverse consequences, that was sufficient. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, Yang Jingxian asked again, by the way, will their escape extend their sentences? Su Mo scratched his nose and shook his head in seriousness. How would I know? Chapter 95. Han Fei. Is Su Mo simply indulging in frivolity? Will a prison break result in an extended sentence? Is that even a question? Though he feigns ignorance, Su Mo is acutely aware of the consequences. Thanks to his machinations, none of the inmates involved in Today and Appo's escape will evade punishment. Each will face an extension of their sentence. It is likely that the detention center will be unable to accommodate them, necessitating their transfer to prison. After all, a prison break is no trivial matter. While dragging others into misdeeds is undeniably unethical, as long as Sue Mo remains devoid of morality. No one can impose their ethical constraints upon him. Sue Mo's prevarication was evident in the way he rubbed his nose, a gesture clearly observed by Zhou Qiao. From a psychological perspective, such actions coupled with evasive glances are telltale signs of deceit. This indicates that Sue Mo is fully aware of the repercussions of the inmate's escape. He merely chooses not to vocalize them. Although Zhou Qiao is not entirely familiar with the relevant regulations, she can surmise that a prison break is exceedingly serious. The likelihood of extended sentences is inescapable. Considering her own complicity with Sue Mo, she too begins to feign ignorance. If questioned, she will assert her lack of knowledge. Moreover, the individuals incarcerated in the detention center are all criminals. Allowing them an extended period of reform could be deemed a socially beneficial act. The investigation team hurriedly arrived at the detention center, but upon their arrival, they were taken aback. Outside the facility, a chaotic scene unfolded with inmates clad in prison garb fleeing while officers in uniform pursued them. The disorder was palpable. Observing this tumultuous scene, the four instinctively sensed that matters were amiss. Naturally, their unease was not rooted in the fact that the inmates had all escaped. After all, this was merely a detention center and not a high-security prison. Those confined here are not the most vicious of offenders, and many have already been apprehended once before. Even if they all fled, recapturing them would not prove overly time-consuming, albeit it would require considerable manpower. What truly sent shivers down the spines of the investigation team was the realization that Sue Mo had likely orchestrated the escape from within the detention center. Without hesitation, Han Fei flung open the car door and dashed out. At that moment, an officer was escorting a recently apprehended inmate past the investigation team's vehicle. Han Fei immediately approached and inquired, "What on earth is happening?" The officer could only manage a wry smile. The inmates staged a mass escape. "I just caught one and was about to take him back when I have to continue chasing after the others. Today is going to be quite busy." "A mass escape?" Han Fei pressed on. "What about the girl that the production team had detained here? Did she escape too?" "They all ran. Their ISN and AMP, Oppos, a single inmate left in the detention center," the officer replied. Although Han Fei had already suspected the answer, hearing it confirmed left him in disbelief. Sue Mo had indeed orchestrated the escape, freeing not only the girl, but also all the other inmates. Stunned for a moment, Han Fei exclaimed in anguish, "What madness! Why rescue someone only to unleash all the criminals? Is Sue Mo simply indulging in indulgence?" The expressions of both the officer and Han Fei were far from pleasant. Yet, the inmate who had just been recaptured wore a broad grin. Rubbing his hands together, he eagerly looked at the officer. "So, did I perform all this time? Can I have my sentence reduced?" Han Fei. "Officer, you want a sentence reduction after escaping? What are you thinking? What do you mean by sentence reduction?" Han Fei suddenly asked. "Just a sentence reduction," the inmate replied innocently. "Didn't you say that those who performed well during this escape drill would have their sentences reduced?" Before Han Fei could respond, the nearby officer vehemently contradicted him. "What drill? Who told you that escaping would lead to a sentence reduction?" The inmate, noticing the officer and Oppos' expression, grew anxious and began to gesture in explanation. "It was you. A uniformed officer opened all the cell doors and told us it was a drill, saying those who performed well would have their sentences reduced. Surely, you wouldn't try to backtrack on your word?" Upon hearing the inmate's account, Han Fei nearly pieced the entire situation together. It appeared that Sue Mo had donned a police uniform, infiltrated the detention center, obtained the keys to the cells, and under the pretense of a drill, manipulated the inmates into executing this escape. Ultimately, amidst the chaos of the mass breakout, he had seized the opportunity to slip away. Once he clarified the entire situation, Han Fei's eyelid involuntarily twitched. What kind of person resorts to such despicable tactics? He glanced at the officer. It was Sue Mo impersonating an officer who told them this. Upon hearing this, the officer initially paused, then turned to the inmate. "Did you hear that? Someone impersonated an officer. This incident is not our doing." The inmate looked bewildered, his tone growing frantic. "Comrade, how could that be? Who would impersonate an officer inside a detention center? You can amp, Oppos, TB try to weasel out of this. You promised a sentence reduction. How could you not follow through? The new year is approaching, and I was counting on that reduction to return home. The officer could only smile wryly. He too found it hard to believe anyone would dare impersonate an officer within the detention center. But how fortuitous that Su Mo truly had the audacity to do so. If it were us who said that, we would never backtrack. However, the issue is those words did not come from us. This matter is somewhat complex, and how it will be handled depends on higher authorities. But I must caution you, do not harbor too much optimism. After all, a mass escape is no minor offense. It is likely that all of you will face extended sentences. Don't think about celebrating the new year this year, or even next year for that matter. After speaking, the officer turned to Han Fei. Captain Han, I can't discuss this further. I need to take this inmate back for processing. There are many others outside waiting to be apprehended, and time is of the essence. Han Fei said nothing, instead placing a hand on the officer and Oppo's shoulder. He now understood the full scope of events, and continued questioning would only waste the officer's time. At that moment, the smile had vanished entirely from the inmate's face. Initially, he had hoped for a sentence reduction. Now, not only was that hope dashed, but he faced the prospect of an extended sentence. He was already near the end of his term. A few more days would have seen him released. He had been counting on a reduction to ensure he could celebrate the new year at home. Now, it appeared that would be impossible, and to make matters worse, the officer had suggested he might not even be released by next new year. This meant he could potentially face another year behind bars. What a calamity! What a calamity! Overwhelmed by the weight of this revelation, the inmate fainted. Observing this, Han Fei sighed heavily, a pained expression on his face. Xu Montak, look at what you have wrought, and see how it has driven someone to despair. Do you not feel the slightest pang of conscience for your actions? Chapter 96, Jingxian. You are the hostage. The atmosphere within the detention center was decidedly grim, with the officers exhibiting palpable tension. It is well known that for institutions like detention centers and prisons, few occurrences are as grave as a prisoner escape. Particularly alarming this time was the unprecedented mass exodus of inmates. The entire population of the detention center had fled. What a catastrophe! An escape does not merely implicate the prisoners. The officers charged with their custody bear a shared responsibility. After all, these prisoners had escaped during their watch, highlighting a severe lapse in oversight. Even if they managed to recapture the escapees swiftly, they would likely face some repercussions. Should the prisoners remain at large, the consequences would be far more dire. In this escape incident, the officers could not absolve themselves of blame, and the head of the detention center was particularly vulnerable. Should accountability be pursued, his culpability would be even greater. Thus, he dreaded the possibility of any prisoner successfully escaping. Despite the low odds of such an occurrence, anxiety gnawed at him, akin to an ant on a hot pan. In his office, he paced restlessly, fervently hoping that his subordinates would rise to the occasion. Not a single prisoner must be allowed to slip away. Otherwise, his career would be irrevocably tarnished. Meanwhile, the architect of this chaos, Su Mo, remained blissfully unfazed as he drove a police car towards the city center. To him, this was merely a minor inconvenience for the officers and the inmates, so he had long since dismissed the incident from his mind. Would we plan to rob a bank? Yang Jingsuan Sudenli inquired. Zhou Qiaoqiao shot her a bewildered glance. Prior to arriving, she had seen the program. If memory served her correctly, Yang Jingxian was a hostage, a person kidnapped, now cheerfully asking her captor when they would embark on a bank heist. The absurdity of the scene was undeniable. Zhou Qiaoqiao felt compelled to gently remind her, Jingxian, you are supposed to be playing the role of a hostage. At her words, Yang Jingxian pivoted sharply to meet Zhou Qiaoqiao and Oppo's gaze. Yang Jingxian fell silent. The audience in the live stream was left dumbfounded. Ha! A hostage asking the captor when they would rob a bank. It was simply too amusing. If all hostages were like this, the criminals would be overjoyed. This was no hostage. She was clearly someone desperately trying to pass a test to become a bandit herself. Dear, please be cautious. You are a hostage, a hostage. Do not tread the path of no return. After an hour in Oppo's drive, Su Mo parked the car in the city center and left the keys in the vehicle. For him, This signified the return of the car. Furthermore, to assist the officer who had lost the vehicle, he deliberately positioned the car in front of a surveillance camera that monitored illegal parking, ensuring the camera could clearly capture the license plate. Su Mo felt he deserved an award for his thoughtfulness. Let us get out and find a spot to rest our feet, and perhaps plan the bank heist, Su Mo declared, stepping out of the car first. Yang Jingxian and Zhou Xiaoqiao followed suit. No sooner had they exited than a traffic officer approached. Noticing Su Mo in police attire and driving a police vehicle, he recognized him as part of a brother department. Given that the police car had only just come to a halt, the officer approached to suggest that Su Mo move the vehicle. Hey, you can't park here. Even a police car can oppose. Stay here. Could you please move it a bit? Su Mo glanced at the officer and then at the police car, shaking his head. Not moving. The traffic officer was evidently taken aback. Not moving? Even brother departments can oppose. This presumptuous. He was well aware that police vehicles enjoyed the privilege of parking without penalty, but only under certain conditions. If engaged in official duties, they could avoid tickets. However, police cars on duty must have their sirens or lights activated, or at least their hazard lights flashing. Otherwise, a violation would be treated uniformly. The police car in question had neither sirens nor lights activated. It was plainly not on official business. Nevertheless, the officer sought clarification. Are you on official duty? No. Su Mo replied, shaking his head. The officer appeared irritated. You're not on duty, yet you park on the roadside? Right under my nose, boldly flaunting it? Brother departments shouldn't be this arrogant. Move it a bit, will you? There are cameras watching. You might get points deducted. Su Mo thought to himself that he wouldn't oppose. Stop even without cameras. He had parked there specifically for the camera and oppose, as benefit. To make it easier for the officer to locate the car. I'll park here, it's perfectly fine. This spot is conspicuous. And if I get points deducted or fined, it's no concern of mine, Su Mo replied with a smile. Zhou Xiaoqiao and Yang Jingxian exchanged glances, both understanding that Su Mo and Oppo's nonchalance stemmed from the fact that the car did not belong to him. Naturally, he would not care about fines or points since he would not be the one to pay them. However, the traffic officer was oblivious to this fact. To him, Su Mo was dismissively disregarding both him and the rules of the road. Seeing Su Mo's cheerful demeanor ignited a flame of indignation within the officer. What? Are police officers superior to us traffic officers? Straining to contain his anger, he pointed at the parked car and issued a final ultimatum. I'll ask you one more time. Will you move the car or not? Su Mo, now irritated, retorted, not moving. So what? Fine then. The officer pulled out his phone. I want to tolerate this disrespect. You're certain you want to move it? If not, I'll call someone to move it for you. I'll have it towed back to the station. Remember, when not on duty, police vehicles are treated like any other vehicle. He intended to demonstrate his authority. Under normal circumstances, a traffic officer would have backed down, but this officer was determined. He slowed his phone call deliberately, hoping Su Mo would relent and move the vehicle, allowing him to overlook the situation. However, Su Mo had no intention of moving. Instead, he shrugged. All right, tow it if you must. With that, he turned and walked away. The officer was left dumbfounded. Tow the car. It must be towed today. We cannot indulge him. No one will get through to me. This car will be towed without fail. Chapter 97. Darken all surveillance along the route. After Su Mo turned to leave, the traffic officer promptly called for a tow truck, preparing to have the vehicle taken to the station. As previously mentioned, police vehicles must adhere to regulations when not on duty. Illegally parked vehicles are subject to penalties. It is unequivocally prohibited to park beneath surveillance cameras. The car must be moved. Observing Su Mo's retreating figure, the officer thought, if you won't move your vehicle, very well. I shall find someone to assist you. The viewers in the live stream were in awe of Su Mo's audacious maneuver. 66666. I'm thoroughly impressed by Su Mo's cunning tactics. All the bamboo shoots on the mountain have been snatched up by him, leaving the pandas famished. Panda and amp. Oppos. Return my bamboo and amp. Oppos. I wonder how the person who abandoned the car will react when they receive a call from the traffic officer. Ha ha ha. Noticing the peculiar expressions on Yang Jingxian and Zhou Xiao's faces, Su Mo declared with righteous fervor, "The primary intention is to return the vehicle." Both Zhou Xiao and Yang Jingxian nodded emphatically, understanding his reasoning. Indeed, this was the simplest, quickest, and safest method to return the car. The traffic officer would undoubtedly verify the vehicle and Oppo's information and contact the owner to retrieve it, potentially sparing them the hassle of sifting through surveillance footage. As for fines and points on the license, a brief explanation would likely absolve them entirely, considering the police vehicle and Oppo's owner was also a victim. After some meandering, Su Mo returned to the inn where they had encountered the scammer gang. "Let us rest here for the night," he suggested, pointing to the inn. "Still staying here?" Yang Jingxian questioned, unable to comprehend. "Isn't this place already unsafe? Are you sure you don't want to find somewhere else?" Su Mo smiled and shook his head. "There and Oppo's no need to change. The more perilous the location, the greater the safety." "Darkness beneath the light," Zhou Xiao interjected. Prior to joining the program, she had watched the live stream and was aware that Su Mo and his companions had previously stayed at this very inn. "Staying again in a place you've been before. ISN and Oppo's. That and Oppo's. Darkness beneath the light and Oppo's." Su Mo responded to Zhou Xiao. "Indeed, that is the essence." The production team mentioned, "You are a hacker?" "Yes. Then it will be even easier. Can you black out all the surveillance cameras that capture our movements along the route? I mean the stretch from the parking area to the inn." Without hesitation, Zhou Xiao nodded, "Of course." For a hacker, blacking out surveillance is child and Oppo's play. Furthermore, Zhou Xiao understood Su Mo's reasoning. Once the cameras were darkened, it would become exceedingly difficult for the investigators to locate them. "Wait a moment." Yang Jingxian looked at Su Mo with suspicion. "Su Mo, aren't and Oppo's. You also a hacker? Why not handle the blacking out of the cameras yourself?" Su Mo paused for 2 seconds, contemplating. "I want to test her." "You're just being lazy, aren't you?" Yang Jingxian bluntly exposed Sumo ampe Oppo's intentions, leading to an awkward silence. Su Mo chose to disregard her comment and walked straight into the inn. "Boss, we need a triple room." The innkeeper, engrossed in a drama while munching on sweet tangerines, paused upon hearing the request for a room. Looking up, she was taken aback. Despite Su Mo being clad in police attire, she recognized him immediately. "Aren't you the young man fond of separation of wet and dry? I remember you, with the separation of wet and dry, correct?" the innkeeper said with a beaming smile. However, the moment she noticed Su Mo was accompanied by 2 young women, her smile broadened. She thought to herself, the youth of today certainly know how to enjoy life. 2 girls and 1 boy, what a delightful combination. And notably, both girls are dressed in police uniforms. Is this role-playing? How thrilling. Seeing the innkeeper remain silent, Su Mo spoke again. "Do you have a triple room?" Yes. The innkeeper replied cheerfully. "Shall we go with the separation of wet and dry again?" "Yes, separation of wet and dry." The room was prepared swiftly. Su Mo led the 2 women upstairs with a room key in hand. Upon entering the room, Zhou Xiao retrieved a laptop prepared by the production team from her bag and began the task of blacking out the surveillance. Su Mo observed her actions. Based on her technique, he assessed that Zhou Xiao and Oppo's hacking skills were quite proficient. Although not as adept as his own, they were still commendable. Before long, Zhou Xiao completed the task. Turning to Su Mo, she said, "All right, now we are completely safe." "Su Mo, did I pass your test?" "With your skills. How could you not?" Su Mo replied with a smile. Hearing this, Zhou Xiao smiled contentedly. Suddenly, she looked at Su Mo and asked, "Since I was sent to the detention center, I haven't watched the live stream. How did you manage to rescue me? Could you share?" Su Mo reflected on the steps he took to rescue Zhou Xiao and then slowly began to explain, "I also use hacking techniques to black out the bank and Oppo's surveillance." Meanwhile, at the detention center, a police officer's phone rang. Upon answering, he said, "Hello, who is this?" "I am a traffic officer who towed your car. I'm notifying you that your vehicle has been taken to the traffic department." The officer was initially taken aback. "My car has been towed," but he quickly realized, this is a scammer an impersonator posing as a traffic officer. A scam call directed at a police officer? How foolish. Towing a vehicle? That was clearly nonsense. After all, his car was securely parked at the detention center. Traffic officer? So bold. What road did you tow my car from? Stop with the sarcasm. How could you not know where I towed the car from? The officer, now thoroughly convinced this was a scam, continued. Do you even know what kind of car you towed? I know, it's a police car. You realize it's a police car? Then do you know what my profession is? I know. You're a police officer, so what? The officer was taken aback. This scammer has some audacity. Knowing I'm a police officer and still daring to call and scam me? The officer couldn't hold back any longer. I see you scammers have some nerve. Knowing I and Amp, Oppos, am a police officer and still attempting to deceive me? On the other end, the impersonating traffic officer was equally irked. I and Amp, Oppos, and the scammer? You're the one who is trying to scam me. Regardless, I and Amp, Oppos, he notified you. Whether or not you come to retrieve the car is your business. Skeptical, the officer retorted, my car is parked just fine at the detention center. Upon hearing this, the traffic officer grew weary of the conversation and simply hung up. 10 minutes later, the officer was shocked to discover that his car, which had been parked securely at the detention center, had mysteriously vanished. Where on earth is my car? Chapter 98. No more bank heists, now at Amp, Oppos. Armored car heist. The police officer was bewildered. Initially, he thought he might have mistaken the parking location. He wandered around the designated parking lot within the detention center. After all, such a large vehicle shouldn't just vanish. However, after a thorough inspection, he realized that the car genuinely seemed to be gone. Could it be that a thief had stolen the vehicle? That didn't Amp, Oppos, seem plausible either. Who would dare to steal a police car, especially from within a detention center? It was utterly insane. Even a thief with audacity wouldn't Amp, Oppos, have the nerve to attempt such a thing. Filled with confusion, he decided to check the surveillance footage. To his relief, he discovered that his car had been driven away by two individuals dressed in police uniforms. Sighing, he thought, at least it was someone from our team. There was no cause for alarm. He would just need to inquire about who had taken the car. But then, a troubling thought struck him. He suddenly recalled the phone call from earlier, where someone had claimed to be a traffic officer. What if that call wasn't Amp, Oppos, scam? It was entirely possible that the caller was indeed a legitimate traffic officer, and his car had genuinely been towed due to a violation. After a few moments of silence, the officer shouted at the monitor, "Who are these two? Not only did they take my car, but they also had it towed to the traffic department?" Meanwhile, in a guest house, Su Mo and Zhou Xiao had already changed out of their disguising police uniforms. The three of them sat around the computer, discussing the details of their upcoming bank heist. Zhou Xiao, well-versed in banking matters, pointed at the map on the screen and analyzed which bank to target. This one, and this one. But these banks are all in bustling areas with heavy foot traffic. It would be difficult to execute the heist and escape afterward. We also can't rob these banks. They're too close to the police station. The speed at which we could rob a bank might not match the police's response time. And then there are these banks. Look at the traffic on these routes. They and Oppos, always congested. If we rob any of these banks, no matter how we plan our escape, we and Oppos, bound to get caught. Yang Jingxian, Kuden, and Oppos, help, but interrupt Zhou Xiao. Wait a moment. If we follow your reasoning, our options for banks are quite limited. We can't possibly rob a rural credit cooperative. How much money could they pay? Chapter 99. Acting for the production team, upon learning that Su Mo intended to rob an armored truck, the chat room erupted in astonishment. Was Su Mo out of his mind, or was there something wrong with their hearing? Did he really wish to seize an armored vehicle? The guards aboard those trucks wielded shotguns. Attempting such a heist would be tantamount to courting death. Perhaps it would be wiser to rob a bank instead. Even if the take was modest, it would spare them the threat of gunfire. Indeed, robbing a bank seemed a more reasonable pursuit, as there were plenty of them around. Not only were the viewers bewildered, but even Song Yishue, who was monitoring the live broadcast from backstage, paused in disbelief. She had anticipated the production team and Oppos' intentions, recognizing that a bank vault would not hold excessive cash reserves. Had Su Mo truly begun to contemplate abandoning the bank heist in favor of targeting an armored truck? Song Yishue could only think of one thing. Su Mo was being reckless. Robbing a bank, while risky, at least did not involve facing armed guards with real weapons. An assault on an armored truck was simply out of the question. One shot could be fatal. At this moment, Song Yixue placed her hopes on Zhou Qiaoqiao and Yang Jingxian, wishing they could dissuade Su Mo from such a ludicrous notion. However, the situation unfolded quite differently from what she had imagined. After Su Mo announced his plan, Zhou Qiaoqiao pondered for a moment, her eyes suddenly brightening. I think it's feasible. Robbing an armored truck is far easier than a bank. The money in the truck is all neatly packaged. Song Yixue. It was one thing for Su Mo to engage in such folly alone, but now Zhou Qiaoqiao was joining in. Wasn't it common knowledge that the guards on armored trucks were armed? What were they thinking, attempting to rob an armored vehicle? It seemed the only hope left was Yang Jingxian. Perhaps she could convince Su Mo and Zhou Qiaoqiao to abandon this absurd idea, Song Yixue thought. The next moment, Yang Jingxian lowered her head, contemplating the three characters Su Mo had scrawled on the table with a wet finger. She then slowly spoke. What a splendid idea. Let us rob the armored truck. Song Yixue. It was one thing for one or two individuals to be acting foolishly. Now all three were in on it? Did they all not realize that the guards aboard the armored truck were armed? The viewers in the chat room were equally bemused by their responses. Seriously? You believe Sumo's nonsense? Rob an armored truck? No matter how capable Su Mo is, he has still flesh and blood. Can he withstand bullets? Many argued it would be safer to rob a bank. After all, the guards would certainly shoot at any would-be robbers, making a bank heist seem the more prudent choice. At that moment, everyone in the production team and the viewers watching the live stream believed Su Mo was merely being foolish. Little did they know, Su Mo had never truly considered the armored truck as a target. He was well aware that the guards were armed. His declaration about robbing the armored vehicle was merely a ruse for the benefit of the production team. Sumo's real target remained the bank, not for cash, but for the investment gold bars within. The three characters he had inscribed on the table were and Oppos, rob gold bars, and Oppos. The most valuable items in the bank were indeed the gold bars, each weighing a kilogram, perhaps no larger than a mobile phone, yet worth hundreds of thousands. While $1 million in cash might pose a challenge to carry, a gold bar valued at the same amount could be grasped with one hand, allowing for easy mobility. Thus, robbing the bank for its investment gold bars was undoubtedly far superior to attempting to seize cash. Upon seeing the three characters Su Mo had written, Zhou Qiaoqiao and Yang Jingxian grasped this concept and decided to play along with Su Mo, performing a charade for the production team. Their act was convincing, and with the camera angle catching Yang Jingxian in such a way that the table was out of view, Song Yixue genuinely believed Su Mo's intentions lay with the armored truck. This realization set her on edge, as the guards aboard the armored vehicle were indeed armed. As the show's director, she could not allow any mishaps, especially concerning the challenger's safety. Yet, while Song Yixue was frantic, Su Mo casually wiped the three characters off the table. Stretching leisurely, he turned to Zhou Qiaoqiao and Yang Jingxian, saying, I'm going to take a shower. Care to join me? Instantly, the viewers in the chat room erupted in laughter. 666-666, is Su Mo serious? He wants company while he showers? This is beyond delusional. The next moment, Zhou Qiaoqiao stood up. Sure, let us all shower together. She reached out to tug Yang Jingxian along. Yang Jingsuan? Her eyes widened in confusion. Showering is something that is more fun when done together. Noticing Yang Jingxuan's expression, Zhou Qiaoqiao discreetly pointed to the spot where Su Mo had written on the table. Come on, the more the merrier. Following Zhou Qiaoqiao's gesture, Yang Jingxian glanced down. Although the writing had been erased, she caught sight of the water stains and understood Zhou Qiaoqiao and Oppos as implication. Nodding, she replied, All right, I'll take off my coat first. With that, she removed her coat and tossed it onto the nearby table. The camera was directed at the ceiling, leaving the viewers staring at nothing but darkness. The chat room erupted in confusion. What is happening? They agreed to it? They're really going to shower together. Xu Montak, you're courting disaster. Moments later, a coat was thrown over the camera lens, plunging the live stream into complete darkness. The sound of running water soon echoed from the bathroom. sending viewers into a frenzy as they began to imagine all sorts of scandalous scenarios. However, the reality was far from their wild imaginations. Sumo and his companions merely wished to evade the cameras to discuss the feasibility and specifics of robbing the gold bars. The mention of bathing was merely a pretext. Sumo had no intention of revealing his entire plan under the watchful eyes of the production team. After all, he was well aware of their penchant for dramatics. Chapter 100. The production team and Oppo's whistleblower the camera was obscured, plunging the live broadcast room into darkness. The audience could see nothing, only hearing the sound of rushing water from the bathroom. Viewers complained that Sumo was being selfish, not even sharing a sip of soup or a morsel of meat. Wasn't that a bit unreasonable? Brothers, I'm done. What are you talking about? Done with what? You're incredible. You can even finish? In a bathroom, Sumo, Yang Jingxian, and Zhou Xiaoqiao huddled together, speaking in hushed tones. The sound of running water masked their discussion from both the audience and the production team. Are you planning a feint? Yang Jingsuan Usked Sumo. You claim you want to rob the armored truck, but in reality, you aim to seize gold bars from a bank. Su Montak nodded. I'm not entirely at ease with the production team. They want to just sit by while I take more than they anticipate. If they notice, to control the budget, they will surely alert the investigators. I certainly want to be robbing the armored truck. That's merely a ruse for the production team. If they believe I'm after the truck, they will focus their efforts there and overlook our real target, the bank. Moreover, stealing cash is too cumbersome. The more you take, the harder it is to carry. Gold bars are far more practical, Sumo continued, gesturing with his hands. They're about this size. He paused, glancing at the gold price for investment bars, which was over 380 per gram. A 1 kilogram bar is worth 380,000. Compared to cash, gold of equivalent value is more compact, more valuable, and easier to transport. If the production team isn't transferring cash, are they trying to play tricks on us? Fine. Then I'll rob the more valuable gold bars instead. What if the production team moves the gold bars at the same time? Zhou Xiaoqiao inquired. That's a possibility. Su Montak conceded. Why not hack into the surveillance system to check if the gold bars are still there? Banks always ensure their gold is placed where it can be monitored for safety. Zhou Xiaoqiao suddenly felt enlightened and declared, I'll go fetch the computer. She slipped off her shoes, quietly placed the computer on the sink, and soon breached a bank surveillance system. The gold bars haven't been moved, Zhou Xiaoqiao exclaimed, pointing at the screen with excitement. Sumo sighed with relief. It seemed the production team had overlooked something. They had only transferred cash reserves, leaving the gold bars untouched. With the gold still in place, Sumo contemplated how to execute the heist while ensuring their escape. Just then, Yang Jingxian tugged at Sumo's sleeve. I suddenly remembered, if you want to sell the gold bars, you'll need certificates. The production team hasn't permitted us to steal them. What if they refuse to acknowledge our heist? Admittedly, although Yang Jingxian was a hostage, she was proving to be a valuable ally. She was far from the typical hostage. She was almost a partner in crime. Sumo replied nonchalantly. The production team hasn't explicitly forbidden us from taking the gold bars. We only have one agreement. Whatever I take belongs to me. Thus, the issue of certificates is something the production team must address. Besides, stealing cash or gold is still robbery. It's all the same. As long as it's taken from the bank, it is mine. After a brief pause, Yang Jingxian's excitement returned. How about we capture a couple of tellers as wives? Sumo and Zhou Xiaoqiao were both taken aback. What? Are you suggesting we abduct tellers as wives? It was absurd. Anyone aware of her status as a hostage might think she was a part of the gang. After all, which hostage would enthusiastically propose capturing more people? However, Sumo had no intention of kidnapping tellers. To him, gold bars were far more tangible. He didn't plan on taking too much, just a little would suffice. A 1 kilogram bar isn't too large. We need to take more than 30 or 50. He suggested. Investment gold bars were priced at approximately 380 per gram. A 1 kilogram bar was worth 380,000. 10 bars equated to 3,800,000. 30 bars totaled 11,400,000. 50 bars amounted to 19 million. The weight of 19 million in cash would be 437 pounds, an intimidating figure indeed. Not to mention that much cash would be.